On Global Awakening Day, you forego top-tier classes and instead choose the Lookout class, a useless class that even dogs wouldn't bother with. Everyone mocks you, saying you're only fit to guard gates by the sea, oblivious to the ocular system you've bound. Just as all the teachers and students in the school point and ridicule you as a one-in-a-million good-for-nothing, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly booms in your mind, ding. Congratulations, host, you have collected the 10 white ocular arts. Fusion initiated. The next second, deep within your originally ordinary eyes, 2 golden candle flames seem to ignite. This wasn't ordinary vision enhancement, but the purple ocular art capable of incinerating all things the golden flame art. Through the mirror, you saw your neighbor's wall dissolving layer by layer in your vision. The world became naked and transparent in your eyes. A slight smirk played on your lips as you felt the terrifying heat surge within your eye sockets, thinking coldly, who said lookouts have no combat power? With just one glance, I can suppress all realms. Chapter 1, Useless Class Lookout? No, a super god oculist. Xia Federation, Jiangzhou City. Ding. Good morning, host. Today's sign-in, X-ray vision. Getting out of bed, Yi rubbed his eyes. My eyes are practically a melting pot now. He looked at his eyelids in the mirror. They looked no different from usual. His gaze sharpened slightly, and X-ray vision activated. Everything in Ye's vision became clear and expansive. He saw his next-door neighbor's bedroom. Holy crap! A gracefully shaped woman was leisurely taking off her black intimate underwear. He felt a warmth in his nasal cavity and quickly turned on the faucet to rinse. Lace. Those clothes are so white, oh, no, so big. No, that's not right either. See no evil. See no evil. This was a terrifying world. 600 years ago, a strange power descended from the heavens. Since then, deities revived, fiends ran rampant, and the entire world was filled with slaughter and destruction. Humans awakened powerful classes to contend with gods and demons. Swordmaster, Elementalist, Scion Warrior. Powerful class holders could destroy cities and break mountains, overturn rivers and seas, capable of anything. Just yesterday, Yi awakened an unprecedented superclass. A one-in-a-million useless class lookout. Simply put, his eyesight was comparable to a telescope. And then there was nothing else. This was a class that was useless to the extreme, with no combat amplification, no talent amplification, and an extremely singular career prospect. Upon graduation, one would receive the title of Lighthouse Watcher. Fortunately, he had bound this ocular system. Ding! Newbie gift pack, 1 fusion opportunity granted. Signed in to the 10 ocular arts. Congratulations, host, you have collected the 10 white ocular arts. Do you wish to fuse? Yes, heart filled with joy. The advantage of this ocular system was that he could sign in for 1 ocular art ability daily. 10 ocular arts could be fused into a new ocular art, and there was a chance of high-tier ocular arts appearing. In short, the higher the ocular art tier, the greater the probability of fusing powerful ocular arts. And so on. The tiers, from low to high, were white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, black, gold, and rainbow. Fuse. Fusing. Please wait patiently, host. He glanced at the 2-hour progress bar on the status screen. Yi rubbed his face, intending to go to school first. After breakfast, he left the rented room and headed straight for school. An hour later. Jiangnan High. Yi got into Jiangzhou's best middle school with a top 3 ranking in his grade, only to awaken as a lookout class. By the way, the other 2 in the top 3 of the grade were a swordmaster and an elementalist. As soon as he entered the classroom, 40 pairs of eyes uniformly fell upon him. Am I late? Yi, bewildered, asked the homeroom teacher at the podium. No, quickly return to your seat. Yun gave him a helpless glance. Sigh. What a pity, a brilliant young genius, awakening such a third-rate class. He probably didn't sleep well last night either. It's understandable, anyone would feel such a sense of disappointment. Yi, are you still groggy from sleep? The principal just said yesterday at the flag-raising ceremony. Today, a follower of the Golden Serpent Order will be executed in front of the entire school. We can go watch. It's my first time getting a close look at the shadow cult. His friend, Hao, sitting nearby, said excitedly. I think there was something like that. The so-called shadow cult was a group of humans who dedicated their souls to a deity, believed in a deity, and gained power from a deity. They worshipped evil deities and committed anti-human acts. They are human traitors, active all over the world. Everyone should kill them. Alright, since everyone is here, let's assemble. Yun clapped her hands and said softly. Everyone got up in unison and walked out of the classroom. Yi walked at the back of the line, hearing two girls chatting excitedly. Did you hear? That cultist is trapped by a mana seal collar. The principal said we students can go in and fight the god-favored to gain combat experience. Oh, come on. Ordinary students like us should just quietly be spectators. Everyone knows this opportunity is reserved for the top 3 in our grade. The top 3. Jian, the elementalist, is first. Xiao, the swordmaster, is second, and Yi, well, let's just skip that one. What can a lookout class do? Stare at each other, seeing whose eyes get tired first? Hey, beautiful ladies, are you talking about me? At this moment, Yi suddenly turned his head and smiled brightly at them. The two rolled their eyes, ignoring him. Yi wasn't angry either. He just spoke casually. Students should dress a bit more conservatively. Black lace isn't quite appropriate. With that, he put his hands in his pockets and ran to the front of the line, leaving the two girls with red faces, stunned in place, as if they had seen a ghost. On the sports field, several senior classes had already arrived. In the very center, a huge cage was placed. Inside was an object covered by a black cloth. Alright, everyone is here. Principal Tang scanned the field. You are all third-year students, and the college entrance exam is in half a month. I won't waste your time, let's get straight to the point. With that, he pressed a red button on the iron cage. Swish! The black cloth rose, revealing the figure below. It was a monster with a snake head and a human body, its hands stretched out long like a python's tail, flicking its forked tongue, appearing incredibly ferocious. Around its neck, it wore a glowing silver ring, which was the so-called mana seal collar. The moment they saw the serpentoid, many students involuntarily took a step back, and some girls even made sounds of nausea. Its appearance was truly too terrifying. Humph. You are all future human warriors. Why are you all as timid as mice? Principal Tang snorted coldly, raised his hand, and slapped the serpentoid on the head. The serpentoid yelped in pain, woke up, saw the young students outside the cage, and let out a deafening roar. Come up! You 3! Principal Tang spoke to the crowd, and everyone knew who he was referring to. A girl in a cinched mini-skirt with a high ponytail walked out from the crowd. Her delicate small face was flawless like white jade, her skin fair, her figure curvaceous, and her straight long legs were encased in white over-the-knee socks, making her look incredibly pure. Another young man with an ordinary face, firm features, and an iron sword on his back also walked out. They were the first and second in their grade. Elementalist Jiang, Swordmaster Xiao. And finally, the last person. Yi. The moment Yi appeared, all the students present let out disdainful jeers. Who didn't know by now that this great genius, ranked third in his grade, had awakened a lookout class? Principal. Are you letting Yi in so he can kill the serpentoid with his eyes? No. It's so he can have a staring contest with the serpentoid. See who cramps up first. Such taunts even erupted from the crowd. Yi said nothing, because now, the 10 ocular arts in his mind had completed their fusion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple ocular art. Golden flame art. Golden flame art, the power of the ocular art that controls golden flames. As far as the eye can see, golden flames devour all things. Ye's heart skipped a beat. Could he be a lucky emperor? 10 white ocular arts synthesized into a purple ocular art. He actually hit that 0.1% probability? Chapter 2, the Elementalist ranked first in the academic year and the Swordmaster ranked second. Just as all the students were making fun of Yi, a stocky, buzz-cut young man emerged from the crowd. Principal. The lookout that Yi awakened is just a useless class. It has no combat capability. I don't think this opportunity should be given to him. The speaker was Zhang, ranked 4th in his grade. He had awakened the warrior class, possessing strong blood energy and a physique as robust as a bear, capable of both offense and defense. Principal Tang gave Zhang a deep look. Student Zhang, what you said isn't entirely unreasonable. Student Ye's class isn't suitable for combat, so if he wants to withdraw, I can extend this opportunity to you. This matter still depends on Student Ye's own opinion. After Principal Tang finished speaking, he calmly closed his eyes. Yi. Give this opportunity to me. You'd just be wasting it if you went. Zhang spoke to Yi in a muffled voice. Yi glanced at him, shaking his head faintly. No. You. Zhang was furious. What's the point of you taking it? You're not even a combat class. You're a useless class. What can you do? Can you beat a serpentoid? None of your damn business. Yi responded coldly. Zhang glared at Yi, his eyes spitting fire. He moved closer to Yi, speaking in a low voice. 200,000. I'll buy this opportunity from you. Zhang's uncle was the school's dean of studies, and he had heard rumors long ago. The principal intended to hold special intensive training for the 3 most outstanding students in the entire school. Xiao and Jiang were already designated. He absolutely had to secure this 3rd spot. He couldn't let Yi, this useless person, benefit from it. However, get out. With that, Yi took 2 steps back. Principal, I won't give up this spot. A hint of surprise flashed in Principal Tang's eyes. Are you sure? If anything happens, you'll bear all the consequences yourself, you know. Yi nodded. Good, commendable courage. Just for Yi's courage, Principal Tang was willing to give Yi this opportunity. Zhang stood by, clenching his fists, his face changing, looking very grim. Yi, you truly don't know what's good for you. He muttered menacingly, wishing he could flay Yi alive. Yi is truly bold. He is not afraid of death. With his class, I can't imagine how he plans to deal with the serpentoid. He is deliberately trying to sicken Zhang, isn't he? This guy is too wicked. What a waste of an opportunity. Many students also whispered among themselves. Class teacher Yun looked at Yi, standing at the front of the crowd, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. From her perspective, she also didn't want Yi to face the serpentoid. It was too dangerous. If only he had awakened a class with even a little combat power, Yun wouldn't be so resistant. But Yi was a lookout. Creak! The gate opened, and Zhang stepped in with agile strides, a calm expression on her face, entering the cage. School Beauty Jiang is making her move. School Beauty Jiang awakened a class known as the Offensive Elementalist class. I wonder what element she chose. Exciting, exciting. School Beauty Jiang's long legs. So aggressive. I could worship them for a year. Is that what you're looking forward to? Still, be sure to include me when you do. Seeing someone enter, the serpentoid's ferocity was instantly ignited. He roared at Zhang, swinging his whip-like arm towards her. Although this serpentoid is bound to 90% of its combat power, its physical body alone is comparable to transcendent Tier 2 metamorphosis. I wonder how many moves this girl can withstand. A few high-ranking school officials exchanged whispers. Then, Zhang extended her delicate jade hand and spoke softly. Ice spikes. Swish, swish, swish. Water droplets in the air condensed, and countless ice spikes materialized, shooting towards the serpentoid. It's ice elemental. So powerful. As expected of School Beauty Jiang. A roar erupted from the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spike slammed into the serpentoid, drawing tiny trickles of blood. But the serpentoid seemed immune to pain, charging straight towards Jiang. Ice prisms. Jiang waved her hand again, and larger ice prisms appeared, rushing towards the serpentoid. So strong. She just awakened. Has school beauty Jiang mastered ice elemental power to this extent already? Gasps of astonishment rose from the crowd. As expected of the Jiang family's proud daughter. She reached Transcendent Tier 2 metamorphosis just one day after awakening. Old man Jiang has a good daughter. Principal Tang also nodded in approval. Finally, after Jiang and the serpentoid exchanged 20 moves, her elemental power was depleted, ending the battle. After Jiang exited, Xiao, holding his iron sword, entered the cage. From that last battle, we can see that the serpentoid's physical strength is formidable. School beauty Jiang, using elemental power, only managed to entangle it for 20 moves. Xiao is a swordmaster, and while a swordmaster's attack power is strong, his class has only just awakened. Apart from an improved proficiency in swordsmanship, he really doesn't have much advantage in other areas. I think he can last at most 10 moves. I agree. Without a good sword technique, and having to rely on close quarters combat with his body, Xiao really won't last long. The result, however, shocked everyone. Xiao, relying on basic footwork and basic sword techniques circulating online, supplemented by the Tai Chi sword exercises used by old men in the park for physical training, managed to use his opponent's strength against them, dodging left and right, and incredibly tangled with the serpentoid for 25 moves. If not for his complete exhaustion at the end, he might have even lasted longer. Everyone was stunned by Xiao. A genius of the sword. This is an unparalleled genius of the sword, born for the sword. Dies for the sword. Principal Tang was also very satisfied. Zhao's performance truly exceeded his imagination. I heard this Xiao was an orphan with no background, which shows that his current strength was built step by step through his own efforts. As the battle between the two concluded, Serpentoid's bloodlust had been thoroughly ignited. A pair of scarlet pupils stared at the crowd outside, filled with a thirst for blood. Immediately after, it was Ye's turn to enter. He stood outside the cage, meeting Serpentoid's gaze. Serpentoid's eyes burst with intense murderous intent and greed. It looked as if it wanted to tear Yi to death on the spot. Yi remained calm, opened the cage, and stepped inside. During Zhang's and the others' battle just now, he had already familiarized himself with the use of the golden flame art. Yi is up. How many moves do you think he can withstand from Serpentoid? 3 moves, maybe. TCH. You guys think too highly of Lookout. Didn't you see that after the previous 2 battles, Serpentoid's bloodlust has been fully unleashed? I think he will be instantly killed in 1 move. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. I bet a set of Teacher Tsun's photo albums. Yi will be instantly killed in 1 move. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Serpentoid let out a hoarse roar and pounced towards Yi. Principal Tang's gaze sharpened, ready to rescue Yi at any moment. Yun also looked tense. Everyone stared intently at Yi. Some worried for him, some wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and others even wished him dead. Chapter 3, The Blooming Golden Fire Lotus. Boom! Serpentoid kicked off with its feet, directly making a large crater in the ground. Then, it roared and leaped into the air, pouncing towards Yi, opening its massive bloody mouth to bite his neck. It was at that instant, in Yi's pupils, golden candlelight blossomed. Boom! Golden flames ignited deep within his eyes, then flickered like starlight, and as his gaze shifted, a sizzling burning sound emanated from the surrounding air. At this moment, even the air was ignited by him. Look! What's wrong with Yi? So strange. Quick, look! Ye's eyes. They're glowing. No, they're burning. Hiss. His eyes are burning. Golden flames. How is this possible? So handsome. Like golden pupils. My heavens. Who the hell told me he was a lookout? Have you ever seen a lookout whose eyes shoot fire? And golden light. So cool. He's practically like a king descending upon the world. What powerful pupils! Everyone was filled with shock. Even the two prodigies, Jiang and Xiao, had a glint of surprise in their eyes. Yi, who had been looked down upon by everyone, at this moment seemed to reveal an extraordinary side of himself. What kind of ability is this? Could it be that he has awakened a hidden class? Principal Tang also murmured in surprise. No wonder Yi had such confidence. It turned out he had something to rely on. Yi stood in place with his hands in his pockets, golden flames flickering in his eyes. He slowly walked towards the serpentoid, the golden flames in his eyes becoming even more terrifying. Golden light illuminated the void, and raging flames evaporated the air. Boom! As he took a step, golden flames bloomed in his pupils like a lotus flower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The serpentoid's body suddenly stiffened in mid-air. Immediately after, it let out painful roars and crashed violently to the ground from mid-air. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The serpentoid rolled wildly on the ground, frantically tearing at its own body, leaving it bloody and bruised. It looked as miserable as if it were being roasted on a pyre. What exactly happened? Is it Ye's ocular art? Why is the serpentoid in so much pain? What did Yi do? He's acting so damn cool. Still being mysterious. Super God Oculist, he's overly confident. Who gave him that confidence? Liang Jingru? Some were amazed, some displeased, and some jealous. A chorus of sounds rose and fell. Just then, a loud bang erupted from Serpentoid's body. Boom! Immediately, soaring golden flames burst forth from him. Like a brilliant golden fire lotus blooming in the air. Within this fiercely burning golden lotus, Serpentoid directly turned into nothingness. Only the silver mana seal collar remained, dropped amidst a pile of black ashes. The entire place was silent. Everyone gasped in unison. An oculist, it's actually an oculist. But, do oculists possess such combat power? Principal Tang exclaimed in amazement. The golden lotus that had just exploded was terrifyingly powerful, already reaching the level of transcendent Tier 3 manipulation. And it had burst forth mysteriously from within Serpentoid's body. Even a transcendent Tier 4 control would fall if hit by such a sudden strike. He had never seen an ocular art with such devastating power. Principal Tang felt incredibly shocked. When he walked out of the cage, the gaze of everyone towards him was no longer mocking. Only surprise, admiration, shock, and jealousy. Zheng glared fiercely at Yi, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, showing how resentful he was. But Yi had already proven his strength. No matter how unwilling Zhang was, he was powerless. Could he only watch as this spot was taken by Yi? Zhang was nearly driven mad with anger. I announce that this execution is now over. After school, Jiang, Xiao, and Yi, come to my office. At this moment, Principal Tang announced loudly. Then he gave Yi a deep look, walked over to him, and patted Yi's shoulder. I have high hopes for you, keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vindicating the oculist class. You have received an ocular arc reward. Replicator Eye. Yi opened the introduction status screen, and the replicator eye turned out to be a golden ocular art. The description was also simple and direct. Replicator eye, to a certain extent, it can replicate others' abilities and skills. However, please act within your means, host. Do not open your eyes on someone much stronger than yourself. Yi was ecstatic. Another cheat-like, powerful skill. While eating lunch in the cafeteria. Yi! You've really redeemed yourself this time. From now on, your buddies are counting on you to look out for us. Hao gesticulated wildly, his face full of excitement. As brothers, I don't have much to offer. My family is so poor, all we have left is money. This is a vitality potion my dad bought for me, it's yours. With that, Hao placed a small bottle on the table. The small bottle contained half a bottle of blood red liquid. Vitality potion is best suited for newly awakened class holders like them. Any class in its early stages requires a strong physique to support the of its abilities. Vitality potion can effectively temper the class holder's body and is very expensive. A small bottle like this is worth 10 dabnius. Thank you, How. Yi patted his shoulder. He indeed needed a strong physique now to support the of his ocular art. Although the golden flame art was powerful, he would be in trouble if an enemy got close to him. Hey! We're brothers. No need for thanks. But, Yi, I still have something to tell you. Beware of Zhang. That guy holds grudges. You've embarrassed him this time, and Zhang won't let you off. Plus, his uncle is the school's dean of studies. You need to be careful of his underhanded tactics. Don't worry, I will be. Yi nodded. In the afternoon, after school, Yi walked towards the principal's office with his bag on his back. Oh, everyone's here. Outside the principal's office stood two other great geniuses. The poker-faced Xiao and the ice-faced Jiang. Jiang glanced at Yi, said nothing, flicked her high ponytail, and pushed the door open to enter directly. Xiao followed suit. Is the price of being a genius losing your social skills? TSK, TSK, TSK. If that's the case, I'd rather not be a genius. Yi, stop being a smart aleck. Come in quickly. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside the office. Yi was startled, then walked in. Teacher Tang, why are you here? Seeing his homeroom teacher, Yun, and Principal Tang harmoniously drinking tea, Yi was slightly taken aback. Do teachers and principals have such a good relationship these days? Suddenly, it seemed like he thought of something. The principal's surname was Tang, and Yun's surname was also Tang. Thinking about it this way, hiss. No wonder Yun, a teacher who had just graduated from university, could come to Jiangzhou's best high school to teach. And as a homeroom teacher. So, it's a connection. Yun seemed to have read Ye's thoughts. She gave him a reproachful look. Yi, don't overthink it. No matter what, I also graduated from Aegis University. Principal Tang smiled in response. Alright, the main reason I called you all here this time is to inform you about something. Chapter 4, Pre-Exam Training. You should all know that my Jiangnan High is the best high school in Jiangzhou, but now, for 4 consecutive years, not a single student from my Jiangnan University has been admitted to Aegis University. This matter makes me, as the principal, so worried that my heart aches. Principal Tang said with a look of unwillingness. I'll secretly tell you, the one who got into Aegis University 4 years ago was me. Yun, standing nearby, whispered to Yi and the others. The corner of Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and she's getting proud of it. Jinshan Middle School is the most excellent class university in the Xia Federation, having cultivated countless superclass individuals and earned widespread renown. Many students from Aegis University are extremely outstanding class individuals, some having slain deities. They have also jointly destroyed many shadow cults operating secretly. Of course, the admission requirements are also extremely stringent. Among them, the difficulty for special admissions is another level higher. Firstly, it must be a combat class. Secondly, the tier cannot be lower than Transcendent Tier 4 control. Finally, only the top 30 from each province are selected. One must know, the Xia Federation's awakening ceremony takes place when one turns 18, about half a month before the college entrance examination. To raise one's tier to Transcendent Tier 4 control in such a short period of half a month. The difficulty is no less than reaching for the heavens. Only the genius among geniuses can achieve this. At the very least, after Yi awakened the golden flame art, his realm only reached Transcendent Tier 1. Yi was silent, while Jiang and Xiao, as always, remained quiet. So, this time, I want you 3 to go to the provincial capital to take the Aegis University Special Admissions Exam. Compete for those 30 spots and bring glory to my Jiangnan High. Principal Tang slammed the table. You don't need to participate in the regular college entrance examination, just go for the Aegis University Special Admissions Exam. For these 2 weeks, Yuner will give you special training, ensuring that your realm can be raised to Transcendent Tier 4 control. But after that, you'll have to rely on your own efforts. I heard that this special admission has seen a particularly large number of emerging geniuses, especially in the provincial capital. There are even people who have awakened dual classes of mage and summoner. It's simply outrageous. So, even transcendent Tier 4 control is just a threshold. Of course, the rewards obtained after passing the special admission will be very generous. And I, on behalf of Jiangnan High, will reward you with a blue skill scroll. And an Earth-grade weapon. Principal Tang finished speaking. Yi finally spoke. Principal, you're right, but Genshin, no, Right, if we don't pass the special admissions exam, and we also didn't take the college entrance examination, then wouldn't we have no university to attend? Principal, we are all your excellent students. You can't screw us over like this. Principal Tang's face darkened. Look at you. Sloppy. No ambition at all. You haven't even taken the exam yet. And you're already thinking about failing? How can you succeed with such a mindset? He looked like he was disappointed that she wasn't living up to his potential. Principal, don't change the subject. Answer my question first. Yi looked as unbothered as a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Sigh, I've already prepared for you. I have a friend who teaches at a class university in Magic City. If you don't pass the special admissions exam, I can introduce you to Magic City Class University. That's also a key university. How about that? That's not shortchanging you, is it? Yi nodded. That's more like it. So, you've agreed? Principal Tang asked, a look of anticipation on his face. My goal is to get into Aegis University, so I agree to participate in the special recruitment. Jiang said calmly. I agree too, Aegis University has seniors I respect. I must go. Xiao also nodded. Upon receiving their answers, Principal Tang was very satisfied. That leaves you, Yi, what do you think? Can I go directly to Magic City Class University? You've agreed, haven't you? That's wonderful, it's settled happily then. Principal, what I mean is. It's good that you've agreed. Now let Yuner take you all to special training. Principal Tang waved his hand, turning his head specifically to avoid looking at Yi. Yi couldn't help but grumble to himself. You old geezer. No respect for human rights, huh? He secretly activated X-ray vision. So old. Still wearing bright red underwear, is it your zodiac year this year? I'll make sure you're embarrassed. Yi, what are you muttering about? Do you have any complaints? Principal Tang asked with a frown. No complaints, I just remembered my cat is having a second litter, so I'll head back first. Bye-bye, Principal, goodbye, Teacher Tang. Yi re-shouldered his backpack and walked towards the door. As he was leaving, he turned back and added. Principal. The red underwear looks great, but it doesn't suit you. You wear it well, but don't wear it next time. With that, he stormed out. Xiao. Jian? Yun. After a long while, Yun finally spoke slowly. Dad, why don't I get you a red string to wear on your wrist? Even though it's your zodiac year, red underwear. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her usually serious and rigid father actually couldn't keep a straight face. Her words almost gave Principal Tang a heart attack from anger. He turned his head and saw that even the usually stern Jiang and Xiao were stifling laughs. He felt even more enraged. Yi. Using ocular art on me, huh? This is simply outrageous. And you too. What are you laughing at? All of you, get out. Principal Tang gritted his teeth and slammed the table. After leaving school, Yi went straight home. He pulled out the blood chi agent Hao had given him and drank it down in one gulp. Powerful energy then coursed through his body, transforming his physique. A moment later, he got up from the bed, casually broke off a corner of the cabinet, and with a squeeze, the cabinet corner turned into wood chips in his hand. With this strength, I feel like I could punch 8 Tazens to death. Yi chuckled softly. Then he began to study his replicator eye. Right, I wonder if this replicator eye works on online videos. He opened his computer and searched online. He found a video of a transcendent rank 9 expert fighting a fiend. This transcendent rank 9 experts class was Saber Master. The fiend opposite him was a 3-meter-tall silver giant wolf with dark red flames emanating from its 4 feet and a cluster of sparks on its head. Dark Flame Wolf, a rank 1 fiend. At this moment, the silver giant wolf opened its gaping maw, and fireballs came hurtling through the air towards the Saber Master. The Saber Master lowered his voice, then his eyes flickered as he murmured softly. Draw. Slash. Swish. His body transformed into a streak of light, easily dodging the giant wolf's fireballs. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before it. With a single swing of his blade, the giant wolf let out and its 4 limbs were instantly severed. Then, he drew his blade once more. Phantom Blade Flash. Swish. The blade glowed, and this strike actually split the giant wolf in 2, right down its waist. At this point, the video ended. Hoo. Yi gasped for breath, feeling a sudden blackout and almost tumbling to the ground. This replicator eye is really not easy to use. But at least I've learned it. Yi lay on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, recalling the 2 skills of the Saber Master. Phantom Blade Flash Quickdraw Slash. Chapter 5, Zhang, who got in through the back door training camp begins. All talk and no action is just busy work. Yi was a man of action. He grabbed a fruit knife from home and rushed straight out of his apartment. He arrived at a nearby junkyard. He closed his eyes, recalling the Saber Master's drawing motion, then, swish. The fruit knife suddenly unsheathed. A cluster of weeds in the distance was directly cut in half at the waist, with an incredibly clean cut. Every single weed was cut to the same height. Phantom Blade Flash. He closed his eyes again, then the fruit knife in his hand carved out a peculiar arc. Fast. Flash. Peculiar. The blade was like a phantom. After one slash, a scrapped car nearby was actually cut open by him. Yi was ecstatic. Although he wasn't a Saber Master and didn't have the class attribute bonus, the skill's power wasn't as strong as a true Saber Master's. But this also gave him an additional combat method. At the very least, he was no longer intimidated by close combat. Most importantly, if he were to replicate more skills with the replicator eye, he might actually be able to use moves from all classes. Imagine how terrifying that would be. The attack of a Saber Master. The sharp precision of a Sword Master. The sheer vitality of a warrior. The control of a Psion. It's practically a jack of all trades. No wonder this replicator eye's rating can be as high as gold tier. There's a reason for it. It's still early, let's practice more. He made up his mind to master these 2 skills. He looked like a slacker, but deep down, he knew better than anyone that having transmigrated into such a dangerous world, he either had to live as an ordinary person, awaiting an unknown fate of death, or he would charge forward, becoming the strongest, crushing all factors detrimental to him, reaching the pinnacle of the world. Besides these, there was no third path. Stopping meant death. Especially when you've already started to show promise, you absolutely cannot stop. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, a golden ray of sunlight fell upon Yi's face. A drop of clear, sparkling sweat dripped from his temple. Yi had practiced his blade techniques all night long in this junkyard. Today seems to be the special training. Yi put away his fruit knife and walked towards home. Time to pack up and head to school. After practicing blade techniques all night, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, his spirit was even more invigorated. Arriving at school, Yi received the news that they were to gather on the school's sports field. He held several steamed buns in his hand, taking bite after bite, his mouth greasy with food. Yi! We've all been waiting for you. Why are you so slow? Seeing Yi arrive, Yun waved to him. I'm eating breakfast. Teacher Tang, have you had breakfast yet? These buns are big and juicy. Do you want one? Yun smiled and shook his head. You eat it yourself, we've all had breakfast. To the side, Xiao was feigning sleep while clutching his sword, and Jiang was fiddling with her hair. Ugh, so boring, the poker face and the ice face. Yi shook his head, finishing his last bite of breakfast. Just then, a mocking voice sounded. Everyone's waiting for you, don't you have any shame, Yi? As a student of Jiangnan High, you have no sense of time. Zhang, tall and robust, walked over from the side. Yi merely glanced at him. Mind your own business. You. Zhang was furious this Yi didn't play by the rules and cursed like a sailor. Such foul language, you hardly sound like a student. No manners at all. He said coldly. Mind your own business. Teacher Tang's appointed time is 8:30, and it's only 8:29. I'm not late, and since I'm not late, why are you still barking? You. Yi. Zhang clenched his fists tightly. Enough. Stop arguing. Yi isn't late, we just arrived early. Yun gave Zhang a cool glance, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Today's special training was originally only for Yi, Xiao, and Zhang. This Zhang was a last-minute addition. It was said that after they left yesterday, Zhang's uncle, the school's dean of students, went to Principal Tang's office, pleading tearfully and snot-filled, to secure this opportunity for Zhang. Yun had never had a good impression of students who got in through the back door. Just then, thump thump thump. The sound of helicopter blades rotating came from the sky, and then Yi and the others saw a helicopter slowly descending. Wow! A helicopter, where are we going? Yi exclaimed. The special training location isn't in Jiangzhou City, it's in a place called the Fiendwood outside of Jiangzhou City. Yun said, pushing back her wind-blown hair. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. The few of them successively boarded the helicopter. The helicopter then carried them away, disappearing above Jiangnan High. 1 hour later. This is the Fiendwood. There are many fiends inside, but their tiers are not high, none exceeding the transcendent level. However, you must not let your guard down. In the deepest parts of the forest, there are powerful fiends of transcendent tier 8 and tier 9. So you must be extra careful. This special training is very simple, it's tailor-made by me for the Aegis University assessment. You all know that Aegis University only recruits the elite of the elites, who are destined to be on the front lines of humanity's battle against deities and fiends in the future. Therefore, the first thing Aegis University does is eliminate those hothouse flowers, students who have talent but fear combat, they are not within their consideration. So my special training is simple. Within 14 days, you must find every way to hunt down 50 fiends of transcendent tier 4 control. Don't worry about food, the supplies you need will be airdropped. Understood? Xiao nodded expressionlessly. Zhang clenched his fists, a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Zhang bit on her hair tie, pulling her high ponytail up high. Yi was dozing off on a large rock. Having not slept all night, he was indeed a bit tired. Alright, that's it then. You yourselves enter the forest, and remember, don't go too deep. Yun instructed. The few of them nodded, then each chose a direction and walked off. Teacher Tang, has the special training begun? Yi opened his eyes to see a small, exquisite face the size of a palm. Yi, shall I send you in? Yun smiled gently. Yi nodded instinctively. Sure. Yun's eyes narrowed, her smile becoming even more brilliant. Yi suddenly had a bad premonition. The next second, his body floated up, then arced into a parabola, plunging headfirst into the forest. It was only then that he remembered. This Yun was a damn scion. Chapter 6, The Horrifying Combat Power of a Genius. Boom! Yi crashed heavily onto the ground from mid-air. He adjusted his posture in time, allowing him to land steadily. This teacher Tang has too much of a temper. She'll definitely never find a boyfriend in the future. Yi muttered to himself, waving away the dust. Just then, his gaze sharpened. Because in front of him was a small lake, and beside the lake, a pack of demon wolves were gathered, drinking water. A rough count revealed no less than 30 of them. Their tiers ranged from Transcendent Tier 1 to Tier 3. Hearing the sound, they all stared wide-eyed at Yi. Yi slowly grinned. "Good morning, have you had breakfast? If not, eat it in your next life." Boom! In the forest, a huge explosion erupted, with flames shooting skyward. Outside, Yun sat on a big tree, dangling her legs, watching the scene with interest. "Yi, your ocular art is indeed powerful, but in the Fiendwood, overly loud commotions will only attract more fiends. Not knowing this, Yi, you're going to suffer a big loss," Yun whispered. But what he didn't know was that Yi was already in a killing frenzy. Indeed, as Tang Rou expected, the huge explosion attracted many fiends. But this was exactly what Yi wanted. Wielding a blade with one hand, he darted through the horde of fiends like a phantom, each swing of his blade taking a life. Moreover, as Yi continuously used the golden flame art, his proficiency with this ocular art grew higher and higher. He could now directly ignite all fiends within his field of vision. With a single glance, 7 or 8 fiends were incinerated to ash. The slaughter mission of 50 Transcendent Tier 4 control fiends that Tang Rou mentioned would take half a month? He could finish it in 3 days. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I bloom in slaughter. This is way more fun than playing games. Come on, come on. Bring more fiends for me to kill. Yi was even more surprised to discover that as he continued to kill, a certain power within the fiends' bodies was nourishing his pupils. It was as if he had an infinite supply of pupillary power to expend. The golden flame art was almost continuously active. Not a moment's pause. 5 days later. Boom! With a loud bang, a giant bear's head was directly smashed. Humph. They probably don't know yet. I've already reached Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation. I'm not far from Transcendent Tier 4 control. Zhang walked up to the giant bear with a triumphant look, raised his hand, and tore off a piece of its fur. As a warrior, he possessed powerful vitality. Relying on his physical strength, he had grappled with this Transcendent Tier 4 control fiend for half an hour, finally succeeding in slaying it. Yi! You'd better hope you don't run into me. This time, no one will save you. I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson. Zhang smirked and laughed. Honestly, the mission Yun assigned was quite challenging. Judging from the battle with the Serpentoid a few days ago, none of them exceeded Transcendent Tier 2 metamorphosis in strength. And to reach Transcendent Tier 4 control and slay 50 Transcendent Tier 4 control fiends within 14 days was even more difficult. However, what she didn't know was that no genius would ever completely reveal themselves in the world of others. There must be hidden depths. 16 heads. Xiao effortlessly severed the tusk of a wild boar and walked into the forest without looking back. How many did the teacher say to kill? 50 heads? No, that can't be so few. I think it was 100. Never mind, I'll just go by that standard. Zhang paused before a silver wolf turned to ice crystals, raised her hand, and snapped off its tail. 3 days later. Boring, all these are Transcendent Tier 2 and 3 monsters. So boring. How about we venture deeper into the forest? Still by that lake, the only difference was that the originally clear lake water had completely turned a deep crimson, resembling an eerie river of blood. Beside the lake, on a small hill piled with fiend corpses, Yi sat quietly, skewering a piece of wild boar meat with a fruit knife and slowly roasting it with the flames of the golden flame art. Under the frantic slaughter, Yi's tier had already risen to Transcendent Tier 2 metamorphosis. Now, he was more adept at killing demonic beasts, even able to do so with his eyes closed. No time like the present. Tearing off a few bites of wild boar meat, he suddenly leaped down from the pile of corpses. He then walked deeper into the forest. A moment later, a tall figure arrived at the spot. He looked at the piled-up corpses, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Could he be the one Master spoke of, the one who can help me achieve great mastery in swordsmanship? Xiao stood stunned for a moment, then walked in the direction Yi had disappeared. At this moment, Yi had already delved into the middle layer of the forest. Similarly, Zhang also arrived at this location. A fiend? Yi suddenly stopped, his gaze sharpening. The next second, he saw a black tiger suddenly leap out from the tall grass beside him. Golden Flame Art, burn! Yi activated the Golden Flame Art, and the black tiger was instantly burned to ashes. Then a figure darted out from the grass. Seeing the tiger reduced to ashes, his eyes turned red. You scoundrel, Yi! I haven't even gone to find you yet. How dare you steal my prey? Zhang glared fiercely at Yi, slowly clenching his fists. He had long wanted to teach Yi a good lesson, and it seemed there was no better opportunity than now. Whoever kills it, it's theirs. Or did you give birth to this tiger? Why don't you ask it to call you dad and see? Yi glanced indifferently at Zhang. In his eyes, this guy was just a hot-headed idiot with more muscle than brains, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Zhang was so angry he stomped his feet. You burned me to death. What are you yelling for? Sharp-tongued fellow. But in this forest, no one can protect you now. A crackling sound of bones popped throughout Zhang's body. Yi, the humiliation you inflicted upon me, I will return to you tenfold. Zhang roared, clenching his fists and charging at Yi. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A figure darted out from the bushes. It was Xiao. His perpetually cold face now wore a hint of panic. Run! There's a powerful fiend. As soon as he spoke, a deafening roar echoed from not far away. Hearing that terrifying roar, Ye's expression also changed. He activated X-ray vision and saw, hundreds of meters away, a giant snake dozens of meters long swaying and rushing towards them. It was at least transcendent tier 5. Damn it! You poker face, you're such a jinx. Why provoke such an ancestor for no reason? Yi was scared and immediately bolted. Zhang quickly followed suit. No more fighting. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Chapter 7, it's always written this way in novels. What did you do? How did you provoke such a powerful fiend? Zhang cursed at Xiao. I took a sword heart grass from its mouth. Xiao said indifferently. Just for one sword heart grass? Are you so poor you've gone mad wanting money? Zhang looked incredulous. A mere sword heart grass was worth no more than 3,000 pieces of silver on the market. It was only useful to sword masters. It had a 5% chance of increasing one's comprehension of the sword Dao, but this increase was still negligible. Of course, not everyone is as rich and powerful as old man Zhang's family. With those kinds of resources, even a pig could fly to heaven. Who would need to pull strings then? Yi said mockingly. Yi! You! Zhang was furious, his face turning beet red. Alright, stop arguing. He's catching up. Xiao said expressionlessly. He had ignored Zhang's taunts the whole time, focusing entirely on the fiend behind them. It's a golden feather snake, even among transcendent tier 5 fiends, it's considered top tier. Xiao said calmly. Swish! As soon as he spoke, Zhang's speed suddenly surged. Yi, you're right, I won't argue anymore, so I'll trouble you two to block it for me. I'm leaving first. Zhang was a warrior class, superior to both Yi in terms of stamina and endurance. So he ran like the wind, leaving Yi and the other far behind. Yi, however, showed no reaction, merely calmly taking out his phone and filming Zhang's desperate escape. Then he stopped. Hey, friend, interested in killing a transcendent tier 5 fiend for fun? Xiao glanced at him. That's exactly what I was thinking. Almost simultaneously, the two of them rolled to opposite sides. Whoosh! Xiao smoothly drew the iron sword from his back, and Yi pulled out a fruit knife. Boom! With a violent tremor, several tall trees were knocked aside. A giant snake, over 10 meters long and covered in golden patterns, burst out. Charge! Yi called out and immediately activated Golden Flame Art. Boom! A golden lotus bloomed from the body of the giant snake. The tier is too low. Unable to cover the entire body with damage. Yi frowned. He was only at Transcendent Tier 2 Metamorphosis level. Compared to the Transcendent 5th Tier giant snake, the power gap was immense. Swish! Yi didn't hesitate, activating Quick Draw Slash. He instantly teleported to the 7-inch mark of the giant snake. At this moment, Xiao also appeared at that location. Strike a snake at its 7-inch mark, you know your stuff. Yi chuckled. Xiao said nothing, and both simultaneously swung their weapons down fiercely. Clang! A sharp snap echoed. Ye's fruit knife broke. Damn it, the quality is really poor. Yi grumbled, while Xiao silently pulled out the sword stuck in the giant snake's flesh. He handed it to Yi. Your speed is fast, your swordplay is sharp. You slice open its body. Yi nodded. But just then, the golden feather snake, in pain, swung its tail towards the two of them. Golden flame art. Yi let out a cold shout. The snake's tail exploded with a boom, its flesh mangled. Now! Yi mobilized the strength of his entire body's muscles, activating Phantom Blade Flash, and like a ghost, he struck a sword at the 7-inch mark of the giant snake. The giant snake let out a roar of pain, and a section of its body snapped off in response. Then Yi swung his sword again, cleaving open the giant snake's head with a single strike. Boom! The massive fiend crashed to the ground. Phew, that was a bit tough. Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. You are strong. Xiao took the iron sword from Ye's hand. Yi smiled without speaking. Compared to someone who doesn't use their full strength, I am naturally a bit stronger. Xiao was startled. Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. With that sword strike just now, you were already capable of splitting the giant snake's body in two. You held back, didn't you, Xiao? Xiao was silent, then nodded after a moment. Yes, but how did you figure that out? Just a guess. Xiao. That's how it's always written in novels. The stoic characters usually hold something back. They test the protagonist's strength, either to become friends or enemies. Do you think you're the protagonist? What else? Yi pouted. Transmigrator Halo, Ocular System, plus a top-tier driver in his previous life combined these elements, and isn't that the perfect protagonist template? So, do you want to be friends or enemies with me? Yi asked. Friends. Because. Hold on, don't tell me, let me guess. Someone with a poker face like you, and a swordmaster at that, must be born for the sword, live for the sword, and probably even possess something like a natural sword heart. Sai, do you perhaps think I can help you achieve mastery in the way of the sword? Zhao's expression completely changed. Amidst his surprise, there was also 3 parts shock and 3 parts confusion. Is your class a prophet? Yi. You're very good at telling jokes. Don't tell them next time. Xiao was silent. Do you really believe I can help you achieve mastery in the way of the sword? I believe it. Why? My master would not lie to me. Your master? Understood. I'll bet your master told you they'd be waiting for you at Aegis University? Xiao. Your class is definitely a prophet. Yi. Let's go, let's explore deeper into the forest. I'm tired. Yi shook his head and walked deeper into the dense forest. At this moment, in the deepest part of the dense forest, a pair of golden pupils suddenly opened. Following that, a tyrannical aura permeated the air. The golden pupils flickered for a moment, then returned to tranquility. Crack! A 7 or 8 meter long poisonous frog turned into an ice crystal and fell to the ground. Jiang calmly broke off an ice crystal from its body. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came, and Jiang looked back to see Yi and another person emerging from the bushes. Amazing, amazing. Jiang merely glanced at them indifferently, not speaking. Well, another ice block. Yi was speechless. He nudged Xiao beside him with his elbow. Do you want a girlfriend? An ice block with a poker face, I think it's great. Xiao shook his head. Why? Women only slow down my sword draw. Yi. Let's go, I'm really tired. Jiang was in front, with Yi and Xiao following about 10 meters behind her. All three were super geniuses, able to instantly kill any fiend they encountered along the way. Just then, the forest suddenly began to vibrate wildly. The tremors were far beyond what ordinary things could cause. It was like an earthquake, with the ground shaking and mountains swaying. Boom, boom, boom. Countless trees crashed down. Help! Help me! Save me! Ahead, Zheng could be seen fleeing towards them like a dog, looking utterly disheveled. Behind him followed an enormous behemoth, countless times larger than the giant snake Yi and the others had just slain. It was a giant snake with white feathered wings, its body covered in golden, flame-like patterns. It was too big. Like a small mountain. It measured 100 meters in length. Chapter 8, Codename, The Feathered God. Hey! What's wrong, Dad? They're still in special training. Yun, waiting outside the dense forest, answered the call from Principal Tang. Get them out of the forest, quickly. An urgent tone came from the other end of the phone. Why? Yun frowned, asking in return. Principal Tang's tone was too agitated. No time to explain much. There are signs of a deity's revival in this forest. What did you say? Yun's expression also changed drastically. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the dense forest. Yun saw it, that 100-meter-tall giant monster. I see it. Yun dropped his phone in a daze. No, I have to save them. Swish. Yun leaped up from the treetops, his psychic energy propelling him rapidly towards the giant snake. Yuner, calm down first, listen to me. The deity reviving this time is codenamed, the Feathered God, classified as a terror-grade deity. Its ability is the golden flames that erupt from its pupils. Extremely destructive. That's right. It's an ability very similar to Ye's. So I think it might be Ye's ocular art that attracted it. The Zheng City Mayor and I are already on our way. Try to stall it if you can. Deity tiers, from weakest to strongest, are divided into Dangerous Grade, Terror Grade, Nightmare Grade, Purgatory Grade, Calamity Grade, Despair Grade, Destruction Grade, and World-Ending Grade. But even the lowest Dangerous Grade deity is comparable to a Tier 2 class user. Transcendent Tier 1, Transcendent Tier 2 Metamorphosis, Transcendent Tier 3 Manipulation, Transcendent Tier 4 Control, Tier 5 Perfect, Tier 6 Domain, Tier 7 Calamity, Tier 8 Rule, Tier 9 Authority. As a graduate of Aegis University, Yun possesses manipulation grade strength. But deities can fight above their level. This terror grade, the Feathered God's strength definitely far surpasses that of ordinary control level class holders. I understand, I will protect them with all my might. Yun dragged himself with his telekinesis, leaping among the trees. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? It's completely on a different level than before. Ye's face changed drastically as he felt the terrifying aura from the opponent. If I'm not mistaken, with this special fluctuation, this guy isn't a fiend. It's a deity. Zhang said with a grave expression. What? A deity? Holy crap! What kind of luck do I have? Encountering a deity during a training session. Ye's face soured. Run, quick! He turned and fled. Are you kidding me? A deity, is that something a junior class holder like him can block? Zhang and the other person were also quite self-aware and quickly followed closely behind Yi. Hey! Why are you running? Save me! I don't want to die. Only Zhang was left in the distance, desperately pleading. The Feathered God was already very close to him. Pa! You were running quite happily just now, weren't you? Yi said coldly. This is karma. The Feathered God's narrow, golden pupils were fixed on Yi. There was a very appealing fluctuation within Yi's body. An aura that originated from the same source as its own power. The feathered god lowered its head slightly, looking at Zhang, who was closest to it, a flash of disgust in its eyes. "Damn little worm, don't block the way." Boom! Golden pupils glowed, and a ball of flame descended from the sky, directly incinerating Zhang into ash. Not even a scream escaped. That kind of attack. Yi suddenly felt his eyes burning hot. Is the golden flame art acting up? Ding! Golden flame art meets advancement conditions. Fuse with the feathered god's pupils to advance to ever-burning sovereign flame pupils red. Reward host with 1 ever-burning sovereign flame pupils trial opportunity. A string of question marks rose above Ye's head. Alright. So this is how we're playing it. Ever-burning sovereign flame pupils sounds impressive, but fusing with the feathered god's pupils is harder than ascending to heaven, isn't it? Move! The deity is about to attack. Zhang's voice suddenly rang out. Yi sharply dodged to the side. Boom! A section of the ground in front was directly evaporated by golden flames, leaving nothing behind. A massive crater over 10 meters deep appeared. Their path was completely cut off. This is going to be troublesome now, Yi said with a bitter smile. Just then, a voice came. Yi! Swish! Yun's figure suddenly descended from the sky. You guys leave quickly. The principal and mayor are already on their way. Yun called out. I'll hold it here. His black hair moved without wind, and an invisible wave, like a wall, blocked the feathered god. This is the power of a psion? Yi reflexively activated Replicator Eye. In just a few seconds, he had directly grasped some of Psion's abilities. Psychokinesis, it should be the same thing as my pupil power. Worth a try. Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and his body floated upward. Zhang and Xiao, standing nearby, looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Let's go! Yi didn't explain much, directly using his pupil power to drag the two of them and shoot off into the distance. Roar! The feathered god, seeing Yi trying to escape, let out a thunderous roar. Between his eyes, terrifying golden flames erupted, evaporating large swaths of space into a vacuum. Tang Ro's mental power, transformed into a wall, firmly blocked it. Out! She pulled out a small cloth pouch from her person. Upon opening it, countless small silver swords flew out and hovered in mid-air. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The small swords pierced through the air, shooting towards the feathered god. On the other side, Yi and the two fled frantically. However, due to the feathered god's fury, all the fiends in the dense forest were alarmed. Deities command fiends. This is trouble. Zhang exclaimed. All the fiends in the entire dense forest would come to intercept them. No big deal. We'll just fight our way out. Yi grinned. Golden flames blazed fiercely in his pupils. I'll clear the way, you two follow. Boom! The golden flame art subsequently ignited, and more than a dozen fiends blocking the path ahead were instantly incinerated to ash. I'll help you. Zhang also made his move. Xiao drew his iron sword, and in that moment, he seemed like a different person. His sword strikes were incredibly sharp. One mighty effort. Break through! Yi could feel his eyes being nourished after slaying the fiend. In addition, a part of the power was converging into his body. Before long, Yi felt the power of his golden flame art surge up another notch. His tier had already advanced to Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation. It's a good thing this isn't in the deepest part of the dense forest, otherwise, if a fiend of Transcendent Tier 5 or higher appeared, I'd be in huge trouble. Yi couldn't help but sigh. The three of them, working together, seemed to have transformed into merciless fiend slaying machines. They pushed through relentlessly, and there wasn't much left until they exited the dense forest. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of the three greatest geniuses of Jiangnan High this year. This strength is truly astonishing. At this moment, a round of applause came from afar. A figure emerged from the darkness and appeared before Yi and the other two. The moment they saw him, the expressions on Ye's and the other two's faces turned grim. Chapter 9: The Power of Shadow Cult and Ever-Burning Monarch Flame Eyes. Teacher Gao, why is it you? The newcomer was none other than Zhang's uncle, the Dean of Studies at Jiangnan High. Are you behind this manipulation? Teacher Gao, the revival of the feathered god was your doing. Jiang asked coldly. But the other party just cackled. Things have come to this. Do you still think I am your teacher, Gao? To think that would be to underestimate me too much. He said coldly. Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. No, he's not teacher Gao. This is a puppet. His class should be a puppeteer. Ye's X-ray vision immediately saw through the special energy substances clinging to the opponent's body. This is remote control. It looks like teacher Gao fell victim to him long ago and was refined into a puppet. Yi analyzed. Hee, how clever, as expected of a super god oculist, truly brilliant. The opponent, instead of getting angry, chuckled and even applauded Yi, though it was clearly full of mockery. Hee, I love hearing compliments. Let me guess again, you're from the Shadow Cult, right? Yi sneered again. That serpentoid the principal and the others caught earlier, you're from the same place, aren't you? The opponent was silent for a moment. That was my younger brother. We are members of the Deity cult, and the deity we worship is. His gaze turned to the distant sky, to the flickering golden flames. The feathered god. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a soaring golden pattern. Now everything was clear. If the revival of the deity was accidental, then the emergence of the shadow cult was inevitable. This training itself was an assassination attempt targeting Jiangnan High and its most outstanding geniuses. It was revenge from the shadow cult. Do you know, our principal and the mayor of Jiangzhou are already on their way here. Yi said calmly. Our principal is a class user who manipulates the 9th tier. Your deity lord cannot stop him. It's enough as long as we can kill you. The other party said calmly. So that's how it is, you can even sacrifice objects of faith? With the likes of you, do you even deserve to be called believers? Yi sneered. Kid, stop wasting time here, it's meaningless. This is just one of my puppets, I wouldn't feel any regret even if I abandoned it here. The other party remained completely unmoved. If faith is gone, I can just find a new one. But if my brother is gone, he's truly gone. You killed my brother, no matter what, I must kill you. Swish. With that, he leaped out like a fierce tiger, raising his hand to grab Ye's neck. Be careful. Teacher Gao, like Zhang, is a warrior class. His physical strength is immense. Jiang quickly warned. Yi activated his pupil power, mimicking Yun to create an invisible wall in front of him. Then, golden flame art was activated. Boom! Golden flames directly ignited within the opponent's body. But it was useless. Relying on that terrifying physique, he actually forcibly suppressed the golden flames. This puppet's physical strength is very powerful. Your attack is still too weak. The opponent sneered, grabbing at Yi again. Clang! Xiao flashed out from the side, drawing his sword abruptly. His current state was very strange. His eyes were vacant, as if he had lost consciousness, swinging his sword purely by instinct. The sword moves with the heart, truly astonishing. Given time, he might become the second human sword god. I absolutely cannot let you live. A sinister look flashed in the opponent's eyes. He raised his hand and slapped Zhao's sword. Bang! Zhao's iron sword was directly broken into 2 pieces, and his body flew backward into the distance. Although this puppet's combat methods were singular, with just its physical strength, it possessed power equivalent to Transcendent Stage 8. The gap between it and the 3 of them was too great. Zhang's ice control could only restrain it for a short time. Good, you're really pushing me to unleash my power. Yi spoke coldly. I didn't intend to use this move, but today, I'll reluctantly break my rule. Watch closely, let me teach you what a super divine oculist is. Boom! The golden flame art erupted, and Yi chanted silently in his heart. Eternal Burning Monarch Flame Eye. Experience Mode activated. Swish. Golden flames surged from Ye's eyes, forming patterns that intertwined in the air, finally transforming into a golden robe woven from fire. Yi was reborn in fire, his golden robe blazing with fierce flames. It was incredibly dominant and spoke of immense nobility. Xiao and Jiang were both stunned for a moment. This power is too strong. Yi was also quite shocked. The power of the eternal burning monarch flame eye was unbelievably formidable. He could feel an endless flow of pupil power within his eyes. Although this pure offensive ocular art was less practical than the replicator eye, in terms of combat power, it absolutely crushed. The game is over. Turn to ashes. Before my ocular art. Boom! The golden robe fluttered. 2 clusters of flames suddenly bloomed in Ye's eyes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Golden flames from all directions directly enveloped the opponent. And within the puppet's body, a cluster of flames ignited as well. An attack combining internal and external forces. In addition, there was also flame transformation. Boom! The golden flames filling the sky transformed into various weapons, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Even though he was a warrior, no matter how strong his physical body, he was instantly covered in wounds under this terrifying attack. Kneeling on one knee, unable to rise again. But at this moment, he actually let out a low chuckle. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Kid, I underestimated you. But don't forget. This is just a puppet. A puppet with no pain. Unless you can kill me completely with one blow. Otherwise, I still have the ability to fight again. Until my body completely turns to ash. The opponent actually stood up, oblivious to pain, oblivious to fatigue, and rushed towards Yi again. Be careful. John's expression changed dramatically. He could still stand up with such injuries. They had forgotten that he was a puppet. However, Yi sneered. He stood his ground, not moving an inch. Turn to ash? Alright. The third ability of my ocular art is Eternal Burn. Flames that never extinguish. As long as there is life, the flames will not cease. Boom! Clusters of golden flames ignited on his body again, and his flesh and blood evaporated at an incredibly fast speed. How is this possible, flames that never extinguish? How can such an outrageous ability exist in this world? Aren't you an oculist? He let out an incredulous roar. His hands gradually turned to ash under the scorching flames. Then his legs, body, and head, one by one, turned to ash. Yes, I am an oculist, but I am an omnipotent oculist. Rest in peace. As the words fell, only a pile of black ashes remained on the spot. Whoosh! Yi took a deep breath. Experience mode ends here. Host, please quickly fuse the feathered god's eyes to upgrade your ocular art. Got it, you talk too much. The enhancement effect of the eternal burning sovereign flame pupils dissipated, and Yi felt a sudden exhaustion throughout his body, almost collapsing to the ground. Are you alright? Jiang, who was nearby, quickly stepped forward to help him up. I'm fine. Yi extended his hand and waved it. How come I seem to have touched something? Soft? He squeezed hard. Jiang, beside him, let out a shy whimper. Holy crap! Yi suddenly withdrew his hand. Was that an assault? What kind of treatment is this for a novel's protagonist? Chapter 10, Expel Them from Blue Star. He looked up to see Zhang's flushed face. Yi rubbed his nose, looking a bit awkward. Fortunately, Zhang's shy expression only lasted a moment before returning to normal. Are you two alright? Just then, a familiar voice arrived. 2 figures descended from the sky. One of them was the principal of Jiangnan High. The other, Yi had seen on television before. The mayor of Jiangzhou City, Jiang Mian. Most importantly, he was Zhang's father. Principal. Why are you only just arriving now? I nearly died. Seeing Principal Tang arrive, Yi clutched his old waist and complained. Principal Tang glared at him. You look perfectly lively to me, you're hardly dead. Yi chuckled. Principal, this special training of yours nearly got us killed. You wouldn't believe how dangerous it was just now. If it weren't for Teacher Yun Lai, we would have. Alright, we'll compensate you when we get back. Principal Tang said with a helpless expression. Yes, abacus clicking could be heard all the way in Modu. Anything at all? Exactly. As long as it's not outrageous, anything goes. That's good. Swish. Yi suddenly stood up, showing no sign of weakness. Are you okay, rower? Zhang Mian, the mayor of Jiangzhou City, who was standing nearby, also asked. He was the head of the Jiang family and also Zhang's father. Jiang shook her head. I'm fine, thankfully Yi was here. Zhang Mian gave Yi a deep, thoughtful look and nodded. All right. Old Tang, don't waste time here, let's go help Xiaoyun first. A terror-grade deity, she probably can't hold on much longer. Okay. When I get back, you two can properly explain to us what happened. Principal Tang said to the three of them. With that, he and Zhang Mian ascended into the air together. Zhang Mian, like Zhang, was an elementalist, controlling the metal element, specializing in offense. Principal Tang was a summoner, which was also an incredibly powerful class. Let's go. We need to get out of here first. Yi called out to the two. Boom! Not long after Yi and the others left, a deafening explosion came from deep within the forest. The three looked back and saw a towering Gengjin giant, resembling a Gundam, roaring towards the sky. And an incredibly huge golden lion was battling the feathered god, a scene that could only be described as earth-shattering. What a terrifying world! Yi felt a chill. In this dangerous world, if one didn't have immense strength, who knew when they would die? The battle between the feathered god and the two great figures lasted for a long time. This entire forest was almost completely destroyed, and the battle also attracted the attention of many residents of Jiangzhou City. This was a premeditated act of revenge. Those fellows from the feathered god cult really don't know what's coming to them. Inside the principal's office at Jiangnan University, Principal Tang furiously slammed a stack of investigation reports onto the floor. He felt a profound sense of dread, thinking that if they had been any later, things truly would have been irreversible. Not only would his three rising stars from Jiangnan High have fallen, but his own precious daughter would also have been in danger. Dad, calm down. Yun, standing beside him, looked helpless. One of her arms was bandaged, and she had scrapes elsewhere on her body. Thankfully, the Psion's ability to stall was very strong. If it had been a warrior of the same tier, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the feathered god. I can't calm down. Damn the feathered god cult. These traitors to humanity. What's the news from Zhang Mian's side? No problems. The feathered god has been slain. We've pinpointed the location of the feathered god cult through its deity's blood. They won't escape. That's good. Principal Tang finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his gaze to the three sitting beside him, including Yi. Kid, it's been confirmed that the guy who ambushed you was the leader of the feathered god cult, a tier 7 transformation level puppeteer. What I find strange is that he manipulated Teacher Gao, who himself is a tier 3 transformation level warrior. His physical strength alone is comparable to a tier 8 transcendent. How did you manage to kill him? As he spoke, Principal Tang recalled the pile of black ashes they saw on the ground when they arrived. He gave Yi a deep look. Yi scratched his hair. Principal, when will I get the compensation you promised? Principal Tang fell silent, knowing Yi didn't want to elaborate. Always thinking about compensation. Alright, tell me what you want. Principal Tang didn't mind. Everyone had their secrets these days, so if they didn't want to talk, that was fine. I want skill scrolls. I want an ice soul core. I want the feathered god's eye. Principal Tang's brows furrowed. The first two were normal enough, but what in the world was this request for the feathered god's eye? What do you want that thing for? Decoration. Principal Tang. You brat, just say it if you don't want to tell the truth. Hey, Principal, you said I could ask for anything I wanted. Is it really that hard to ask for an eye? Alright, I'll send it to you later. Coming out of the principal's office, Yi saw the content being broadcast on the campus's large screen. Today, Principal Tang, head of Jiangnan High, in conjunction with the Jiangmian market, slew a deity and simultaneously rooted out the shadow cult lurking in human society, apprehending them all. Teacher Tang, do we still need to continue with special training? At this moment, Jiang asked Yun, who was standing beside him with bandages. Yun smiled and shook her head. No need, Transcendent Tier 4 control. Your strength has already reached the required level. On the way to the forest earlier, she had seen many corpses of Transcendent Tier 4 control fiends, and even observed small mountains piled high with bodies. Clearly, their talents and strength far exceeded her imagination. Especially Yi, whose true strength she still couldn't fathom. These three little rascals were many times more monstrous than she ever was. I think with your current strength, getting into Aegis University won't be difficult. However, I hope you can achieve a good ranking in the special enrollment exam. If you can make it into the top 3, Aegis University will offer special rewards, so rich they are beyond your imagination. I remember in my year, the student who placed first in the special enrollment exam reached the level of a Transcendent Tier class user within just 1 month of enrollment. Now, after graduation, he formed his own god hunting team called Black Sunday. I estimate his strength is already close to the perfect tier. Yun spoke with a look of emotion. Our Jiangzhou city is destined to be a small place. Only by venturing out can you see the vastness and immensity of the world. This world is full of many dangers, but also many opportunities. The era of universal class users is both a transformation and a disaster. We have lost too many compatriots, and too much land. If one day, one of you can reach the pinnacle of class users, I hope you can reclaim the land and homes humanity has lost, and then, expel these abominable things from Blue Star forever. Yun said earnestly. Chapter 11, Attack, Moving. Back in his rental apartment, Yi shed his usual jovial demeanor and began to seriously review the battle. My current tier is Transcendent Tier 3 Manipulation. The power of Golden Flame Art is enough for me to fight across 2 tiers. Coupled with Psion abilities and sword skills, I can kill a Transcendent Tier 6. I wonder what level my strength will reach after fusing with the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye. Recalling the previous scene of using the ever-burning Sovereign's Flame Pupil, Yi was filled with immense anticipation. It was simply too cool. The Golden Flame Robe that increased defense. The Golden Flame Attack that unified inside and out. And the 2 characteristics, shapeshifting and never extinguishing. It could be said that in front of this ocular art, within the transcendent level, any fire-attributed elementalist would be utterly crushed by Yi. Ding! Hello? Your delivery. A voice from outside announced a delivery. Here they come. Ye's expression brightened. It must be the feathered gods I sent by Principal Tang. He walked towards the door, about to open it. Just then, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Something's not right. Yi activated X-ray vision. Sure enough, it wasn't a delivery driver outside at all. He immediately saw the golden snake tattoo beneath the person's clothes. Remnants of the feathered god cult. Yi took a step back. Just then, a massive explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave burst through the door, heading towards Yi. Block it! He channeled his psionic power to conjure a wall in front of him. Then, he used the momentum to retreat further. Remnants of the feathered god cult. Yi said coldly. From the thick smoke, a figure suddenly lunged at Yi. It's all you. It's all because of you. The feathered god cult is finished. The cult leader has commanded. You must be killed. The black-robed figure charged at Yi from the swirling smoke. Transcendent Tier 6. Assassin. Ye's expression slightly changed in surprise as he sensed the attacker's class. No wonder he managed to escape the encirclement. Swish. A pitch-black blade appeared in the assailant's hand, striking at Yi like a shadow. Golden flame art. Boom! One spot was immediately ignited by Yi. But the opponent's speed was too fast. The golden flame art found it difficult to lock onto his position in a short amount of time. What the hell does your annihilation have to do with me? Everything comes to me. Yi was visibly depressed. The opponent said nothing, only brandished the blade in his hand even faster. So annoying, can't even get a good rest. You shadow cult bugs are really bothersome. Yi was provoked, and his anger flared up. Hold still. He used his psychic power to condense an invisible net in front of him. The moment the opponent crashed into the net, Yi quickly gained firm control over him. Then, golden flames erupted. Burn! Boom! The soaring flames directly burned a large hole in the ceiling of the rental house. The opponent, naturally, was also burned to ashes. Looking at the chaotic mess of the house, Yi gave a wry smile. Now, it really wasn't fit for living anymore. Just then, another voice came. Your delivery. A figure stepped into the room. Damn it! There's no end to this, is there? Yi casually picked up the blade from the ground and swung it back at the approaching figure. Yikes! The other party let out a startled cry and quickly used the package in their hand to shield themselves. The package was cut open with a single slash, revealing an exquisitely packaged wooden box inside. Ah, are you really a delivery person? The other person nodded, looking scared. Oh. I'm so sorry. Yi was utterly embarrassed. Thank you. You've worked hard. After the delivery person left, Yi picked up the wooden box from the ground and opened it. Inside were 2 golden gems, shimmering with strange patterns. They were indeed the feathered god's eyes. I've got the stuff, but nowhere to live. My landlord is going to kill me. Yi looked helpless. He pulled out his phone and called Yun. What? Remnants of the cult? Okay, I'll be right there. Before long, Yun arrived at Ye's home. How did it get like this? Yun gazed in astonishment at the house, which looked like a ruin. A transcendent rank 6 assassin, incredibly good at hiding. It took me ages to finally kill him. He rubbed his head and sat down on the broken sofa. Little did he know, Yun's heart was already in turmoil. Transcendent rank 6? You killed him? Yi nodded casually. Sigh, what a shame about my house. Teacher Tang, could you help me find a place? Something cheap would be fine, I don't have much money. Teacher Tang? Teacher Tang? Seeing Yun didn't respond, Yi waved her hand in front of Yun's face. Oh. Only then did Yun react, looking at Yi with a strange gaze, as if she were looking at a national treasure. If I'm not mistaken, you're only Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation, right? Yi calmly nodded. Hiss. Yun gasped. Those who can fight 1 level above their own are already considered geniuses, and fighting 2 levels above makes them a genius among geniuses. Someone like Yi, who can fight 3 levels above, would be among the top tier at Aegis University. And this might not even be his full strength. Yun even suspected that he single-handedly killed the transcendent 8th tier puppet. Yun's gaze towards Yi became incredibly fervent. Yi couldn't help but pull his clothes tighter. Why does it feel so chilly? Yi, since your house is destroyed, you can temporarily stay at my place. A man and a woman alone, is that appropriate? No problem, it's not just me living there anyway. Let's go now, see if you have any luggage you need to take. It'll be troublesome if the remnants of the shadow cult target you again. If you stay with me, I can protect you closely. Close protection, that might not be so good. Yi glanced at Yun's surging big weapon. What are you looking at? You little pervert. I'm your teacher. Yun glared at him with a look of shame and anger. With Yun's help, Yi completed the compensation to the landlord. Following Yun out of the rented room, the car twisted and turned through the streets, finally stopping in a luxurious villa area. You'll stay here for the next few days. Before Ye's eyes was a luxurious grand villa. 3 stories high, also equipped with a private garden. Tisk, tsk, tsk. So rich. Ye's eyes lit up. Neither in his previous life nor this life had he ever lived in such a high-class villa. Teacher Tang, I need to use the restroom, where is it? The 3rd room on the left after you enter. All right. Yi excitedly ran off. Just then, Yun was startled. Oh no! I forgot to tell him. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream ripped through the air from inside the villa. Boom! Immediately followed by a blaze of fire that blasted through the house. Holy crap! Teacher Tang! I'm under attack. Yi, with his waistband half untied, hastily ran out of the villa. Behind him followed a woman wrapped in a bath towel, holding a long sword, her eyes blazing with fury as she chased him. Her all-encompassing weapons jiggled and swayed. Chapter 12, by Rewatching and the Advancement of Golden Flame Art. Rewatching. Don't be impulsive. Yun quickly blocked the woman's path. Yun, don't stop me. I'm going to chop this little hooligan today. By Rewatching glared at Yi, her eyes spitting fire. She had kept her purity for over 20 years, and today, this little hooligan had seen her completely. Teacher Tang, why didn't you tell me someone was showering in the restroom? You scared me to death. Yi, hiding behind Yun, said helplessly. He had already half untied his pants when the bathroom door suddenly opened, and a stunningly beautiful, naked woman walked out. The beauty emerging from her bath was like a lotus rising from water. For a moment, he was utterly captivated. Then, the other party reacted and, without a word, unleashed a fireball spell that nearly blasted him to death. Alright. Rewatching. It was my mistake. I apologize to you. Yun appeased by Rewatching with a helpless expression, and only then did she reluctantly give up. It's cold outside, don't just run around in a bath towel. Go put on some clothes. By Rewatching shot Yi a fierce glare before swaying her waist, her hips swaying with each step as she walked into the villa. Sorry, Yi, Rewatching has been staying at my place recently, I forgot to mention it. She has a habit of showering after waking up, and your room is on the 2nd floor, which has an independent bathroom. Yun said apologetically. Teacher Tang, your bestie has quite a temper. Like she's eaten gunpowder. TSK, I guess no man would dare marry her in the future. Yi said, shaking his head. Yun was caught between laughter and tears. You brat, still have leisure to worry about others? Don't worry, Rewatching is a proper young lady. Her suitors could circle Jiannan high once. As the two entered the villa, they saw By Rewatching lying lazily on the sofa, watching TV with her legs crossed, a bag of chips and a can of cola beside her. Yi glanced at Yun, as if to say, "This is the proper young lady you mentioned?" Yun cleared her throat. Rewatching, let me introduce you. This is my student, Yi. He'll be staying at my place for a few days and will go to the provincial city to take the special recruitment exam for Aegis University. This is By Rewatching, from the provincial city. She's my best friend and my classmate. By Rewatching resembled a proud swan, her neck arched, revealing her fair collarbone. Oh, the special recruitment exam for Aegis University. That's not easy. Little brother, you're only transcendent tier 3 manipulation right now. It'll be tough to pass the special recruitment exam. By Rewatching had a look of schadenfreude. But if you obediently call me Jie and serve me well these few days, I can secretly tell you the content of the special recruitment exam. A cunning glint flashed in By Rewatching's eyes. Yi gave her a faint glance. Teacher Tang, I'm going upstairs to rest first. With that, he dragged his luggage upstairs. Oh. The boy has quite some backbone. But backbone alone won't get you through the special recruitment exam. By Rewatching wanted to say more. But then Yun, looking embarrassed, pulled her arm. Alright, Rewatching, don't say any more. What's wrong, Yun? By Rewatching looked at Yun with a puzzled expression. You just killed a class holder from the Shadow Cult, a transcendent Tier 6 assassin. By rewatching was instantly petrified. Him? She pointed at Yi, her face full of surprise. Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation. What class are you? By rewatching's mouth was wide open, as if she could fit an entire egg in it. Look out. Yi replied indifferently, then walked up the stairs. By rewatching? What the hell kind of lookout? Which lookout can fight 3 tiers above their own? Yun, tell me, where did you find this little monster? By rewatching grabbed Yun's arm and asked excitedly. Sigh, it's like this. Back in his room, after putting away his luggage, he took out the feathered god's eyes. Ding! The feathered god's eyes detected, golden flame art meets upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade to eternal blazing monarch's pupils? Upgrade. Yi spoke indifferently. The next second, the 2 golden gems shattered into a sky full of starlight, directly entering Ye's eyes. Boom! Yi immediately felt as if magma was surging in his eyes. A strong burning sensation came over him. An uncontrollable terrifying power was gushing out. The surrounding air sizzled as if it was being ignited. Strange, why did it suddenly get hot in the villa? Yun downstairs looked puzzled. Such a strong fire element. My coke is about to boil. By rewatching also looked shocked. The aura came from upstairs. It must be that hooligan kid. The 2 exchanged glances, then simultaneously rushed towards the 2nd floor. Inside the room, Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In that pair of brilliant golden pupils, 2 crimson lotuses spun continuously. Like the pupils of a deity. So terrifying. I feel like my strength has improved qualitatively. After advancing, the eternal blazing monarch's pupils became area damage. As long as he activated his ocular art, he could instantly turn an entire area into a sea of flames. As expected of a red tier ocular art, it's ridiculously powerful. Ye's face was filled with delight. Bang! Just then, the door was slammed open. Yun and By rewatching rushed in together. But after a moment, both their faces flushed red, and they turned away. Ha! What's wrong, Teacher Tang? Yi looked bewildered. Yi, put some clothes on first. Yun said shyly. Pay. You pervert. By rewatching also spat out. Yi was utterly confused. He instinctively looked down. Well, his clothes were burned. A strange smile appeared on Ye's face as he unhurriedly pulled out his underwear and put it on. He slowly said, Big sisters, I'm in my own room, isn't it alright to not wear clothes? But you too, you trespassed into this single guy's room without my permission, it's damaging my innocence. The 2 of them's faces darkened. This kid. He's deliberately getting revenge. Yi, have you put on your clothes yet? Yun asked urgently. Not yet. Ah. I can't find my underwear. Ah. Let me look. I think it was over here. Saying this, Yi gradually approached the 2. Pervert. Don't come any closer. By rewatching felt a prickling sensation on her back and couldn't help but scream. TCH. I'm not interested in you at all. You speak like you're spitting out gun pellets. Yi pouted. I already put them on. Only then did the 2 turn around, and By rewatching looked at Yi with gritted teeth. Yi, what exactly happened just now? Why was there such a powerful fire element fluctuation? Yun asked seriously. Nothing much, just an accidental ocular art evolution. Yi pouted. Just an accident, evolved. Yun froze in place. Why does it feel like he's humble bragging? Chapter 13, a minor interlude. Yun. I've figured it out. This student of yours is not only a little pervert but also a show-off. By rewatching said bitterly. Huh? Is that considered showing off? It's just an ability advancement, no way, there can't be anyone who can't advance their abilities, right? Yi said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Bai Ruayu was so enraged she almost ground her back molars to dust. It was precisely because her tier and abilities had hit a bottleneck recently, and she couldn't break through, that she had traveled all the way from the provincial capital to Jiangzhou City, to clear her mind and find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Yun touched his forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness. The relationship between Yi and Bai Ruayu probably wouldn't improve. Just then, he received a call. Yun, bring Yi to the school. Principal Tang's low voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, okay. Yun nodded, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Principal Tang's tone seemed a bit off. Ruayu, Yi, and I have to go to school for something. You stay home and be good. Got it, just go. Bai Ruayu waved her hand impatiently. Preferably don't bring that little hoodlum back. The two left the villa, and Yun drove all the way to Jiangnan High. As soon as they entered the principal's office, they saw Principal Tang sitting at his desk with a serious expression. Xiao and Jiang were also there. Oh. Everyone's here. Yi said with a beaming smile. Clap. With a sharp crack, the middle-aged man in a suit beside him slapped the table and stood up. Are you Yi? He glared coldly at Yi and asked. Yes, and you are? My name is Zhang Gang, Zhang's father. I ask you, Yi, during the special training. Did you abandon my son and run away by yourself? You are classmates. Yet you abandoned him to save your own life in a moment of crisis. You are simply unworthy of being a student. Do you know you killed Honger? He should have had a bright future. Zhang Gang angrily rebuked, blabbering on. Ready! Principal Tang's authoritative voice rang out. Mr. Zhang, please don't jump to conclusions before the matter has been thoroughly investigated. Principal Tang. My son is dead. And my brother-in-law. Shouldn't your Jiangnan High take full responsibility for this incident? Zhang Gang continued. But you have no evidence to prove that Yi abandoned Zhang and fled for his life. How can there be no evidence? Zhang told me a long time ago that Yi snatched his opportunity. Why isn't Zhang with them when the three of them escaped together? They must have deliberately abandoned Zhang. You ask him yourself. Principal Tang sighed. Yi, is this true? Yi nodded calmly. Principal Tang's expression changed slightly. Yun, who was beside him, also looked at him in surprise. Look! Principal Tang! This is the quality of your school's students. What more do you have to say? Upon receiving confirmation, Zhang Gang's momentum grew even stronger. However, Yi appeared very composed. Before that, everyone, please take a look at this. With that, Yi handed his phone to Principal Tang. On the screen, a figure was seen fleeing desperately into the distance, frequently looking back. When encountering the transcendent fifth stage golden feathered snake, Zhang abandoned Xiao and me and ran away. Yi said calmly. I can testify, that's how it was. Xiao also spoke up. Even a transcendent fifth stage golden feathered snake scared Zhang into a desperate flight, yet this golden feathered snake was eventually killed by Xiao and me. And at that time, Zhang was being pursued by the powerful feathered god. Faced with such a formidable existence, what else could we do but run? Were we supposed to turn back and confront it head-on? Yi looked directly at Zhang Gang, neither humble nor overbearing. Zhang the feathered god. Principal Tang furrowed his brows. Yi nodded. I can vouch for that, I was also present at the time. Zhang also chimed in. Principal Tang's expression softened. Did you hear that, Mr. Zhang? It was your son who abandoned his teammates first. A mere transcendent fifth-tier fiend was enough to scare your cowardly son away, and now, facing a deity, you want our students to rescue him? One cannot be so hypocritical, or are you suggesting you want all the hopes of my Jiangnan High to be devoured by the snake? Bang! Principal Tang slammed the table and abruptly stood up. Mr. Zhang, is this how a person should act? Principal Tang's powerful aura was awe-inspiring, intimidating Zheng Gang into silence. I. Principal Tang waved his hand. I am deeply saddened by Zheng's death, but this matter is unrelated to Yi. You must apologize to him. You've wronged our student. Principal Tang's voice was firm and resounding, filled with unquestionable resolve. Zheng Gang's face flickered through various emotions, and after a long while, he spoke with reluctance. I apologize, Student Ji, I wronged you. He hung his head, but deep unwillingness surged in his pupils. Why should he apologize? He was also a victim. He lost his son. Look up. Ye's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Zheng Gang reflexively looked up. He met a pair of golden eyes, captivating as the eyes of a deity, with two crimson lotuses swirling in their pupils. You might not be clear on the full story. He joined the special training through the back door and even tried to attack me during the training. He also abandoned his teammates. Therefore, his death was his own doing. Do you understand? The crimson lotuses in Ye's eyes suddenly spun, and a terrifying pressure bore down on Zheng Gang's nerves. It made him tremble all over. Understand. I understand. Zheng Gang kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never seen such terrifying eyes. I understand. I understand. He staggered out of the office, muttering to himself, still disoriented, all the way. A mere clown. Yi snorted. Zheng's influence came from his uncle. His father was just an ordinary businessman, not worth mentioning. Alright, it's just a small interlude. Don't let it ruin your mood. Go back and rest while the special enrollment exam will start soon. Principal Tang waved his hand indifferently. After that minor incident, the next few days passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for collecting all 10 ocular arts. You may now merge them. Yi had successfully signed in for 10 more ocular arts. It's worth noting that their quality was much higher than the first batch. There were even 4 green ocular arts. And 1 blue ocular art. Laser eye. But it was practically useless. Its destructive power was far less than that of the ever-burning azure flame eye. For Yi, only ocular arts of purple quality or higher would be helpful now. The ocular art fusion process was quick and over in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained Martial Spirit Eye Purple. Martial Spirit Eye, host's physical strength increases 5-fold. Melee combat ability receives a 200% boost. Yi was taken aback. Was this going to train him into a battle mage? Chapter 14, a high-end oculist should be a hexagonal warrior. Merge. With a thought, Yi merged the Martial Spirit Eye with his pupils. Click, click, click. Immediately, Yi felt a powerful force flowing from his eyes to all parts of his body. A powerful force spread within his body. Boom! Yi punched out, directly creating a deep pit in the ground. This power, even ordinary transcendent tier warriors of the 3rd or 4th rank can't compete with me. Yi once again grabbed a kitchen knife and activated Phantom Blade Flash. Swish! A 3-person high boulder was directly cleaved open by his single strike. Whoa! At my current level, I can utterly annihilate Transcendent Stage 6. Crushing defeat for Transcendent Stage 7. Easily defeat Transcendent Stage 8. And hold my own against Transcendent Stage 9. I've got the top spot for this special recruitment at Aegis University reserved. A glint of confidence flashed in Ye's eyes. Invincible in both close combat and long-range attacks. The oculist's biggest weakness had been completely remedied by him. Ding! Martial Spirit Eye is triggered in evolution path. Martial Spirit Eye Purple, Martial God Eye Orange, Martial Dao Heavenly Eye Gold. Yi felt incredibly shocked. It can actually evolve further. The highest level is actually the legendary Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Isn't this the warrior class's strongest divine skill? Ocular system, your oculist class is just a gimmick, isn't it? You want to train me into an all-rounder. Yi complained. The ocular system, after a long silence, actually replied to him. A high-level oculist should be a hexagonal warrior. Yi, ready to go, have you prepared your things? At this moment, Yun pushed the door open and entered. Yi nodded. Ha! Why do I feel like you're a little different? Yun looked at Yi with a surprised expression. How am I different? Yi asked back with a light chuckle. Do I feel like you've become more handsome? Yun shook her head. I can't quite put my finger on it. Teacher Tang, it's just your imagination. Is that so? Sigh, Yi, don't call me Teacher Tang anymore, just call me Sister Yun. Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Alright, Sister Yun. Yun revealed a gratified smile. Leaving the villa, Yun took him to Jiangnan High. There was a dedicated shuttle service there, which could take them to the provincial capital via the official roads built by the Xia Federation. Ha ha! Didn't expect it, did you? I'm here too. Your sister is coming with you. As soon as he arrived at Jiangnan High, he saw Bai Ruoqing waving at him, dragging a pink suitcase. Yi pouted. Tisk, bad luck. What did you say? Bai Ruoqing's originally sweet smile instantly turned into an angry little tiger. Yi! You're so unlikable. Be careful, you won't find a girlfriend in college. Yi pouted dismissively. He glanced at Xiao, then said earnestly. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Bai Ruoqing? You're an oculist. What sword are you drawing? Yi chuckled, she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand. He was a high-end oculist. Maybe one day he would learn swordsmanship. Alright. Yi, stop with the chatter. I won't be accompanying you to the provincial capital this time. Ruoqing will be going back with you. Yun walked over with a charming gait. Let me remind you first, the special recruitment exam at Jinshan Middle School is quite flexible, so you need to cooperate well. Among you, Jiang is an elementalist, and you are an oculist. Both of you are long-range classes. Hanchen is a swordmaster, responsible for close-quarters protection. Yi, what I want to tell you is not to rely on your powerful ocular art and charge too far ahead. If you encounter a close combat warrior, swordmaster, or saber master, it will be troublesome. Understand? Yi nodded. Xiao, on the other hand, gave him a strange look. Is Oculus long range? You know, during the forest training, the tricky sword strike he used to slay the golden feather snake was in no way inferior to any swordmaster or sabermaster. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Yun. Yi chuckled. Just then, Principal Tang walked over. Ah, the day is finally here, are you nervous? He asked the three with a smile. Yi pouted. Xiao silently wiped the iron sword in his hand. Zhang ran his hand through his hair. Seeing no one answered, Principal Tang coughed awkwardly. Yi, you three are Jiangnan High's most outstanding students. I have absolute faith in you, you will definitely get into Aegis University. Oh right. Your juniors have also prepared good luck wishes for you before the exam. Principal Tang turned and pointed. Above the teaching building, a banner floated down. Special admissions will win. Glorious Jiangnan. How about it, do you have any words you'd like to share with your juniors? Principal Tang asked with a smile. Keep a calm mind, study hard, and then you'll find that as long as you don't awaken a combat class, there's a good chance you'll end up working in a factory assembling screws. Yi said calmly. Principal Tang was utterly stunned. The first and second year high school students were also dumbfounded. That's well said, don't say it next time. Principal Tang said with a dark expression. The special car carried the three, along with Bai Ruoqing, away. Principal Tang watched the special car gradually disappear from sight, feeling incredibly weary. Yun, this batch of students is really hard to manage. He said forlornly. Especially Yi, his mouth is too poisonous. Yun remained silent compared to Yi, her boisterous student days made her seem like a good child. The school bus carried the three of them away. After getting onto the official road, the journey became wide, and the towering buildings that once stood side by side disappeared. Instead, there were stretches of desolate wasteland, and Yi even saw a group of fiends running rampant in the wilderness. These wastelands are lands humanity once lost, and they have now completely become a paradise for fiends. By Ruayu said wistfully, looking out the car window. If it weren't for a powerful level 8 formation master who built official roads between cities, human transportation would have been completely destroyed. Hearing by Ruayu's words, Yi also activated his X-ray vision. As expected, strong energy fluctuations and golden patterns spread throughout the void could be seen above the official road. A new era opened by a great catastrophe, but where will humanity's fate go in this era? In recent years, fiends have become increasingly riotous, and many powerful deities are also gradually recovering. Humanity's demand for powerful class users is also growing. This has also led many students from Jinshin Middle School to head into the wasteland to hunt fiends in their senior year. You are the hope for humanity's future, you must grow up quickly. By Ruayu said, uncharacteristically serious. Her gaze swept over the three of them, especially Yi. She wondered if her words could instill a sense of urgency in Yi. He couldn't always be so flippant. Don't worry, humanity will be fine. Yi said indifferently, chewing gum. He looked up at the sky, golden patterns intertwining in his eyes. Such an era always needs someone to end it, doesn't it? Chapter 15, by Ruayu, the person. The special car drove smoothly on the official road. By Ruayu rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window. You need to pay attention, this exam is not simple. There are only 30 spots for an entire province. In previous years, Transcendent Tier 4 control was barely enough, but now, Transcendent Tier 4 control is still very iffy. By Ruayu's mind conjured the image of that arrogant girl. Yi, if possible, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Oh. Miss Bai also needs my help now? Yi teased. This time, Bai Ruayu didn't retort. Well, if you encounter someone named Bai Ruayu during the special recruitment, I hope you can give her a good lesson. That's interesting, Bai Ruayu, from the name, is she your sister? Bai Ruayu nodded. Wow. I've seen living Bodhisattva sisters, but never a living King Yama sister. By Ruayu, you're really something. Yi exclaimed. He couldn't help but inwardly mourn for Bai Ruayu, whom he hadn't even met yet. How pitiful, even her own sister was targeting her. Bai Ruayu, if I'm not mistaken, is she that genius girl from the provincial city, said to be a once-in-a-century talent? Jian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I heard she awakened both the summoner and mage classes. Bai Ruayu nodded helplessly. That's right. Ruayu is my biological sister. She's been arrogant since childhood, and now that she's awakened dual classes, she's become even more so. She's so inflated that she doesn't think anything of her peers. I'm afraid this mindset will cause her big trouble in the future. Bai Ruayu's life has been too smooth. From childhood, she's been a little princess, held in hands for fear of breaking, and kept in mouth for fear of melting. Everything has gone smoothly without setbacks, which has fostered her arrogant and contemptuous personality. Later, she even awakened dual classes, earning her the title of a once-in-a-century genius girl, and Aegis University has even made an exception to offer her a direct admission spot. This only made her even more proud. Ruayu originally didn't need to participate in this special recruitment. Aegis University had already offered a direct admission spot, but she insisted on joining in. In her words, she wants to see what level her future classmates are, and she even wants to choose her future classmates herself. These words shocked all three of them. Does that mean she wants to choose the 30 candidates herself? Jian looked surprised. How interesting. By Ruayu, your sister has an even worse personality than you. I don't know why, but I already want to give her a good thrashing before even meeting her. I'll take this commission. I'll beat her so badly her own mother won't recognize her. Yi said with a fierce expression, rubbing his fists. That won't be necessary. Bai Ruayu's face darkened. Also, Ruayu could easily deal with multiple Transcendent Tier 6 class users when she was at Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation, and she could even attempt to fight a Tier 7. You must be careful and not underestimate her. In Bai Ruwaching's heart, she still leaned towards Bai Ruayu. Because she had witnessed Bai Ruayu's combat power firsthand. Summoned beasts combined with magic meant one person was an entire team. It was a cheating combat method. As for Yi, she had only heard about his achievements from Yun, and didn't really understand Yi's true strength. Don't worry, I just love teaching arrogant women a lesson. Yi gave an okay gesture. Bai Ruwaching's face was lined with black. Pot calling the kettle black, you're also an arrogant man. The straight distance of the main road was relatively short. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the provincial capital. You can stay at my place tonight. We can go to the examination hall together tomorrow. Bai Ruwaching said with a smile. The three nodded. The private car then headed towards the Bai family residence. The Bai family was a prominent family in the provincial capital, and Bai Ruwaching's father, Bai Shenqing, was a Tier 6 gunner. I told you, I'm allergic to peanuts. What's the difference between peanut butter and peanuts? The steak must be rare. Does what you've got here even meet that? I don't eat green onions. You need to pick out every single piece of green onion from this bowl of wontons. Strawberries? I don't want strawberry seeds, pick them out for me. Now I want to take a bath. 40-degree hot water, not a single degree higher. Plus roses picked fresh this morning. Before they even entered the villa, Yi and the others heard a haughty, clear voice. Sigh. Bai Ruwaching sighed. She's having one of her moods again. Ruayu isn't usually like this. Bai Ruwaching explained, shrugging her shoulders at the three people including Yi. What a pampered young lady. Yi sneered. As an orphan with no parents, he couldn't stand rich kids with such a princess complex. Jiang also came from a prominent family, but she didn't develop such annoying habits. Let's go, let's head in. Bai Ruwaching sighed and led the three people, including Yi, into the villa. The first thing they saw upon entering was a figure imperiously bossing around a group of servants. The person wore a pure white long dress, her face exquisitely carved as if by the hand of God, and her smooth black hair fell naturally, exuding a dark luster. In her arms, she held a small cat, which was yawning lazily. Flat-chested, Sundara, 1.5 meters. The moment Yi saw her, he instantly tagged her with several labels. Ruayu, stop throwing tantrums. The exam is tomorrow. Finish dinner early and go to bed. Bai Ruwaching walked over helplessly and instructed Bai Ruayu. Ah! Sister! You're back! As soon as Bai Ruayu saw Bai Ruwaching, a sweet smile appeared on her annoyed face. Yes, I'm back. Let me introduce you, these are the students from Jiangzhou City who will be participating in. But before Bai Ruwaching could finish, Bai Ruayu interrupted her, speaking in a spoiled tone. Sister, we haven't bathed together in a long time. Let's do it tonight. She hadn't bothered to give Yi and the other two a proper look the entire time. Ruayu, please listen to me. These three are your sister Yun's students, and they will be taking the special recruitment exam with you tomorrow. You can get to know them. Bai Ruayu reluctantly turned her head, but the gaze she directed at Yi and the others was still full of that condescending arrogance. I understand. You want me to help you pass the exam? No problem. Tomorrow, just follow me the whole time and serve me tea and water, oh. And hold a parasol for me. I guarantee you'll all pass the special recruitment. Bai Ruayu said arrogantly. Her tone even made the usually indifferent Xiao frown. It was even more so for Jiang. She also came from a prominent family and had been the center of attention since childhood. If it weren't for Bai Ruwaching's sake, she would have slammed the door and left. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. At this moment, Yi's piercing cold laughter echoed in the hall. Little sister, how old are you this year? Are you fully developed yet? Why do you only talk like an adult? After speaking, Yi's gaze fell on Bai Ruayu's chest. If Bai Ruwaching was all-encompassing, Bai Ruayu was flat as a pancake, forming a stark contrast. You, what did you say? You lecher. Sensing his gaze, Ruayu hugged the cat tighter, her face flushed as she shrieked. Sister, where did you find such a person? He's so rude. Chapter 16, Teaching the Tsundere Girl a Lesson, Special Recruitment Exam begins. Rude? I laugh. Is anyone ruder than you? How do you manage to look down on people with a height of 1.5 meters? Yi sneered. Zhang, standing by, watched the show with her arms crossed, completely at ease. Xiao stroked his nose, also looking like he was enjoying the spectacle. The attitudes of the three made Ruayu tremble with anger. Ali! Bite him to death. She patted the black cat's head with her small hand, and the black cat reluctantly let out a lazy meow. Then it shot out like a sharp arrow. Emitting a dark black light all over its body, it raised a paw and swiped at Yi. It was then that Yi and the others noticed that this black cat had 3 tails. This is a 9-tailed spirit cat? A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang's face. A 9-tailed spirit cat was a high-tier summoned beast. An adult 9-tailed spirit cat could rival a class user at the mastery level. Yi, be careful. Zhang hurriedly warned. Summoned beasts generally have strong close combat abilities. Interesting. You watched the 9-tailed spirit cat pounce at him, his expression unchanged. Martial Spirit Eye, activate. He murmured softly. Boom. His physical strength instantly surged 5-fold. Melee damage increased by 200%. Yi casually drew the iron sword from Zhao's back, who was standing nearby. Draw. Slash. Put. A single sword strike, like a meteor, like lightning, struck the 9-tailed spirit cat's head. Boom. The spirit cat was sent flying over 10 meters by his sword, crashing heavily onto the villa's dining table, its aura instantly dimming. Ali! Ruayu cried out in heartbroken surprise. She jogged over and picked up the spirit cat. You're too much. Why did you hurt it? Her eyes blazing, she glared furiously at Yi. What, it's allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to hurt it? Not killing it was already giving Ruayu face. Yi said coldly. You! Ruayu was so angry she couldn't utter a word. I'll be the first to eliminate you all in this special recruitment exam. She pointed at the 3 of them, Yi included, and said angrily. Heh, interesting, is that a challenge? If it is, I accept. Yi sneered. Ruayu, I'm leaving. As for your sister, if she doesn't change that rotten temper of hers, she'll accidentally get beaten to death one day. With that, he turned and left. Ruayu was silent. Although Ye's words were unpleasant, they weren't wrong. With Ruayu's personality, something bad would indeed be very likely to happen in the future. Wait a minute. Ruayu suddenly spoke. Your name is Yi, right? I'll remember you. Tomorrow's exam, I'll make you regret offending me, Ruayu. The girl straddled her legs, put one hand on her hip, and pointed at Yi, shouting coldly. Ye's eyes flickered, then he let out a sneer. Just a little girl whose feathers aren't even fully grown yet. Ruayu's face instantly flushed crimson. In that instant, she felt a chill run through her body, as if she were standing naked, completely exposed, in front of Yi. Ugh! She quickly covered her body, and that feeling then subsided. Ruayu, you shouldn't be so willful. After Yi and the 2 others left, Ruayu spoke with a bitter smile. Yi is an excellent oculist with strong abilities. He was able to kill a Transcendent Tier 6 Dark Cultist while he was only Transcendent Tier 3 Manipulation. You should try to befriend him. Humph, when I was Transcendent Tier 3 Manipulation, I was 100 times stronger than him. Ruayu pouted. Sister, stop talking. Just because he dared to hurt Ali, I can't swallow this. I'll definitely teach him a good lesson in tomorrow's special recruitment exam. Ruayu said firmly. After leaving the villa, Yi and the others had originally planned to find a hotel themselves. However, midway through, they learned that Ruayu had already booked a hotel for them and expressed her apologies to Yi and the others. After checking into the hotel, the night passed without incident, and time quickly flew by. The next day dawned faintly, with sunlight streaming down. Sign in. Ding. Host has successfully signed in for glaucoma white. Yee. I remember this being a kind of eye disease, right? Ocular system. Host, you're mistaken. This is a white ocular art, glaucoma, and its effect is night vision. Yee. After breakfast, they left the hotel, whereby Ruwaching's car was already parked outside. Humph. Ruayu, who was 5 feet tall, was also there, still holding her black cat, and snorting as she turned her back on Yi. The nine-tailed spirit cat looked at Yi with a hint of fear in its eyes. Yi and the 2 others got into the car and headed to the examination venue. The examination venue was the largest plaza in the provincial city. From there, a powerful magician would teleport them into the wilderness. That's right, the assessment location was the wilderness occupied by fiends. Powerful class users among humans had already taken action, cordoning off an area in the wilderness and expelling all fiends above transcendent tier. This assessment is very simple. Hunt fiends in the wilderness. The scoring device in your hands will count the points obtained from slaying fiends. Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation and below do not count for points. Starting from Tier 3, it's 5 points, then 10 points, and so on. The final score will be taken from the top 30 individuals. In the plaza, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking extremely serious, spoke to the group of students taking the assessment. He was a gold medal mentor from Aegis University, possessing the strength of a 6th level, domain tier practitioner. Now, all students participating in the assessment enter the teleportation array. He raised a finger and pointed at a large magic array not far away. The students walked into the magic array one after another. Yi saw Ruayu in the crowd, making a beheading gesture towards him. Yi scoffed. Once they reached the wilderness, this proud little girl would be at his mercy. Out of the more than 300 people participating in this assessment, Aegis University was only recruiting 30. Among the 15 major provinces of the Xia Federation, the number of specially enrolled students was 450. The remaining slots would be decided through the college entrance examination. The students eagerly rushed into the teleportation array. What was strange was that at some point, Ruayu was surrounded by 29 outstanding and impressive young individuals. These are all my personal guards whom I've personally selected. They will all pass this special recruitment. Yee! You 3, stop wasting time. There are no spots for you. If you don't want to be hunted in the wilderness, apologize to me now while I'm in a good mood. Say, Miss Ruayu, I was wrong. I, am worse than a pig or a dog, a lowlife. I am willing to be your slave, to pour tea and water for you. Ye's mouth twitched. Little sister, you're far too inferior to your older sister. Your flat chest has no room for tolerance. Yi spread his hands and teased. You. Yi. You're finished. I will never coexist with you. Ruayu cursed furiously, then stormed directly into the formation without looking back. Let's go. We've already reserved the top 3 spots for this special recruitment. Yi turned and said to the 2, then entered the formation. Chapter 17, Facing the Ruayu Group. Upon entering the formation, the scenery before him changed, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a crimson world. Red soil was everywhere, and an uncomfortable aura of malice permeated the air. This place must have once been human soil, where countless people lived, leaving behind beautiful memories and endless laughter. Yi squatted down and picked up a handful of soil. A stinging sensation came from his skin. The soil of this land was no longer suitable for human life, full of corrosiveness. Yi, a fiend has appeared. At this moment, Xiao spoke up to warn him. Yi stood up and looked up to see a group of zombie-like humanoid creatures stepping towards them. Yi activated his appraisal eye. Corpse, Transcendent Tier 3 manipulation. After humans die, their bodies rot, turning into corpses. Their resentment lingers for years, haunting this place. Bury them. Golden flames ignited in Ye's eyes. Boom! Golden lotuses bloomed across the sky in the void. In the blink of an eye, the corpses danced in the flames, then turned to ashes. The number on Ye's score tracker immediately shot up. Let's move forward. We have only 2 goals for this assessment: secure the top 3 and teach that arrogant little girl a good lesson. Yi rubbed his temples and said, "Open the sensory eye." Various areas were filled with colorful hues. Green represented no danger. Red indicated high danger. Yi led the 2 directly towards the red zone. On the other side. Listen up. Your goal is to prevent Yi and his 2 companions from passing this special recruitment exam. Notify me immediately if you encounter them. Understood. Ruayu stood on a large tree, hands on her hips, instructing the people below. Yes. Several people shouted eagerly. All right. Now, let's start racking up points. Ruayu began to write and draw in the air with one hand. Then, a rune attached itself to the large tree. With my magic, all fiends will obediently rush over here. There's no need to deliberately search for fiends. So easy. Under the blessing of her magic, this tree was like a delicious treat, continuously emitting a fragrance in all directions, attracting countless fiends, which they would then collectively slay. After several waves of this operation, their scores would leave everyone else far behind. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to shake. Ruayu's move had indeed worked. Fiends of all kinds, from the sky, the ground, and even underground, rushed towards her. Summoning art. Come forth. Big Black. Boom. A summoning array appeared, and then an incredibly massive arm stretched out from within it. Boom. The arm crashed down like a mountain. The fiends charging towards them at the very front were instantly scared senseless. Then it was slapped into a mist of blood. Haha, Big Black is very strong. Unless it's a transcendent 9th tier. Otherwise, he's no match. Ruayu chuckled. Boom, boom, boom. From the summoning circle, a figure emerged, revealing its full appearance. It was a completely black dragon man, with a pair of incredibly massive wings on its back, capable of covering the sky once spread. Big Black. Clear the field for me. Ruayu stood on the dragon man's back, pointing her finger forward. Roar. The dragon man let out a roar, instantly spread its enormous wings, and shot into the sky, raining countless fireballs from above onto the fiend horde. TSK, TSK, TSK. Patriarch Bai, your daughter's strength is truly extraordinary. Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, she's only transcendent 5th tier. Yet she's already contracted a dragon man. And a 9-tailed spirit cat. These are all summoned beasts with immense potential. In the spectator stands, someone looked at this scene in surprise and spoke to Bai Xianqing beside him. She's just a bit arrogant by nature. Bai Xianqing shook his head helplessly. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong with being arrogant? Prodigies should have pride. They have the capital to be arrogant. Ha 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 ha. The other person was unperturbed, instead bursting into laughter. In contrast, Ruayu remained silent. She was a little worried about Yi now. Her younger sister had only used her summoner's abilities. Her mage class hadn't even been used yet. Could Yi really defeat her? Ruayu felt a bit anxious. That girl Ruayu fights without restraint. Hopefully, nothing bad happens. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Yun. What on earth is happening over there? All that shelling. Yi and the other 2 looked at the soaring flames in the nearby forest, appearing somewhat surprised. Such a commotion isn't something ordinary people can cause. Yi activated ocular art. That little girl is luring monsters. She's got some tricks. It's an easy win, let's go find her. Yi sneered, and the 3 of them rushed into the distance. Kill. Kill. Kill for me. I am the commander. You are all warriors under my command. Ruayu stood alone on the back of a dragonborn, directing the people below. A group of classes and a large wave of fiends were locked in combat, their scores rapidly increasing. On the external score screen, Ruayu was in first place, consistently high, and from second to 30th were all her subordinates. Is this girl treating the special enrollment exam like her own game? Xianqing covered her forehead, a helpless look on her face. Xianqing looked at the golden medal mentor from Aegis University next to her, noticing that the other party's expression hadn't changed significantly. As long as it was within the rules, Aegis University wouldn't interfere with any methods used. Even if Ruayu's 20-plus subordinates ultimately secured the spots, others could only blame themselves for being too incompetent. Aegis University had no need for incompetent waste. It's that little girl indeed, she's gone crazy killing. Yi and the two others arrived nearby Ruayu and secretly observed. Should we make a move, Yi? Jiang asked. No, wait a bit. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Then our class can directly snatch their scorekeepers. That'll be even easier. There's no rule against snatching, after all. Yi gave a wicked smile. Jiang looked strange. Silently, he gave Yi a thumbs up. Scheming. So cunning. But it was indeed a good method. Yi hid and watched, just waiting for Ruayu's group to frantically farm monsters. A moment later. Almost there. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the three of them rushed towards the big tree. From her vantage point, Ruayu spotted Yi and the other two immediately. Yi found. Quick, capture them. Tie them up securely. Ali. Go. Attack with full force. Don't hold back. The nine-tailed spirit cat suddenly sprang from Ruayu's arms. Its body gradually grew, finally becoming a 4 to 5 meter tall cat, with 3 nimble tails swaying in the wind. Chapter 18, Eternal Burn. Eternal Burn. Roar. Ali swung its sharp claws, swatting all the fiends in its path into mush. Its encounter with Yi yesterday was due to underestimating its opponent and not attacking with full force, which led to it being injured by Yi. Today, it would avenge that humiliation. Interesting. Yi activated Golden Flame Art. The obstructing fiends were roasted into charcoal by him. Ruayu. Is your summoned beast in such a hurry to die? Yi snatched a long saber from a nearby examinee. Quick draw slash. Boom. Yi transformed into a black lightning bolt, slashing towards the nine-tailed spirit cat with his saber. Clang. The nine-tailed spirit cat swung its sharp claws, blocking his blade. The two collided, sparks flying. Good fellow. Quite strong. Yi shook his numb hand. Martial Spirit Eye. Activate. Phantom Blade Flash. Swish. Yi rapidly struck with his saber, bursts of blade light tearing through the air. Clang, 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 clang. Sparkling starfire exploded wildly in the air. Yi and the nine-tailed spirit cat were locked in an intense battle, creating such a commotion that ordinary people would find it difficult to approach. This nine-tailed spirit cat possesses extremely strong close combat abilities and impressive speed. It's comparable to a transcendent tier 6 or 7. Is this young man's class Saber Master? What astonishing swordplay! Someone on the spectator stands exclaimed in surprise. His swordplay is so fast. He can actually keep up with the nine-tailed spirit cat's speed. Definitely a Saber Master. If swordplay like this doesn't belong to a Saber Master, you can kill me and I still wouldn't believe it. Only Ruayu looked utterly stunned. Didn't Yunyun say Ye's close combat ability was his weakness? This is a weakness? Other strengths can't even compare to his weakness. Holy crap! Just then, someone cried out in surprise. He was holding Ye's profile sheet. This young man is actually an oculist. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. An oculist? How is this possible? An oculist's close combat ability has always been their weakness. How could he be this strong? Exactly. Oculists are pure cannon fodder class. Their close combat is rubbish. Their support is useless. And their only ranged combat can't compare to mages, elementalists, or gunners. This must be a fake oculist. A group of people began to doubt the authenticity of Ye's information. Could this close combat ability truly be demonstrated by an oculist? Even if Ye's swordplay could keep up, to take 10,000 steps back. Could his body keep up? Such high-intensity sword swings and clashes would cause even Saber masters whose physiques aren't particularly outstanding to suffer cracked tiger mouths and broken arms. Oh my god! Look at his tier! He's only transcendent tier 4 control. The crowd cried out in astonishment again. Holy crap! Transcendent tier 4 control. The combat power of this nine-tailed spirit cat is comparable to Transcendent Tier 7. He's fighting across 3 tiers? This is a genius. A top-tier genius. Transcendent Tier 4 control? He broke through again? Ruachu's heart was startled once more. At this moment, another person spoke softly. His ocular art hasn't been used yet. Everyone fell silent. That's right. His ocular art hasn't been used yet. If he used his ocular art, could his strength increase even further? Transcendent rank 8? Or? Everyone was a bit afraid to speculate. Even Aegis University had never seen a class holder capable of fighting 5 ranks above their own. Even by Ruayu, this dual-class genius couldn't do it. It's over, silly cat. You're no longer worth my time playing with you. Golden flame art. Ye's eyes flashed. Boom! Golden lotus flowers erupted from within the nine-tailed spirit cat. Meow! The spirit cat let out a cry of agony and then miserably collapsed to the ground, large areas of its body covered in burns. It couldn't get up again. Ali! Ruayu gasped in surprise. Yi! I won't let you get away with this. She commanded her dragonkin to charge towards Yi. Big Black! Attack him! At her command, crimson flames began to condense in the dragonkin's mouth. Ruayu! Are these all the tricks you have up your sleeve? That's too weak. Yi scoffed. He directly activated his Psion abilities, lifting himself into a float. If that's all there is, then game over. Everflame. Sovereign Blaze Eyes. Whoosh! Golden flames transformed into threads, coiling around Ye's body from his pupils. Moments later, a golden robe of fiery lotus took shape. Everflame. Burn! Boom! Flames filled the sky, overwhelming the dragon human. The golden flames in mid-air transformed into 18 types of weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, riddling the dragon human like a beehive. What? Everyone fighting below was stunned. It was incredible. Ye's methods. Was this truly just an oculist? Even a mage's prowess wouldn't be this impressive. There it is again. His immortal flames. Jiang waved her jade hand, and a group of fiends in front of her turned into ice crystals. She watched Ye's body enveloped by the golden flame robe, a look of shock flashing across her face. Sweeping clouds. Xiao unleashed powerful sword techniques, slaying several fiends. Indeed. He must be the one who can help me reach the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Yi, clad in the golden flame robe, floated in mid-air. Ruayu, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, then it's time for this game to end. Ye's calm voice rang out. Ruayu glared at his majestic, godlike eyes, gritting her teeth. Go! With a single wave of Ye's hand, the weapons burning with golden flames slashed towards the dragon human. Roar, roar, roar! The dragon human let out roars of pain. Once Ye's flames touched something, they would absolutely not stop unless he commanded them to. Big Black! Ruayu cried out in distress. Yi! You let Dahei go. Yi! Let him go quickly. Bai Ruayu shouted anxiously at Yi. Yi said nothing. He intended to teach this girl a good lesson. To let her know that not everyone in this world should revolve around her. Bai Ruayu. Yi. You forced my hand. Bai Ruayu's face completely darkened. Magic. Flame dragon. Breath. She clasped her hands in front of her, muttering softly. Boom. A crimson flame, like a rampaging dragon, rose from her body. Flame dragon breath. The flame transformed into a giant flame dragon. The enormous flame dragon roared at the sky, charging towards Yi with a terrifying momentum. The power of this attack had reached the limit achievable by a transcendent level. Dragon? Interesting. Yi's replicator eye flickered. Bai Ruayu, if this move is your trump card, then I can only say, you underestimate me, Yi, too much. Magic. Flame dragon breath. Boom. An astonishing flame also surged from Yi's body. The golden flame formed a stark contrast with Bai Ruayu's crimson flame. How is this possible? Bai Ruayu was completely stunned. This was a powerful magic recorded on a purple scroll. Even she had practiced for a full half-month to completely master it. How could she learn it just by looking? What kind of monster is he? No way. These young people are getting a bit out of hand. The people in the spectator stands also began to discuss. This he isn't a mage, is he? How can he use the same methods as Bai Ruayu? If I'm not mistaken, that's the blazing dragon's breath recorded on a purple scroll. Even a transcendent class requires a certain amount of time to master this skill. It's already astonishing that Bai Ruayu, being a transcendent class, has mastered it. What the hell is this Yi? He learns it just by looking? Could his ocular art be some kind of replicator eye? How could that be? Where in the world is there such a heaven-defying ocular art? If there really were a replicator eye, Yi wouldn't become an all-class user. Someone joked aloud. Chapter 19, I am your slave, Deity reappears. Boom! Golden flames rose, forming a golden fiery dragon, facing Bai Ruayu's blazing dragon from a distance. Yi! Bai Ruayu was clenching her back teeth so hard they nearly broke. Little girl, apologize to me now, and say, handsome Yi, I was wrong. I, Bai Ruayu, am a scoundrel worse than pigs and dogs. I am willing to be your slave, to serve you tea and water. Then I'll spare you. Bai Ruayu clenched her small fists tightly. This familiar rhetoric. Yi was taking the opportunity to get revenge on her. I will never beg for mercy from you, you bastard. Oh, well, can't be helped then. Yi spread his hands. Go! With his command, the golden blazing dragon roared and charged towards Bai Ruayu. Blazing dragon. Go! Bai Ruayu waved her hand, and her crimson blazing dragon also roared and charged forward. The two massive blazing dragons evaporated all the surrounding air, creating a vast vacuum. The next second, they collided. Yi's golden flame was far superior in tier compared to Bai Ruayu's ordinary flame. Boom! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Golden flames, like snakes clinging to bone, tightly enveloped the crimson flames, devouring them little by little until nothing remained. Once the crimson flames were completely devoured, the golden flame's power surged by an entire dimension, and the golden giant dragon grew visibly larger. It then opened its gaping maw, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged at Bai Ruayu. Ah! Bai Ruayu's face turned pale with fear. Don't come any closer. I was wrong. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Yi, I'll tell you. Boom! The giant dragon stopped right in front of her. She covered her eyes, looking on the verge of tears. Her nose twitched, making her appear utterly pitiful. I apologize to you. Yi, handsome general. Bai Ruayu, am a pig dog, scum worse than a pig or a dog. Mid-sentence, Bai Ruayu bit her lip with her pearly teeth, so ashamed she was about to cry. She truly couldn't bring herself to say those words. Only when it was her turn to say them did she realize how utterly shameful it was. And the most outrageous part was, this entire scene was being live-streamed. People outside could see everything. I am willing to be your VE. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What? I didn't hear you clearly, speak louder. Slave. Slave. Slave, alright. Did you hear that clearly this time? Ruayu shouted with her eyes closed. Woo woo. You're a bully. Her eyes were red, as if she would burst into tears any second. But Yi was completely unmoved. One should pay the price for their mistakes. That was the self-awareness an adult should possess. And, continue. Yi said calmly. Woo woo. Tang Ruayu spoke, crying all the while. I am willing to be your slave, to serve you tea and water. Alright. The contract is established. From now on, you are my slave. Yi said with a wicked smile. Ruayu looked at his sinister expression and instinctively clutched her chest. What do you want to do? Like a frightened little white rabbit. The relationship between master and slave, what do you think I want to do? A frivolous expression appeared on Ye's face. Ruayu's small face instantly turned pale. Woo woo. Yi, I was wrong. Spare me, I'm still a child. I haven't finished developing yet. My hair hasn't even grown in fully. Go find my sister. My sister is much older than me. Ruayu said with a crying voice. Outside, Ruaching had a dark expression. She truly was a good sister, selling her own sister in a blink of an eye. Xuanqing's face also didn't look too good, seeing his daughter act so disgracefully. Father, I know Ye's character, it's decent. He's probably just teasing Ruayu. Ruaching spoke up. I know, but... Ruaching, Yunyun student, how should I put it, his personality is just too... After a long pause, Shenqing finally uttered a few words. Too despicable. In the wilderness. Alright, since you've surrendered, obediently hand over your points. Oh, and your little brothers too, hand them all over. These are our spoils of war. Yi smiled as he collected the spoils. Soon, their points soared into the top 3. This Yi is not simple. Yes. He's probably the biggest dark horse of this special recruitment. It's not just Yi, the other two are also extraordinary. That girl is an elementalist, and her mastery of ice elemental power is exceptional. And she has a powerful force hidden within her that hasn't erupted yet. And that sword-carrying youth, extremely pure, with a clear sword heart, very much like the sword god of our Xia Federation. He's a born sword master. Plus Ruayu, TSK. Our southern province is going to be famous this time. This caliber of students would be top tier nationwide. These big figures from the provincial capital all looked very pleased that their province had produced geniuses. How could they not be happy? Time flew by, and 3 or 4 days passed. Since his points were already maxed out, Yi leisurely spent his days in the wilderness, as if he were on vacation. And Ruayu truly became his maid, serving him tea and water. Yi even managed to get a maid outfit from somewhere and forced her to put it on. Alright, the assessment ends tomorrow. Gazing at the setting sun, Yi was in high spirits. Before him lay a future path, a path filled with countless dangers but also infinite opportunities. Coming to this world, from a waste to the top of the special recruitment, next, Yi was going to college. Aegis University, the most prestigious academy in the Xia Federation. A sacred place that all class users dreamed of, and he already had practically both feet inside. Just then, boom! In the wilderness, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The external alarms immediately blared. Deity fluctuation detected. Deity awakening. All the big figures immediately sprang to their feet. On the screen, a blue-skinned giant, stepping on the crimson wasteland, was roaring skyward, his voice shaking the heavens. That's a deity awakening. Damn it! Why would a deity appear in the assessment area? Is this a hunting plan by the fiends and deities targeting our human prodigies? What kind of deity is that? Investigate the archives immediately. Swish! The deity had just appeared, and the gold medal instructor couldn't sit still, transforming into a streak of light and rushing out directly. Close behind him was Bai Xianqing, also a domain-level practitioner. The two rushed into the formation, intending to activate it, only to discover that the formation had been destroyed. Where is the formation master? Gu Tianming, a gold medal instructor from Aegis University, asked with a stern face. The formation master, has vanished, disappeared. Someone replied, trembling. Gu Tianming's expression completely changed. This was a premeditated attack. Destroying the formation, reviving the deity. This was an assassination from fiend and deity. The goal was to completely bury the human race's most outstanding prodigies, their future hopes, in the wilderness. Fiend! Deity! You all deserve to die. Gu Tianming roared furiously to the sky. Chapter 20, Prodigy Hunt Plan. We found it! Codename, Juling. It's a nightmare-level deity. At this moment, someone opened an ancient text and pointed to a page, trembling as they spoke. This deity awakened 30 years ago in the Northwest region. It was injured by a warrior-class master-level expert and has since disappeared. Its characteristics are immense strength. Terrifying strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas. And regenerative power that allows it to regrow severed limbs. What? Everyone was shocked. This was a nightmare-level deity. Its combat power was on par with top-tier master-level class users. It was 2 levels stronger than the feathered god that Yi and the others encountered in Zhengzhou City. Damn it! Gu Tianming's lips trembled with anger as he looked at the blue giant on the screen. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. What did you say? Deities have awakened in examination halls across 15 provinces of the Xia Federation. How is that possible? Gu Tianming's face was full of horror. They came prepared. Could it be that deity and fiend have already infiltrated the human race? Latest report. All candidates in Beiyuan province have perished. All candidates in Shandong province have perished. All candidates in Linhai province have perished. Candidates from 3 major provinces were wiped out by awakening deities in succession. The bigwigs present all turned pale. This was a major event. A major event without any warning. There must be traitors within the human race's high echelons. Otherwise, the deity and fiend attacks wouldn't have been so simple and easy. Everyone. Head to the wilderness. No matter what. The examinees must not be harmed. They are the cornerstone of our Xia Federation's future. Gu Tianming roared. Boom! Domain expansion. Annihilation Blade Realm. Gu Tianming's clothes fluttered as a dark, demonic blade appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and tore open the void with a single slash, stepping through it. His figure, enveloped in black blade light, reappeared several thousand meters away. Domain expansion. Super Energy Light Realm. A cool-looking pistol appeared in by Xuanqing's hand, and he vanished from his original spot. The other high-ranking officials also unleashed their powerful abilities and rushed towards the wilderness. However, without a teleportation array, even with their incredible speed, it would still take several minutes to reach the wilderness. These few minutes would be more than enough for the gigantic spirit god to kill the students 100 times over. Aegis University. In a simple secret chamber, a middle-aged figure in white suddenly opened his eyes. Fallen deities, dirty bugs, daring to think our Xia Federation has no one. Daring to disrespect our Xia Federation's prodigies. Truly asking for death. A sharp longsword rested on his lap, emitting a continuous hum. Old friend, you've worked hard. Let's slay a god together one more time. Boom! A blazing rainbow shot up, and the figure instantly vanished from the secret chamber. Today, the sword god of Xia Federation, alone with his sword, entered the wilderness. He went. Today's matter can be settled. Those fallen gods really underestimate our Xia Federation. They don't know that the Xia Federation has a diviner like you. In an office, two figures were drinking clear tea together. One was dressed in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. If anyone were there, they would immediately recognize him as Ning Zhao, the principal of Aegis University. He was also one of the high-ranking officials of the Xia Federation. An 8th-level class holder. The other was wearing a Taoist robe, dressed simply, even somewhat disheveled. Only his eyes, as bright as swirling galaxies, seemed to see through all directions, past, present, and future. Has the flower of time been planted? The 15 major examination halls have all had time flowers planted, rendering the fallen gods' methods null and void. Excellent, that's very good. The old man in the Taoist robe chuckled softly. This attack by the fallen gods could actually be a good opportunity. What do you mean by that? Perhaps these children will give us an unexpected surprise. The old man in the Taoist robe smiled gently. Let's look forward to it. The Time Flower, one of the treasures of the Xia Federation, can, to a certain extent, reverse time in a space-time continuum, bringing the dead back to life and dispelling disasters. The deities thought they had slain the elites of the Xia Federation, cutting off the roots of humanity, but little did they know their actions had long been anticipated. The only remaining question now is who is the mastermind behind this incident, who is helping these deities? And who is the traitor among the high-ranking officials of the Xia Federation? Boom! The spirit god's body was immense, over 100 meters tall, like a towering mountain. He walked through the wilderness, each step causing 100 meters of earth to crack. The colossal roar was like the heavy hammer of heaven and earth striking the hearts of everyone. What is that noise? Ye's expression changed. He could feel an extremely terrifying power approaching from a distance. It was too terrifying. Compared to that power, the feathered god in Jiangzhou City was as weak as an ant. Could it be the deity's revival? Yi exclaimed. Such a terrifying aura could only be explained by a deity's revival. What? The deity's revival. Zhang and Xiao, who were standing nearby, both had their faces change. Why would a deity appear even in the examination hall? Zhang frowned and said, "What are you all talking about?" Ruayu, however, still maintained her dazed expression, holding the kitten and looking at them with confusion. There's no way I could mistake this aura. It's definitely a deity's awakening. Run! Boom! Just as Ye's words fell, a mountain peak in the distance collapsed with a roar. A monstrous blue face appeared before them. Green-faced with fangs, like a demon. Holy crap! It really is a deity. Run! Ye's face immediately turned green. What kind of luck is this? He's encountered a deity twice in half a month. Is he a deity magnet? This is way too easy to die young. Where do you think you're going, you human little critters? A grotesque smile appeared on the giant spirit god's hideous face. He stretched out his arm, as massive as a mountain, and reached for Yi and the others. Ah! So scary. What is this? Is anyone coming to save us? No. I don't want to die. Where are the Aegis University mentors? Why isn't anyone coming to save us? The examinees screamed in terror, scattering, and fleeing. The deity watched the examinees scurrying away like insects, a look of extreme satisfaction on its face. Is this the future hope of the Xia Federation? They're even weaker than ants. The future Xia Federation actually has to rely on these ants to sustain itself. It's absolutely laughable. Xia Federation. Blue Star. Humanity. You are destined to become our meal. Boom! The blue arm descended, directly crushing dozens of examinees to death. Ha 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 ha! Hunting prodigies feels absolutely amazing. The Gigantes roared skyward, his voice thundering above Yi and the others like a clap of lightning. It left them dizzy and disoriented. Come. Let me have my fill. I want to see your faces consumed by fear. At this moment, the Gigante's gaze slightly narrowed. Oh. I didn't notice just now, but there are a few slightly stronger ants hiding here. His massive, bell-like eyes shifted, landing on Yi, Jiang, Xiao, and by Ruayu. Chapter 21, Heavenly Eye illuminates past and present. Boom! The Gigantes reached out a hand, grabbing towards the four of them. Damn it! Ye's expression turned incredibly grim. They had been discreet enough, concealing their aura and hiding in the crowd, yet they were still noticed by the Gigantes. Run! Yi called out, his eternal burning king's flames fully unleashed, his golden flame robe fluttering in the air. Burn for me! Boom! Golden flames erupted across the sky, and brilliant golden light shimmered in Ye's pupils, as if he were an ancient god walking among mortals. The golden flames transformed into a gigantic bronze bell in the void, crashing towards the Gigante's fist. Don't hold back now, everyone! Every second we can block is a second gained. Otherwise, we'll all die. Yi shouted to the others. Sword Heart Heaven Cleaver. Xiao, clutching his iron sword, entered a state of sword heart enlightenment. He slowly raised his sword at this moment. He seemed like a peerless sword immortal, swinging his sword to cleave the firmament. The heaven-cleaving sword intent of the Xia Federation sword god. Who are you, boy? Feeling that sword intent, the Gigante's face darkened. Over the years, the Xia Federation sword god had pacified the heavens with a single sword, standing guard outside the wilderness, and his heaven-cleaving draw sword art had slain countless deities. If there was one person in the entire Xia Federation they most wanted to kill, it was this sword god. You ant are actually connected to the Xia Federation sword god. Good, good, good. I can't deal with the Xia Federation sword god, but do you think I'm afraid of a mere transcendent level punk like you? The hand extended by the dueling god transformed into a fist, directly smashing down. Magic. Flame Dragon's Breath. Dual Annihilation. By Ruayu manipulated fire attribute magic, summoning two gigantic crimson flame dragons. Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips parted. Purple thunder illuminating heaven light. Boom! A noble purple lightning erupted from her body, and a brilliant lightning pattern appeared between her eyebrows. That's right, Jiang is a dual attribute elementalist. Ice attribute was merely a means for her to conceal herself. Her true trump card was the lightning attribute. Boom! A dazzling burst of purple lightning shot towards the dueling god. Golden flame bronze bell, blazing twin dragons, heaven slicing sword intent, purple thunder light. These four attacks erupted simultaneously. Even a metamorphosis level class holder would be blasted to dust. However, in front of the nightmare level deity, the dueling god, they appeared far too insignificant. Boom! As his massive fist descended, these few attacks couldn't withstand it for even an instant, exploding into a sky full of sparks in mid-air. Then, the enormous fist continued its descent towards the four without losing momentum. The four's faces turned incredibly pale in an instant. You guys! Retreat! Yi roared. Immediately after, he stepped forward, charging towards the dueling god's fist. Now, to break this stalemate, there was only one way. Gamble. Yi gambled that the ocular system wouldn't just watch him die like this. Martial Spirit Eye. Open. With both supreme ocular arts fully activated, Yi stood at the peak of combat power. At this moment, he had truly broken through the transcendent level realm and entered the metamorphosis level domain. Yet, before this deity comparable to a perfect being, he was as fragile as an ant. And it further deepened the killing intent of the giant spirit god towards him. The Xia Federation actually produced another prodigy like you. Is it not that the lifeline of the Xia Federation should not be severed? The giant spirit god looked at Yi, who was enveloped in golden flames, and his eyes burst with intense killing intent. He felt extremely fortunate in his heart that he had come today. Otherwise, if he were allowed to grow in time, he would become the second sword god of the Xia Federation. The Xia Federation absolutely cannot allow another figure like the sword god to appear. Die! Prodigy of the Xia Federation. All I can say is that you were born in an era of despair. An era where you cannot grow and will die prematurely. Boom! The giant spirit god's fist obscured the sky, like a celestial sledgehammer completely engulfing Yi. Ding! Detecting host's life or death crisis. Super ocular mode activated. Martial spirit ocular system upgraded to Martial Dao Celestial Eye. Usage time, 1 minute. A smile curled at Ye's lips. It worked after all. This ocular system is very protective of its master. Good ocular system, I love you so much. Yi instantly became confident. Please, host, do not be overconfident. Superocular mode is a built-in function of the ocular system itself. It can be activated once a month. If the host seeks death twice in a month, the ocular system will reluctantly have to find a new host. Yi. At this moment, the giant spirit god's fist had already struck his body. Yi. Zhang and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Bai Ruayu even burst into tears directly. She truly hadn't expected that in their moment of crisis, Yi would actually sacrifice himself to save them. It turned out she had misunderstood Yi all along. Yi was a very good person. He was a great saint. Woo woo. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. Next year on this day, your death anniversary, I will definitely burn 10 or 8 big beauties with figures like my sisters for you. Yi almost choked at Bai Ruayu's words. I'm not even dead yet. And you're already cursing me. Xiao also tightened his grip on his sword. Zhang's eyes were bloodshot. A seed of hatred had been planted deep in their hearts. Just then, a booming voice rang out. Heaven's eye illuminates past and present. Boom! One of the colossal spirit god's arms directly exploded in the void. A golden light shot skyward, piercing through the firmament, and blasted towards the boundless void. What? The colossal spirit god cried out in pain, his body suddenly recoiling 2 steps. He looked at that part of the void with a shocked expression. Yi, clad in golden flame robes, was suspended in the air, a dark golden vertical slit opening between his eyebrows. Dark golden ancient patterns flowed around him, that ancient vertical heaven's eye seemed to pierce through the myriad ages and heavens. Through vast ancient history. What kind of eyes are those? The moment he saw those eyes, the colossal spirit god felt a tremor in his heart. A great terror emerged spontaneously. Why do you carry the aura of the end of the great Tao? The colossal spirit god's voice resounded like a grand bell. Only those who have walked a class path to its absolute end can possess that imposing aura, an existence transcending level 9, a power beyond authority. A domain untouchable by anyone except the creator of that class. This domain is called Path N Tier. And at this moment, Yi displayed the aura of a martial arts Path N Tier. He's an oculist. Yet he exhibits the aura of the end of the warrior class. The colossal spirit god racked his brains but couldn't comprehend it. I don't know what end of the road you're talking about, I only know that you're about to die. Boom! Heavenly eye against the ages. Ancient patterns intertwined, and endless beams of destructive light burst forth from Ye's vertical pupil. At this moment, the gigantic spirit god seemed to see a silhouette. He stood alone at the end of the road. In front of him were countless terrifying figures, any one of whom could effortlessly obliterate him, super beings beyond his comprehension. And that figure merely opened his mouth softly. Heavenly eye against the ages. Boom! Endless killing light surged, rivers of stars flowed backward. The heavens dimmed. Stars exploded one after another before the all-penetrating killing light. Those terrifying figures let out enraged roars, struggling and shouting as they launched powerful attacks. Yet, they were still slaughtered one by one, with no resistance, in the boundless void. That figure turned his gaze slightly, and in the center of his brow, dark golden eyes shone, seeing through everything, perfectly identical to Ye's vertical pupil. No! 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 Kid! Who exactly are you? The gigantic spirit god roared madly. I cannot let you live. I absolutely cannot let you live. His severed arm actually regenerated at a visible speed. Then he clapped his hands together and slammed them violently towards Yi. Immense power. Boom! A tremendous pressure emerged before the massive fist even landed. This desolate land had already begun to crack and sink. The earth shook and mountains swayed, as if the end of the world had arrived. Under the heavenly eye, there is no life. Deity becomes mortal. Boom! Yi opened his martial Dao heavenly eye. The heavenly eye manifested, and killing light shot skyward. Golden beams evaporated the air, illuminating the entire world. In an instant, the gigantic spirit god's hands evaporated into thin air. How can he be so strong? He's just a kid. Boom! Immediately after, the golden beam, like a deity's arrow, instantly dispersed the clouds and pierced through the boundless void. Under this invincible golden light, the Titan god was utterly powerless, directly turning into dust. Ding! Host has slain the Titan god. The advancement conditions for Martial Spirit Eyes Purple have been met. Do you wish to advance to Martial God Eyes Orange? Martial God Eyes, under Ocular Art, physical strength is increased tenfold. Melee combatability is boosted by 500%. Can summon a golden martial god phantom to engage enemies. Chapter 22 comes to an end. Rewind to 1 minute ago. What is that? After activating their domains and rushing frantically, Gu Tianming and Bai Xinqing arrived in the wilderness within a mere 3 minutes. Upon stepping onto the Red Land, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. It was a golden beam of light, piercing through the firmament, raining down countless streaks of deadly energy, each one making people tremble with dread and fear. Accompanying the terrified roar of the mighty deity, Gigantes, both of them couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Could it be that a top-tier class holder arrived at the scene before us? The two exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. No matter what. Gigantes must have been slain. I heard his shrill roar even from this distance. Gu Tianming nodded. I hope the casualties this time aren't too severe. He sighed deeply. He truly didn't know how to report this to his superiors. Let's go. Speed up. If that top-tier powerhouse hasn't left yet. With luck, we might even get to know them. The two once again unleashed their domains and shot off into the distance. Yi. You. After slaying Gigantes, Yi shed his heavenly eye mode and slowly descended from the sky. Bai Ruayu looked at him, appearing somewhat frightened, somewhat terrified. Woo. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed at you. Please don't kill me. I really didn't expect you to hide your strength so deeply. You're such a master. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Is it fun to bully a little girl like me? She wailed, clutching her head. Ye's mouth twitched. Was this Bai Ruayu really thinking he was some big shot? Yi intentionally put on a stern face. Now you know how powerful I am? Still defiant? To be honest, my true identity is the vice principal of Aegis University. Even the sword god of the Xia Federation calls me brother. I concealed my identity to test the basic qualities of this year's students. It's clear that you, Bai Ruayu, are unqualified. I declare that you are disqualified from admission. Yi declared with a wave of his hand. Bai Ruayu froze in place, her face pale, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi. I was wrong. Can't I just apologize to you? Please don't revoke my admission. Woo. I'm already your slave. You can't do this to me. Bai Ruayu held the spirit cat, looking pitiful. Yi couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. All right, he was just teasing you. Jiang, stifling a laugh, patted Bai Ruayu's shoulder. Ah! Bai Ruayu was stunned, her small face puffed up in anger. Yi, you're too devious. You're too mean. I'll bite you to death. She lunged at Yi, claws out. Yi casually extended a hand and pressed down on her head. Bai Ruayu flailed her arms, unable to even touch Ye's clothes. With your 5-foot height, TSK TSK TSK. Yi chuckled and shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. After much fuss, Bai Ruayu finally settled down. She sniffled and extended her hand. I apologize to you all. My attitude was bad before. I admit I was wrong, I'm sorry. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Bai Ruayu, a class mage and summoner. Zhang smiled and extended his hand. Zhang, class elementalist. Please keep my thunder element a secret. Xiao, class sword master. Please also keep my sky-severing sword intent a secret. Yi rubbed his nose. Yi, class oculist. Good slave, keep your master's secret, alright? Bai Ruayu was so angry she gnashed her teeth. Just then, several figures abruptly appeared on the scene. Are you all alright? It was Gu Tianming. It's fine. Yi and the others shook their heads. Ha! Where is that powerful person? Did he leave? Gu Tianming asked in surprise. What powerful person? There's no powerful. MMMPH. Bai Ruayu was halfway through her sentence when Yi directly covered her mouth. He's gone, that powerful person was too strong. He killed the dueling god with one move and then left. Senior, do you know who he is? He saved all our lives, we want to thank him properly. Yi said courteously. Alas! I don't know either. Since that powerful person doesn't want others to know who he is, there's no need for us to disturb him. Yi nodded in agreement. Alas, what a pity. Before long, Bai Xianqing also arrived. Ruayu. Are you alright? Dad. I'm fine. Bai Ruayu shook her head, and as she spoke, she gave Yi a provocative glance. As if to say, my dad's here. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Yi gave a disdainful smile, took out his phone, held it to Bai Ruayu's ear, and played the recording. The sound played, and as it reached Bai Ruayu's ears, her face immediately turned pale. The look in her eyes towards Yi, at some point, had become a bit more pleading. This insidious, cunning, despicable, shameless man. He actually recorded it. So awful. It's good that you're okay, it's good. Bai Xianqing smiled, then turned his gaze to Yi. Young man, quite the methods you have. Not many people have been able to make my precious daughter lose face over the years. Yi bowed neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. Senior, you flatter me. I'm just better at dealing with children. This remark earned Bai Ruayu another fierce glare from him. Bai Xianqing, however, was indifferent. Young man, you are truly excellent. To reach this point with Oculist, a class that is not outstanding, you have reason to be proud. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Gu Tianming. Mentor Gu, the special recruitment slot should be confirmed now, right? Gu Tianming nodded. Yes, I will announce the rankings once we return to the provincial capital. It's just that these deceased candidates, alas, they were all the future hope of my Xia Federation. Damn those deities. Just then, Gu Tianming's phone suddenly rang. This is a call from the imperial capital. He was slightly startled and quickly answered the call. Mentor Gu, please proceed immediately to location XX to begin collecting the Flower of Time. After the call ended, Gu Tianming's face was filled with shock. What's wrong, Mentor Gu? Bai Xianqing asked, puzzled. Gu Tianming spoke in a daze. My Xia Federation's prodigies are safe. This was Principal Ning's strategy. Deities entered the game, and the sword god slayed gods. Heaven protects my Xia Federation. Gu Tianming was ecstatic. I'll go collect the Flower of Time first. You all will return to the provincial capital with me then. We will collectively witness the grand spectacle of the Xia Federation sword god slaying the deity fiends. This is the best moment to boost the morale of my Xia Federation. With that, Gu Tianming rushed off in a certain direction. Seeing Mentor Gu so excited, it seems the higher-ups of the Xia Federation have found a solution to this matter. Indeed, the thoughts of those great figures are truly beyond our prediction. Bai Shenqing shook his head with a smile. Let's go. I will escort the remaining candidates back to the provincial capital. With that, Bai Shenqing directly expanded his domain, enveloping all the candidates, and vanished from the spot. Chapter 23, Xia Federation Sword God vs Desolate Fallen God. Yi and the others returned to the provincial capital. Soon after, Gu Tianming also returned, bringing with him dozens of students who had all been killed by the Gigas during their exams in the wilderness. Mentor Gu, this. All the big figures exclaimed in astonishment. People who had died could be resurrected? The methods from the imperial capital are not worth mentioning. Ha 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 ha. Gu Tianming laughed loudly. Has the live broadcast started? It has. A figure in white, holding a sword, appeared on the large screen in the provincial capital. This live broadcast is being jointly streamed by all 15 provinces of the Xia Federation. It can also be considered a blessing from the sword god to everyone, right before the martial arts examination. The white-clad figure stood on the boundless crimson soil, expressionless. The long sword in his hand was enveloped in shimmering sword light, as if buzzing or roaring. How many years has it been since we last saw the sword god make a move? About 10 years, I think. I remember 10 years ago, a destruction-level dark nether god revived and caused chaos in the Xia Federation. The sword god struck it down with a single sword, and since then, he hasn't made another move. Ah! I really do remember that time. Back then, I was just a greenhorn. The sword god was simply my idol. Indeed. After 10 years, to have the chance to see the sword god in action again, my heart is so excited I can hardly contain myself. Just then, the scene on the screen dramatically changed. Buzz! The sword god pointed with one hand. A colossal silver sword blade emerged behind him. That was the rule of sword that the sword god wielded. Sword! Fall! Whoosh! The startled swan sword in his hand transformed into a soaring dragon, breaking through the air. The terrifying sword chi roared like a multitude of dragons, directly striking deep into the wilderness. Boom! The silent wilderness, like a reawakened volcano, erupted. A deafening roar resounded. Su Changhen! You go too far. Boom! A dark, giant hand emerged from underground, an immensely vast black mist obscured the wilderness sky for dozens of miles. You sun-fearing fallen gods! How dare you lay hands on the prodigies of my Xia Federation? Today I will slay 3 of your deities. As a warning to others. You are the first. Heaven slaying. Sword drawing technique. The sword god shouted coldly. Boom! The startling swan sword glided, the sword god wielding it with 2 fingers, and as one finger drew, the ringing of the startling swan sword was incessant. A clear sword energy flashed. The single strike seemed to split even the firmament in 2. With one sword strike, the black mist completely dispersed. Su Changhen! Do you really want to completely break ties with us? You fallen gods and my Xia Federation have long been irreconcilable. Slay! The sword god let out a clear cry, and the startling swan sword struck again. Don't think that just because your true form isn't visible, I don't recognize you. The netherworld twin fiends of yesteryear were ranked as destruction-level fallen gods. I slew the dark nether god. Where can you, the dark demon god, escape to? Die! Clang! The enormous sword light was incredibly brilliant, illuminating the barren land. The entire world appeared dim under its glow. Ah! Su Changhen! You deserve to die. Boom! A figure was directly blasted out from underground by the sword energy. It was a body obscured by black mist, impaled and killed in the void by a single strike of the startling swan sword energy. Many want to kill me, but you, dark demon god, don't rank high enough. So, just quietly go and die. Swish! As the startling swan sword turned, the dark demon god's body exploded in the void. Su Changhen's white robes fluttered, and the startling swan sword returned to his hand. He raised the sword, once again pointing it at the wilderness earth. Enough! Su Changhen! Isn't one destruction-level deity enough to vent your anger? A voice of dissatisfaction then rang out. At the edge of the wilderness, a figure with 6 arms, flowing white hair, and dressed in golden battle armor, stepped forward. Azura, ancient god. Su Changhen stared at him, speaking coldly. Su Changhen, I slew your human race's prodigies, and you killed one of our deities. This trade is fair, and it should end here. The Azura ancient god slightly raised his head, gazing at Su Changhen. A trade? Fair? My Xia Federation's prodigies are never commodities. I, Su Changhen, said I would slay 3 of your deities. Not one less. Until I'm stained with divine blood, my sword won't return to its sheath. Swish! The Ginghong sword pointed directly at the Azura ancient god. Good for you, Su Changhen. Truly worthy of being the Xia Federation's sword god, what audacity! But what if you, this sword god of the Xia Federation, were to die in this wilderness? What kind of devastating blow would that be for your human race? For the Xia Federation. I can't wait to see it. Boom! The Azura ancient god directly soared into the sky, his white long hair wildly whipping, his golden armor rattling. The Azura ancient god was not like the previous abyssal demon god. The abyssal demon god and abyssal underworld god combined were only then referred to as a destruction-level deity individually. They were far inferior to a destruction-level deity. The ancient god Azura is different. He is a bona fide destruction-level deity. And he was also one of the first batch of deities to awaken. His power is extremely formidable. You are the second. Su Changhen said indifferently. The silver blade, manifested by the rule of sword, behind him trembled wildly, then suddenly became covered with cracks. Boom! The next second, the cracks burst open, revealing a blood-red longsword within. Second rule. Blood slaughter sword. Swish! The startling swan sword in his hand suddenly became veiled in a layer of crimson. Blood slaughter Changhen art. Buzz buzz buzz. The startling swan sword trembled violently as if it had gone mad. Swish! An incredibly enormous crimson sword she shot forth, powerful enough to cleave the heavens and earth. Blood slaughter sword realm. Swords give birth to slaughter. Eternal hatred. The massive sword chi actually transformed into countless smaller sword chis, manifesting a crimson sword realm, trapping the ancient god Azura within it. Su Changhen. You actually intend to transform 2 great rules into the authority of sword. Truly worthy of being the most stunning sword god of the Xia Federation. Given time, you would become another figure of supreme authority. I cannot let you live today. Gods, come to my aid. The ancient god Azura's voice boomed like thunder. Only to see. The barren land trembled, and a crimson hand emerged from underground. A 10,000-foot figure crawled out from the cracks in the earth, entirely crimson, with 2 horns on its head, resembling a malevolent ghost. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow the sky. Red Demon God. Su Changhen enunciated each word. And me. A sinister voice sounded from behind Su Changhen. Su Changhen flipped his palm, and the Ginghong sword blocked in front of him. It blocked a demonic blade that emerged from the void. Shadow God Hunter. 2 destruction-level deities. Plus 1 Azura ancient god. Su Changhen had to face 3 deities of the same tier alone. Everyone in the 15 provinces of the Xia Federation fell into worry. The sword god of the Xia Federation was renowned, but the 3 deities were not weak either. The red demon god could destroy cities and split mountains, possessing immense strength. The shadow god hunter's assassination techniques were unparalleled. The Azura ancient god's combat power was earth-shattering. 3 deities. Any one of them would be enough to give a rule-level class holder a tough time. But the sword god of the Xia Federation had to face all 3 at once. The hot-blooded youths watching the battle wished they could rush up and fight the three evil gods in place of the Xia Federation's sword god. Chapter 24, The sword flows like a long river, becoming the one who ends this era. Master. Xiao looked at the white-clothed man on the screen, appearing a little worried. Is that the teacher you mentioned who has been guiding your swordsmanship? Yi nudged Xiao with his elbow. Xiao nodded. Master taught me a lot. He taught me how to use a sword, the character of a swordmaster, and the principles of being a person. No wonder there was news that the sword god of the Xia Federation suddenly disappeared for a year. So he's been with you all this time. The sword god of the Xia Federation doesn't have any disciples. If people knew you were his disciple, all the great families in the world would flock to curry favor with you, and even goddess-level school beauties would obediently climb into your bed. Yi gave him a knowing look. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Yi. You little brat, are you being stubborn? At this moment, within the screen, Su Changhen, facing three destruction-level deities alone, slowly raised the sword in his hand. I believe Master won't be defeated. Master said that as long as he has a sword in his hand, there's nothing in this world he can't cut down. Xiao said seriously. As his voice fell, Su Changhen's aura suddenly changed. Sword Realm. Arise! The sword realm enveloping the Azura ancient god suddenly expanded, pulling all four of them inside. Su Changhen. You're too confident. The Azura ancient god sneered. Did this Xia Federation sword god really think he was invincible? To actually face all three of them by himself. Boom! He stomped his foot, and his golden battle armor rustled. Six-armed heavenly king. Azura punch. Buzz. A giant golden figure appeared behind the Azura ancient god. This figure held 6 arms high, with radiant crimson gold light flowing all over it. It was as if a deity was looking down upon the mortal world, suppressing the heavens. Azura punch. 6 arms extended simultaneously, swinging their fists at the same time, and terrifying golden fist waves slammed towards the Xia Federation sword god's sword realm. 2 times amplification. 3 times amplification. 4 times amplification. The power of the Azura punches unleashed by the 6 arms directly increased 6-fold. Su Changhen's sword realm trembled violently under the force of the punches. He. Su Changhen, just die already. The Shadow Hunter god's body hid in the void, causing slight ripples in space. The next second, countless sharp blades slashed across Su Changhen's body. He dodged sideways, a lock of hair severed. The red demon god roared, charging straight at him. It threw a direct punch at Su Changhen. He blocked with the sword in one hand. And at this moment, the sword realm was already covered in cracks. Su Changhen. You are finished. The Azura ancient god sneered. Just as everyone was sweating for the sword god, a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Pulling you into my sword realm was not to trap you, but because I don't want this realm to be completely destroyed by me. You fallen gods are too conceited. Boom! Su Changhen's black hair danced wildly in the air, then transformed into a cascade of silver hair. Startling swan sword. Blood slaughter sword. He formed sword fingers with both hands, crossing them over his chest. Behind him, a silver blade and a blood-red blade floated simultaneously. Merge! At his command, the 2 swords astonishingly fused together. A terrifying fluctuation swept through the sword realm. The Azura ancient god's eyes widened. This is the fluctuation of authority. Su Changhen. You have already mastered the authority of the sword? No, that's not right. This is just the embryonic form of authority. Damn it! I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. The Azura ancient god's expression flickered between dark and light. 10 years ago, Su Changhen, having stepped into the 8th level, the rule level, had cut down the dark underworld god with a single, startling swan sword strike. 10 years later, he was using 2 sword rules to form the authority of the sword, clearly on the verge of stepping into the 9th level. This Xia Federation sword god was truly the most astonishing figure to grace the mortal realm in decades. Therefore, he absolutely could not be allowed to live. Attack together. Kill Su Changhen. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The Azura ancient god knew in his heart that if they couldn't kill Su Changhen today, it would be even harder in the future. Azura Fist. The golden phantom directly punched towards Su Changhen. At the same time, the other two destruction-level deities also attacked like madmen. But at some unknown point, Su Changhen had already gripped another sword in his hand. It was a sword as thin as a cicada's wing, imbued with an ancient charm. It was neither as sharp as the Jinghong sword, nor as volatile as the blood slaughter sword. It seemed to represent the most fundamental essence of swordsmanship. From the moment I grasped a sword in my hand at 16, I believed I would become the Xia Federation's #1 swordmaster. Beyond the reach of 10,000 people. This isn't arrogance. It's confidence. You must remember, in this world, only those with a clear sword heart can wield the authority of the sword. Under the way of the sword, all else is fleeting. With that, Su Changhen raised his hand and slashed out with his sword towards the three deities. Buzzing. An extreme killing light burst forth from the authority of the sword, a snowy white blade transforming into an boundless celestial river, like a galaxy hanging high in the sky, illuminating the wasteland and purifying this cursed land. Fall. Boom. The celestial river of swordsmanship descended, and boundless sword energy instantly engulfed the three deities. Terrifying. Horrifying. Too terrifying. The three deities were utterly annihilated into nothingness in a single encounter. Not even a speck of dust remained. Swish! With the longsword back in hand, Su Changhen spun it with one hand, carving a string of large characters into the crimson wasteland. Wishing all Xia Federation examinees prosperous martial endeavors. Then, he floated away. Oh 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 oh! Earth-shattering roars erupted across the Xia Federation. The legend of the Xia Federation sword god once again swept across every household, becoming the pride in the hearts of many young people. I heard the Xia Federation sword god holds a guest position at Aegis University. I must get into Aegis University. I want to be the Xia Federation sword god's disciple. First in swordsmanship, slaying three great deities with one sword. So cool. A person should be like the Xia Federation sword god. If I cannot achieve great feats like the sword god in this life, I might as well die. Marry a man, marry the sword god. Young people across the country were filled with furious enthusiasm, as if injected with adrenaline. Southern Province. That statement just now, your master said it to you, right? Yi asked with a smile. Shao nodded. Yes. Master said that, besides himself, I am the second person in this world with a clear sword heart. Very good, very good. It seems he cares about you as a disciple. The #1 swordsman in the Xia Federation, Shao, I look forward to the day you become the sword sovereign of the Xia Federation. You must surpass your master. Yi encouraged. Shao nodded seriously. What about you then, Yi? If I become the sword sovereign of the Xia Federation, what about you? What about me? I don't use a sword, and the title of sword sovereign of the Xia Federation isn't enough to satisfy me. Then what would satisfy you? Yi pondered for a moment, his gaze lingering in the distance. Just as Sister Yun said, to completely drive them out of this planet. Shao was startled. If that's the case, then you would be the savior, Yi. A savior? No, that title doesn't sound good. You can call me the Terminator. I want to be the one who ends this era. Some people are born destined to carry responsibility and fate. It is a mark etched deep within life itself, an inescapable trace. Compared to his wasted half-life and mediocrity in his previous life, you wanted to achieve something in this world. Chapter 25, Returning Home in Glory. Alright, next, I announced the rankings for this special admissions exam. Just as everyone was still immersed in the grandeur of the Xia Federation sword god, Gu Tianming's voice rang out. He held a scroll in his hand, looking sternly at the crowd of examinees below. First place in the special admissions exam. Yi. 3,700 points. Second place. Xiao. 3,242 points. Third place. Jiang, 3,239 points. Fourth place. By Ruayu, 2,145 points. Fifth place. Without exception, the three of them, Yi, dominated the top three. And by Ruayu, because most of her points were taken by Yi and the others, could only rank fourth. Gu Tianming read out the names one by one, a total of 30 names. The above 30 people are the students admitted to Aegis University for this special enrollment exam. Report to the imperial capital 1 month from now. Gu Tianming's gaze swept over the crowd of over 300 students. Some were happy, some were sad. The three of them, Yi, maintained their usual calm expressions. With their skill level, it would be difficult for them not to be in the top three. You three, come up here. Then, Gu Tianming spoke to the three of them. This is the reward for the top three in the special enrollment exam. As he spoke, he handed 3 watches to them. The three of them, Yi, looked at the watches, a hint of confusion flashing across their faces. All resources at Aegis University are priced in points. The reward for first place in this special enrollment exam throughout the province is 3,000 points. 2,000 for second, and so on. Gu Tianming explained. Yi, don't underestimate Aegis University's points. From what I know, many senior students don't even have 2,000 points on hand. These are good things. At school, some people even buy points at a price of 1,000 Xia Federation coins per point. Bai Ruwaching said as she swayed her waist forward. Yi was slightly surprised. Did that mean his 3,000 points were equivalent to 3 million Xia Federation coins? When did making money become so easy? Senior Bai, can points really be bought with Xia Federation coins? At this moment, Jiang suddenly spoke. She looked a little moved. Indeed, the Jiang family had a big business in Jiangshi City, and Jiang Mian was even the mayor of Jiangshi City. The Jiang family had nothing but money. Senior Bai, could you please connect me? I plan to buy points for 5 million Xia Federation coins. Jiang said seriously. Ye's mouth twitched. Is this the power of money? Terrifying. Bai Ruwaching looked utterly embarrassed. Little girl, don't overthink it. At this moment, Gu Tianming coughed and spoke. Although the market rate is 1,000 to 1, normally not many students would choose to exchange points for money. Students who get into Aegis University are extraordinary. Either they come from prominent families, or they have outstanding talent. They don't lack money. All right. Jian looked a bit regretful. That's enough. You rich women, how are poor kids like me supposed to live? Yi complained, clutching his chest. Yi, you're not poor at all. With your current potential, as long as you graduate from university, any force would be vying for you. If you're willing to come and help my father after graduation, my Jiang family is willing to offer you an annual salary of over 8 million. Jiang said solemnly. My Bai family offers 10 million. Bai Ruoyu also raised her small hand high. Although even after raising her hand, it was only about level with Jiang's height. All right. Are you holding an auction here? Yi, am not some auction item. Yi twitched his mouth helplessly. If you want to bid on this one. Xiao, you can take him and bid. He also has a lot of potential. Xiao. I really appreciate that. Afterward, Gu Tianming returned to the imperial capital with the assessment results. The Bai family hosted a banquet for Yi and the 2 others. Then, they planned to return directly to Jiangzhou City the next day. Yi. I want to go to Jiangzhou with you. At the banquet, Bai Ruoyu suddenly raised her hand and said. Ha? What are you going to do? Isn't it good to be your young lady here? Yi said, gnawing on a drumstick. No way, it's much more fun to be with you guys. Bai Ruayu pouted. Father plans to find a floristry teacher for Ruayu to cultivate her ladylike temperament well during this period before school starts. By rewatching secretly leaned next to Yi and said, "Oh." Yi understood in his heart. "Alright, you can go, but you have to listen to everything I say. If I tell you to go west, you can't go east, got it? MHM. I promise to listen to everything you say." Ruayu nodded faster than a pile driver. "Dad, how about I go to Jiangzhou with Yi and them for a couple of days? I promise to be good." Ruayu smiled sweetly. Sigh. Xianqing sighed, only able to nod. "Be obedient, don't cause trouble for young friend Yi." Then he turned to Yi. "Young friend Yi, I'm troubling you then. This card has 1,000,000 yuan, which is my daughter's activity fund. If she doesn't listen, you can just economically sanction her. This card is entrusted to you, young friend Yi, for safekeeping. You can use it as you please." Ye's mouth twitched. What kind of family is this? Activity funds in the millions? The next day, Yi and the others took the same car they came in and returned to Jiangzhou City from the main road. This time, it could probably be called returning home in glory. It takes about 3 or 4 hours to get back to Jiangzhou from the provincial capital. Principal Tang, the principal of Jiangnan High, was already waiting for them on the main road early. "Aya! The pride of my Jiangnan High has returned." Seeing a black SUV approaching, Principal Tang, accompanied by Yun, stepped forward with a smile to greet it. "Hey! Old Tang! I'm back!" Yi greeted Principal Tang from the car window. Principal Tang's smile stiffened slightly. "Well, Yi. The first time we met, you called me Principal Tang. Now it's Old Tang, is it?" Yi scoffed, pouting his lips. "What's wrong with Old Tang? Doesn't it sound good? Maybe someday when I become the strongest in the Xia Federation, I'll change it to Tangzi. Principal Tang's old face twitched as he listened. "You rascal! I'm not going to talk nonsense with you." Nobody could out-talk Yi. Talking more would only lead to anger. Seeing Principal Tang ignore him and instead warmly greet Jiang and Yun, Yi also pouted nonchalantly. "Sister Yun! Long time no see. Give me a hug." He walked towards Yun with a grin. Yun smiled and hugged Yi, a brief touch and then separation. "It's only been a few days, why long time no see?" "Sister Tang! Long time no see." Ruayu got out of the car, holding her spiritual cat. "Ruayu, you're here too?" Yun looked somewhat surprised. "How are you with Yi and them?" Based on Yun's past understanding of Ruayu, she was a proud person and, theoretically, wouldn't look favorably upon Yi and the others. "Sister Yun, she's my slave now." Yi reached out and ruffled Tang Ruayu's hair. This earned him a roll of her eyes. "Huh? A slave? Yi, you young people play so wild?" Yun was dumbfounded. Chapter 26, A Brother in Trouble. "No, that's not it, Sister Yun, it's not the kind of slave you're thinking of, it's the kind where I do whatever he tells me to do." Ruayu waved her small hands, her face flushed as she explained. "Huh?" Yun was dumbfounded. "Alright, stop explaining, you're just making it worse," Yi said, speechless. Afterward, Principal Tang hosted a banquet to entertain Yi and the others. "Yi, the martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I plan to have you all return to Jiangnan High to share some experiences with the students who are about to step onto the battlefield." Yi readily agreed. Jiangnan High hadn't produced a single student admitted to Aegis University in 4 years. This year, 3 came at once. And they were the top 3 special recruits. Principal Tang was overjoyed. On a whim, he drank 3 caddies of white liquor. He didn't even use his abilities to sober up. He collapsed directly in the private room, unable to get up again. "Sorry, Yi, my dad drank too much. I'll take him home. You all take your time and enjoy your meal." Yun, with an apologetic expression, helped Principal Tang up from the floor. Go, Sister Yun, take good care of the old man." Yi waved his hand. After Yun and the other person left, Yi pulled out his phone. He hadn't seen Hao for a while, and since Hao was his good brother, Yi wanted to invite him out for a good get-together. After all, once they went to college, the time they'd spend together would be much less. "Hey! Haozi! Where are you?" "I'm back in Jiangzhou." "Come back and let's get together." "Yes, Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Private room 302. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Yi hung up the phone. "A good friend, I called him over to hang out," he explained to Jiang and the others. A moment later, the private room door opened, and a figure walked in. "Haozi! Come, over here." Yi pulled Hao to sit down. He poured him a glass of wine. "Yi, congratulations. I've already heard. Special enrollment first place, that's truly impressive." As he spoke, he raised his glass. "And congratulations to school beauty Jiang and classmate Xiao. You are all the pride of Jiangnan High," he said, then drank it all down. "What's wrong, Haozi? You're speaking so sentimentally today." After not seeing him for a few days, Yi felt that Hao had indeed changed somewhat. He no longer seemed as careless as before. He looked much more mature, and also a bit more dejected. "Yi, actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you about my visit this time." Hao clenched his fist, then relaxed it. "I'm leaving." "Where to?" "Leaving Jiangzhou City. I don't know where I'm going yet, just taking it one step at a time." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yi frowned and retorted. "What about the martial arts exam? You're not taking it?" "Forget it, everything is meaningless now." Hao's face was full of bitterness. "What exactly happened? Tell me." "Forget it, I don't want to drag you down, Yi. You should have a bright future." Hao shook his head. "What are you talking about? We've been classmates for 3 years. You gave me that vitality potion without a second thought. Now you're in trouble, how can I not help you? Speak." Under Ye's insistent questioning, Hao could only recount the events in detail. It turned out he had a girlfriend, a student from Qingchuan Middle School, next door to Jiangnan High. Then, a rich second-generation heir had been relentlessly pursuing his girlfriend. That wealthy heir's family was very powerful in Jiangzhou City. At the very least, they were more powerful than Hao's family. Most importantly, that rich heir had someone behind him, the secretary of a high-ranking official in Jiangzhou City's power center. Because the other party had poached Hao's girlfriend, in a fit of rage, Hao had beaten the other party into the hospital. This led to a huge problem, like stirring up a hornet's nest. The other party's father launched a full-scale attack on Hao's family businesses and, with the help of that secretary, eventually swallowed up all of Hao's family assets. They were also ordered to get out of Jiangzhou City within 3 days, or else Hao's entire family would be thrown into the pond to feed the fish. I was sincere with Zhang Yu. In all the years we dated, I never treated her poorly. I'd buy her anything she wanted. I even planned to have my dad buy a house so we could get married after graduating college. But I never expected her to betray me. Hao chugged down the white wine, his face full of helplessness and bitterness. Wang Jue's family has a strong background. That high-ranking official secretary can freely mobilize powerful class users. My family truly can't compete with him. We can only run, or else we won't even keep our lives. I can't let my parents be dragged down by my messed-up affairs. This experience had transformed Hao from a dissolute young master, making him much more mature, but now it was too late. Boom! Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open. A young man wearing sunglasses and with a bandage wrapped around his head walked in, arm in arm with a scantily clad and quite alluring woman. How? My dad already told you to get out of Jiangzhou City within 3 days. How can you still have the leisure to drink here? The young man completely ignored Yi and the others, strutted arrogantly in front of Hao, and mocked him condescendingly. Wang Jue, there's no need to rush. We still have 2 hours until the 3-day deadline, and we'll leave on time. Hao clenched his fists, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Especially upon seeing the woman nestled in Wang Jue's arms, Hao's expression became even more pained.
Hao, what are you looking at? Yeah is my woman now.
Wang Jue sneered, then leaned in and gave Zhang Yu a hard kiss on the lips.
He even made a deliberately loud smack.
Hao was so angry he nearly picked up a wine bottle.
Zhang Yu, I'm about to leave Zhengzhou City. Before I go, I just want to ask you one question. Haven't I been good enough to you these past 2 years? Why did you betray me? Hao asked with a cold face.
To his surprise, Zhang Yu showed no shame whatsoever, leaning her head further into Wang Jue's embrace. Hao, I have a combat class, and you're just a lowly life class. Young Master Wang said that as long as I'm with him, he can send me to a martial arts university in the imperial capital.
Can you do that, Hao?
Setting aside the fact that your family isn't as rich as young Master Wang's, even if it were, in this world, powerful class holders are always nobler than a merchant.
Scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, you're at the lowest rank. And I want to be the highest ranking, powerful class holder. I'm already not in the same world as you.
Zhang Yu said with a face full of disdain. Hao painfully closed his eyes.
Fine.
Consider me, Hao, to have been mistaken all these years. For falling for a gold digger like you. As if his heart had died, Hao stumbled out of the private room.
Wait a minute.
At this moment, Yi suddenly grabbed his arm.
You're just going to leave after being wronged like this? That's not like my brother, Yi. I need to get this back for you today, brother.
Yi stared coldly at the two. His gaze finally fell on Wang Jue.
Brother, do second-hand goods taste good? Chapter 27, Time to Show Off.
What did you say?
Wang Jue frowned. Who are you calling second-hand goods?
Zhang Yu, in his arms, also suddenly realized that Yi was talking about her.
Ha? Isn't she second-hand goods? Did I say something wrong?
Saying this, Yi suddenly turned his head.
How, you dated her for 2 years, and you never slept with her? How could that be? Hao rolled his eyes. Then how many times have you slept with her? Hao thought for a moment.
At least twice a week, I'd say. For a while, it was almost 2 or 3 times a day.
Probably 100 or 200 times.
No wonder you were always dozing off in class for a while, looking completely drained.
Yi teased. Hear that? 100 or 200 times, and that's not considered second-hand goods?
Yi sneered. No matter how shameless Zhang Yu, as a girl, was, Yi's words still made her face turn pale with anger. Wang Jue also looked like he had eaten dirt. Although he knew Zhang Yu had slept with Hao, and many times at that, he was actually the one who stole Hao's woman, cuckolding him. But the way it came out of Ye's mouth, it sounded like he had picked up someone else's unwanted trash. What gang are you with, kid? Are you trying to stick up for this little punk? Wang Jue pointed at Yi and said fiercely. I generally don't stick up for others. Yi said indifferently. A hint of disappointment flashed across Hao's face. Wang Jue, however, became smug. Humph. Coward, I'll tell you. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard Yi say disdainfully. I usually just take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi backhanded Wang Jue with a powerful slap, sending him flying into the wall.
Ah! Young Master Wang! Are you all right?
Zhang Yu shrieked and rushed towards Wang Jue.
Ye's slap was powerful enough that Wang Jue was embedded in the wall and couldn't be pulled out. You're finished. Kid! How dare you hit me? You're dead. Do you know who I am?
I swear, your fate will be worse than Hao's. I'll send your whole family into the river to feed the fish. Wang Jue struggled to climb down from the wall.
That awesome? Always talking about sending people to the river to feed the fish? Who's behind you? Yi asked curiously. Humph. Kid, listen up. The person behind me is the secretary to the Zhengzhou city mayor. Secretary Chen, Lord Chen. Scared now, aren't you? You've offended me, and there'll be no place for you in the entire city of Jiangzhou. Even Mayor Jiang won't let you off. Wang Jue said menacingly. If you know you're scared, then obediently apologize to me, kowtow 200 times, and then send those two beauties to my bed. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven won't be able to save you. However, Yi just smiled, a very happy smile. His gaze turned to Zhang. Now you know what to do, right? Zhang nodded. She took out her phone and made a call. She briefly explained the situation. And he didn't forget to add after finishing. The other party also said he wants your daughter in his bed. Then he hung up the phone. Seeing this, Wang Jue sneered. Calling people? Who doesn't have connections? In this Jiangzhou city, there's no one Wang Jue can't afford to offend. He stood up with Zhang Yu's help. This young master will show you what connections mean. Saying that, he also made a call. Dad. I've been beaten. Right here at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. The other party even verbally insulted Secretary Chan. And declared that you're nothing. You better come and deal with this quickly. Alright. I'll hang up now. Wang Jue hung up the phone. Haha, my dad will be here soon. You're finished. If you're smart, apologize to me quickly, the demands I made earlier are still valid. Yi, you guys should leave quickly. Wang Jue's family has a lot of power, you can't afford to offend them. In Jiangzhou, very few people can afford to cross them. Hao pulled Ye's arm and advised. He still didn't know Zhang's true identity, only thinking he was some rich young master. But even if he was a rich young master, the gap between him and Wang Jue was huge. Ordinary rich young masters couldn't beat him. The person behind the other party was the secretary of the Jiangzhou market. He could even command the Jiangzhou mayor. That was a figure who had immense power in Jiangzhou city. A moment later, the door was kicked open. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a potbelly, walked in. Xiao Jue, who's bullying you? Hello, Uncle Wang. Seeing Wang Jue's father, Wang Yuan, enter, she respectfully greeted him. Wang Yuan nodded. Tell me, Xiao Jue, who bullied you? Dad. It was them. These little punks. They're with Hao. Wang Jue, seeing his father arrive, immediately puffed up. He pointed at Yi, feigning bravery. He even said you're just a fart. Secretary Chan isn't even a fart. What? Hearing this, Wang Yuan's face changed drastically. Whose brat is this? Spouting nonsense, with no manners whatsoever. Wang Yuan glared fiercely at Yi. If no one at home taught you how to speak, then let me teach you how to be a person in place of your parents. Ye's face darkened. You have the guts to repeat what you just said. In Ye's hand, a ball of light flickered. So, you're a combat class user. Humph. Kid. Is this what you're so arrogant about? Wang Yuan folded his arms across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Although he wasn't combat class, the person behind him could mobilize combat class users. A student. He naturally didn't put him in his eyes. Kid, I advise you to show me some respect. Secretary Chan will be here soon. If you dare to lay a hand on me, don't blame me for having him strip you of your qualification to take the college entrance exam. Dad, why isn't Secretary Chen here yet? Wang Jue asked. He was already eagerly imagining Yi and the others kneeling before him in terror, and then toying with those two beautiful girls right in front of them. Don't worry. Secretary Chan will be here any minute. And a very important person will be coming with him. That important person is like this in Jiangzhou city. Wang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Could it be? Wang Jue's face brightened. Good, good, good. Even that esteemed person is coming. They're completely finished. No matter what backing they have, it's useless. Wang Jue was ecstatic. Kid. You're finished. And you. How? I offered you a way out, to leave Jiangzhou City, but you didn't take it. Now you can't leave. You're all going to feed the fish in the river. Hao's face grew even paler. Wang Jue, however, trembled with excitement, as if he'd forgotten the pain in his body. Young Master Wang is amazing. So powerful. Zhengyu clapped her hands, smiling, feeling increasingly glad she had chosen Wang Jue. Clearly, her choice was not wrong. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again. A figure of great authority walked in. Following behind him was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a suit, but appearing timid and subservient. Secretary Chen. The moment they saw the man with glasses, the eyes of Wang Yuan and his son immediately lit up. They quickly went to greet him. Then they bowed obsequiously to the authoritative man in front of Secretary Chen. Mayor Jiang. I've long admired your reputation. Hello? Hello? Mayor Jiang, you're so busy with a myriad of tasks, how could such a trivial matter warrant your special trip? He. Wang Yuan bowed, no longer displaying his earlier outward bravado, but instead humbly extended his hands, wanting to shake Jiang Mian's hand. Chapter 28, It feels so good to show off. Jiang Mian completely ignored him. Explain, what's going on? He said indifferently. Secretary Chen was bent over, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Mayor, this is all. But before he could finish, Jiang Mian interrupted him. I said, I want these two Mr. Wangs to explain. The Wang father and son froze, then were overjoyed. This meant Mayor Jiang was going to stand up for them. So they began to embellish their story, throwing all sorts of insults at Yi and the others. They became more and more agitated, spitting as they spoke. Completely oblivious to Secretary Chen, whose face was pale, constantly signaling them with his eyes. Secretary Chen was now trembling so much his legs were shaking, unable to stand steady. He was just short of blacking out. So that's how it is. After they finished speaking, Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully. Please, Mayor Jiang, be our judge. Severely punish these students with low moral standards. Exactly. Mayor Jiang. This Hao, after failing to harass my girlfriend, injured me with a wine bottle. This kid too, stood up for Hao and injured me. They truly disregard the laws of Jiang City. I beg Mayor Jiang to do us justice. Wang Jue put on a victimized expression, saying pitifully. Zhengyu, beside him, also showed off her impressive acting skills, crying a torrent of tears. As if she had truly suffered some immense grievance. Your Honor, the mayor. If my boyfriend hadn't arrived in time, I would have been defiled by Hao. Yi and the others stood with their arms crossed, watching the scene at their leisure. Only Hao was kept in the dark, his lips trembling with anger. Too much bullying. He had never seen such bullying. Wang Jue. Zheng Yu. If you have a problem, come at me. Let my classmates go. Tisk, how, do you think you're still in charge now? Wang Jue glanced at him dismissively. Alright, I understand this matter now. At this moment, Jiang Mian waved his hand and said. Now I'll ask these young ones over here again. With that, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Mian's mouth. His gaze turned to Jiang. Is it as he said? Roar. Wang Jue and the other two were stunned. Such an intimate address? Mayor Jiang is truly approachable. But the next second, they heard Jiang's clear reply. Dad, do you actually believe them? Dad? Oh my, do young people nowadays really like to get close to others so much? But even calling him Dad won't work. Mayor Jiang won't forgive you that easily. No. Holy crap. The two suddenly reacted. They looked at Jiang as if they had seen a ghost. You. Wang Jue pointed at Jiang, speechless for a long time. Jiang smiled gracefully. Let me introduce myself, my name is Jiang,
and this is my father, Zhang Mian." The two froze on the spot.
Hao also looked dumbfounded.
Then, Yi and the others also spoke up. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi, the first special recruit to Aegis University in Southern Province."
Xiao, the second special recruit to Aegis University in Southern Province.
"I Ruayu, the fourth special recruit to Aegis University in Southern Province, but my dad is by Xianqing from the provincial capital." The little girl pouted and said with a sly look. She loved these kinds of show-off situations the most. Especially how Wang Yuan and his father had been jumping around just now, acting exactly like clowns. Hearing Bai Ruayu's words, even Zhang Mian glanced at her in surprise.
The Bai family, that was a prominent family in the provincial capital.
Much more powerful than his Zhang family.
I swear. Wang Zhui and his son almost choked.
What kind of big shots were gathered here today?
If you had announced your names earlier, we wouldn't have been jumping around like this. What was the weight of being the top special recruit for Aegis University?
You know, Zhang Nanhai hadn't had a student admitted to Aegis University in 4 years. Now that they finally had a few, Principal Tang valued them more than his own life.
And Principal Tang's status in Zhangzhou was no less than Zhang Mian's. That meant Principal Tang was standing behind Yi and the others. And Jiang is Zhang Mian's daughter.
This incident has offended 2 of Jiangzhou City's top bigwigs.
Mayor. I was wrong. They forced me. The Wang father and son forced me.
At this moment, Secretary Chen finally had a chance to speak.
He plopped down and knelt directly in front of Zhang Mian.
Zhang Mian said with a fake smile.
"My dear Secretary Chen, is there still someone in Jiangzhou City who can force you?
You're really something, always telling people to get out of Jiangzhou, or else be thrown into the river to feed the fish, tsk.
You really have status. Why don't you just throw me, Zhang Mian, into the river now?" No. Mayor.
Even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare. Secretary Chen lay on the ground trembling, cold sweat dripping down incessantly.
"Humph." Zhang Mian snorted coldly.
"Whether you dare or not, I don't know, but your guts are certainly not small.
From today onwards, you are no longer my secretary.
And I will immediately send people to investigate your financial situation over the years.
If any problems are found, you will spend the rest of your life in prison." No.
My dear Mayor.
Please spare my life.
Secretary Chen was so scared his face turned ashen.
I've already given you a chance. Or is Secretary Chen asking me to execute you on the spot? As the mayor of Jiangzhou City, Zhang Mian had the full power to decide life and death.
I. Secretary Chen immediately slumped to the ground in fear. His face was ashen. His life was over. Completely over. Even Secretary Chen was like this, so Wang Yuan and his son were even more terrified.
Too ruthless. Executing people at the drop of a hat. Thump. The father and son immediately knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. "Oh, what's wrong, you two?
I just saw you puffing out your chests like fighting cocks, holding your heads high.
What happened now, lost your nerve?"
Yi chuckled as he strolled over to the 2 men.
The 2 knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe.
"Yi. Young friend Yi, it was our fault just now, we were blind.
It's our mistake, and we are willing to compensate. Anything you want is fine.
Please spare our lives,"
Wang Yuan said, trembling. "Stop dawdling. Of course, it's true. Absolutely true. Alright, then I want all of your Wang family's assets." Wang Yuan's body trembled. He hadn't expected Yi to be so ruthless and unforgiving. But the current situation left him no room for hesitation.
"Okay, I'll give them. And then I want you father and son to feed the fish in the river."
The Wang father and son? Mayor Jiang, what do you think of my decision?
Yi smiled, looking at Zhang Mian.
Jiang Mian nodded. This is exactly what should be done with pests like these in Zhang City.
Good, good, good.
Yi chuckled. How about it, how? I've solved the problem for you, brother. I've gotten your assets back.
You don't have to leave, make sure you take the college entrance exam tomorrow. Hao's face was like a roller coaster, changing from red to white. Finally, it turned into one sentence.
Thank you, brother.
At this moment, Zheng Yu, who was nearby, rushed to Hao like a madwoman. She clutched his arm, pleading with tears streaming down her face.
Husband. I was wrong. I was wrong. He forced me to do it. There's nothing going on between him and me. He didn't move. He didn't move.
Yi stepped forward with a teasing smile.
Right. Just China Unicom, no China Mobile, do you think I'd believe that? If not, then I'm China Telecom, huh? A flicker of annoyance crossed Hao's face.
He flung Zheng Yu away, then slapped her across the face.
Get out.
Bitch. Let's go, we'll find another place to continue drinking. Yi chuckled. Mayor Jiang, we'll take our leave first, this place.
Jiang Mian nodded. Go have fun, I'll handle things here.
Then Yi and his group left the private room. Jiang Mian's face immediately turned cold. He grabbed Wang Jue by the collar.
Wang Jue trembled in fear.
No one in this world can bully my daughter, Jiang Mian.
You're great. Truly great. Someone. Break their limbs. Throw them into the river to feed the fish. All three of them.
Oh, and tie a big rock to them too, so they don't float up. Such is the world of class holders, there are no many rules and regulations.
With powerful strength comes absolute authority. Chapter 29, Man proposes, God disposes. At a barbecue stall in the night market.
Well, now that those cone-shaped father and son are gone, you better ace your college entrance exam tomorrow, kid.
He raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Hao's. Cone-shaped father and son?
Yi, why do you call them that? By Ruayu, gnawing on a skewer of lamb, her mouth glistening with oil, mumbled her question.
One is called Wang Jue cone and the other Wan Yuan circle, aren't they just a cone?
Yi pursed his lips.
I really don't know how your brain works.
Humph. By Ruayu huffed lightly, continuing to munch on her lamb skewers. Brother, honestly, I don't really have high hopes for getting into college. Hao said bitterly after taking a sip of beer. You, student Xiao, and school beauty Jiang all awake in combat classes. You're destined to become prominent figures in the Xia Federation. As for me, I awakened a lifestyle class, a blacksmith. What's the use of that? My future is practically mapped out. I might as well stay in Jiangzhou and help my dad. Hao was also helpless. His family background was good, but if he had awakened even a slightly combat-capable class, he wouldn't be this desperate. But it was a blacksmith. This was just like his previous lookout class. His achievements in this life were practically locked in. Yi mused for a moment. How, because we're brothers, there are some things I have to say. Go out and explore.
Staying in Jiangzhou City all the time will limit your horizons.
You might as well go to college and stay out there for 4 years. If it truly doesn't work out, it's still fine to come back. Moreover, even as a blacksmith class, it doesn't mean you can't achieve anything. You can try to learn the skills of a forge master. Yi, you should know better than me how outlandish it is to learn skills across classes. Yi fell silent, then suddenly reached out and drew the iron sword from behind Zhao's back. Learning skills across classes is difficult, but it's absolutely not impossible. Hao, watch closely. Swish. Yi suddenly lifted the sword. His gaze flashed, and a black, spectral light appeared. A gully instantly appeared on the ground more than 10 meters away. This is Saber Master's skill, Phantom Blade Flash? Hao's eyes widened. Even Xiao, Jiang, and Bai Ruayu were dumbfounded. Yi had been using a Saber Master's skill all this time. That's right,
this is the Saber Master's Phantom Blade Flash. Not only that, I can also use Quickdraw Slash. So, I want to say, there's nothing impossible in this world. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yi pressed on his shoulder, speaking firmly. After hearing his words, a spark of hope ignited in Hao's eyes. And the gap between the blacksmith and forger classes isn't unimaginably huge, there are still commonalities between them. Yi comforted him again. Hao clenched his fists. Yi, perhaps you're right. To shrink back without trying, that's the act of a coward. Thank you, Yi. You've enlightened me. I still have the best years ahead of me. I have time and the means to try. The unease and hesitation in Hao's eyes transformed into determination. Yi smiled. Let's go. He didn't tell Hao that his class skill came from the replicator eye, because he didn't want to completely disappoint Hao, leading to despair. Only by giving him a little motivation could he keep pushing forward. And only by moving forward could one possibly find new hope. This could be considered Ye's white lie. This world was too cruel, a person's life was determined by their class. If Hao could truly forge an extraordinary path on his own and change his destiny, it would be akin to opening the door to another world for all those with lifestyle classes. By then, his achievements could even be recorded in the annals of the Xia Federation, enduring for 1,000 generations. The next day, at dawn, the three of them, Yi, Xiao, and Zhang, headed to their alma mater, Jiangnan High. First, to collect their graduation certificates. Second, they had promised Principal Tang to give a pre-exam pep talk to the candidates. After collecting their certificates, the three of them moved to the sports field. Now, the three of them were huge celebrities throughout Jiangnan High. The top 3 special recruits in Southern Province. This title was even more astonishing than being the top scorer in the Southern Province's college entrance exam. After all, they were the top 3 who emerged from the 300 most elite candidates in the entire province. Even the rare dual class holders, seen perhaps once in a century, were beneath them. Ah! It's Senior Yi. And Senior Xiao. Senior Jiang. Senior Yi, please sign an autograph for me. A sophomore girl, mustering her courage, jogged to block Ye's path. Her gaze at Yi was filled with adoration, and her fair little face was slightly flushed. Senior Yi, could you sign for me? As she spoke, she offered him a notebook and a pen. Yi gladly took the pen from her hand. Of course, good luck. Next year's Jiangnan High will depend on you guys. Try not to make old Tang cry. Yi quipped after signing. MHM. I'll definitely work hard. I want to be like you and get into Aegis University. My name is Lin Shinran, Senior Yi, you have to wait for me at Aegis University. The girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Yi chuckled awkwardly. Alright. Then I'll eagerly await the arrival of Junior Shinran. He didn't think much of it. Kids this age are generally confident and energetic. When he was a sophomore, he was even more confident than this girl. When others asked him what he wanted to become, Yi directly said he wanted to surpass the sword god of the Xia Federation. At the time, he really made everyone laugh until they practically fell over. Arriving at the sports field, all the third-year students had gathered, forming neat lines, hundreds of pairs of eyes eagerly watching Yi and the others. Come up, Yi. On the rostrum, Principal Tang waved to him. Old Tang, I have social anxiety, can I not speak? Instantly, the entire field erupted in laughter. No! Principal Tang coldly rejected Ye's request. You brat, being so disrespectful, still wanting to call me Tangzi. Now, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. Yi reluctantly walked onto the rostrum and took the microphone. Hee. Yi chuckled awkwardly twice. Just one sentence. Suddenly, his demeanor changed dramatically. For theatrical effect, he even activated special effects. He activated the golden flame art. Golden flames flickered in his eyes, full of majesty. I'll be waiting for you at Aegis University. If you've got what it takes, come catch up.
A moment of silence fell below after his words.
Immediately after, all the students erupted. You good for nothing, Yi. Is that a challenge? Alright. I can't stand provocation, ever. Yi, wait for me to come to Aegis University and beat you up. Yi. You just wait. We'll form a team and raid your house then.
For a group of hot-blooded young people, nothing excites their fighting spirit more than a provocation from a peer. This was more effective than any pep talk.
Chapter 30 New Ocular Art, God Hunting Squad. After it ended, the three went together to Principal Tang's office.
I said that if you could get into Aegis University, I would give you a reward.
Here, these are the rewards.
3 scrolls lay before him. Illusionary Vision Eye, Heart of Ice, and Remnant Cloud Sword Art.
These are the most suitable skills I've carefully selected for you. Although they are only blue tier, they are the strongest skills within the blue category. Principal Tang said.
Yi and the other 2 took the scrolls.
Ding! Detected Ocular Art Illusionary Vision Eye Blue.
The 10 great ocular arts have been collected.
Do you wish to fuse them? Fuse. Yi thought to himself. Ding! Fusion successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eye of Disillusionment Purple.
Eye of Disillusionment, sees through all illusions and falsehoods.
Eye of Disillusionment Evolution Path unlocked. Eye of Disillusionment Purple, Eye of Nihility Red, Eye of Retribution Black, Eye of Illusion Gold.
Eye of Illusion. Another golden ocular art.
Ye already knew how terrifying golden ocular arts were. The destructive golden light from the martial Tao Heavenly Eye was practically a divine punishment.
What astonishing special effects would this Eye of Illusion possess? He currently had 3 main ocular arts.
The red ever-burning flame eye, an offensive type, and an ocular art frequently used in combat. The orange martial god eye, an ocular art with incredibly impressive close combat amplification. He hadn't even used that awe-inspiring martial god phantom yet. The golden replicator eye, this one was more supportive, but its replication ability was so outrageous that its tier was exceptionally high. If my tier had been high enough, I would have directly replicated Xia Federation's Sword God's Heaven-severing sword draw when I watched him fight back then.
Yi mused, stroking his chin.
These are skill scrolls.
As for weapons, you can choose them yourselves. Once you've decided, they'll be delivered to your doorstep by courier.
Principal Tang handed them a tablet, which listed the characteristics and tiers of various weapons. Xiao chose a long sword similar in appearance to the startling swan sword.
Zhang, on the other hand, chose a blue long dress. Yi chose a black saber.
Shadow saber.
You brat, why would an oculus like you choose a saber?
You'd be better off choosing a piece of armor, like Zhang.
Principal Tang looked at Yi with a strange expression.
Only Jiang and Xiao, who knew the truth, were stifling laughter nearby. Especially Xiao, he was the most speechless. Yi always just pulled out his sword and used it more skillfully than he did himself.
Quickly get him a knife and send him away. For picking teeth?
Yi tilted his head and asked back.
You brat.
A profound grade weapon for picking teeth.
Get out.
Principal Tang was so angry he slammed the tablet on the table.
This kid just couldn't go a day without annoying him. Just kidding, actually, my swordsmanship is quite superb.
Yi scratched his head and said. Heh, superb, is your swordsmanship as superb as those in the Saber Master class? Yi, I'm not criticizing you, but even though you're a genius, you can't try to get involved in everything. You should really focus on your ocular art.
Don't waste your talent. Principal Tang advised earnestly. Alright, I understand, old Tang. Yi nodded repeatedly.
Little did he know that Zhang and Xiao were almost about to burst. If Principal Tang knew that Yi had been wielding a sword and relentlessly battling a 9-tailed spirit cat with extremely fast close combat speed, he would realize how wrong he was. Yes, swordsmanship was truly more refined than some in the Saber Master class. He could make a fruit knife feel like a dragon-slaying blade. Principal Tang didn't know if he had actually taken his words to heart.
He sighed slightly. Besides these things, I've also prepared an opportunity for you. Do you know about the God Slayer squads? The three nodded.
The so-called God Slayer squads are groups of class users formed by civilians, who ventured deep into the wilderness to hunt fiend deities.
In recent years, with official support, civilian God Slayer squads have rapidly flourished like bamboo shoots after rain. The God Slayer squads have slain fiends and deities, recovering occupied lands for the Xia Federation, contributing indelible achievements. This time, I want you to join the 100 Battles God Slayer squad in Jiangzhou City. Their captain and I are acquainted, and I specifically secured this opportunity for you.
The exploration unit subordinate to the 100 Battles God Slayer squad discovered an abandoned village in the wilderness not far from Jiangzhou City.
A small energy crystal mine is hidden beneath that village.
The God Slayer squad will dispatch a cleanup team, and your mission this time is to follow the cleanup team and kill all the fiends within the village area. Afterward, we will send people to build defensive lines around the village, reclaim this land for the Xia Federation, and simultaneously excavate this small energy crystal mine.
This is an excellent assignment.
Your tier is still somewhat lacking, and Aegis University will hold a freshman competition 1 month after its opening. I hope you can achieve good results in the competition. I shouldn't need to say more about the effects of energy crystals, right? Those who know, know. Principal Tang said with a smile. The three of them, Yi, nodded. Energy crystals are a special kind of crystal, containing powerful energy, and are excellent for class users to advance their tier. In Aegis University's resource library, 1 energy crystal is worth 10 points.
This was indeed an excellent assignment.
By joining the cleanup team, they could keep all the energy crystals they obtained during the mission for themselves.
All right.
Old Tang, it's great you thought of us for such a good thing.
Yi said with a smile.
Humph.
You brat, you don't get up early without profit.
Principal Tang glared at him.
All right, Old Tang, we'll take this mission. When do we start?
I can't wait to earn, oh no, to kill fiends and protect the mountains and rivers of our Xia Federation. Yi rubbed his fists with a playful grin.
Report to the preparation town on the outskirts of Jiangzhou City tomorrow morning.
The cleanup team has a total of 5 people.
With you 8, that makes 8.
That abandoned village isn't big, only about 500 to 600 mu. A small energy crystal mine can yield at most around 2,000 energy crystals.
I can pretend not to see anything within 500 crystals.
Got it.
Old Tang, I love you.
Yi was full of smiles. His tier was indeed a weakness. He was currently only at the Transcendent Tier 4 control level.
Xiao and the other 2 weren't much different from him. However, can we add 1 more person?
Whose?
By Ruayu, she's both a summoner and a mage.
Her help would be significant, and her father is the patriarch of the Bai family in the provincial capital.
All right. Add her in too. I'll go say something later. Perform well.
This is an opportunity one worked hard to secure for you, don't embarrass me. Those guys in the God Slayer squad always look down on hothouse flowers.
Yi, you hit them hard.
Don't worry, showing off and slapping faces is my favorite.
Yi laughed. Chapter 31, A Hothouse Flower?
The next morning, the Shadow Blade, the weapon Yi had chosen, was delivered by a speedy courier to Yun's villa.
Only Yi was living in the villa for now.
Bai Ruayu had gone to the Zhang family's house to play last night, and Yun was staying at school because he had to lead a team for the college entrance exam. Yi unwrapped the package and took out its contents. It was a Tang Dao, entirely black, with intricate patterns and grooves etched into its blade. It was quite heavy, weighing over 30 jin, approximately 33 pounds. A single-handed blade weighing over 30 jin would be difficult for even some saber masters to wield. Yi felt strained just holding it in his normal state. A good blade, heavy yet sharp. Yi flicked the blade, feeling extremely satisfied. He slung the shadow blade onto his back and strode out of the house. This was his first time, truly as a class bearer, stepping into the perilous wilderness. That crimson land, thousands of miles of red earth, where fiends ran rampant and deities lay hidden. Today was the day of the college entrance exam, and the streets were very empty, with fewer vehicles than usual. Yi finally managed to hail a car and headed to the previously designated meeting point.
A small outfitting town on the outskirts of Zheng City.
It was a village specially built for the god hunting squads, providing class bearers with equipment, supplies, and a place to rest and recover their stamina.
Yi! Over here!
From afar, he saw Bai Ruayu, dressed in a white western dress, white silk stockings on her slender legs, and small leather shoes, waving at him.
No, big sister, you're wearing that?
Yi walked over, looking at her with a stunned expression, and asked.
Yeah. Does it look good?
Bai Ruayu lifted her skirt and twirled in front of Yi.
Clang!
Yi hooked 2 fingers and sharply knocked her on the head.
Ow! Yi, what are you doing?
Bai Ruayu cried out in pain.
Good looking my ass. You're going to the wilderness to clear out fiends, not on vacation.
Yi, you've misunderstood Ruayu.
This outfit is a profound great piece of equipment.
Seeing this, Zhang stepped forward and said helplessly.
Ha!
Yi was stunned. Looking at Bai Ruayu with her nose scrunched up, he awkwardly rubbed his head.
Ha 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 ha. You look so good. Not bad, not bad. It suits you very well. Humph. Yi, you're going to let me hit you back.
Bai Ruayu snorted coldly, raising her small fist to strike at Yi. Just then, a voice came from not far away.
Oh, young masters and ladies, are you all dressed up?
Several figures were seen walking from the distance. Leading them was a stern-faced young man in black, carrying a long saber on his back. There was also a burly man with a great sword and shield, a charming and captivating woman in leather attire, and a blue-haired woman in a form-fitting long dress, holding a staff, with a proud expression. The one who spoke was a blond young man, wearing a set of silver light armor and holding a knight's sword, appearing to be about the same age as Yi and the others. I really don't know what the captain is thinking, sending a bunch of young masters and ladies from the ivory tower to the front line.
Isn't that just clearly making trouble for us?
The blond man ran a hand through his hair, which resembled a visual K-style, and spoke dismissively.
The captain's decision is not something you or I can question. Just obediently follow orders.
The stern-faced young man said indifferently.
TCH.
The blond man pouted, full of disdain. The 5 approached Yi and his companions. The stern-faced young man leading them extended his hand. Clearance Squad Captain, Long Hong, Class, Saber Master, First Tier Transformation.
Hongling, Class, Archer, Transcendent 8th Tier.
The woman in leather attire gently brushed her wavy black hair and said.
Dolly, Class, Sword and Shield Master, Transcendent 9th Tier.
The burly man said.
Long Ning, Class, Healer, Transcendent Rank 8. Yan Qin, Class, Knight, Transcendent Rank 7.
Among these 5 people, even the youngest, Yan Qin, was over 20 years old.
Hello. Yi nodded.
Yi Class Oculus Transcendent Tier 4 Control.
Oculist. Long Hong glanced at the katana on Ye's back and couldn't help but feel puzzled. An oculist carrying a sword? Xiao Class Swordmaster Transcendent Tier 4 Control. Zhang Class Elementalist Transcendent.
Bai Ruayu, Class, Summoner and Mage, Transcendent Rank 6.
After listening to the introductions, the blonde Yan Qin couldn't help but snort coldly. Are Transcendent Rank 4 or 5 here just to hold us back? What help can you provide?
Indeed, apart from that Transcendent Rank 6 dual class girl, everyone else is just dead weight. Lang Ning also shook her head with a look of disappointment.
Dolly and Hongling didn't speak, but they were likely dissatisfied as well.
After all, their 5-person team could complete this cleansing mission. Deliberately bringing in 4 students just for show not only slowed them down but also stole their credit. If I were you, I'd be sensible and just go back to sleep. You greenhouse flowers, don't pee your pants the moment you see a fiend.
Yan Qin sneered.
He hadn't continued his studies after high school and had directly joined the God Hunter team. He now had 2 or 3 years of wilderness exploration experience, and he truly looked down on young masters and misses like Yi who had no combat experience whatsoever. They just relied on their connections.
Coming out for a bit of gold plating.
Then, they just brushed their hands and leave. While they had to clean up after these young masters and misses.
And hand over their credit for free. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Have you seen fiends wet themselves?
Yi chuckled softly at the remark.
Forget fiends, he'd encountered deities twice. And even slew one. What are you laughing at? Have you greenhouse flowers ever ventured into the wilderness to slay a fiend? Have you made any contributions to the Xia Federation? Your knowledge of fiends comes solely from those boring textbooks, doesn't it? Let me tell you, real fiends in the wilderness eat people. They're 100 times scarier than what you see in your textbooks.
Don't come crying when you're too scared to walk.
We won't babysit you deadweight. Yan Qin said disdainfully. Hey! You blonde! Watch your tone with me. Ruayu couldn't stand it anymore. As the esteemed second young lady of the Bai family, she was always the one looking down on others.
When had anyone dared to look down on her? She had lost to Yi, which was why she was submissive.
But that didn't mean just anyone could walk all over her.
Someone of Yan Qin's 7th tier level, she could burn a whole bunch of them with a single flaming dragon breath.
What did you say? You little brat! Yan Qin was furious. You dare call me a little brat? You blonde, come out and fight me. Who's afraid of who? A one-on-one it is. If I don't teach you a good lesson today, then I'm not Yan Qin.
The two were at daggers drawn, ready to explode.
Just then, Yi spoke with a sneer. Captain Lang, is this the quality of your team members? Or do you think it's reasonable to waste time bickering here? Long Hong gave Yi a deep look.
An instinct told him that Yi, this oculist, was not as simple as he appeared.
All right. Shao Qin, stop arguing. The mission is important. He barked, stopping Yan Qin. Let's go.
This mission isn't too difficult, so don't be too nervous.
If we encounter powerful fiends, we'll take care of them, he said to Yi and the others. The group drove 2 off-road vehicles towards the wilderness. In the wilderness, vehicles were consumables. Chapter 32 Clearing the Field? Isn't that simple?
The abandoned village was about 7 or 8 li away. The off-road vehicle bounced and swayed as it drove through the wilderness. Half an hour later, they arrived, and the tires were also ruined. Even with the passage of time, the small village still retained some of its original appearance.
Dilapidated concrete tiled houses stood defiantly in the wind and rain.
Like tragic souls proudly standing on foreign soil, gazing back at their homeland. Everywhere in the village were the white bones and remains of creatures,
as well as various fiends roaming the wilderness. Roar!
A roar came, and a black shadow shot out from the side.
Insignificant fiend, seeking death.
Long Hong snorted coldly, his long saber unsheathed from his back, and he swung it in a backhand cut.
The black shadow was split in half. It's the black evil lizard.
The few of them shook their heads. Most of these fiends were weak in strength, but they excelled in sheer numbers. The 9 of us should split into 2 teams, advancing from the easternmost and westernmost parts of the village towards the center.
Long Hong suggested. I have no objection. All right, I have no objection either. However, Yi shook his head. There's no need. We just need to gather all the fiends together. Humph. You say it's easy.
This village isn't big, but it's not small either, and the fiends are extremely scattered.
How do you plan to gather them together?
Yan Qin spoke coldly.
How presumptuous. Do you think the fiends are your sons, that they'll do whatever you tell them to? Yi glanced at him. What if I really can do it? If you really can do it, I'll call you Dad. Good, it's a deal. Ruayu, you heard that, it's up to you. No problem, leave it to me.
Yi, I congratulate you in advance on finding a son. Ruayu smiled, her eyes narrowing into 2 small crescent moons. During the special recruitment exam, she had once used magic to gather fiends from tens of miles around. This time, she just needed to repeat the trick. Buzz! A rune appeared in by Ruayu's hand. Watch my magic. She turned and pointed at Yanqin. A brand spread across Yanqin's body. What did you do? Yanqin looked at his body and felt no changes, furrowing his brow in panic. Humph. It's just a minor spell. After being hit by my magic, your body will emit a strange fragrance that attracts fiends. Humans can't smell it, but fiends will gather like mad towards the source of the scent. You are now a walking fiend hormone. Just stand here obediently and wait for the fiends to find you. Humph. By Ruayu huffed, crossing her arms. You little brat. You. Yanqin was so angry he almost drew the longsword from his waist. So, you're using me as bait. Boom. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. Here they come. Yi rubbed his chin. The fiends are attracted, you lost, call me dad. Yanqin's mouth nearly twisted. Call. Call me later, after the fiends are dealt with. Swish. Yanqin directly drew the sword from his waist. Boom. A powerful aura shot into the void. Knight's swordsmanship emphasizes power and weight, usually with two hands on the sword, each strike broad and sweeping. Jiang whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanqin let out a loud shout. Sky Slasher. With one sweep of his sword, dozens of fiends were instantly shattered. Let's attack together. Lung Hong pulled out the long saber from his back. Swish. He flashed, plunging into the fiend horde. Time to clear them out. Swish, swish, swish. Lang Hong held his blade with one hand, and countless fiends turned into chunks of flesh before they could even get within a few meters of him. Dali roared, wielding his sword with one hand, striking out with a single slash that split the earth, then swinging his shield, shattering the bodies of the fiends it collided with. Hongling stood at a distance, simultaneously knocking 3 arrows. A fierce wind whistled out, exploding among the fiend horde. Lang Ning, nearby, cast her healing light, mending the injuries that appeared on the 4. The 5 of them had a virtually perfect coordination, 3 close-range attackers, 1 ranged, and 1 support. Humph. Now you know how powerful we are, kids. Yanqin turned his head, taunting Yi and the others. Yi twitched his lips and said. You all make your move too. Let my useless son learn a thing or two. You. Yanqin felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. But just then, a figure darted out from beside him. It was Xiao. Sword Heart State activated. Lingering Cloud. Sword Art. At that moment, Xin Yan and the 5 others seemed to see a wisp of cloud ascend. The next second, the cloud was cut away by a flash of sword light. Puff, puff, puff. A circle of fiends became the departed souls beneath his sword, moving with such speed it was like an instant. This is a Tier 4 swordmaster? Several of them looked utterly bewildered. Could a Tier 4 swordmaster really unleash this kind of destructive power? You'd believe him if he said he was a transcendent Tier 7 swordmaster. At the very least, the power of this single sword strike was no weaker than Yanqin's offensive. What? At this moment, Dali, who was battling the fiends, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. A graceful figure descended from the sky, and then, all fiends within a 10-meter radius centered on her turned into ice. Crack, crack, crack. Zhang held an ice lotus in one hand, standing proudly amidst the ice sculptures like a frost saintess. Jiang, Transcendent Tier 4 Control Elementalist, Attribute, Ice. You too. Go get him. Before his gaze could even leave Zhang, a crisp shout rang out. Ruayu stood on the back of a dragon man, which breathed out terrifying flames, reducing many fiends to black ash in an instant. Another 9-tailed spirit cat brandished its sharp claws among the fiend horde, fighting ferociously, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The 3 displayed their respective skills, using their achievements to silence all doubts. Daka daka daka. Then, Yi slowly approached. Hey, kid,
Want to see the swordplay of a hothouse flower? He cast a cold glance at Yen Qin. Ha! Yen Qin was slightly taken aback, then saw Yi unstrap the long saber from his back, his figure flashing, appearing right in the center of a group of fiends. Boom! Yi stomped his foot, and the ground directly fractured. Centered on him, nearly 100 fiends were flung into the air. Phantom blade. Flash. Swish. Black saber light streaked across the void, countless black lines interwoven in mid-air, dense and intricate. Then, a torrential rain of blood poured down from the sky. The corpses of the fiends fell to the ground with a pattering sound, like dumplings. How is this possible? This is a saber master skill. Phantom blade flash. Lung Hong was dumbfounded. A single strike took down nearly 100 fiends. Even he, a transformed tier class holder, couldn't do that. What kind of monster is this young man? And he's an oculist, for crying out loud. A battle class that's primarily support. His swordplay is even more exquisite than mine? Lung Hong felt like he'd lived his life in vain. Then, they saw Yi stretch his neck. Alright, warm-up's over. Next, it's time to clear the field. He slowly put away his long sword. One hand covering his eyes. He spoke in a cold voice. Golden flame art. Boom! Golden lotuses bloomed in his eyes, and a golden flame enveloped Yi, burning freely around his body, incredibly magnificent. How is this possible? This heat wave. Yen Qin was closest to Yi, and the sudden heat wave almost set Yen Qin's yellow hair on fire. Perish! With Ye's command. Boom! At the very center of the fiend group, a golden lotus of fire bloomed. Immediately after, like erupting lava, the golden flames spread in all directions. The fiends scattered and fled, but in the end, they were still engulfed by the golden flames. The golden flames surging across the ground, like a totem, bloomed into the most beautiful golden fire lotus. Yi curved his lips into a smile, turned around, and spread his hands. Clearing the field? Seems quite simple. Chapter 33, Sudden Incident. Shadow God Cult. A deathly silence. Not a sound. Yen Qin's mouth was wide open, as if he had swallowed rat poison and it was stuck in his throat. Son, how was it? Wasn't your dad cool just now? Yi patted his shoulder. Yen Qin's legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. If they still treated Yi and the others as hothouse flowers now, then they truly had water in their brains. Could this kind of strength belong to ordinary university students? Who exactly are you? Yen Qin asked in a deep voice. Us? Hothouse flowers, students in an ivory tower. Yi chuckled disdainfully. If I'm not mistaken, you are the prodigies specially recruited by Aegis University in Southern Province. At this moment, Lung Hong spoke. I should have thought of it earlier. Besides the top one in Southern Province, no one else could possess this kind of strength at this age. His face was full of bitterness. What? Aegis University's top recruit. Yen Qin's body swayed. He had actually been jumping around and making sarcastic remarks in front of such a person just now? Isn't this just acting like a complete monkey? Han Ling and Lang Ning's gazes towards them also changed. Admiration was accompanied by waves of shame and annoyance. Humph. Now you know how powerful we are, right? Although I'm only Transcendent rank 6. You Transcendent rank 9s are definitely no match for me. Bai Ruayu puffed out her chest and said proudly. Yi is even stronger than me. That blonde boy, do you want to fight Yi? Yen Qin shrank his shoulders. Then why aren't you hurrying up and fulfilling your promise to call me Dad? Bai Ruayu crossed her arms, saying fiercely. Dad. Yen Qin instantly chickened out, calling out Dad weakly. Yi shook his head, feeling nothing in particular. Alright, Captain Lang, now that the fiend has been cleared, it's time for serious business. Serious business? Isn't serious business just clearing the fiend? Long Hong said blankly. No. Yi pulled out a burlap sack.
The serious business is collecting energy crystals. Old Tang said we can take as many as we want, and he'll replenish them after we're done.
Xiao. Jian? Are those Principal Tang's exact words? He didn't seem to say that. Long Hong was stunned. He didn't believe that the rigid, upright, and authoritative Principal Tang would say such a thing. Yi didn't say anything more to them.
He dragged a large burlap sack and walked towards the distance. This was the most important work.
Yi activated X-ray vision, and everything became transparent in his eyes.
Energy crystals are indeed underground, but there are quite a few on the surface too. He swept his gaze around, seeing many energy crystals scattered and buried on the ground.
Hongchen, Lass, Zhang, come help me. Yi called out.
The few of them were busy picking up energy crystals, leaving Lung Hong and his 5 teammates to the side.
What do we do now?
Let's inform the higher-ups first, tell them to send people over. The fiend has been cleared, so we can start building defenses.
All right. Hongling took out her phone, but just then, a ray of light shot from afar. Bang!
The phone in her hand shattered immediately.
Hongling was startled. The next second, a figure flashed past.
Raising a hand, it grabbed Lang Ning by the neck and whisked her away into the distance.
Ah! Brother, save me! Who is it? Long Hong roared. Swish! 2 figures appeared not far away.
Energy crystals are good things, but unfortunately, you won't get any. This energy crystal vein, our shadow god cult wants it. 2 figures, shrouded in black robes, stood on a large rock in the distance, sneering at Lung Hong and his companions. One of them already had a hand clamped around Lang Ning's neck. Shadow God Cult. Lung Hong tightened his grip on the long blade at his back.
Shadow Cult Deity. It's these filthy, defiled things again.
Traitors of the Xia Federation.
Let Ninger go. You tell me to let go, and I let go? Wouldn't that be a loss of face for me?
The black-robed figure laughed coldly.
I know you are the God Hunter team from Jianzhou City, but so what?
In this remote wilderness, everything is decided by me. The black-robed figure holding Long Ning smiled. I advise you not to act rashly, or this girl's fate will be tragic. Look at her fair skin, so delicate it could break at a touch.
What do you think would happen if I were to draw a blade across it? Long Ning was trembling with fear.
As a healer, her combat power was not strong, and these 2 black-robed figures were extremely powerful, on the same level as Lung Hong.
What do you want? Lung Hong demanded. It's simple. You come out and fight us one-on-one.
Having said that, another black-robed man beside him also stepped forward. Swish! From beneath his black robe, he drew a long saber, identical to Lung Hong's weapon.
Defeat him, and your sister will be freed. Fail to defeat him, and all of you will die. It's a deal?
I swear in the name of the Shadow God.
Then let's go.
Lung Hong drew his saber and assumed a fighting stance. Go on, let him know just how terrifying Lord Shadow God's power is.
Whoosh!
The black-robed man's greatcoat flapped as he directly slashed at Lung Hong, tearing through the air.
Meteor swordplay.
Lung Hong swung his blade at light speed, and streaks of light flashed in the void, like shooting stars streaking across the sky.
The captain went all out right from the start. Yan Qing clenched his fists. Captain, you have to win. Clang, clang, clang.
2 figures swung their blades and collided, the ringing sound of metal clashing prolonged, sending sparks flying.
Something's wrong. Why is his blade technique identical to the captain's?
At this moment, Hong Ling exclaimed in surprise.
What?
Swish! The black-robed figure rotated, and from his side, 2 more black-robed figures appeared, each holding a long blade.
He can mimic the captain's blade technique. And he has doppelgangers. What kind of class is this?
Dolly said in shock.
Boom!
The 3 black-robed figures swung their blades simultaneously, and all 3 blades struck Lung Hong's long blade with force.
Ugh! With immense power, Lang Hong couldn't help but fall to one knee. Too weak, just like an ant.
The three black-robed figures spoke simultaneously, laughing coldly.
Get lost.
The three swung their blades again.
Meteor blade art.
Triple meteor blade art stacked.
Clap.
Lang Hong's long blade was actually severed on the spot. Then, the three struck him with their blades.
Boom.
He was sent flying backward directly. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out as if it were worthless.
Captain.
Brother. Lang Ning and the three team members all cried out in alarm.
Run. Run. Don't look back.
Lang Hong pushed away the team members who came to help him.
Captain. Are you all right? You all need to get out of here quickly. Don't worry about this anymore. Otherwise, we'll all be wiped out. Lang Hong's lips trembled as he spoke, due to excessive blood loss.
If I'm not mistaken, this guy is a shadow warrior. And he is a shadow warrior blessed by the shadow god. His strength is unfathomable. Lang Hong stared in terror at the three wielding figures. Ordinary shadow warriors can summon multiple clones to fight, but a shadow warrior who has received a blessing has risen to a new level of power, capable of mimicking an opponent's fighting style. That's what's truly terrifying. It's equivalent to facing three or more versions of yourself at the same time. How could anyone possibly win that fight? He. Your strength isn't much, but your insight is pretty good. Alright, you've lost now, it's time for you to die. The three shadow warrior clones walked towards them, knives in hand. I'll hold them off. You two take the captain and get out of here. Dolly's muscular frame stood in front of them. He gripped his sword and shield, staring intently at the three black-robed figures. Heh, you, a mere waste? You think you're worthy of stopping us? One of the shadow warriors suddenly floated forward, swinging his long blade, shattering Dalia's shield with one strike, and then followed up with a kick to his abdomen. Weakling, utterly weak. Your entire squad, including your captain, are all weaklings. Too weak. Damn it. I'll fight you to the death. Yan Qin, the most hot-headed of the group, immediately charged out with his sword. Yan Qin. Come back. Hong Ling cried out anxiously. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. He brandished his knight's sword, letting out an angry roar. You trash, you're not worthy. Clap. With a backhand slap, Yan Qin was sent flying. Alright, it's time for you all to die. This energy crystal mine belongs to our shadow god cult. At this moment, the black-robed figure standing on the giant rock, observing, suddenly spoke. Anda, leave the women, I want to have some fun with them. He. Good idea, I also need to vent. His eyes, hidden beneath the black robe, brazenly scrutinized Hong Ling's alluring figure. Little beauty. I'll summon 5 clones to satisfy you well. Hong Ling's face instantly turned pale with fright. What's the difference between this and wishing for death? So, you 3 annoying flies, go to hell. They raised their blades, aiming at Yan Qin, Dali, and Lang Hong. Just then. Captain Lang, do you still have any gunny sacks? Mine are full. Just then, you walked over from a distance, carrying a large gunny sack, followed by Ruayu and 2 others. The black-robed figure's movement stopped abruptly. Chapter 34 Showdown with Shadow Warriors. Complete dominance. Yee! You guys run! Lang Hong yelled, enduring the pain. They are from the Shadow Cult. Shadow Cult. Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you people? The blade-wielding shadow warrior questioned Yi and the others. Anda, they are the top 4 specially recruited students from Aegis University in the southern province. The future prodigies of humanity. Kill them. The black-robed figure standing on the boulder pulled up a photo on his phone to compare. I was planning to hire someone to assassinate you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep. That was easy pickings. He said with a laugh.
It's over. It's completely over now. Long Hong sighed deeply. His heart was ashen. This time, not only their squad, but also 4 prodigies with limitless futures were doomed to perish here. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Long Hong gnashed his teeth. Captain! Don't move! Your wound has opened up. Hongling quickly rushed to stop the bleeding. The shadow warrior in the black robe, carrying his blade, had already charged towards Yi. Swish! Blade skills? I have them too. Yi snorted coldly and unslung the shadow blade from his back. Martial God's Eye. Activate! As Yi swung his blade, even the surrounding air let out a resounding boom. Quick draw slash. Boom! Lang Hong's eyes widened, only to see the surrounding air distort. The next second, Ye's blade collided with the opponent's. The opposing shadow warrior instantly conjured 3 clones. Swish! 1 blade against 3 blades. Clang! Blade parry. All 3 were actually sent flying by Yi. Bang! How can he have such strength? The shadow warrior's face showed an incredulous expression just now. His 3 slashes felt like striking profound iron, and his tiger's mouth was numb from the impact. Warrior! Yi scoffed disdainfully. Was a 10-fold physical body amplification some kind of joke to him? Even warrior class experts would kneel. If power isn't enough, rely on skill. The 3 shadow warriors immediately wielded their long blades, simultaneously performing the meteor blade technique. Figures spun, blade light shimmered, like a dense web covering Yi. It's the meteor blade technique. Be careful. Long Hong warned. No one knew the power of his blade technique better than he did. Speed like a meteor. 3 people wielding the meteor blade technique were almost overwhelming. Forget parrying, you couldn't even see where their blades were. But to Yi, this was merely showing off. Void-breaking pupils. Open! Ye's eyes flashed with white light, and amidst the overwhelming net of blades, he instantly spotted the single vital killing line. Stop jumping around like that, you look quite like a clown. Yi rubbed his forehead, an expression of helplessness on his face. The next second, his gaze sharpened. I've found your weakness. Draw. Slash. Swish. Ye's figure transformed into a streak of light, flashing past along that line. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, the 3 figures were sent flying backward. How is that possible? Long Hong was too surprised to speak. Finding their weakness amidst that overwhelming blade light was harder than ascending to heaven. How could someone with such astonishing blade technique talent possibly be an oculist? Had this world gone mad? Long Hong felt dizzy all over, unsure if it was from being shocked by Yi or from excessive blood loss. Damn brat! The shadow warrior's clones dissipated, and he slammed his onto the ground. I admit I underestimated you, but no matter what, you're just a kid at Transcendent Tier 4 control. You can't turn the tide. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swish, swish, swish. 10 clones. 20 clones. 30 clones. Dozens of black-robed figures appeared in one breath, surrounding Yi. Under my Shadow Clone Jutsu, even if your swordsmanship reaches the heavens, it's useless. Now, can you find my real body? He. Dozens of black-robed figures spoke in unison, emitting a piercing sound, like demonic whispers swirling around the ears, making people's eardrums feel faint. What a bizarre method. His endless clones are simply unkillable. Lang Hong and the others watched Yi with worried expressions. The Shadow Warrior class itself could be said to have weak combat power, but their bizarre methods combined with the blessing of the Shadow God made them extremely difficult to deal with. However, in front of Yi, this was just a minor trick. Yi slowly opened his eyes, and the eye of delusion illuminated all nothingness. Piercing through the origin of all laws. All the clones dissipated at that moment. Directly in front of him, only one figure remained, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, acting fierce by borrowing another's power. Moreover, he discovered something even more interesting. What a pathetic creature with an inferiority complex. Yi sighed. Then, he walked forward. Don't be impulsive. Yi. His clones are endless, you can't kill them all. Lang Hong endured the pain of his injuries tearing open to warn him. That's right. Kid, listen to the captain. He won't be wrong. This clone jutsu is too sinister. We need to plan for the long term. Yan Qin also spoke up. On the contrary, Bai Ruayu and the others remained silent. Having experienced many battles, big and small, with Yi, and repeatedly watching him turn the tide in times of crisis, they had extreme trust in Yi. Yi doesn't fight battles he's not confident in. Xiao said calmly. That's right, while Yi usually seems like a slacker, he's never ambiguous when it comes to crucial matters. Jiang also agreed. Yi is the man who defeated me. Bai Ruayu said proudly, head held high. You. Oh. Lang Hong sighed helplessly. They were still just a bunch of kids after all, lacking reverence for powerful classes, with an inexplicable overconfidence. But even so. No. I can't just stand by and watch something happen to him. Lang Hong struggled to get up. At this moment, in his eyes, the countless black-robed figures in front of them were an endless abyss. And Yi was about to step into that abyss. He absolutely couldn't just sit idly by. Captain. You can't go. Your injuries are too severe. Hong Ling tried to dissuade him. No. I must go. Principal Tang entrusted them to me, I can't just watch them die. Moreover, their talent is outstanding. They just lack some experience now, but in time, they will surely grow to be the pillars of our Xia Federation. They cannot die. The future of the Xia Federation cannot die. Lang Hong propped himself up with his sword, blood dripping onto the ground. But right at that moment, a scene that utterly astonished him unfolded. He walked straight through those dozens of clones. Then, he walked up to one of the black-robed figures. Clap! He raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying. How is that possible? How could you see through my clone technique? The black-robed figure who had been slapped away got up and roared in disbelief. If his clones weren't seen through, they were individual entities. Can cause substantial harm to people. However, if seen through, it's merely an illusion, incapable of causing any harm to people. He actually pinpointed his true body among dozens of clones with just one glance. What kind of monster is this? Clap. He reached out with one hand and clutched his head. You are truly a pathetic individual, even resorting to camouflage to appear tall and mighty. In reality, you are a timid, dark-hearted mouse, living in a corner. With that, he flicked his hand, tearing off his black robe directly. To everyone's surprise, the figure beneath the black robe was a dwarf, covered in pockmarks, with messy hair, and a height of only 1.5 meters. No! No! My clothes! My clothes! He let out a horrified scream, frantically tearing at the skin exposed to the sunlight. He scrambled and crawled towards the large black robe, shrinking his entire body within it. You're nothing but a sun-fearing insect, outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Even if you disguise yourself as evil and cruel, your essence is still just a pathetic wretch. No! Don't say it! I don't want to hear it. I won't listen, ah! The dwarf roared in a frenzy. Ah, if you won't listen, then just die. Yi gave a cold smile, and golden lotuses appeared in his pupils. Golden flame art, burn. Exhale. A cluster of flames shot up high from the black robe, igniting the dwarf along with it. Aha! I don't want to die. Aha! Ma too! Save me, aha! The dwarf thrashed wildly on the ground, his entire body burning with golden flames, like a man on fire, screaming in utter agony. Humph! Useless! Matu, the black-robed man who had captured Lang Ning, cursed lowly, not even looking at him.
Only the dwarf and his desperate screams continued to echo in the scene. Until his body was completely burned away, turning into a pile of ashes, scattered by the breeze. Yan Qin couldn't help but shiver, looking at Yi with eyes full of fear. What would happen if those flames landed on him? He dared not imagine. Ah, one more left. Yi patted his head and looked at the other black-robed man. Heh, kid, you have some skills. If given enough time, in due course, you'd truly be incredible. Therefore, you absolutely cannot leave here alive today. He looked down at Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. Shadow God Cult, Matu, Class, Dreamweaver. Now, enter the dream I've created for you all. Swish. From beneath the black robe, a surge of purple arc light erupted, enveloping everyone present. Chapter 35, Shadow God Possession? Behold my martial god Phantom. A Dreamweaver, in simple terms, is a branch class of illusionists. Their characteristic ability is to pull opponents into a dream they create, silently killing them within the dream. Until all of them can never wake up again. This class is very rare. But it is indeed an extremely terrifying support class. Used well, one person can bury an entire army. Purple arcs of light spread, and in an instant, everyone was pulled into his dream. They stumbled and fell to the ground in a daze. Even Yi was no exception. Ha 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 ha. Perish forever in my dream. He clenched Long Ning's neck, laughing excitedly. Long live Lord Shadow God. Little girl, I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to join my Shadow God cult, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll have to die with them. Bah! You're dreaming. I will never join your shadow cult. My brother and the others will definitely break out of your dream. Lang Ning glared at him and said. Interesting. I originally thought you were a healer, so I wanted to give you a chance to join our Shadow God cult, become a follower of Lord Shadow God, and gain eternal life. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll kill you first. With that, the Dreamweaver's hand began to exert force. Creak! Creak! Lang Ning's brows furrowed, her entire face turning pale, as if she were drowning. Ha 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 ha! The final struggle of an ant. A cruel smile appeared on the face beneath the black robe. TSK, I thought you were a gentleman who would cherish a beauty, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Just then, a teasing voice came. The black-robed man was startled, almost missing his footing and falling off the rock. How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? You should have already entered my dream. Dreams always end, don't they? Once you wake up, everything will be fine. Yi pursed his lips. Dreamweaver? You're comparing a dream made by a class Dreamweaver to just falling asleep? Who are you looking down on here? You're insulting my class. In reality, Yi had indeed fallen into the Dreamweaver's dream. It's just that he had barely entered the dream when his Eye of Demise automatically activated and protected him. And then, the dream shattered. It can only be said that it wasn't that the Dreamweaver class wasn't strong, but that the Eye of Demise didn't play fair. Ye's abilities completely countered him. And a Dreamweaver without dreams was merely a support class. With extremely limited combat ability. Alright, game over. Yi clapped his hands and approached him step by step. Don't come any closer. If you dare to come closer, I'll kill her. He clutched Long Ning's neck tightly. You kill her, and then I kill you. That way, it's like I've avenged her. It's not that saving her isn't possible, but revenge is more cost-effective. Yi spread his hands and said. Long Ning? Bro, isn't my life worth something? Save me, bro. Otherwise, I'll cry for you. Ah, just kidding. Seeing the black-robed man trembling with anger and Lang Ning looking like she was about to cry from fear, Yi twitched his lips. It's just a small favor. Burn! Golden flames ignited in his pupils, and the black-robed man felt a sharp pain in his hand. It turned out his hand had been directly set ablaze by Yi. Damn it! He quickly withdrew his hand.
Lang Ning seized the opportunity to leap from the stone and escaped to behind Yi. Damn it! Why won't this flame extinguish? Why? The black-robed man clutched his hand, frantically covering it with purple energy. It's no use. My ever-burning sovereign flame eyes wield inextinguishable golden flames. They won't go out until they've completely burned you to death. Yi pouted. Experience the terror of impending death. Savor it, this is your only chance in this lifetime. Bastard! You damn brat! I won't let you get away with this. Matu roared loudly. He raised his other palm, purple light covering it. Ah! Swish! With a swift move, he chopped off his own arm at the root. That's brutal. Yi smiled. To have the courage to sever one's own arm, he was much more formidable than that dwarf. Clap, clap, clap. He raised his hand and clapped. All right, you've rested enough. Stop sleeping. Ye's voice seemed to possess a certain magic. Coupled with Matu's severe injuries, making it difficult for him to maintain the dream, the people who had fallen into the dream gradually began to wake up. What happened? I'm still alive? Hiss. Lung Hong, pale-faced, struggled to his feet. Wasn't I fighting a deathmatch with a million fiends? I didn't die. He trembled, his face full of disbelief. The others also looked pale and dazed, seemingly having experienced something profound in their dreams as well. Hey, Blondie, why is your face so red? What did you dream about? At this, Ruayu pointed at Yen Qin and exclaimed. Yen Qin's face changed, and he reflexively hunched his body. Ruayu looked puzzled. A moment later, she realized, her face full of disgust. Did you have a wet dream? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Yen Qin cowered like a turtle, unable to say a word. Put. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize you were such a dark horse, Blondie. Having a wet dream. Don't you have a girlfriend? You're a grown man. Ha 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 ha. Yen Qin's neck turned beet red. What's so funny? What did you dream about then? I dreamed of a theme park made of candy, with countless sweets. It was so delicious. I wish I could eat it forever. Ruayu's face was full of longing. Yen Qin. Compared to her, his dream was indeed too. The structure of dreams varies from person to person, but whether sad or joyful, they all have the power to make people involuntarily immerse themselves. Yi, what did you dream about? Zhang walked up to Yi and asked. Didn't dream. I went in and came out immediately. Sigh, I really wish I could have a profound dream too. It's a pity my ocular art is so annoying. It pulls me out right away. Jiang? Please, the humble braggers, move aside. Thank you. I get jealous easily. What about you? Jiang shook her head, indicating she didn't want to say. Damn it. You damn people. Do you still have time to discuss dreams? Don't you know you're about to die? No one knew when, but Matu, missing an arm, had already shed his black robe. He held a crystal ball in his one remaining hand, chanting under his breath. Great Shadow God. Using your most loyal believer as a vessel, I summon a wisp of your true spirit. Please, Shadow God, descend upon this place. Slay these damnable blasphemers. I obey heaven's will. Burn my soul. Burn my body. Buzz. Above the firmament, the weather suddenly changed, and the crystal ball in Matu's hand erupted with brilliant black light. An ancient aura gradually revived within his body, and wisps of black mist shot out from the crystal ball. Deity possession. Lung Hong spoke with a look of horror. Who could have imagined that this was supposed to be a simple clean-up mission? But the shadow cult appeared halfway through, and that was one thing, but now even deity possession had emerged. It was unbelievable. Who calls upon me? Those who speak my true name shall see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Immortal and imperishable.
Matu opened his eyes, and a black mist surged outwards, his aura rising rapidly.
Blasphemers die. Buried in the 9 netherworlds, never to see reincarnation. Boom. An extremely powerful aura pressed down on everyone. And it was escalating at a visible rate.
At this moment, the deity had not fully descended. If it were to fully descend, this power would likely break through directly to the manipulation level.
Damn it, another fucking deity. I'm going head to head with him. Yi frowned. Quick, attack. Destroy the deity's vessel.
At this, Lung Hong clutched his wound and roared.
No need. Leave it to me. Yi stopped them.
Their feeble attacks were meaningless.
Eternal blazing flame pupils. Open. Yi shouted in a cold voice. The golden flames filling the sky transformed into a robe, covering his body.
Golden light dazzled, the robe fluttered, like a god or an immortal, incredibly dominant.
Martial god pupils. Open. Martial god phantom. Manifest.
He opened his eyes again, an ancient dark golden pattern spread across the void within his pupils. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel a deity from a distant past letting out earth-shattering roars.
Clang! A loud bell rang out between heaven and earth.
Behind Yi, 100-meter-tall gigantic figure emerged. It was a phantom whose eyes spewed golden light and whose body exuded a terrifying aura like a mountain.
As if an ancient god had awakened from slumber. Traversing time and space to conquer all directions in this era. Roar! The martial god phantom roared, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 36, Go back where you came from, Luo Qingyun.
The martial god phantom stood behind Yi, with ancient dark golden runes interwoven in the air, blocking all of the shadow god's black mist outside.
Holy crap! This skill is a money pit. My mana's almost gone.
As soon as the martial god phantom was summoned, Yi felt that 2/3 of his pupil power had already been consumed. The remaining pupil power could at most support the phantom to throw one punch.
This truly was a desperate skill. No mana left after using it. It absolutely couldn't be used carelessly unless it was a life or death situation. Bang!
The martial god phantom stomped its foot on the ground, shaking the earth and mountains.
You want to descend? Who allowed it? I don't allow it, go back where you came from. Yi sneered.
The martial god phantom behind him clenched its enormous dark golden fist.
Then it punched forward. Human ant. You're looking for death.
The black mist morphed into a blurry-faced phantom, standing opposite the martial god phantom.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. I am looking for death. I beg you, hurry up and kill me. Can't do it and still want to talk trash here?
The shadow god hasn't fully descended yet. The power unleashed is, at most, comparable to a 4th-tier transformed being.
A dark golden, brass-like fist shot forward. Die.
The phantom made of black mist reached out, intending to block the dark golden fist.
Ah! How is this possible? The moment it touched, the black mist was frantically devoured and expelled by golden runes. It's a natural counter. A joyful smile appeared on Ye's face. He had originally been worried that the martial god phantom couldn't send him away with one punch. Now that this counter occurred, it was almost unquestionable. The dark golden fist passed through the black mist. All the black mist turned into smoke the moment it was touched, flowing into the void. Kid. One day, my true body will descend. I'll kill you 100 times. And destroy billions of lands in the Xia Federation. The shadow god roared in fury. How dare someone block his path in this world? This was absolutely intolerable for his noble deity self. Heh, billions of lands, you really dare to brag. My Xia Federation's sword god severed the 4 destroying deities, how come I didn't see you act against him? Shadow god, living your whole life hiding in the shadows, huh? Yi sneered. Alright, you're done here, you can scram now. Boom!
The martial god's phantom fist glowed fiercely, this single punch draining the remaining one-third of Ye's pupil power.
You just wait. I remember you. The shadow god order. And this god. I remember all of you. You just wait. Alright, so you remember me now, huh?
Then make sure you send me a present for Christmas.
You're dismissed now, scram. Boom.
The dark golden fist light pierced through the black mist and shot towards the distance. A small mountain rumbled, half of its body dented by the punch, leaving an incredibly conspicuous fist print on it.
Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed.
By Ruayu and the other two were long accustomed to this. This shadow god looked grand in presence, but its actual strength was only at the level of a 4th or 5th tier metamorphosis. They had personally witnessed Ye's eyes directly blasting a fully formed deity.
A gigant spirit. That was the true earth-shattering power, a divine eye illuminating past and present.
In comparison, this was just a small scene, a mere trifle.
However, Lang Hong and the others didn't see it that way. They were completely stunned. What kind of prodigy was this, a transcendent Tier 4 control, who instantly defeated a deity-possessed being?
The shock he brought them today was more than they had experienced in the past 3 or 4 years combined. Especially Yin Xin, recalling his previous sarcasm towards Yi, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Fortunately, Yi didn't hold a grudge otherwise, with a single punch from that golden giant, 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough to withstand it. However, if he knew his thoughts, he would probably say, "A cannon is not used to swat a fly. Report today's events truthfully to the higher-ups. The sudden attack by the Shadow God cult gives us reason to believe that there are traitors among humanity," Yi said to Lang Hong. Combining this with the experience in the provincial city, there were definitely more than one traitor within the Xia Federation. It was likely a considerable group. That was truly a deadly poison, like a maggot in the bone. However, such matters were beyond their purview. The high-ranking officials of the Xia Federation should have already had countermeasures. "Don't worry, we will report it truthfully." "But, Yi, this part of yours?" Lang Hong hesitated slightly. "Since I dared to let you see it, it means I'm not afraid of it being known," Yi said calmly. "Oh, right. Captain Lang, do you have any sacks?" "Ha? To get some energy crystals, one bag isn't enough." Yi lifted the sack by his side. Lang Hong's mouth twitched. "Ha ha ha ha. Just kidding, I still won't make old Tang's life difficult." Their sack of energy crystals was already quite a lot, 499 pieces. Principal Tang's bottom line was extremely strict. Afterward, Lang Ning cast healing arts on Lang Hong, but because his injuries were too severe and he had lost too much blood, he still needed treatment from the ocular system. The group got into the off-road vehicle and headed towards the preparation town. Having received Lang Hong's report, Principal Tang and the captain of the 100 Battles Hunting God team were already waiting for them in the preparation town. "Captain Lang, are your injuries all right?" Seeing them get out of the car, Principal Tang quickly went to greet them. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Tang, it's nothing serious." "That's good." Principal Tang nodded. "By the way, Yi and the others didn't cause you any trouble, did they? They didn't hold you back, did they?" Lang Hong's mouth stiffened. "We were the ones holding him back, we are ashamed." "Ha?" Principal Tang was stunned, not understanding what they were talking about. "Old Tang, Captain Lang is almost turning into a cold-blooded animal, his face is pale. Why don't you let him get some blood transfused first?" Yi said to him. "Oh, yes, you go get treated first." Lang Hong nodded, then instructed Hong Ling. "Hong Ling, you report the specific details to Elder Tang and the captain." You went alone to a nearby vending machine and bought a can of Coke. "Can you buy me one?" A handsome young man appeared beside him, smiling. "All right." Yi tossed him a can. "It's still the same taste. I haven't had it in years." The young man examined the Coke can, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. "Drink more if you like it." The young man smiled without speaking.
Yi, do you know who I am? Yi nodded calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you're the captain of the 100 Battles Hunters team, right? Oh? How did you figure that out? I just figured it out. Luo Qingyun? Yi rolled his eyes. He really had just figured it out. One flick of his appraisal eye and he knew. Luo Qingyun, 31 years old, captain of the 100 Battles Hunters team, a graduate of Aegis University, could be considered Ye's senior. Junior, what do you think of my 100 Battles Hunters team? Very strong. Established 7 years ago, it has ventured deep into the wilderness, slaying over 100,000 fiends and 5 deities. You've made an indelible contribution to Jiangzhou City. You know quite a lot. Luo Qingyu nodded with a smile. So, Junior, when you graduate from Aegis University, are you interested in joining my 100 Battles Hunters team? As long as you come, I'll reserve the vice captain position for you in advance. Luo Qingyun formally extended an olive branch to Yi. Yi smiled. Senior really thinks highly of me. Of course, being the top-ranked special recruit from Southern Province, that's a significant achievement. I believe you'll have a great future, Junior. Consider this my early investment, what do you say? Yi casually tossed the soda can into the trash. Then he shook his head. Senior Luo, you're also confident that I'll achieve great things in the future, so why would I become a second in command under you instead of creating my own god-hunting team? Luo Qingyun paused. Then he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the top special recruit from Southern Province. You have guts. Honestly, Junior Yi, if you had accepted my invitation, I might have been very happy, but it would also mean you'd always be beneath me. On the path of a class user, if one loses the courage to advance diligently and continuously, their future will be limited. Their achievements would be seen at a glance. Rather than my 100 Battles God Hunting team having one more excellent vice captain, I'd rather the Xia Federation have one more powerful God Hunting team. I respect your choice. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Luo from now on. Luo Qingyun formally extended his hand to Yi. Yi chuckled. He already knew that Luo Qingyun had come specifically to test him, and now, he finally regarded Yi as his equal. Brother Luo. Yi extended his hand, and the two lightly shook hands. Chapter 37, May we all have a bright future. Yi, I didn't realize, you crafty kid, you hid it so well. You told me you used the knife to pick your teeth? You lied to me. Not a single truthful word from your mouth. At the dinner table, Principal Tang slammed the table. Alright, old Tang, you was just being humble, a bit low-key. Humility is a virtue. Luo Qingyun laughed. Humble? You say this kid is humble? Principal Tang was stunned. I asked him to give a speech to the examinees on stage, and he came up and said, if you're capable, come chase me. Do you call that humble? Everyone present burst into laughter, completely losing themselves. Yi, honestly, are you a humble person? Principal Tang asked. Yi nodded. Of course, a humble yet confident man is the most handsome. Look. Look. There's not an ounce of humility here. Principal Tang rubbed his forehead. I must have been your nemesis in my last life. Yi, tell me honestly, for the freshman competition after school starts, if I want you to win first place, how confident are you? Yi raised a fist. 0? Are you kidding me? Old Tang, what I mean is that my possibility of losing is 0. Principal Tang. After a few rounds of drinks, Yi and his companions took a special car back, while Luo Qingyun's 100 Battles God Hunting team also planned to thoroughly investigate this shadow god cult. And try to find a way to flush out the undercover agents lurking in Jiangzhou. Yi, I've also heard about the Xia Federation's high-level plan, to attract 15 deities by having specially recruited students participate and then annihilate them all. The Sword God ventured deep into the Barren Lands and consecutively slew 4 destruction-level deities. This time, the deity side must have suffered heavy losses. If they knew all of this was a plan by the Xia Federation's high-level officials, it would undoubtedly spark another fierce storm.
Before you fully mature, I still hope you can keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind.
Yi nodded seriously.
Old Tang, don't worry, I won't actively stir up trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Yi had long wanted to say this line, which protagonists in web novels of his previous life used to show off.
That's good. Principal Tang also felt relieved.
Although Yi was usually quite frivolous, he was absolutely serious when it came to important matters, making him the type that people could trust.
You guys must support each other well when you go to university. It's not easy to come out of the same place.
Then he said to Xiao and the others.
Old Tang, thank you.
Yi solemnly shook his hand.
What's all this about, getting so emotional?
Principal Tang felt a bit uncomfortable under Ye's gaze.
Yi didn't say much.
Principal Tang's kindness towards him was evident. He always took good care of Yi. Perhaps it was due to seeing Ye's potential, but that didn't negate his concern for Yi. Moreover, Yi now considered Yun and her brother as family. In his previous life, Yi was an orphan and had never experienced familial affection, which led to his seemingly carefree personality. In reality, it was merely a chameleon's protective coloring. Deep down, Yi yearned for family warmth. In this life, Yi was also an orphan, but he felt a long-lost emotion from Principal Tang.
The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful.
A few days later, the college entrance examination results were released.
As expected, no one from Jiangnan High was admitted to Aegis University.
But it didn't matter with Yi and two others securing the top 3 spots in the special enrollment. The regular college entrance exam results seemed less important by comparison.
Jiangnan High's reputation soared as a result. Already the top high school in Jiangzhou City, it now became famous throughout the entire southern province.
Many prominent families from other cities, even the provincial capital, traveled thousands of miles to send their children to study at Jiangnan High. It was said that Principal Tang stayed in his office for 4 or 5 consecutive days during that time, constantly fielding an endless stream of calls. He was so thrilled that his smile never left his face. In the days that followed, Yi lived a particularly leisurely life. After absorbing the energy crystals, his tier successfully reached Transcendent 6th rank. In his free time, he would go out with friends for drinks, barbecue, and small gatherings. Yi knew in his heart that this leisurely life would become increasingly rare in the future. Therefore, he had to cherish it even more. It's worth mentioning that Hao, leveraging his family's superpowers, also got into a decent university, and that university was in the imperial capital, which made Hao happy for a long time. It was night, cool as water.
Yi stood atop a tall building. Tomorrow is freshman registration day. Any thoughts, Yi?
Zhang appeared behind him and asked softly. For now, I plan to win first place in the freshman competition, and by the way, spend those 3,000 points to convert them into my own strength.
What about you?
Hearing his question, Zhang, whose gaze was fixed on the city's distant neon lights, paused slightly. She brushed a strand of hair from behind her ear.
Yi, what do you think of my dad? Uncle Jiang is great. He's a good father and a good mayor, diligently contributing a lot to Jiangzhou City.
Zhang nodded non-committally. But, he's not a good husband.
Yi frowned slightly.
Yi, we're so close, I'm not afraid to tell you, my mother was the young lady of a prominent family in the imperial capital. Her marriage to my father was not recognized by the family, so after I was born, my mother was taken back to the family. After that, the family even arranged a marriage for me. The other party was the young master of another prominent family in the imperial capital.
So your goal is to go to the imperial capital and marry that young master?
Yi couldn't help but ask. Zhang gave him a roll of her eyes.
Do I look like that kind of person?
No. One reason I'm going to the imperial capital is indeed to get an opportunity for further study. The other reason is to completely resolve this engagement. I don't want my life to be controlled by others, like my mother. You know, Yi, my parents loved each other very much, but they didn't dare to see each other. Every year, I'd see my father lock himself in his study, caressing my mother's photos, and drinking himself into a stupor.
He was too timid. And too miserable. My life will definitely not be like my father's," Jiang said with a determined look in her eyes. Yi was silent. As an outsider, it wasn't his place to judge others' family matters. But just because Jiang Mian hadn't dared to step into the imperial capital all these years, lacking the courage to see the woman he loved, he felt that Jiang Mian wasn't quite man enough. So many years have passed, he should have understood by now that some things cannot be diluted by time. Then, if that's the case, as a man, shouldn't he bravely face difficulties head-on? Yi, I don't mean anything else by telling you all this, I just wanted to find someone to confide in. Ruayu is thoughtless, and Hongchen has a cold nature, so I could only come to you. I'm going to the imperial capital tomorrow, and honestly, I'm a little nervous. Jiang showed a relaxed expression and smiled. She stretched out her slender palm, pointing it at the bright moon in the sky. Tonight's moonlight is so bright. The stars are also shining. I hope the moon and stars can guide our way. Yi, I wish us both a brilliant future. Chapter 38, Enrollment, Aegis University. Xia Federation. Today is the new student enrollment day for Aegis University. Countless vehicles were parked at the school gate. Many sharp-eyed, remarkable young men and women stepped out of their cars, looking at the magnificent Aegis University plaque, eager to begin. Yi, goodbye. I'm off to the next building. I'll come find you for a drink later. Hao got out of the car and waved goodbye to Yi. All right. Go find yourself a girl quickly. Yi chuckled softly. Then, carrying his saber, he walked towards Aegis University. Hello, student, are you a new student? At this moment, a young man approached Yi. Yes. Please report your student ID here. 2265. Yi, right? Your dorm is in Building 4, room 618. Just go to the dorm building and get the key from the dorm manager. This is your identification card, it's very important, don't lose it. Your identity and school points will be stored on this card. This is the new student handbook, you can read it if you have time. Many school activities are recorded in it, as well as instructions for using some public facilities. With that, he indifferently handed a booklet and a black card to Yi. Yi took it casually, tapping on the identification card. Beep. Remaining points, 3,000. The aloof young man was stunned. What the hell? Is the ID card wrong? He leaned over to look. Holy crap! It really is 3,000 points. I'm not seeing things. You, a freshman, have 3,000 points. He cried out in surprise. Wait. Yi. He opened the freshman information ocular system. Let me see. Yi. Holy crap. Southern Province top recruit? He stared at Yi, dumbfounded. Yi calmly nodded. He. Junior, how's it going? Southern Province is a long journey, you must be tired from all the travel. Have some water. Saying that, he handed Yi a bottle of mineral water. Yi silently took it. Took a sip. Thank you, senior. No problem, it's a small thing, junior. Let me take you to your dorm. My name is Han, sophomore. My class is thief. Thief? A thief managed to get into Aegis University? Not simple. Yi class oculist. Amazing, junior. You even got first place in special recruitment with an auxiliary class like oculist. Junior must be a dragon among men. Your future is promising. Yi. He followed Han, winding through the campus, finally stopping in front of a building with red brick walls and black tiles. Junior, your dorm is on the 6th floor, I won't go up with you. Let's exchange contact info. Saying that, he raised his phone. Yi nodded, adding him as a friend. Next, he went to the dormitory office to pick up the key. Beep. At this moment, his phone rang. Yi. Have you finished organizing your things? Let's go out and have some fun. It was by Ruayu, who had tagged Yi in the group chat. Okay, I'll be down in a bit.
Yi smiled, then pushed the door open. The dormitory was a double room, very well decorated, on par with a 4-star hotel outside.
Hello.
As he pushed open the door, he saw a gentle, jade-like young man sitting at a desk, quietly reading an ancient book.
Hearing someone enter, he raised his head. He put down the book and pushed up the glasses on his nose. Hello, classmate, I'm your roommate. My name is Lin Ru, class, spellcaster. Spellcaster?
Yi was slightly surprised.
This was a rare class. Just like his oculist, it was a very uncommon class.
The only difference was that oculist was rather useless, while spellcaster was incredibly powerful. It was the kind of existence that could suppress enemies with just a few words. In a team battle, it was a battlefield weapon of mass destruction. Within the range covered by a spellcaster's words, every utterance could clear the field. As expected of Aegis University, truly a place where prodigies emerge.
Yi class oculist.
So you're Yi.
You know me?
Lin Ru nodded with a smile.
The top special recruit from Southern Province, of course I know you.
Then please bear with me in the future.
Learning from each other. Leaving the dorm, Yi pulled out his phone.
Where are you guys?
The snack street by the north gate. I'll be there in a minute.
Then Yi looked at the map. Good heavens, he was 7 or 8 kilometers away from the north gate.
Is this Aegis University a city?
Yi was stunned for a moment. This place was ridiculously huge. Left with no choice, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the north gate. Finally, he found by Ruayu and the others at a barbecue stall.
Didn't you say you'd be here in a minute?
By Ruayu smiled teasingly.
Yi. Show me you can cover 7 or 8 kilometers in a minute.
Humph,
it's not hard if I summon Big Black.
By Ruayu pouted. Yi ignored her, grabbed a bottle of beer, and chugged it.
I'm so thirsty.
So, how was it?
You all met your roommates, right? How are they?
Very good, she's an older sister, 1.78 meters tall.
By Ruayu said with a beaming smile. A mother-daughter setup, indeed nice. By Ruayu? We're all fine, but Hanshin might not be doing so well.
Jiang said with a laugh.
What's wrong? Ye's gaze turned to Xiao. My roommate's class is a Saber master, and he's a total battle maniac. The moment we met, we started fighting, and we almost tore down the dorm building.
Then the dorm supervisor kicked us out. Xiao said, taking a mournful sip of his drink.
Put.
You guys are truly something.
You're killing me.
Yi slapped the table, laughing heartily.
Enough about me, how are you?
Pretty good. He's a rather scholarly guy named Lin Ru, and he has a rare class, a spirit whisperer.
Lin Ru? Jiang looked surprised. It's Lin Ru, really? Even by Ruayu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What, you all know him? Xiao also nodded.
Lin Ru, the top recruit from Guangnan province, codenamed Destroyer of Dragon Speech, is an extremely powerful spirit whisperer. Don't let his harmless appearance fool you during the special recruitment exam. He once achieved the astonishing feat of fighting 100 people alone. Wherever his spirit speech descended, no one could stand. He subdued 100 geniuses by himself. What terrifying power! He's a hot favorite to win the freshman competition.
Yi, your roommate is not simple. He might just be the biggest obstacle on your path to victory. Jiang also said.
Yi took a sip of beer. As expected of Aegis University, truly a gathering of prodigies, it's making my blood boil a bit. Yi chuckled. Just then, a piercing screech of brakes was heard. A red Porsche sports car stopped beside the barbecue stall. A young man got out of the car, wearing a suit, tall, with prominent muscles. His entire being exuded a strong hormonal presence.
Ruayu, why are you eating in a place like this? What if you get an upset stomach? Chapter 39, by Ruayu's Suitor. Yi. Yi. A dog is here. So annoying. Help me deal with him. Please. Ruayu tugged at Ye's sleeve, pouting and pleading. Your admirer, he's pretty good, tall and handsome. He'd be wasted on you, actually. Yi said with a dismissive shrug. Ah. Yi. I'm your slave. How can you let your slave go serve other men? Do you really think that's okay? Ruayu said, puffing out her cheeks. Ye's lips twitched. You're really quite ruthless. Had ha. She gave a cute head tilt. Just then, the tall young man was already walking towards their table. Ruayu, come have dinner with me. I've booked the best Western restaurant in the Imperial City. He said, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. No. I'm allergic to Western food. Dai Lian? He'd heard of food allergies, but never an allergy to Western food. It's alright, if you're allergic to Western food, we can go for Chinese food. I'll treat you to the most famous local specialty dishes in the Imperial City. Excuse me, I'm allergic to Porsches. Why don't you smash your Porsche? Dai Lian's face twitched. He gritted his teeth. As long as you come to dinner with me, I can smash it. I just like eating barbecue here. Ruayu pouted, picked up a skewer of lamb and took a big bite. Ruayu, that's what he just ate. He pointed at Yi. So what? What's it to you? I like eating imported stuff. I don't mind him. Right, Yi. Yi smiled helplessly. Eat slowly. Ruayu showed a bright smile. Dai Lian, standing nearby, clenched his fists, glaring intensely at Yi. Kid! Who are you? Don't you know I'm pursuing Ruayu? Yi slowly picked up his beer, took a sip, then picked up a peanut and ate it. Only then did he speak unhurriedly. You pursue your way, what does it have to do with me? Although I am her master, I won't interfere too much with her private affairs, right? Yi reached out and patted her head. Ruayu shook her head and chuckled. Exactly. He is my master. Master. Dai Lian nearly bit through his teeth. His face was more gloomy than a storm cloud. What kind of play were they into? The thought that this cute little girl, Ruayu, actually had a master. Dai Lian felt as if the most beautiful and pure sanctuary deep within him had been violated. Anger was gradually eroding his reason. Kid! I challenge you to a duel. You don't deserve Ruayu. He pointed at Yi and said angrily. A duel? Are you sure? Do you know who I am? Yi countered. Who cares who you are? I'm Dai Lian. 8th place in the Imperial Capital College entrance exam. Class, Holy Warrior, I challenge you. If you're a man, come out and fight me fairly. Dai Lian pointed at Yi and roared, drawing all eyes to them. Ha 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 ha. Dai Lian. You actually dare to challenge my master. Do you know who my master is? It'll scare you to death if I tell you. He's the top special recruit from the southern province. What? A look of surprise appeared on Dai Lian's face. This guy, who was casually drinking beer, eating skewers, and looking like a street hooligan with his legs crossed, was actually the top special recruit from an entire province. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Still want to fight? Yi asked back. Fight. Why not fight? Just the top special recruit from the southern province. Not the national top. What's there to be afraid of? With the arrow already on the bowstring, it had to be fired, Dai Lian said through gritted teeth. Chapter 40, Gambling on My Own Potential, just so you'll use ocular art. In reality, a sliver of hope still lingered in Dai Lian's heart. There's quite a big gap between geniuses from other provinces and those from the imperial capital. In previous years, the top 10 geniuses in the imperial capital were all on par with the top scorers from various provincial college entrance exams. If Yi, this top special recruit, was a pushover.
Yes, he must be a pushover. After all, he's an oculist, a combat class that's more support-oriented. Compared to his rare class, Holy Warrior, there's quite a big difference.
Alright then, let's fight. Yi finished the skewer in his hand and stood up. No time like the present, let's do it today. Find an open space and settle it.
I still need to go back to sleep, I'm pretty tired.
With that, Yi walked towards a dark alley near the snack street.
Humph. Dai Lian followed, his face grim. As he walked ahead, Dai Lian suddenly stopped. Come here, kid, let me tell you something. Swish. Yi spun around and landed a solid punch squarely on his face.
Bang!
Dai Lian was stunned by the punch, flying backward to crash into a trash can in the corner, his expensive suit now covered in stains.
Kid! You're dead!
Dai Lian spread his hand, and an axe blade shaped like a greatsword appeared in his grip.
Saint's Barrier. Buzz! A golden aura, centered on Dai Lian, enveloped them. Is this the power of a Saint Warrior?
He stroked his chin, feeling a force pressing on him from all directions, attempting to reduce his strength by 30%.
The warrior class is divided into two rare subclasses. One is the Berserker, focusing on offense. They fight like lunatics. Killing 1,000 enemies, they'd wound themselves 800. Even exchanging lives. The second is the Saint Warrior, known for their group battle auras. Their support auras are maxed out. They can not only amplify their own strength but also the strength of their teammates. Most importantly, they also possess healing abilities. It's safe to say both of these classes are extremely powerful rare classes. Die! Ruayu is mine! Boom! He stomped his foot, creating a deep crater in the ground. Then, he swung the massive axe blade at Yi. Swish! Yi tapped his foot, stepping back. Next, with a flick of his hand, the shadow blade from his back landed in his grasp. Against you, I don't even need to use ocular art. Swish! The black blade unsheathed, cutting through the void. Ding! With one strike, it clashed against Dai Lian's axe blade. The immense force made his arm go numb. Clang, clang, clang. Yi swung his blade at light speed, striking Dai Lian's weapon repeatedly. The blows forced Dai Lian to retreat step by step. I told you Yi would be fine. I don't know what you all were so worried about. Outside the alley. Bai Ruayu and the other two each held a bottle of beer, taking small sips. Cheers! The cans clinked together softly. If even this kind of trash could win, then I'd have to suspect Yi was possessed by a deity. Jiang! Xiao, deity thinks what you're saying is a bit rude. TCH. Bai Ruayu pouted, unmoved. She waved her small fists, bouncing up and down. Master! Go, Master! Go! Whether those soft calls of Master cheered Yi on was unclear. But they definitely ignited Dai Lian. Listening to Bai Ruayu's words, he found them incredibly grating, and the anger in his heart grew increasingly intense. I'll kill you. I must kill you. Great sacred blade. Earth-rending slash. Boom! A layer of golden holy light swirled around his axe blade. Dai Lian's aura soared. It surged from the original Transcendent rank 6 to the critical point of Transcendent rank 7. Die! Boom! The golden axe blade sliced through the sky, descending as if splitting heaven and earth. Double buff. Within his barrier, enemy combat power is suppressed by 30%. And this skill increases his own combat power by 30%. Truly worthy of a rare class. Jiang exclaimed. Based on the strength Dai Lian was currently displaying, if she didn't use her lightning attribute power, she would be no match. Only by leaving Jiangzhou City can you truly see the vastness of the world. The 8th rank student in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam already possesses such strength. Unimaginable. Xiao was also somewhat amazed. Including his Saber Master roommate, they were all formidable rivals at his current stage, difficult to defeat without using the sky-shattering sword intent.
When they were in Jiangzhou, Yi was the top special recruit, and they were second and third. It sounded like they were just behind Yi. But upon arriving in the imperial capital, they realized that the gap between first place and third place could easily fit dozens of people. This battle between Yi and Dai Lian also put some pressure on Zhang and Xiao. At this rate, the gap between them and Yi would only grow larger and larger. Until they couldn't even see his back anymore. Heh, when you made your grand entrance, I really thought you were strong, but in reality, you're nothing special. Yi chuckled. Too weak, ridiculously weak. With someone like you, how do you even have the face to pursue someone else? Do you deserve it? Swish. The shadow blade swung, and Yi activated Phantom Blade Flash. Clang. A single strike actually deflected the golden axe blade directly. Reflect well. Your strength doesn't even qualify you for me to use my ocular art. Bang! Two black blade lights whistled past, and the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand was instantly deflected. Immediately after, Yi punched him in the face. Bang! Dai Lian crashed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then slumped weakly to the ground. The battle is over. Yi clapped his hands and turned to leave. Who told you it was over? Not yet. I said not yet. Dai Lian, surprisingly, struggled to his feet, gasping for breath. He was breathing heavily, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Yi. I'll kill you! He roared, blood seeping from his gums. Dai Lian reached into his pocket and pulled out a tube of blood-red serum. Then, he plunged the needle into his skin. Is that an infiltrant? Is he crazy? This will overdraw his potential. Zhang gasped in shock. He must not be able to accept that kind of disparity. Xiao said softly. Dai Lian, a local prodigy from the imperial capital. 8th in the college entrance examination. From childhood, he had always been an object of admiration and reverence. He had never experienced any setbacks, but today he was brutally beaten by Yi in an almost humiliating manner. His heart must be extremely unbalanced right now. Roar! As the crimson potion was injected, Dai Lian let out a roar, and the energy fluctuations around his body began to tremble wildly. Die! He picked up his weapon and finally leaped into the air, striking down at Yi. Come on! Oculist! Show me your ocular art! Am I worthy of your ocular art now? Ah! Come on! Where is your ocular art? Dai Lian roared. Ye's eyes flashed. As you wish. Martial Spirit Eye, activate. Swish. Ye's power suddenly surged. Then he clenched his fist. Seeing his action, Dai Lian's eyes were bloodshot. Why? You're still not using ocular art. Show me your ocular art. I must defeat you. However, Yi said nothing, slowly throwing a punch at Dai Lian's axe blade. Sorry, you only deserve this. Chapter 41 Breakfast cannot be without braised eggs, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Clang! Ye's punch landed on Dai Lian's weapon, and as the two collided, a fierce gale shot out in all directions. Unbelievable! Ye's physique is nothing like an oculist. Unbelievable! How can he be so tough? Is he made of iron? Ruayu covered the hem of her skirt, which was blown by the strong wind, and exclaimed in surprise. I think, that might be a type of his ocular art, an ocular art that amplifies physical strength. Xiao speculated. How could that be? This kind of ocular art is unheard of. Zhang said in surprise. Then have you seen an ocular art that can instantly blast a deity? Xiao retorted. Zhang fell silent. Seen it? Unheard of. Yi had already created enough miracles. Or rather, he himself was nothing short of a miracle. Clang! A crisp sound came, and a crack suddenly appeared on the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand. How is this possible? Dai Lian's eyes widened. This was a black-grade weapon. Shattered by a pair of bare fists? This was unbelievable.
You're telling me someone with this physique is an oculist? Not even a warrior could do this. Boom! After smashing the weapon, Ye's fist, undiminished in momentum, slammed into Dai Lian's face. He was sent flying backward, a human free fall. Bang bang bang! He crashed through 3 walls, landing outside the alley. The students who were eating and the business owners were startled by the sudden flying figure. It wasn't until someone went to check that they recognized the unconscious figure. It's him! Dai Lian, 8th in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination. What happened to him? How did he get so badly beaten? What? It's Dai Lian. The young master of the Dai family? It looks like he was beaten up. How is that possible? This is a genius, 8th in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination, a class Saint warrior. How could he be beaten so badly? I know. I saw Dai Lian follow a young man into the alley just now. Could he have gotten into a fight with that young man? Just then, several figures walked out of the alley. Yi, I told you, you hit too hard, you've disturbed the peace. By Ruayu said, feigning annoyance. I couldn't help it. He even took drugs. I thought he had become very strong. I was a little scared at first. This was self-defense. Who knew he was so fragile? By Ruayu. Jiang. Shao. Onlookers. Listen. Is that even human language? Frail and weak? You're using that to describe a rare class paladin? Are you kidding me, or am I a joke? Quick, let's go. Quick, let's go. Otherwise, the academy teachers will catch us and interrogate us. Yi smiled awkwardly. Hands in his pockets, he walked away into the distance. After Yi and the others left, a student from Aegis University in the crowd spoke up in surprise. Is there any particularly powerful warrior among the new students this year? Yes, but it's not him. Another person shook their head and replied. Then what class is he? The injuries on Dai Lian are clearly from punches. At this moment, a young man on the other side silently put down the spoon in his hand. He spoke softly. I know him, he's from the same province as me. His name is Yi, and his class is Oculist. Everyone? They all looked at Dai Lian's distorted face and the deeply sunken punch marks. They couldn't help but be full of questions. Are you sure this is the kind of damage an oculist can inflict? After everyone gathered again in the evening, Yi returned to his dorm. Lin Ru was still studying. Yi, you're famous. Lin Ru took out his phone and showed it to Yi. It was the Aegis University forum, and the hottest post at the very top. Shocking. Paladin Dai Lian knocked unconscious in an alley. The perpetrator was actually an oculist? Attached above was a photo of Dai Lian with his head askew. Ugh. A black line appeared on Ye's forehead. Ridiculous. He had already been low-key enough. He didn't expect to still draw attention. College students love to watch a good show. Lin Ru smiled. Yi, I actually started following you a month ago. The only double-class prodigy in your southern province, by Ruayu. Originally, she was the one I was focused on, but you unexpectedly swooped in and defeated her. You won first place in the special recruitment, so I shifted my attention to you. I have a premonition that you'll be my biggest opponent in the freshman tournament. I look forward to the day I get to fight you. Lin Ru displayed a heartwarming smile. There will be a chance. Yi smiled. Dragon-tongued destroyer, single-handedly suppressing 100 people. Lin Ru's record was quite astonishing. And Yi felt that Lin Ru was quite similar to him. He relied on his eyes for a living, while Lin Ru relied on his mouth. Both of them were artists. The next day, Yi went to the cafeteria for a meal. That's Yi. The guy who defeated Dai Lian. Hiss. He looks so harmless. You'd never guess he could be so ruthless. Yeah. I heard Dai Lian's head was knocked askew by him. He's still in the hospital. He probably won't be able to participate in this freshman tournament. Truly amazing. A real tough guy. Yi held his breakfast and ate silently by himself. Just then, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria. Not far away, at the food pickup station, two figures were confronting each other, looking as if a fight was about to break out. Yi actually knew one of them. It was none other than Xiao. Xiao. I want this last braised egg. No, I was here first. To the victor go the spoils. If you've got the guts, fight me. Whoever wins gets it. Who's afraid of who? Swish. Zhao's longsword was half unsheathed, revealing its blade. The other party also drew a tangdao. Yi instantly understood. This must be Zhao's Saber master roommate. Yi finished his baozi in 2 bites. Then, he put away his tray and walked towards them. Auntie, how much is a braised egg? 2 yuan. I'll take it. All right. Beep. After swiping his card, Yi held the braised egg and popped it into his mouth. This braised egg is good, very flavorful. Xiao. Qiu Jianfeng? Damn it. My egg. UFING ate my egg. Where did you come from? Qiu Jianfeng turned to glare at Yi. It's just an egg, who cares who eats it? Yi pouted. I saw you two arguing, so I helped resolve the conflict. Isn't that good? Qiu Jianfeng trembled with rage. You. Qiu Jianfeng, have never seen such a shameless person. Well, you have today. Swish. Qiu Jianfeng, fuming, pulled out his tangdao. Do you dare to fight me? Yi clicked his tongue twice, glancing at Xiao. Hanchen, does your roommate have bipolar disorder? Always pulling out a sword at everyone they see? Xiao was silent. A moment later. Yi, you owe me an braised egg. Yi. No, are you pulling this stunt on me too? Who cares who eats one braised egg? However, Xiao shook his head with a serious expression. My breakfast cannot be without a braised egg, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Exactly. Well said. I support you this time. Qiu Jianfeng gave Xiao a thumbs up. Ye's face was filled with astonishment. Xiao, nothing more to say, take him down and make him spit out the egg he ate. Qiu Jianfeng said coldly. Even if he spits it out, it can't be eaten anymore. Then what do we do? Let's buy one outside the school. Xiao, are you scared? Not scared, I'm doing this for your own good. You can't beat him. I, Qiu Jianfeng, have always been fearless in battle. As a saber master, one must have the courage to draw their blade against a deity. Xiao. Chapter 42, Unprovoked Malice, Entering the Demon Subduing Pagoda. His name is Yi. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Yes, I don't care what his name is. Wait a minute. What did you say? Yi? Him? Damn. Qiu Jianfeng was utterly stunned. Yi, the top recruit from Southern Province? The Yi who defeated Dai Lian? Yes, that's him. Do you want to challenge him to a duel? Xiao countered. Qiu Jianfeng touched his face. Actually, I'm not that keen on eating braised eggs either. Eating them every day gets boring. Let's have a poached egg today. Auntie, do you have poached eggs? How much is it? 2 yuan? Okay, I'll have one. This poached egg is delicious. I love it. Qiu Jianfeng had a look of enjoyment on his face. Xiao, it's good to change your taste once in a while, it's really nice. Auntie, get one for Xiao too. Here, my treat, don't be shy. We're roommates after all. Xiao. Yi. Brother, you're quite interesting. Yi patted his shoulder and said. Let's have a drink together sometime. I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. Xiao Jianfeng chuckled awkwardly. No way, as a Saber master, shouldn't you be drinking away your sorrows and laughing proudly through the martial world? Xiao Jianfeng, prejudice. That's prejudice. Not all Saber masters drink alcohol. Xiao Jianfeng exclaimed angrily. By the way, Honchen, what time do you two have class? 7:30, why? Oh, it's 8 o'clock now. Shao. Shit. Hurry to class. The two of them rushed out of the cafeteria. Yi shook his head. These two actually get along quite well. Both are a pair of clowns. He checked his schedule, he had no classes today. Yi. Tower challenge. Challenge the tower for points. Someone wants to challenge you. Come quickly to the demon suppressing tower. In the group chat, Ruayu was at ing him frantically. Yi, he's the top scorer from Southern Province, a high school classmate of Ruayu's. His class is Berserker. Be careful, he's been watching you for a while. Zhang explained. Compared to Ruayu, who seemed to thrive on chaos, Zhang was much more mature. Is the demon suppressing tower that facility where you get points for clearing stages? Yes, it simulates the wilderness through the Sumeru illusion, then you fight fiends. There are rewards for each floor. Sounds interesting, I might drop by and see. Yi chuckled. The demon suppressing tower, huh? He turned and walked in the direction of the demon suppressing tower. A moment later, Yi stopped in front of a magnificent, ancient giant tower. Over here, over here. Yi. Ruayu and the other person waved at him. That guy has already gone in. He's already cleared the 6th floor. Ruayu said, pointing at the score monument below the demon suppressing tower. Only to see a name quickly ascending on it. Jin Changnin. 6th on the freshman leaderboard, this achievement is truly astonishing. Someone remarked. The standard in Southern Province is not bad across the entire Xiao Federation. Jin Changnin, as the top scorer in the college entrance exam, could even rank in the top 5 if placed in the imperial capital. No less than anyone. Jin Changnin, the top scorer, is so powerful. In contrast, the top special recruit, whose achievement should have been even more significant, seems to be somewhat lacking. Those with ability are already challenging the tower, while those without are still content with vying for attention and getting into public brawls. They are truly disgracing Aegis University. Various voices began to sound around. Yi, why do I feel like they have such strong animosity towards you? Ruayu frowned. Only mediocre people are not envied. Yi said calmly. Yi, do you know? All these guys surrounding Jin Changnin are disciples from prominent families. They inherently harbor hostility towards ordinary students who get into Aegis University through hard work and talent. By hitting Dai Lian, you didn't just hit Dai Lian, but also slapped the faces of those prominent family disciples. Naturally, they have no good feelings for you. This class hierarchy and notion of social status are particularly evident in the imperial capital. Zhang frowned. She, including her father, had all been poisoned by the notion of social status. This was a cancerous tumor that spanned 2 generations. Even Zhang's current marriage was affected by this. She felt an innate disgust for all of it. Zhang, the outdated concept of matching social status is meant to be broken. In a world like this, one's own hands are the most powerful weapon. Yi stepped out. I'm challenging the tower for the rewards, not to be provoked by these clowns. That's right, to me they are clowns, and I don't care. It's fine if they don't bother me, but if they do, no matter who it is, they will pay the price. Jiang, I can show you the way. As long as one is strong enough, other problems are not problems. If there are still problems, it just means one isn't strong enough yet. As his voice fell, beep. His ID card sounded. Yi entered the tower. This kid went in too. How interesting, is he confronting Jin Changnin? Hilarious, if he were challenging Jin Changnin to a duel, I could understand, but to compete with Jin Changnin in challenging the tower, he's not worthy. Yes. Jin Chengnin's berserker class gets stronger the more he fights.
The increasing number of fiends in the tower might be a challenge for us, but for him, it's no problem at all. On the first floor of this demon-suppressing tower, 10 fiends of the same tier as oneself will appear.
100 on the second floor, 1,000 on the third.
On the fourth floor, 10 fiends of one tier higher than oneself will appear. And so on. Jin Chengnin has already reached the sixth floor, which means he has to face 1,000 fiends that are one tier higher than himself.
The difficulty is imaginable. Even at Xia Federation's most elite Aegis University, very few students can achieve this. What? You say some people can't even defeat 10 fiends of their own tier?
Then, sorry, go out and to the right, that's where you process your withdrawal. At this moment, Yi appeared in the tower, greeted by a crimson wasteland.
The simulation is quite accurate.
Just then, a commotion sound was heard, accompanied by the rustling of a breeze. Yi turned his head to look, only to see 10 black wind wolves, 4 to 5 meters tall, walking towards him. They eyed him menacingly, eager to pounce and bite through Yi's neck.
Transcendent Tier 6? This difficulty is too low.
Yi shook his head and drew his long saber.
Swish!
Then, he flashed past in an instant.
Boom 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 boom! The 10 black wind wolves were instantly killed by his single strike. No difficulty at all.
Yi sheathed his saber.
Drip!
He checked his ID card. His points had increased by 100.
Second floor. Yi turned and entered the teleportation portal. In the next instant, he appeared on the second level. The second level had 100 Transcendent Tier 6 black wolves. Yi immediately activated the golden flame art. Boom!
A burst of golden flames shot into the sky, followed by countless fireballs raining down, landing amidst the fiend horde.
Boom, boom, boom. Clusters of black wind wolves howled and died. Yi turned and walked towards the third level without looking back. Clearing this level adds 200 points. Isn't there anything more challenging? Chapter 43, Yi storms the tower, Jin Chengnin's character.
The 1,000 fiends on the third level were still instantly killed by Yi. Students who can generally get into Aegis University don't find the first 2 levels difficult, but the third level is a watershed. It's a watershed that distinguishes ordinary geniuses from excellent geniuses. 1,000 fiends of the same tier as oneself, the difficulty is even higher than the fourth level. Many students kill until they are exhausted on this level, ultimately ending in regret. But in front of Yi, this was nothing. Unleashing the ever-burning sovereign flame pupils was equivalent to placing a live volcano on this level. 1,000 fiends bobbed and weaved within the live volcano, roaring before finally turning into ashes. Yi successfully entered the fourth level.
Outside. Damn it! Is this haunted?
What kind of Siberian comet speed is this?
The third level was instantly cleared? This guy is defying heaven. He must be cheating. How can he be so fast?
Even with area of effect attacks, it's impossible to instantly kill 1,000 fiends.
Exactly.
Jin Chengnin's berserker, using area attacks, took a full half an hour to clear that level.
How did this guy do it? Aren't oculists a support combat class? Holy crap! The fourth level was cleared instantly too. Fifth level. He passed the fifth level too. Those were 100 fiends of a higher tier than him. He's entered the sixth level. The same level as Jin Chengnin's. This speed. How is this possible? This is too fast. Is this guy a monster?
On the ranking monument, Yi's name had already shot up to 7th place, closely following Jin Chengnin's.
The sixth level isn't that easy to pass.
Those are 1,000 fiends one tier higher than oneself.
They can already form an army.
Yeah. With this difficulty, definitely no more than 2 hands worth of freshmen can surpass it.
Look! Look! At that moment, someone gasped again. Jin Chengnin passed. My goodness! He passed the 6th floor. Awesome! Oh yeah! As expected of Jin Chengnin. So amazing. He must be in the top 5 among freshmen. Good, good, good. Jin Xingning is still Jin Xingning. He's absolutely suppressing Yi. Ha 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 ha. On the stone tablet, Jin Xingning had already surged to 3rd place. Excluding some students who didn't come to challenge the levels, even so, the value of this ranking is still very high. The person ranked first on the list was a guy named Wu Tongxian, who was the top scorer in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination this time. Aegis University implemented a special recruitment system for the 15 provinces of the Xia Federation, but there was no special recruitment in the Imperial Capital. So Wu Tongxian represented the most outstanding freshman in the Imperial Capital. Definitely one of the candidates for the freshman tournament champion. Most importantly, his class was incredibly terrifying. It was a rare class among rare classes, a versatile cultivator. Even the sword god of the Xia Federation evaluated this class as inherently invincible. Sword manipulation, spells, and physical cultivation were all within the scope of a cultivator. After reaching the metamorphosis level, they could even develop brand new abilities. One of 4 choices: alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, or talisman crafting. There were rumors that Wu Tongxian alone could sweep through all the examinees in the Imperial Capital. He was on a completely different level from everyone else. Very few people had actually fought Wu Tongxian, and when asked about his strength, they all became tight-lipped, as if they had touched some taboo. Second was a girl from an Onmyoji family in Donying, hailed as an Onmyoji rarely seen in a century within her family, with extremely profound Onmyo arts, and rumored to command 9 great Shikigami. Therefore, Jin Xingning only ranking behind these 2 monsters was already something he could be proud of. At this moment, he had already reached the 6th floor. Only 1,000 points? Not enough, still too few. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 1,000 transcendent tier 7 fiends before him. Work hard one more time for me, and become my points. Yi stepped forward, walking towards the ocean of fiends. Among the fiends, countless ferocious beings were eagerly preparing, just waiting to rip Yi apart. But the moment Yi stepped out, golden flames permeated the surrounding space, eventually weaving together in the void to form an illusory golden robe. With golden threads and fire patterns, golden lotuses rotated in Yi's eyes, then bloomed. No fiend dared to meet his gaze. This was his ever-burning Monarch's flame eyes in full activation. In this state, apart from a few heaven-defying individuals, no transcendent-level being could stand against him. Boom! Yi's golden robe flapped, and a terrifying aura steamed around him. Morph! Heaven-burning seal! Boom! A golden fiery great seal appeared in the void, like a blazing sun burning fiercely in the sky, pressing down on all the fiends, making them tremble. Suppress! Yi pointed with a single finger, and the heaven-burning seal descended sharply. At this moment, whether transcendent tier 6, 7, or 8, they were all treated equally. Fiends, one after another, turned to ashes amidst terrified roars. Yi's golden robe fluttered as if he were a monarch commanding flames, residing above eternity. With a sound, Yi's display showed 1,500 points credited. Next floor. He turned and walked out, his ever-burning monarch's flame eyes still burning. He was ready to sweep through this 9-story demon-suppressing pagoda. He's out. He's out. Jin Xingning is out. Someone shouted, and a figure emerged from the entrance of the demon-suppressing pagoda. He had fiery red hair, walked with powerful strides, head held high, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Ruayu, did you see? I'm third on thee now. Jin Xingning's brilliant red hair danced in the wind. I earned a total of 3,600 points from challenging the tower this time. How about I split half with you? However, you have to accompany me for a meal later. We're classmates, and it's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? Saying this, he scratched his head rather shyly. All right, hand it over. Bai Ruayu showed no hesitation, taking out her identity card and handing it to Jin Changnin. Jin Changnin was stunned, apparently not expecting Bai Ruayu to be so proactive. His heart surged with delight. Good, 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 I'll give it to you.
He immediately pulled out his identity card and transferred 2,000 points to Bai Ruayu. Bai Ruayu put away her identity card contentedly, a happy smile appearing on her face.
Let's go then, Ruayu.
As she spoke, she tried to take Bai Ruayu's hand, but the latter deftly dodged her with a sidestep.
Wait a moment, my friend hasn't come out yet. Just then, exclamations erupted from the crowd. Holy cow! He actually passed. He passed the 6th stage. So fast. How is this possible? It's only been 10 minutes. 7th stage. He's reached the 7th stage. Look at the leaderboard. Jin Changnin and Yi are tied for 3rd place. Waves of disbelief and astonished gasps rang out, one after another. Jin Changnin looked in the direction of the sound and saw the name tied with his own, and the dissatisfaction in his heart grew even stronger. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry was qualified to be tied with him. Chapter 44 Difficulty soars, Jin Changnin's defenses are breached. Creak, creak. Jin Changnin clenched his fists, his teeth grinding with a creaking sound. When he cleared the 6th floor, he had already reached his limit, unable to fight anymore, which was why he chose to retreat while he was ahead. And now, Yi had also reached the 7th floor. Jin Changnin prayed in his heart that Yi was in the same situation as him and would retreat immediately. He looked eagerly towards the exit, but Yi was late to emerge. This caused the jealousy and anger in his heart to surge even higher, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hey, are you a mouse? Ha! Hearing Bai Ruayu call him, Jin Changning finally snapped back to reality. Stop grinding your teeth, it sounds like a mouse, and I get nauseous when I see a mouse. Bai Ruayu made a motion as if she was going to vomit. Jin Changning's face grew even darker. I'm sorry, Ruayu. At this moment, Yi had already reached the 7th floor. Damn teleportation gate, made me search for 10 minutes, goddammit. Yi walked out of the portal, muttering curses. That's right, the reason he stayed on the 6th floor for 10 minutes was because he was looking for the exit to the 7th floor, not because, as outsiders marveled, he had simply spent 10 minutes killing all the fiends. In fact, the entire process from Yi appearing on the 6th floor to unleashing the Blazing Emperor's fiery pupils and the Heaven Burning Seal to exterminate all fiends took less than 30 seconds. This floor seems to have transcendent 8th tier fiends, right? 10 of them is still a bit too easy. Yi shook his head. With a flick of his golden robe, golden flames already spread across the sky. Boom! Just then, the ground vibrated, and fiends appeared. Yi was slightly stunned. Had something gone wrong here? Before him appeared 10 colossal titan giants, like mountains, shaking the earth with every step. Their aura was incredibly powerful, completely beyond what transcendent 8th tier fiends should possess. Yi cast an appraisal eye. 10 metamorphosis 1st tier fiends? Has this true demon tower undergone a genetic mutation? Yi was utterly bewildered. Why wasn't this playing by the rules? This really messed with his mood. But before he could think further, one of the titan giants roared and smashed a fist towards him. Damn it! Ridiculous! He dodged to the side, and the blazing golden flames erupted, a soaring blaze howling towards the opponent. Boom! The golden flames exploded on the titan giant, and wisps of fire climbed up its body, burning its flesh with extreme difficulty. The giant, seemingly without pain, merely staggered back 2 steps. And fire resistance? What the hell? Is this a hell difficulty? Yi was dumbfounded. He waved his hand, and the golden flames shifted in the air. Burning sword. Boom! A colossal flaming longsword appeared in the void, then slashed towards the opponent. One titan giant was instantly annihilated by Yi, but before he could catch his breath, several other titan giants swung their fists and smashed down hard on him. Damn it! Yi rolled and dodged, but the titan giants had formed a circle, and several massive fists rained down on Yi. Fuck! You've gotten addicted, haven't you? In a fit of rage, the war god's eye shone. Boom! Yi's strength surged. He drew his shadow blade and directly slashed upwards. Clang! Clang, clang, clang!
The shadow blade struck the Titan giant's arm, sending sparks flying everywhere.
They're hard as hell, my hand's gone numb. Yi shook his arm. I'm done playing with you. Boom. He closed his eyes. War God's true form. Appear. Boom. The purest, most majestic sound echoed between heaven and earth, and a dark golden giant emerged behind Yi.
A peerless phantom of the war god manifested here, looking even more imposing than mountains, truly earth-shattering.
Suppression.
Yi floated in the void, the war god's phantom standing tall, level with the 9 Titan giants. Then, he clenched his fist and launched a punch forward. A crackling sound immediately resonated in the void. A Titan giant roared as it threw a punch in response, but the war god's phantom punched through the core of its chest. Kill. The war god's phantom moved as if unchallenged. The first stage fiends were as weak as chickens in its hands, casually ravaged.
It's over. Feeling his eye power rapidly draining, he didn't want to waste any more time.
The war god's phantom unleashed its full power, a world-shattering punch that blasted all the Titan giants into dust.
Ding!
3,000 points were added to the score. Yi fell from mid-air, his head covered in black lines.
Damn it, there's something wrong with this level. This demon-suppressing pagoda must be bugged.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Forget it, I'm tired, don't want to fight anymore. This record is probably good enough.
Yi felt a little apprehensive. He was afraid that if he went to the 8th level, it would conjure up some abstract monstrosity again.
This demon-suppressing pagoda really had some issues.
He shook his head, and with a thought, the door to the outside opened.
At this moment, in the office of the principal of Aegis University.
Looking at Ye's darkened face on the screen, Ningzhao shook his head with a smile.
This kid. I still set the difficulty too low for him.
He had originally thought of giving this kid a transformation level challenge to make him suffer a bit, but he unexpectedly leveled it. However, recalling the strength he had displayed earlier, he couldn't help but marvel.
There are so many geniuses in this generation.
A monstrous spellcaster, an unprecedented immortal cultivator, and a double-class prodigy.
And the Onmyoji from Dongying, claiming to possess 9 Shikigami. He hadn't expected there to be such a monstrous oculist hidden here. This generation is full of treasures. My Aegis University has a bright future.
Ning Zhao looked relieved. What he valued most were Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru, and now he had to add Yi to that list. Oh, right, there's also a young fellow with a clear sword heart, a disciple of that kid Su Changhen.
TSK. I'm really looking forward to it.
Under their leadership, where will my Xia Federation go? Ning Zhao couldn't help but recall his younger self. Back then, he was just an ignorant young man, full of youthful passion, but looking back, he had already become the principal of Aegis University. Truly, life is full of unforeseen twists and turns. In the future, these children will also become like them today. At this moment, outside, exclamations rose and fell, one after another, an incoherent cacophony.
Am I seeing things? This guy cleared the 7th level. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jin Xingning has been suppressed by Yi. Yeah.
Yi is 3rd on the leaderboard, and Jin Xingning is only 4th.
This is unbelievably absurd. This Yi can actually fight 2 levels above himself. TSK. Another dark horse, nothing else to say, he's definitely secured a top 10 spot in the freshman tournament. I think more than that, maybe even top 5. It still has to be the special recruits. I always said special recruits are definitely stronger than proper Gaokao top scorers. After all, special recruits are the best among geniuses, while Gaokao top scorers are just the best among ordinary people. That last sentence came from the mouth of a poor student, and his words were a fatal blow. It directly dealt 999 damage to Jin Xingning. It dealt true damage, breaking his defense on the spot. Jin Xingning was already fuming, unable to control his eagerness to challenge Yi to a one-on-one fight. Chapter 45, The Mad Berserker and the Domineering Oculist. Yi. You're finally out. Third place, huh? Not bad. Seeing Yi walk out, Ruayu quickly waved. Here, these are the points I earned for you, 2,000 points. They're yours. With that, he took the identity card from Yi's hand and transferred 2,000 points from his own card. I swear. Jin Shengning had a mother for in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. He patiently walked forward. Ruayu, these are the points I'm giving you. Since they're given to me, I can do whatever I want with them, right? Jin Shengning fell silent, then bit his lip and said with difficulty. Yes. Then I plan to give them to Yi, is there a problem with that? No, no problem. Jin Shengning felt as if his heart was bleeding. He felt like a boiling sheep. Alright, Yi, let's go eat. Zhang and I have been waiting for you for ages, we're tired. Jin Shengning finally couldn't hold back. Ruayu, you said you'd have dinner with me. Huh? Was that ever a thing? Of course it was. I only gave you the points because you said you'd eat with me. Oh. Maybe next time, when I have time, I don't have time today. Ruayu waved her hand casually. Jin Shengning finally couldn't hold back. Ruayu, I've tolerated you again and again, are you seriously treating me like a lapdog? He angrily reached out to grab Ruayu. Ruayu immediately dodged to the side. Jin Shengning was furious. He couldn't really do anything to Ruayu, after all, she was from a prominent family in the southern province. So, he directed his anger at Yi. Kid! Get out here! Let's settle this. He pointed at Yi and snarled. Yi raised an eyebrow. He had just been scammed in the demon-suppressing pagoda, hadn't earned enough points, and was feeling annoyed. And now a punching bag was delivered right to his doorstep for him to vent on? We can fight, what's the stake? Clap. Jin Shengning tossed his ID card onto a nearby stone table. This card has the 2,000 points I received as the top scorer in the college entrance exam and the 1,800 points I earned from clearing the pagoda. If you win, all these points are yours. If you lose, then stay far away from Ruayu, and don't let me see you at Aegis University ever again. Jin Shengning's face was twisted as he declared emphatically. Yi grinned. Someone sends a pillow when you want to sleep, how great, I accept this one-on-one challenge. Boom! As soon as Yi finished speaking, Jin Shengning immediately erupted. He didn't want to wait another moment. A giant blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. Die, you bastard! Blood burst. The Berserker class's special skill, Blood Burst, increased combat power by 30% for a short period. At the same time, healing ability and stamina both received a 20% boost. It was a super powerful skill. Boom! A black blade light broke through the air, slashing towards Yi. Clang! Yi raised his hand, drew his shadow blade, activated his martial god's eye, and slashed back. Jin Shengning's strength was considerably greater than Dai Lian's. Dai Lian was relatively balanced in all aspects, while Jin Shengning had poured all his attributes into attack. This axe blow was incredibly powerful without activating his martial god's eye, Yi really couldn't have parried it. Clang! Ye's arm was like a mountain before him, and the giant broadsword struck the narrow shadow blade, almost bouncing off. Jin Shengning stumbled, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. Don't look down on anyone, otherwise one day you'll be beaten to death by the person you least expect. Yi sneered, using his single arm to forcefully push him away. Then he directly punched Jin Shengning in the face. This punch almost flattened his nasal bone. Extra! Extra! Earth-shattering news! The two geniuses, the top special recruit in the southern province and the top scorer in the college entrance exam, are fighting in front of the monster-suppressing pagoda. Oculus versus Berserker, who is stronger and who is weaker? Go quickly and watch. A spectacular show. Students who love to stir up trouble ran around everywhere, spreading the news. This Berserker is too brainless, his head is full of muscles, he poses no threat to me. But this Oculist is a bit strange. As an Oculist,
to be able to go head-to-head with a berserker in close combat, that's not simple.
In another direction, a graceful figure quietly observed the battle between the two. The girl was wearing a sailor uniform and had a lollipop in her mouth. She looked like a two-dimensional anime girl who had stepped into reality. Can the Baku enter their dreams? The young girl asked softly.
A low voice responded from beside her. Miss, the berserker is no problem, but the oculist is a bit difficult.
Oh, an interesting oculist. I'll remember you.
The girl smiled and stroked her chin.
An immortal cultivator, a word master, an oculist, who should I choose to marry into my Shingon family?
A playful glint flashed in her beautiful, violet-like eyes.
Maybe I should just take all three, hee hee hee.
At this moment, Jin Qingning grew angrier and more alarmed with each strike. Ye's physical combat power far exceeded his imagination. His seemingly frail body contained incredibly terrifying strength.
He found it difficult to parry Ye's every move. This was a great humiliation for a berserker renowned for his attack power and physique. Fervent frenzy.
He immediately cast another buff on himself. This skill came from a purple tear scroll and could consume some sanity in exchange for more powerful strength.
If fully unleashed, Jin Qingning would become an imbecile. Conversely, his combat power would grow exponentially.
Jin Qingning's mind became a blur, and he let out a beast-like roar.
Roar! The next second, he lunged towards Yi. Boom!
He let out battle cry after battle cry, swinging his great saber, his utterly unpredictable swordplay flailing wildly in the air. If one were to be accidentally struck by him, they would be crippled if not killed. He was purely born for slaughter.
Everyone couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Yi. Yet, Ye's expression remained perfectly calm. It's over. A beast that has lost its mind is not worthy of fighting me. Boom!
Golden flames ignited around him. Eternal blaze Lord's Eye.
Activate. Heaven's scorching seal. Manifest. Boom! A golden patterned flame robe covered his body, and Ye's entire aura changed dramatically, filled with immense pressure. So cool! Is this the oculist's combat state? His eyes are glowing and spewing fire. Regardless of how powerful this ability is, just this transformation effect alone is enough for him to show off big time. Theirs was already handsome, and with this styling, it's just explosively cool. I admit I'm not as good as Yi in the art of showing off. A group of spectators watched Yi with envy, jealousy, and hate. Compared to Jin Qingning's beast-like combat form, Ye's was indeed much more domineering and majestic. Heaven's scorching seal. Boom!
Strands of golden flames gathered in the void, finally forming a massive golden seal. The next second, that great seal, carrying immense power, pressed down towards Jin Qingning.
Chapter 46, or else what? Roar!
Jin Qingning roared, swinging his weapon towards the gigantic golden seal in the sky.
Boom!
The two collided, and in just an instant, Jin Qingning was devastatingly sent flying, the great seal smashing heavily into his chest.
Yuwa!
Jin Qingning suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then, his aura quickly waning, he was pressed to the ground by the heaven's scorching seal. He let out an unwilling roar, his aura frantically burning and erupting, but it was still useless. In front of this heaven scorching seal, he was like the Monkey King trapped under Buddha's five-finger mountain.
So strong. Too strong. This is practically a massacre. Yeah. Not even on the same level.
This power is incredible. Ye's state is both handsome and powerful, completely dominating Jin Qingning. I feel like he has a chance to compete for the top 3 in this freshman competition.
Hiss. Top 3.
In that case, Yi is the representative of the commoner disciples. Those from commoner backgrounds looked at Yi with eager eyes. On the contrary, the rich young masters all looked at Yi with great displeasure. Yi, however, didn't care at all. He liked the look in their eyes that showed their displeasure but inability to do anything about him.
Satisfying. Alright, hand over your identity card.
After the blazing heaven seal dissipated, Jin Qingning lay miserably on the ground like a dead dog. His face was covered in blood. He dug out the identity card from his embrace. Jin Qingning clutched it tightly, apparently unwilling to give it to Yi.
Hand it over, you. A bet's a bet.
Yi gave a hard tug, directly pulling the card from his hand, then transferred all the points to his own card. Now his points had reached an astonishing 13,200.
This was a huge sum. Some senior students close to graduation didn't even have that many points.
Looking at the 5-figure points on Ye's identity card, everyone's faces showed greed, and they couldn't help but swallow. Yi put away his identity card with indifference. These guys could only envy. Stealing was out of the question. After all, they had neither the strength nor the courage.
Over 10,000 points, how should he spend them?
Yi was in a great mood.
Let's go, Yi, let's go drinking.
Ruayu said cheerfully.
Okay.
I'll contact Hao, and then after Hongshan's class, we'll call him too.
We'll have a good drink today.
Yi chuckled. Just as they walked out of the demon suppression tower, a black car suddenly stopped in front of them. An old man with a white goatee got out of the car. He wore a brown overcoat, leaned on a cane, had black hair, and was full of vigor, looking immensely dignified. The moment he saw the old man, Zhang's face changed.
Sharo, why didn't you tell your grandfather you were in the capital?
If it weren't for a family child seeing you at school, I wouldn't have known. The elder's deep voice resonated. I don't think I'm obligated to report everything to the Chu family. Zhang said coldly.
Cousin, how can you speak to Grandpa like that?
A refined young man beside her, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, frowned and spoke. Zhang glanced at him, not bothering to respond.
All right, Lian Yu, be more forgiving of your cousin.
The elder spoke blandly. His pair of authoritative eyes stared at Zhang. You've grown up, and become beautiful, very good.
Rower, have you met Tang Xian?
He is your fiancé, after all.
Let's find a date and get the engagement banquet done soon, that would be good.
I don't have a fiancé. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression finally showing a hint of change.
Is that how Zhang Mian taught you? It seems leaving you with Zhang Mian back then was a mistake. But it's not too late now. The elder pondered for a moment. Move out of the dorm and come back to live at the Chu family home.
Your mother hasn't seen you in a long time, and she misses you dearly.
I'm sure you feel the same.
Tang Xian is also at the Chu family these days, so you two can properly cultivate your relationship. As a girl of the Chu family, willfulness is the most unnecessary trait. Rower, you need to be more obedient, don't be like your useless and good-for-nothing father. The elder spoke calmly, yet his words carried an undeniable air of authority. This was the aura and presence only powerful figures in high positions possessed. Zhang clenched her fists tightly. In just a few words, he wanted to decide her fate. The Chu family was still as overbearing as they were years ago. She would never forget how her mother's own brother, her uncle, had trampled her father like trash, and domineeringly taken her mother away. Making it difficult for her parents to see each other for 10 years, leaving her father immersed in grief, numbing himself with alcohol. This was the Chu family of the capital, whose single word could dictate life and death. A single word can change a person's entire life. And now, they even want to interfere with her life, using her as a tool for family marriage. A sense of desolation welled up in John's heart. What kind of family was this? Where was the family affection? I'm living very well in the dormitory, I won't go back to the Chu family.
As for my mother, I will pick her up one day.
Zhang said coldly.
You can go back now.
The old man's face darkened. Chu Lianyu, seeing her grandfather's displeasure, quickly jumped in. Cousin, no matter what, you can't change the fact that you are a member of the Chu family. Your class is elementalist, a powerful class. If you were nurtured by the Chu family, the top special admission spot in Southern Province would undoubtedly be yours. It's all because of your useless father, who wasted your talent. Luckily, there's still a chance to make amends. Cousin, Grandpa has advised you kindly, how can you be so ungrateful? Go back to the Chu family obediently. With the help of the family's resources, you can easily make it into the top 3 in this freshman competition.
Chu Lianyu said. This wasn't his boast, but rather the Chu family genuinely possessed that kind of power. Even before the advent of the all-people era, the Chu family had already been a top-tier noble family rooted in the imperial capital for hundreds of years, with an extremely long legacy. The current Chu family has no shortage of rule-level powerhouses, and its three prominent figures are all top individuals in the current era. Even the Xia Federation sword god, who once cut down 3 gods with a single sword, was not feared by the Chu family. It is truly the top family in the Xia Federation. Even Aegis University has to show the Chu family some respect. And the Tang family, which is allied with the Chu family through marriage, holds almost an equivalent status. When Old Master Chu stomps his foot, the entire imperial capital trembles. And now that he wants Zhang to return, she must go back even if she doesn't want to. Aegis University will not stand in the way, nor does it have the right to interfere in others' family matters. Don't want to go back? Rower, I'll give you one more chance. Don't be as stubborn as your mother was back then. Otherwise. The old man's gaze turned cold. Like an ancient glacier, it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhang's face turned pale. She bit her lip tightly, a sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. If the Chu family wants to take her away, no one can stop them. Moreover, Zhang's value wasn't great enough to make others fall out with the Chu family. Otherwise, what? Just then, a figure stood in front of her. Old man, otherwise what? I'm quite curious. Chapter 47, beat him so badly even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Who are you? Do you have a place to speak here? Chu Lianyu frowned when he saw an unknown youngster appear beside his cousin. Cousin, you're engaged, shouldn't you keep a certain distance from other men? Otherwise, what will Tang Xian think? Chu Lianyu lectured. That's enough. If you like Tang Xian so much, why don't you go marry him? Yi retorted with a cold laugh. I've truly never seen a family like yours, jumping straight to moral blackmail, completely disregarding others' wishes, and constantly saying it's for your own good. What you want is a tool for a marriage alliance, or a relative. You. Chu Lianyu was speechless, unable to retort against Yi. Young man, you have quite a sharp tongue. What's your name, and which prominent family do you come from? Perhaps your parents and I know each other. Chu Shanha narrowed his eyes and asked Yi. Yi, no father, no mother, alone in the world. Ye's expression was calm. Yi? So you're that top special recruit from the southern province, huh? How interesting. Chu Shanha stroked his beard. Young man, Aegis University is an academy for geniuses, and what it lacks least are geniuses. Your title as the top special recruit from the southern province may indeed be renowned elsewhere and a source of pride for you, but in front of my Chu family, it brings you no glory whatsoever. A top special recruit means nothing to my Chu family. You might not realize it, but past graduates of Aegis University have all scrambled to get into my Chu family, and among them are plenty of special recruits and top scorers in the college entrance exams. And now, they all obediently work for my Chu family, and when they see me, they respectfully say, "Greetings, family head Chu." And then? What do you want to express? Yi smiled calmly. His current state is that of someone with nothing to lose. He has nothing to care about, no weaknesses. No matter how powerful the Chu family is, what can they do to him at Aegis University? What I mean to say, young man, is that it's far from your turn to take the lead in certain matters. To put it plainly, your words carry too little weight. I'm in a good mood today, which is why I've spoken a few extra words to you. Normally, you might not even have the right to speak to me face to face. Chu Shanha toyed with his cane, confident that any intelligent young person would know what to do. Since ancient times, forcibly taking the lead without matching capability has always come at a terrible cost. Unfortunately, they had picked the wrong person. Old man, I know your Chu family is very powerful, but what does that have to do with me? The current situation is that my friend has been bullied, and as a friend, of course, I have to stand up for her. Yi raised an eyebrow with a nonchalant expression. Are you saying we're bullying her? Otherwise? It's a problem anyone can see, and you can't?
Chu Lianyu, standing by, saw Ye's disrespectful, impudent demeanor and nearly exploded with rage.
Kid! Who do you think you are?
A little brat from a backwater place, who's only achieved a tiny bit of success, what right do you have to speak to my grandfather like that?
Swish!
Ye's gaze abruptly shifted to him.
I'd been annoyed with you for a long time. I'm talking to your grandfather, what are you interrupting for? If you've got the guts, get out here and fight me. Yi barked coldly. Damn it! Chu Lianyu tugged at his tie.
As the young master of the Chu family, how long had it been since anyone had dared to provoke him like this?
This brat was simply courting death.
You've got some serious nerve.
Kid,
Chu Lianyu, have been around the capital for years, and you're the most arrogant guy I've ever seen.
Come on.
He stepped forward, glaring at Yi with a sinister expression.
Yi, be careful. Although my cousin isn't particularly talented, with the support of the Chu family, he also got into Aegis University. He's a sophomore this year, and his cultivation is at transformation level 1. You really need to watch out. Jiang warned.
Don't worry, I'll beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him.
Watching the two of them confront each other, Chu Shanhe surprisingly remained silent.
A faint smile played on his lips as he stood by, perfectly composed, enjoying the show.
Lianyu, go easy on him.
He is your junior, after all.
Don't leave him traumatized.
Receiving Chu Shanhe's nod, Chu Lianyu was ecstatic, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation.
Grandpa, don't worry, I'm just going to give my junior some practical combat experience. Nothing will happen to him.
But the look he gave you was filled with malice.
You brat, how dare you provoke me?
Once we start, I'll cripple you.
I want to see what right a cripple has to challenge me.
In Chu Lianyu's eyes, Yi was practically a dead man already. Yi narrowed his eyes. Bearing various ocular arts, he was incredibly sensitive to the hostility of others. If Chu Lianyu wanted to mess with him, then he would cripple this guy first.
Boom!
Yi immediately activated his ever-burning Monarch flame pupils, golden flames swirling around his long blade, and with a flash, appeared before Chu Lianyu.
Clang!
The golden flames rose like a cloud of rosy light, tearing through the void, and a dazzling golden burst erupted.
Courting death! You, a mere transcendent level brat, think you can fight me? What a pipe dream! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle!
In Chu Lianyu's hands, a gust of fierce wind howled into existence, then transformed into sharp arrows, shooting at Yi from all directions. Yi, be careful, his class is a wind mage.
Jiang warned.
Wind mage, a not-so-powerful class, whose ability was to manipulate strong winds, a relatively singular method. However, the tear suppression alone was enough for Chu Lianyu to crush Yi. He had always thought so. The fierce wind howled, dispersing the golden flames burning in the void.
Brat, let's see how you die.
The arrows, carrying the fierce wind and green light, actually shot towards Ye's limbs, aiming to pin them down.
Jiang's face changed. You're trying to cripple Yi. Chu Shanhe's expression was calm.
They are all adults and should be responsible for their words and actions. Ye's disrespect in his words had long made this high-ranking elder deeply dissatisfied.
Otherwise, Chu Lianyu wouldn't have dared to act out of turn.
Patriarch Chu is right, adults should be responsible for their words and actions.
Jiang gave a non-committal response. He knew Ye's strength a single Chu Lianyu wouldn't be enough to put Yi in a difficult position.
On the contrary, Chu Lianyu himself might be in greater danger. Sure enough, golden flames materialized, enveloping the shadow blade, and the blade itself expanded by a section. The massive golden flames burned, tearing through the fierce wind.
Is this all you've got?
You talk tough, but it turns out only your mouth is tough.
Boom! The massive flaming long blade descended directly towards Chu Lianyu.
He was so frightened his face turned pale, and he used every means at his disposal. But in the face of Ye's unstoppable scorching golden flames, everything was like paper. In that instant, the flaming long blade had already singed his hair, nearly striking Chu Lianyu dead.
Chu Lianyu showed a look of utter terror. Just then, a fair hand suddenly appeared, grasping his golden flame blade light. Chapter 48, Wu Tongxian and a Pact. That's enough. A classically dressed man with long hair flowing over his shoulders and wearing a white robe stood before Chu Lianyu with a gentle smile. His fair arm glowed with a jade-like luster as he gripped Ye's long blade. The flames from the long blade spread to his palm, burning fiercely, yet they were nullified by an unknown force. Tongxian, you've arrived. Seeing the appearance of the classical young man, Chu Lianyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Brother Lianyu, if you encounter such situations in the future, you can come to me. There's no need to step in yourself. Understood, Tongxian, thank you. Chu Lianyu wore a look of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. He truly hadn't expected Yi, with a transcendent Tier 6 combat power, to be so fierce. He was almost beaten to death. If it weren't for Wu Tongxian arriving in time, he would have been laid up in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. Yi, want to continue? Although there will be a battle between us sooner or later, I don't think it should be now, but on the arena of the freshman competition. Wu Tongxian looked at Yi and said with a smile. Ye's eyes flickered. He slowly put away his long saber. The flames also dissipated. Tongxian, you're here. At this moment, Chu Shanhe spoke with a smile. Tongxian arrived late and frightened Grandpa. Chu Tongxian bowed respectfully to Chu Shanhe. What's there to be frightened about? It's just a small scene. Back then, when a few of us old guys faced the wilderness deity, I didn't even bat an eye, let alone today. Grandpa is still strong and hearty. Wu Tongxian complimented. Ha 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 ha. I like your mouth, you know how to talk. Lianyu, learn more from Tongxian, you are too impulsive. Your performance today really disappointed me. Chu Lianyu's face turned pale. Yes, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Chu Lianyu knew that his performance today was really poor. He was provoked into anger by a few words, and in the end, he still couldn't beat Yi. He was almost beaten up, and if Wu Tongxian hadn't come to his rescue in time, his Chu family's face would have been completely lost. Roar, Tongxian is my adopted grandson. He came from an orphanage and was adopted by my Chu family when he was very young. I've always thought highly of Tongxian since he was small, and he truly hasn't disappointed me. He's handsome, exceptionally talented, and very capable. This time, winning first place in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination has also brought fame to my Chu family. You can ask him for advice when you have the chance. This must be Cousin Zhang. I've always heard Grandpa mention you. If you have any trouble, you can come to me for help. Wu Tongxian said with a light chuckle. No need. Zhang coldly refused. She walked over to Ye's side. I'm not going back to the Chu family, she said with a determined look. If Zhang doesn't want to leave, no one can take her away. Yi also stated his position. That's right. And me. By Ruayu, who had been watching the battle and couldn't get a word in, also spoke up at the right time. I, Yi, am putting my words out here today. Anyone who tries to take Zhang, I don't mind making them exit the freshman tournament early. Ye's gaze fell on Wu Tongxian. The cultivator class is indeed very strong. In his previous life, he had read many fantasy cultivation novels, where cultivators could reach heaven and earth, with boundless power. But so what? Among his peers, Yi, had never been afraid of anyone. He even wished Wu Tongxian would quickly fight him, taking advantage of this opportunity to copy the cultivator's techniques. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But Wu Tongxian didn't seem to have that idea. He looked at Chu Shanhe's sinking face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Grandpa, can I say a few words? All right, you talk. Chu Shanhe still respected the opinion of this exceptionally outstanding adopted grandson. Thank you, Grandpa. Wu Tongxian pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Grandpa also wants you, Cousin Zhang, to return to the family to receive better resources, improve your strength, and achieve a better ranking in the freshman tournament. Since you don't want to go back, why not show your capabilities? If you can make it into the top 10 in the freshman tournament, it will prove that your persistence is right. Then Grandpa won't force you to return. If you can't get into the top 10, it means your abilities are limited. In that case, how about you obediently listen to Grandpa and go back? If you, Cousin Jiang, don't even agree to this, then no matter who tries to stop me today, I will take you back. Wu Tongxian's deep eyes fell upon Yi. Jiang, follow your own thoughts. If you don't agree, no one can take you away. A mere Wu Tongxian cannot stop me. Yi placed a hand on Jiang's shoulder, comforting her. That's right. Sister Jiang, we will definitely help you. Bai Ruayu also comforted her. I'm a dual-class user, if anyone tries to grab you, I'll beat them to death. Bai Ruayu waved her fists. And me. We all came from Jiangzhou, how could I be left out? A figure with a sword on their back walked over from a distance. Hong Chen. Looking at their faces, Zhang's eyes became somewhat blurry. It might be from emotion. For all these years, although she was the high mountain flower in others' eyes to be admired from afar but not touched, that heavy responsibility and pain were hers alone to bear, the pain hidden in her heart understood by no one. No matter how strong she, Zhang, was, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. But now it was different. A group of companions had gathered around her. They had experienced life and death together, shared hardships, and faced death side by side. With their support, Zhang suddenly felt that the Chu family didn't seem like an insurmountable mountain after all. Nor was it so terrifying. She wiped her face. Okay, I agree. I will enter the top 10 in the freshman tournament. I will prove it to you all, even without the Chu family, I, Zhang, am still not inferior to anyone. She said with conviction. I hope so. Chu Shanhai gave him a faint glance, then turned and walked towards the black Mercedes business van. Before getting into the car, he turned back and gave Yi a deep look. Young man, you are the boldest young man I have ever seen. I hope your strength is as formidable as your tongue. Old man, don't worry. The person who can defeat me, Yi, hasn't been born yet. Humph. Greenhorn. Chu Shanha snorted coldly, then got into the car. The Mercedes carried the two men away into the distance. Yi, I really look forward to battling you at the freshman assembly, and of course, Lin Ru too. Wu Tongxian smiled at Yi. Then he floated away, his white robe fluttering in the wind, exuding a touch of otherworldly, immortal aura. This Wu Tongxian is quite interesting. Ye's eyes flickered slightly. The imperial capital is truly a good place, with a constant stream of strong individuals and countless geniuses, ensuring one is never bored. Alright, stop thinking so much. Let's go drinking. Yi put his arm around Zhao's shoulder. I might not be able to. Xiao hesitated. What's wrong? Yi frowned and asked. Actually, my roommate was arrested for soliciting, he asked me to bail him out. Xiao said awkwardly. Yi. Chapter 49, Sailor Uniform Girl, Shinguning Ninko. How exactly did he solicit? Yi looked completely bewildered. That seemingly honest saber master, Xiao Jianfeng, actually went soliciting? This was simply a disgrace to their Aegis University. What exactly happened? Xiao shook his head. While class was in session, he suddenly raised his hand to the teacher, saying he needed to go to the bathroom. After he left, he never returned until the entire class was over. I thought he had diarrhea from eating too many fried eggs that morning. Unexpectedly, after class, he called me, saying he had been caught for soliciting prostitutes, didn't dare to tell the teacher, and didn't dare to tell his parents, asking me to bail him out. Yi was dumbfounded. This young man, playing such a wild game. Let's go check it out. That guy seems pretty naive. He doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. Yi said helplessly. Is something wrong? Zhang and the other person asked curiously. Hongchen's roommate, he, got caught for soliciting prostitutes. Soliciting? What's that? Zhang frowned, looking puzzled. Oh. It's prostitution. Zhang, you don't even know that. By Ruayu interjected with a smile. Zhang's face instantly turned crimson.
As a pure young woman, unlike Bai Ruayu, who was boisterous and would casually browse certain websites, her knowledge of matters between men and women was truly limited to textbooks.
Yi. You absolutely must not solicit prostitutes in the future. Otherwise, if you get caught, we won't help you.
At this moment, Bai Ruayu suddenly grumbled.
If I get caught, I'll say you're my wife and make you lose face with me. Yi rolled his eyes and said. You. Yi. You're shameless.
Bai Ruayu was trembling with anger at his words, her slender white finger pointing at Yi, slightly shaking.
Are you really going to solicit prostitutes? With an invincible beautiful girl like me around? Can you still be interested in those common, gaudy women?
Bai Ruayu put her hands on her hips, striking a charming and alluring pose.
No matter what, it's still a flat chest. I'm a master of ball games. Yi pursed his lips and reached out, pulling Xiao into an embrace.
Hongchen's chest muscles are even more developed than yours. This instantly made Bai Ruayu furious, and she pounced on Yi like a crazed white cat.
I'll bite you to death, you big pervert. 15 minutes later. The two arrived at the police station near Aegis University.
Outside the police station, Xiu Jianfeng stood with a long saber on his back, a long face. In front of him, an uncle who looked about 34 was sternly lecturing him. Not far away, a girl in a sailor uniform stood with a face full of grievance, her violet eyes revealing timidity and fear.
Xiao! You're finally here. Come save me.
The moment Xiu Jianfeng, with his mournful face, saw Xiao, he instantly brightened up.
You must be his classmates. This time, let it go. Fortunately, nothing substantial happened. If there's a next time, I will punish him severely without leniency.
The uncle looked at Yi and the others, speaking sternly.
So young, and excellent students of Aegis University at that. Why do something bad when there are so many good things to do, and instead go to PC? Look how pretty these two girls are.
If you want a girlfriend, go pursue them properly, don't take shortcuts.
If there's a next time, I'll tell your school teachers and parents.
The uncle severely reprimanded Xiu Jianfeng.
He lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word. All right, sign here, provide your ID number, and you can leave. The police officer handed out a notebook. Little girl, you sign too. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future.
If you have difficulties, you can tell us, don't go down the wrong path again. The girl in the sailor uniform gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and took the ballpoint pen to write her name.
Jin Gong Ning Ningko.
Looking at the name, Bai Ruayu paused slightly.
The name felt strangely familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Oh. She's a little Japan, an East Asian sister who's doing well.
The uncle slammed on the brakes and corrected himself.
Uncle, there's no need. I know you want to curse us East Asians.
Although I am East Asian, I grew up in the Xia Federation. Jingu Naningzi said indifferently. The uncle rubbed his head, feeling embarrassed.
Ha 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 ha. Little girl, don't misunderstand.
As long as you are in the Xia Federation, no matter what nationality you are, we treat everyone equally. There's no such thing as differential treatment. However, since you are from Dongying, you absolutely cannot do such a thing. Although this is a legal and compliant traditional industry in Dongying, it is absolutely forbidden in our Xia Federation. Yi, however, took a second look at this uncle. It was evident that this uncle had a rather rich private life after work.
All right, you can go now.
The uncle waved his hand, signaling that Yi and the others could take Xiu Jianfeng away.
Kid, Xiu Jianfeng, right? I've remembered you.
I hope we don't meet again with prison bars between us.
The uncle said meaningfully. Xiu Jianfeng's face immediately fell. Yi and the others left the police station and walked towards Aegis University. Jingu Naningzi had been following behind them the whole time. Hey! I say, Miss Jingu Naningzi, whose days are going pretty well, why are you following us? Are you promoting yourself? Yi suddenly stopped and retorted. Jingu Niningzi pouted. The same direction as you. I'm also a student at Aegis University, she said with a calm expression. Oh. I remember now. Ruayu suddenly clapped her head. There really is a Dongying new student this year. The little princess of the Dongying Jingu family. Her class is an onmyoji passed down through generations of the family. Said to command 9 major shikigami. The second place record in the Demon Suppression Pagoda is held by her. Ruayu exclaimed, looking at Jingu Niningzi. What? The others were startled. They looked at the sailor-suited girl with a bit more caution. The Jingu family is also a prominent family in Dongying. Not inferior to the Chu family's standing in the Xia Federation. Does a girl from such a top-tier influential family need to be outselling herself? There's definitely something complicated going on here. Hey! Did anything really happen between you and her? Yi suddenly asked, grabbing Qiu Jianfeng by the collar. No. Nothing. I don't know why back then, I went out to the restroom during class, and then I got a call. After that, I don't remember anything. When I came to my senses, some uncle said I was suspected of soliciting prostitution, and then I was arrested. Qiu Jianfeng scratched his head. Was I tricked? The uncles shouldn't lie to me, right? He scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. Yi sighed, patting his forehead in exasperation. College students are truly as stupid as a clear stream. It's not the uncles lying to you, it's her lying to you. Hey! Jean Gubala. You tricked Qiu Jianfeng and lured us out. What exactly is it for? Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Jingu Niningko. Jingu Niningko completely changed from her previous pitiable demeanor. She ran a slender hand over her slightly upturned, luscious red lips, a mischievous impish smile flashing across her face. Yi, would you be my husband? Chapter 50, Be my husband, there are many benefits. Everyone simultaneously had question marks over their heads. What the heck? Husband? As expected of the Japanese people, whose small lives are quite good, playing so openly. Proposing marriage in public. Me, your husband? Are you out of your mind? Yi sized up Jingu Niningko. She wore a common black sailor uniform from Japanese anime on her upper body, revealing an almost perfect figure without an ounce of excess flesh. Her lower body showcased straight, long legs, encased in black pantyhose, no less impressive than John's long legs. Most importantly, she was big. Putting aside Ruayu's washboard, even Zhang seemed a size smaller compared to Jingu Niningko. A conservative estimate would be C-cup. Simply put, she was exceptionally well developed. Her face, needless to say, was fair and translucent, without a hint of blemish. Her dark, beautiful hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her violet eyes sparkled. She was practically the ideal perfect 2D girlfriend. Surely no man could dislike Jingu Niningko. Yi! You can't like her. Ruayu saw Ye's gaze scanning the other girl up and down and immediately panicked. She stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Why? Are you my mom or my dad that you get to dictate who I like? Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. I just have to. I need to help my sister take good care of you. And. Ruayu's small face was flushed, too flustered to speak. And, you are the pride of the Xia Federation, a treasure of the Xia Federation, and cannot be lured away to Dongying. These words were not spoken by Ruayu, but by Jiang, who had been silent all along. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Right, Ruayu. Jiang brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Ruayu immediately caught on. Exactly. That's right. For the sake of the country, you cannot marry a woman from Dongying. That's right. She stood with her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest though it made no difference how much she puffed, and declared with certainty. Yi was utterly confused. Why are you all more anxious than I am? Jingu Ningzi merely giggled. Yi, why are they more anxious than you are? She walked with a cat-like stride to stand before Yi. Her breath was like a delicate orchid. Yi, you are an excellent oculist, and I am an onmyoji with the strongest bloodline in the Jingu family's ancient history. If we combine, we will surely bear an invincible child. Among the three, you were the one I instantly took a liking to. Jingu Ningzi extended her pink tongue and lightly licked Yi's earlobe like a kitten. Then she quickly jumped away. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and she appeared extremely relaxed. As long as you marry into my Jingu family, the Jingu family will fully provide you with abundant resources to help you grow. In just a few years, you'll become a figure like the sword god of the Xia Federation. Moreover, in both the Xia Federation and Danying, you will gain the respective millions. And I, Jingu Ningzi, the most beautiful woman of the Jingu family and the most talented in its history, will also become your wife. You can do anything you want to me, are you really not tempted, Yi? Jingu Ningzi caressed her red lips with her finger. If you're concerned about my relationship with that man, rest assured, I merely used onmyoji techniques to bewilder him. He hasn't even touched my hand. Everything about me is pure, and it all belongs to you. Jingu Ningzi was stunningly beautiful. Most importantly, she was more feminine than the naive Bai Ruayu and the cold Jiang, and more capable of stirring a man's hormones. Bai Ruayu was already glaring at her, gritting her teeth like an angry kitten with ruffled fur. Even Jiang wore a wary expression. Their intuition told them this woman was incredibly terrifying. Terrifyingly proactive. Yi pursed his lips. I think any normal man wouldn't refuse such temptation, but before that, I'd like to ask you why you chose me. Of course, as my future husband, you have the right to know. Jingu Ningzi smiled softly. Actually, my initial targets were 3 people, you, an oculus Lin Ru, a spirit tongue master in Wu Tongxian. But based on my observations, Wu Tongxian is backed by the Chu family, making him half a Chu family member. He doesn't lack resources from my Divine Palace family, and it's unrealistic to expect him to marry into the Divine Palace family as a live-in son-in-law. Lin Ru's personality is too cold and he's too much of a homebody. He just stays in his dorm reading all day, making it impossible to tell if he has a normal sexual orientation. In contrast, you meet my expectations in all aspects, you're powerful, you have a maverick personality, and you're also from a common background. I assume you also need a lot of resources to rise, right? That's why I chose you. How about it? Am I honest? Jingu Ningzi said with a smile. Yi nodded. Very honest. I'm satisfied with that answer. So, you agree to marry into the Divine Palace family and marry me? Jingu Ningzi's face lit up slightly. You're overthinking it. Yi pursed his lips indifferently. He held up 3 fingers. Firstly, I, Yi, am not anyone's substitute, nor am I your second choice. Secondly, I, Yi, am a Xia Federation citizen. It's impossible for me to marry into Danying. Thirdly, I don't accept a relationship that is only about sex and no love, nor do I want to be a tool for procreation. Those are my thoughts on the matter. With that, Yi turned directly. Let's go, I'm off to drink with Hao. Jiang heard this and revealed a sweet smile, following his footsteps without a word. Bai Ruayu was also beaming. She made a face at Jingu Ningzi, even retaliating by linking her arm through Ye's. Jingu Ningzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi, unfortunately, you might not be able to have that drink today. I've also thought of a second backup plan, and that is, to make a done deal. Buzz. A talisman suddenly appeared in Jingu Ningzi's hand. By my fresh blood, I command the gods. The soldiers of war are all arrayed before me. Buzz. She formed a hand seal with one hand. Golden talisman light appeared in the void, and a huge array subsequently emerged behind Jingu Ningzi. Tongsha. Hide. Boom. A large white serpent, resembling a flood dragon yet shaped like a dragon, burst forth from the magic circle. It soared high in the sky, riding the clouds and mist. It's a dragon. Bai Ruayu exclaimed. It's not a dragon. It's a Tingsha. One of Abe no Saimai's 12 Shikigami, the ancestor of Eastern Ying's Onmyoji.
Jiang said gravely.
Chapter 51, Onmyo Robe, Crimson Lotus.
The Onmyoji class is extremely rare in other countries, but in Eastern Ing, it is one of the national classes, known alongside Samurai and Ninja as the three great classes of Eastern Ing. Onmyoji can use talismans and summon Shikigami to fight, employing diverse and mysterious methods. Among them, the Onmyoji cultivated by the Eastern Shrine Palace, one of the two major Onmyoji families, possess astonishing power. The most outstanding Onmyoji genius of this generation, Jinguji Ninko, inherited 6 Shikigami from the Onmyoji progenitor, Abe no Saimai, who was hailed as the strongest in the Onmyoji class. Her talent overshadows all other Onmyoji. She is a treasure of the Jinguji family, and countless young elites in Eastern Ing dream of marrying her. However, almost no one could catch her eye, which is why Jinguji Ninko traveled across the ocean to the Xia Federation, seeking a desirable husband who could satisfy her. To bear the most excellent offspring for the Jinguji family. Yi, I won't let you leave. She held a golden talisman in her hand and waved it gently. Whoosh! The Tingsha in the sky roared and charged towards Yi and the others. Ye's hand rested on the sword at his back. But he was stopped by Ruayu at the crucial moment. Yi! Leave this little Japs to me. I've been enduring her for too long. Ruayu said indignantly. Ali! Da hey! Come out! She clasped her hands together, and the summoning circle behind her emerged. The mountain-sized 9-tailed spirit cat wagged its 3 tails, baring its fangs at the charging Tingsha. The dragon human also stared intently at the Tingsha, letting out a deafening roar. Boom! The 2 summoned beasts charged directly at the Tingsha. Boom! A terrifying clash of attacks occurred mid-air, causing the surrounding air to intensely fluctuate. He, you're so weak. Someone like you will only drag ye down. Jingu Ninko smirked mockingly, as the Tingsha easily suppressed by Ruayu's 2 summoned beasts. The Tingsha rolled its body and lashed out with its tail. It slammed the 9-tailed spirit cat directly to the ground. Then, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at the dragon human. 1 against 2 was more than enough. Ruayu! Be careful! This Tingsha is, after all, Abe no Saimai's Shikigami. Even if Jingu Ninko can't fully unleash its power now, its fundamental strength is still there and should never be underestimated. Jiang warned. Don't worry, I know. Watch this, fiery dragon's breath. Ruayu's eyes slightly widened, and a scorching aura erupted from the cute little loli. A cluster of flames shot skyward, transforming into a long fiery dragon, roaring as it battled the Tingsha. I'm a dual class. If summoned beasts aren't enough, then taste my magic. Ruayu sneered. Upon seeing the blazing fiery dragon, a playful glint flashed in Jingu Ninko's eyes. You have some power, but unfortunately, you're still not worthy of Yi. And, compared to me, Lady Jingu Ninko, you're still far too inferior. Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. Onmyo robe. Jingu Ninko's hands moved rapidly, and her whole body emitted a crimson glow. Coincidentally, Tingsha is also a fire attribute Shikigami. Let me have a good time playing with you, you little girl whose gender I can't quite tell. Jingu Ninko sneered. Calling her the little girl whose gender I can't quite tell was a direct jab at Ruayu's sore spot. What's so great about having 2 spheres hanging there? Watch me knock them off. Ruayu said resentfully. The power of the flame dragon surged, roaring as it sought to utterly destroy Jingu Ninko and her Shikigami. But just then, Tingsha suddenly shot into the sky. Its pure white body glowed with a red fiery light. Boom! Tingsha directly entered Jingu Ninko's body. A long, crimson battle attire now adorned her perfect figure, a blooming golden lotus on her chest seeming to support 2 exquisite peaks. Ribbons of flame wrapped around her body, giving her the appearance of a Valkyrie. Utterly awe-inspiring, utterly stunning. This is my Onmyo robe, Red Lotus. Jingu Ninko caressed the fiery ribbons around her body, chuckling softly. This was the power of an onmyoji, where the onmyoji and their shikigami become one, their minds connected, ultimately forming a combined human-god combat state.
This was the Onmyo robe.
Swish! The fiery long ribbon shot out, coiling around the flame dragon. They tightly hooked its massive head, and the flame dragon was entangled in the void, unable to move.
Fire prison.
Swish!
Jingu Ninenko squatted down, reaching out to touch the ground. Boom!
Around whereby Ruayu stood, fiery cages emerged from all directions, trapping her firmly within.
It's over, the game. It proves that I am the one worthy of ye. Boom!
With a powerful tug, Jingu Ninenko tore the flame dragon apart in the sky with her red ribbons. Her two summoned beasts were also wrapped up by her fiery ribbons. Ruayu, imprisoned, had lost all means of combat. She could only grit her teeth and watch Jingu Ninenko gloat condescendingly before her.
Daka daka daka.
Jingu Ninenko, in fiery red high heels, walked gracefully towards Yi.
Let's make love, husband. Give me a perfect child.
She pouted her red lips, revealing a seductive expression, utterly charming and enchanting. Jiang watched her with great vigilance. Ruayu was trapped in the hellfire, so anxious she was almost crying. Yi narrowed his eyes.
Let her go. Ha! Jingu Ningzi blinked her large eyes. I don't like disobedient women, and there are some things I don't want to say a second time.
If you push your luck again, don't blame me for being impolite. He stared at Jingu Ningzi, golden lotuses already beginning to bloom in his pupils, powerful fire elements leaping and dancing around his body. Master, be careful, his flames are extremely powerful. The yin-yang robe flickered, and Jingu Ningzi knew it was her shikigami, Tensha, warning her. Tensha was a fire-attributed combat shikigami, and even he felt Ye's flames were powerful.
How terrifying was Yi exactly? At this thought, Jingu Ningzi pondered slightly.
She extended her jade hand and gently waved.
The hellfire cage instantly vanished. Jingu Ningzi glanced at Ruayu with a cold expression.
Then she spoke to Yi.
Actually, at first, I just wanted to find a husband to have a child, but now, I'm really a little interested in you, Yi.
She touched her red lips. Never mind, this matter can't be rushed, and it would be a loss if I were to be disliked by someone I like. With that, she swayed her waist and walked away into the distance on her high heels.
Bye-bye, my future husband.
The red lotus yin-yang robe receded, and Tensha transformed back into a piece of paper in her hand.
Wait a minute. At this moment, Ruayu cried out. Jingu Ningzi's footsteps paused slightly.
She heard her ask.
You'll be participating in the freshman tournament, right? Jingu Ningzi nodded. Good, then I'll defeat you in the freshman tournament. To avenge my previous defeat.
Ruayu stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of serious determination.
Jingu Ningzi was amused. He.
Interesting, alright, I accept this challenge. Pulling out a lollipop from somewhere, Jingu Ningzi popped it into her mouth and merrily left the place. Chapter 52, A gust of wind from heaven brushes over a restless heart. Well, now, one of you wants to get into the top 10, and the other wants to challenge someone to a duel.
The difficulty just shot up.
Yi spread his hands. I just couldn't stand her being a pervert. Ruayu said anxiously.
Are you afraid I'll get harassed by her?
It's more likely I'd harass her.
Yi responded dismissively. No. No way.
You're not allowed to harass her. Ruayu waved her small hands.
Then who should I harass? You? What kind of harassment can I even do to you?
Ye's gaze fell on her flat, washboard-like chest.
Woo-woo.
I'm still small, I can still grow.
I'm the type that develops later.
Ruayu explained, covering her chest.
Hey, dummy, do you really want me to harass you? I mean you.
Yi stroked his chin.
You wouldn't happen to like me, would you?
Swish, swish, swish. Several pairs of eyes fell on by Ruayu. She was so startled she couldn't speak, her face much redder than an apple.
Hey, you really like me? Yi asked again.
Zhang and Xiao also cast puzzled glances.
Eek. Who likes you?
How could I possibly like a big pervert like you? Bai Ruayu turned her head, rapidly waving her hands.
Good that you don't like me, I don't like washboards either. Yi smiled contentedly. Let's go, let's drink.
Then he pulled Xiao and Xiao Jianfang and walked towards the distance.
Ah! I don't drink. Xiao Jianfeng's terrified shouts came through. You can learn if you don't know how.
Just chug 2 bottles straight from the bottle and you'll get it.
Yi responded indifferently.
Bai Ruayu walked behind him, her face full of dejection, her eyes moist, like a withered eggplant, utterly crestfallen.
Ruayu, you haven't really fallen for Yi, have you? Zhang looked at her unenthusiastic expression and asked. I don't know either. Bai Ruayu mumbled.
It's just that when everyone walks together, my eyes involuntarily fall on him. When I see him defeat enemies, I feel happy and cheer. When he gets too close to other women, I also feel a tightness in my chest.
And also,
I used to clearly hate it when he made dirty jokes, but now, I actually find it quite amusing.
He. Does this count as liking someone? I'm not sure.
Watching the giggling by Ruayu, Zhang was speechless for a moment. The little girl seemed carefree, but deep down, she was still a child and couldn't discern her own feelings.
But how could others not see it?
Undoubtedly, Bai Ruayu definitely liked Yi, and with her family background and talent, she was certainly worthy of Yi. The two, like a bickering couple, were naturally a good match.
But what about herself?
Zhang touched her chest, asking herself. Where should her restless heart find its place? She looked at the side profile of the figure in the distance, momentarily lost in thought. She didn't know when, but she seemed to have become increasingly dazzling, so dazzling that she could spot him in a crowd at a glance, so dazzling that she could recognize him even from a distant back.
When did it start? Was it when he charged alone towards the giant spirit god? Was it when he faced the shadow god cult alone? Or was it when, facing the colossal Chu family, he stood resolutely in front of her? Hey! What are you doing? Hurry up and go!
From afar, Yi's voice came.
Oh! Here they come!
The two hurried to follow.
Well, this is fine for now.
It was a gentle breeze borrowed from the heavens. Even if it stirred up a momentary sparkle, it wasn't truly his. It would eventually return to the sky. Before then, being able to quietly watch was already the best outcome.
They're here. Ruayu, let's hurry and catch up.
Zhang pulled by Ruayu, and the two figures, one large and one small, followed the footsteps ahead.
Oh no. Drank too much. Damn it. I'm going to be late. Last night, Yi and a few others had gotten a bit tipsy.
So, he didn't deliberately try to sober up. After drinking, he didn't return to the dorm but found a chain hotel to make do for the night. As a result, when he woke up, the first class was already half over.
It's fine.
The teachers won't know me the first 2 days of school.
I'll just pretend and get by.
He glanced at the time on his phone and rushed towards the school. When he arrived at the classroom, Yi immediately saw Xiao and Bai Ruayu.
This class happened to be with the two of them today.
Xiao saw Yi and furiously signaled him with his eyes. Bai Ruayu, on the other hand, covered her mouth, looking somewhat gleeful.
TCH.
Yi pouted with a look of disdain.
He mouthed the words.
Watch this master at work.
As a result, Zhao's reaction became even more exaggerated, while Bai Ruayu held her stomach, laughing.
Yi was so annoyed he wanted to tap her head a couple of times.
Report. Teacher, I had an upset stomach and came a little late, sorry.
He rushed directly into the classroom and said it openly. He had used this trick countless times during university in his previous life, and it was very effective.
Most teachers wouldn't bother with such minor issues. However, today. Oh. So you had an upset stomach. The teacher slowly raised her head. The moment he saw that exquisite face, Yi completely froze. Yesterday Ruayu said you were drunk and would likely skip class today. Turns out it was just an upset stomach. So, Ruayu was wrong? The teacher's gaze turned to Bai Ruayu. Bai Ruayu's small head shook like a rattle. No, sis, no, teacher Bai, I didn't lie. Then Yi lied. Deceiving a teacher is an even greater offense. You will stand for this entire class. And come to my office after class. Looking at Ye's expression, as if he'd eaten shit. Bai Ruaching was overjoyed. You little brat, you finally got your comeuppance. Who told you to act like a hooligan with me before? She subtly suppressed the upturn of her lips. Then, she spoke loudly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ruaching. I also graduated from Aegis University, so you could consider me your senior. Now I am a new teacher at Aegis University, responsible for. Standing alone at the back, he finally understood why Xiao had been winking at him. And why Bai Ruoyu had been gloating. Indeed, the weather changes unpredictably. He never expected his new teacher to be Bai Ruaching. That big cow definitely has a suspicion of personal vendetta. The class passed just like that. After class, he walked with a drooping head towards Bai Ruaching's office. Ha 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 ha. Yi, you finally got what's coming to you today. Big Sis was originally planning to give you a surprise, but now it's turned into a fright. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ruoyu held her stomach and came before Yi, mockingly laughing at him without restraint. As a result, she happily received a smack from Yi. Yeah, let's go. We'll all go together. Jiang is also on his way. Teacher Bai asked us to come over, so I think it must be about something important. Understood. Upon hearing something important, Ye's expression turned serious. Chapter 53, The Geniuses of Modu Vocational University. The four arrived at Bai Ruaching's office. She was staring intently at a lesson plan, spooning food into her tender, alluring red lips bite by bite. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I swear, was your mom undernourished when she had you? Born from the same womb, yet such a huge difference. Watching the massive bulk wrapped in her white shirt quiver slightly as Bai Ruaching moved, Yi marveled with a tsk, tsk. One has to admit, Bai Ruaching and Bai Ruayu, these sisters, really did look like mother and daughter. Bai Ruaching was generously endowed, standing at 178 centimeters, with long legs clad in black stockings that were incredibly aggressive, completely captivating those with a leg fetish. A mature older sister, brimming with charm. Bai Ruayu, on the other hand, was 150 centimeters tall, flat-chested, with small chubby legs wrapped in white stockings, and a plump, apple-red face, looking completely like a young loli. She didn't look like a university student at all. People would believe her if she pretended to be a middle schooler. Yi, stop fooling around outside, come in. Bai Ruaching lifted her head, saying resignedly. Having spent a long time together, she had grown used to Ye's cheeky personality. Hi. Hello, Teacher Bai. Yi greeted her, walking in with a playful smile. What are you eating, Teacher Bai? Are you that busy? Bai Ruaching crossed her legs, giving Yi an annoyed glance. It's fine that you act like this with us, but don't go flirting with every girl you see once you're out. How could I? I, Yi, am a true gentleman. Yi scoffed, pouting his lips. Impudent. Alright, the main reason I called you all here is for this matter. With that, Bai Ruaching placed a stack of documents in front of Yi and the others. Yesterday, the freshman competition at Modo Class University concluded, and now a teacher from Modo University is bringing the top 5 students from the competition to our imperial capital. They say they want to properly seek guidance from us, the number 1 class university in the Xia Federation, to see the gap between both sides and promote friendly development between the schools. Yi took the documents. Heh, that sounds nice, but aren't you just here to pick a fight? What's wrong? Did Modo Vocational University get tired of being the perennial runner-up and decide it wants to move up a spot? Bai Ruwaching nodded. That's how things are. Sima Zhao's ambition is known to all.
I heard that several excellent students emerged from Moto Vocational University this year, and they've probably all gotten a bit too full of themselves. Especially a student named Tang Hao, who was the top freshman at Moto Vocational University this time. He's a dragon warrior with a companion divine dragon, astonishingly powerful. I heard he's from the imperial capital and specifically went to join Moto Vocational University. His elder brother is Tang Shen from the Tang family in the imperial capital, who was the top scorer in the imperial capital's college entrance exam 4 years ago.
Tang Shen? At the mention of that name, Zhang's expression turned a little unsightly. Yi glanced at her. Zhang returned a calm smile. Oh, I know Tang Shen. He's a cradle robber, what then? A cradle robber? Bai Ruwaching was slightly taken aback. Don't mind me, Teacher Bai, please continue. Bai Ruwaching nodded. Yes, then, this time Tang Hao specifically requested that you go to receive them. The school also agreed. Counting the time, they should arrive this afternoon. We go to receive them? Teacher Bai, do you think this is reasonable? People from Moto University come, and we have to go receive them? Yi retorted. I also think it's not very reasonable, but this is Principal Ning's wish, and... A hint of hesitation flashed in Bai Ruwaching's eyes. And what? Yi asked again. Actually, I didn't want to tell you, but after thinking about it, you, Yi, aren't one to suffer grievances. Principal Ning specifically instructed that if they go too far, there's no need to endure it. No need to endure it? Ye's eyes lit up slightly. The principal really said that? Of course, Moto University and us haven't gotten along these years, and the competition for student enrollment has become increasingly fierce. For example, Tang Hao should have come to our Aegis University, but Moto University poached him by any means necessary. I heard they even assigned him 5 beautiful senior female students as study companions. It's simply indecent. Since they are so unscrupulous and show us no respect, why should we tolerate them? Bai Ruwaching said indignantly. The dean of Moto Vocational University has changed in recent years, and his methods have become increasingly aggressive. To compete for students, he'll do anything. Last year, I heard that a young tutor from Moto University even gave herself away to a student. If Aegis University hadn't reacted quickly this year, Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru would have been poached. Alright, Teacher Bai, we'll take care of this. Yi readily agreed. Oh, right, I heard Tang Hao is quite a lecher. You two girls should protect yourselves well. Bai Ruwaching added. Don't worry, I'll protect them well. Yi patted his chest to assure her. Bai Ruwaching was still a bit worried. Yi, be careful not to be too harsh. The Tang family has a lot of influence. If a fight really breaks out, don't leave Tang Hao with any irreversible injuries. She reminded him again. Don't worry, I'm very careful with my actions. Hearing this, the 3 people behind him twitched their mouths. Indeed, very careful. Dai Lian and Jin Xingning are still in the ICU. It's hard to say if they'll be out this month. Leaving Bai Ruwaching's office, Yi was in a great mood. Zhang, that Tang Xian is the fiancé that old man set up for you, right? Zhang nodded. Tang Xian is very strong. He only graduated a year ago, and his strength has already reached level 5 perfect. He leads his own god hunting team, which is even more powerful than the 100 Battles god hunting team in Jiangzhou. He's the most outstanding young man in the Tang family. As Tang Xian's younger brother, Tang Hao often trains with Tang Xian's god hunting team. He has rich combat experience and has even seen real gods. He's much stronger than Dai Lian and Jin Xingning, and can be called a young prodigy. The stronger, the better. No need to hold back when fighting. Yi rubbed his fists together, a smile on his face. Xiao weakly added. Yi, Teacher Bai said we don't need to tolerate it when the other party is too much, but if the other party isn't too much, it's impossible for it not to be excessive. Just watch, that Tang Hao is a lecher, right?
I bet when he sees by Ruayu, he'll pounce like a mouse seeing rice.
I know people like him.
After all, in his previous life, Yi was a homebody during college, spending his days in the dorm reading novels, so he was perfectly clear about such plotlines. Arriving at the pickup point, Yi spotted the few people from Mota University in the crowd at a glance. A middle-aged man in a golden suit walked towards them with a beaming smile.
Behind him followed 5 spirited young men and women wearing Mota University uniforms. Each one looked like a troublemaker.
Yi grew happier the more he looked.
Hi! Students! Are you students from Aegis University? The teacher in the golden suit waved his hand and asked.
Hello, teacher.
Yi replied obediently.
Teacher, you've worked hard, and students, you've also worked hard.
My name is Yi, a freshman at Aegis University. I'm responsible for receiving you this time.
These are my classmates, Zhang, Bai Ruayu, and Xiao. Yi changed his usual demeanor, appearing very honest and simple, forming a stark contrast with the formidable-looking Mota University students. But Xiao and the others knew that Ye's honest appearance meant precisely that he was about to unleash something big.
Chapter 54, Tang Hao. Hearing his self-introduction, a young man in the crowd lifted his gaze.
He was an ordinary-looking young man, one who would be unnoticeable in a crowd. The only difference was that his eyes were very bright and extremely arrogant. He looked down on everyone, with an arrogance that almost screamed, "I'm better than you," written on his face.
Students from Moto Class University, please come this way. Yi invited. We've arranged a banquet in Jiayun Tower. Student Yi has a very good attitude. Aegis University's hospitality is quite impressive.
The teacher in the golden suit deliberately turned his head and said to the students. His attitude was as if he were addressing a waiter. Yi continued to wear a bright smile.
The group successively boarded a commercial van. Sister-in-law, come have dinner with us.
There's no need to specifically be with these people. Before getting into the vehicle, Tang Hao turned around and said this.
Zhang paused slightly.
Ye's smile persisted, and he turned to give Xiao a meaningful look.
It was as if he was saying, "Don't hold me back later."
Zhao's lips twitched, and he silently mourned for Tang Hao for a second. And Bai Ruayu, you're quite lovely.
Come join us for dinner.
He spoke to Bai Ruayu once more. The greedy possessiveness in his eyes was completely unconcealed. Zhang was his sister-in-law, so he naturally couldn't do anything to her, but Bai Ruayu was a different story. Besides, he'd never played with someone so innocent before. The few students from Mota University were all preoccupied with their phones, and even their instructor maintained a smile. It seemed they were already accustomed to Tang Hao's behavior. You all go ahead first, we'll join you shortly.
Yi said with a smile. I wasn't talking to you, so why are you interrupting? Tang Hao turned around and coldly reprimanded Yi. Is this Aegis University's idea of hospitality? It seems my choice of Mota University was correct. The 5 senior students from Mota University have exceptionally good service attitudes. Ye's smile grew even brighter.
The more Tang Hao fumed, the more he would enjoy the fight later.
Bai Ruayu, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming to dinner with us? Let me tell you, I'm from the Tang family in the imperial capital. You know the Tang family, right?
If you come with me, my Tang family will cover all your cultivation resources for your 4 years of university. You don't need to worry about Aegis University.
With the Tang family backing you, you can completely withdraw from Jinshin and join our Mota University. Tang Hao declared arrogantly.
The instructor in the golden suit also smiled and pulled out a tablet, swiping on it.
Bai Ruayu's talent is also exceptionally outstanding, a dual-class summoner and mage. If you're willing to join our Magic University, that would be truly wonderful. Our Magic University will provide you with the following resources. Blah, 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 he rattled off a long list.
Yi still maintained his smile, but it grew increasingly cold.
Poaching Aegis University's students right in front of everyone, did they really think that because the school instructors weren't here, they could do whatever they wanted?
Bai Ruayu blinked her large eyes.
I'm not very sure, and I have to ask my boyfriend.
As she spoke, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and she directly grabbed Ye's arm. Her smile was radiant.
Boyfriend. Tang Hao's expression turned grim.
At this moment, a male student whispered a few words to him.
Tang Hao suddenly changed his demeanor. I was out of line. If you have a boyfriend, then so be it. Sister-in-law, would you like to come with us? Jiang shook her head. We'll take another car in a bit.
The car window slowly rolled up, carrying a few people and disappearing at the end of the road.
This guy is really recklessly courting death. Let's go, we'll also go see what big move he's brewing next.
Yi sneered, hailed a car, and headed towards Jaeyun Tower.
In the car.
Tang Hao, have your fun, but after all, they are Aegis University students.
Don't make too big a fuss. The instructor warned.
Don't worry, with my Tang family backing me, a family from a provincial city is easily dealt with.
Tang Hao disdainfully flipped through by Ruayu's profile and information. I actually think this young man named Ji is far from simple. At this moment, a female student spoke up.
Look, since entering school, he has successively injured Dai Lian and Jin Qingning, both severely, showing a very ruthless hand.
But his performance today is completely different from what's recorded in his file.
He appears far too cowardly.
The female student analyzed meticulously.
Suya, you're overthinking it. He's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong.
Aren't you insulting Tang Hao by comparing him to Tang Hao and those two useless people he injured?
The young man who had just whispered in Tang Hao's ear said. Exactly, knowing Tang Hao's strength, he can only tuck his tail between his legs.
Another male student also echoed in agreement. He, top recruit from Southern Province, what a joke. Tang Hao grew increasingly arrogant under the praise of the crowd. He tossed the tablet aside. Tonight, I'm going to make him obediently send his girlfriend to my room. That way, it'll be even more interesting, won't it? Suya frowned slightly, remaining silent. Tang Hao's strength was formidable, and the Tang family's influence was significant.
In such circles, it was already extremely difficult to remain untainted.
Suya, want to hang out tonight? Tang Hao shifted his glittering gaze to Suya.
Forget it, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days.
Suya turned her head. Tang Hao's fervent gaze made her very uncomfortable. When I go back this time, I should keep some distance from them. Suya sighed, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. Alright then, Wang Shuer, are you coming along? Tang Hao asked another brightly dressed girl who was playing on her phone. Alright.
Wang Shuer readily agreed. She was already completely devoted to Tang Hao anyway. But this handsome guy, I'm quite taken with him, you know. She stroked Zhao's chiseled face on the data pad.
Like him?
If you like him, I'll have Gao Jie get him for you later.
Tang Hao said indifferently. Wang Shuer's class was Enchantress.
This class was quite special, with an alternative method of leveling up. As long as she had intercourse with men and absorbed their yang energy, her strength would increase. Just during this time since the start of the semester, there were at least 80, if not 100, boys from Modi University she had consumed. It was said that she didn't change partners even for a single night.
Then thank you, Tang Hao. Wang Shuer smiled, crawled over to Tang Hao's side, and lightly pecked his lips.
Tang Hao reached out to embrace Wang Shuer's slender waist, beginning to rub it gently, a look of indifference on his face.
Honestly, this Aegis University is just so-so.
The only ones I actually pay attention to are Lin Ru and Wu Tongsen, the rest are just ants. His objective for coming to Aegis University this time was very clear, to rise to power by stepping over Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru, and incidentally, to have some fun with the women of Aegis University.
Actually, Jiang isn't bad either, too bad she's my brother's fiancée, sigh. Tang Hao looked regretful. Chapter 55, Getting drunk always leads to some madness.
Jaeyun Tower was a rather business-oriented restaurant, mostly used for entertaining guests. Not long after Tang Hao and his group arrived, Yi and his companions also reached the destination.
Please, everyone. Led by a male attendant, they all entered the restaurant.
Along the way, Tang Hao's gaze repeatedly fell on by Ruayu, and the look he gave Yi also revealed an ill-intentioned smile. Yi noticed Tang Hao looking at him and turned back, giving him a brilliant smile. Tang Hao snickered. This kid probably has no idea what's going to happen later. The thought of the in front of the husband and committing a crime scenario made Tang Hao's lips curl into an unstoppable grin. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, you haven't met my brother yet, have you? I think you two could go on a date together. My brother is on vacation these days, so you can have a deep chat. After all, you'll be family eventually. Tang Hao put abnormal emphasis on the word deep. Sorry, I'm very busy these days. Jiang took a sip of her drink indifferently. Tang Hao chuckled, then picked up 2 wine glasses and walked towards Yi. Oh. Brother. I apologize for earlier, I'd like to toast you. With that, he publicly drained the wine in his glass. Actually, I've long heard of your esteemed name, the top recruit from Southern Province. Less than half a month after school started, you got angry for a beauty and beat up the 2 prodigies Dai Lian and Jin Xingning. TSK TSK TSK. You truly inspire my admiration. Let's drink. He handed the other glass of wine to Yi, then poured another for himself. Yi glanced indifferently at the swirling wine. As expected, there was something wrong. This Tang Hao had drugged his wine. And it was a special knockout drug. Even a transformed grade-class user would sleep like a dead pig after drinking it. Yi grinned, subtly taking the wine. No problem, Moto Vocational University and Aegis University are brothers. I'll drink this. Brother Tang, please suit yourself. With that, Yi drained the wine in his glass in one gulp. Good wine. Yi wiped his chin, a look of satisfaction on his face. Tang Hao's smile grew even wider. He silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. However, after a long while, Yi was perfectly fine. Tang Hao was stunned. Was the dosage too small? He suspiciously turned his gaze to Wang Shuer. The drug came from her. She often used it to pick up young boys at bars. But Wang Shuer was practically clinging to Xiao, staring at him with infatuation, completely ignoring Tang Hao's gaze. Tang Hao cursed bitch under his breath, seething with anger. Then he turned his gaze to Gao Jia, who quickly reacted. He poured 2 more drinks and walked towards Yi and the others. Brother, you can really hold your liquor. I'll have one with you too. My name is Gao Jia. As he spoke, he handed the drugged drink to Yi. What I'm called isn't important. Yi took the glass with an indifferent expression. Right. Not important, after this drink, we're all brothers. Gao Jia replied with a smile. Yi had a faint smile on his lips. What he was called really wasn't important. They would all become punching bags soon, so there was no difference. Yi drank it all down again, still completely fine. With the enhancement of the martial god's eye, his physical attributes were 10 times stronger. Let alone this small amount added to the wine, even if he drank an entire bottle of the drug, he would still be fine. It had just been broken down as soon as it reached his stomach. The 2 kept feeding Yi drinks, but Yi remained completely unaffected. Gao Jia and Tang Hao were both dumbfounded. You 2 stop feeding him drinks, Yi gets crazy when he's drunk. At this moment, Jiang said with a helpless expression. Gets crazy when drunk. Gao Jia froze, and the next second, a fist the size of a sandbag flew out. Bang! Yi punched Gao Jia hard in the eye, giving him a black eye. You pig-shaped fiend! How dare you infiltrate my Xia Federation human territory? Watch me slay you! Swish! Yi casually snatched the shadow blade he carried at his side and swept it across. What the FCK? Before Gao Jia could react, he saw Yi swinging the knife at him. He quickly dodged sideways, avoiding the blade, but his waistband was accidentally cut open, exposing his bright red underwear. That pig-shaped fiend even wears underwear like a human, how utterly ridiculous. No matter how much you disguise yourself, that pig head of yours is something you can't hide. Yes, speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Gao Jia, bringing a blade down. Damn it! You really think I don't have a temper, huh? Gao Jie roared, his upper body clothing explosively ripped apart, revealing powerful muscles covered in black patterns, emitting a strong smell of blood. Little handsome, your friend is in trouble.
Gao Jie is a transcendent 8th rank demon warrior. See those demon patterns on his body? With those demon patterns, his flesh is as tough as iron.
Your friend is acting drunk towards him. I'm afraid he's going to suffer.
Wang Shui lay on Zhao's chest, speaking tenderly.
Her slender fingers kept drawing circles.
However, as long as you have a happy night with me, I can ask Gao Jie to spare your friend.
She brought her red lips close to Zhao's ear, her breath like orchids.
Xiao frowned.
He pulled his chair to the side. I'm sorry, women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Wang Shui was stunned for a moment. Then she heard Xiao add another sentence.
Besides, you have a rotten smell about you, it's very foul.
Xiao possessed a clear sword heart, his mind as pure as a bright mirror, largely enabling him to discern a person's aura. Wang Shui indeed had a very strong scent of decay about her. These words made her face flush crimson with anger.
You.
Her face full of shame and rage, she gnashed her teeth, staring at Xiao, wishing she could suck him dry. At this moment, Gao Jie's eyes were bloodshot, and all the demon patterns on his body were glowing.
You dare to hit me. Whether you're truly drunk or faking it. You're going to die. Roar. River crossing fist.
He swung his massive fist, punching towards Yi. Gao Jie was the 4th place winner in this year's Magic City University Freshman Tournament. As a demon warrior, his strength was several times greater than an ordinary warrior's. With this punch, Yi would at least be half crippled, if not dead.
Instructor Zhao, are you just going to stand there and watch Gao Jie hit someone? Jiang questioned the instructor.
To her surprise, the instructor nonchalantly swirled his wine glass.
Ah, student Gao Jie is just defending himself. Clearly, student Yi has a bad temper when drunk and was the one who went berserk and hit first. I can't really intervene in this. He watched the scene with a look of amusement, quietly sipping his wine. Instructor Zhao, are you really not going to do anything? Really not. In that case, I can rest assured. Jiang smiled serenely. The instructor was stunned. What the hell? Why did she suddenly relax? Shouldn't she be continuing to beg him?
At that moment, he saw Bai Ruayu trembling, covering her mouth, and laughing non-stop to the side.
He suddenly realized, had he been tricked?
Just then, a figure flashed in front of Gao Jie under the astonished gazes of the crowd, reaching out and grasping the powerful fist in their hand. Then, with a brutal twist. Snap! The crisp sound of bone cracking echoed through the entire venue, followed by Ye's backhand slap across his face. It sent Gao Jie flying into the wall, embedding him there like a fresco, unable to be pried off. Chapter 56, Double Kill, Infuriating Many. Instructor Zhao? What the hell? How is this different from what I imagined? He opened his data panel and carefully read Ye's profile. That's right, Oculist. This isn't a class skilled in close combat. In his impression, Oculists were basically all support and ranged, but to crush Gao Jie's fist with bare physical strength and then slap him flying, is that something an Oculist can do? Even a warrior couldn't do that. At that moment, he noticed a small string of faint text in the corner. Important note, once defeated Dailian and Jin Xingning with a long saber, possesses strong melee combat abilities, suspected of having a second-class Saber Master. Damn it! Instructor Zhao almost smashed his tablet. Who told you to use faint ink for important notes? Shouldn't you bold and darken it? What kind of class professionalism is this? Watching Yi stride towards Gao Jie, who was hanging on the wall, with a clenched fist, Instructor Zhao finally couldn't sit still. Stop! He exclaimed, rising to stop Yi. But he was stopped by Jiang. Didn't you say, Instructor Zhao, that you wouldn't intervene no matter what? Instructor Zhao's face darkened, then he pouted. Who told you that? I never said such a thing. Is that so? Jiang pursed her lips, and Instructor Zhao immediately felt a bad premonition rising.
Ruayu, where's the recording from just now? Here it is. Ruayu pulled out her phone and tapped lightly. Instructor Zhao's face instantly turned a liver like purple. As an instructor, you can't have your words be like farts, can you? Zhang asked with a smile. Instructor Zhao could only grumpily sit back down. Just then, the young man who had been sitting silently beside Suya stood up. He strode towards Yi. His figure suddenly transformed into smoke, reappearing behind Yi. A dagger materialized in his hand, and he slashed directly towards Ye's neck. He seemed to have anticipated it, turning back with a kick as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Fortunately, the opponent's reaction speed was also fast. He instantly dissolved into a puff of smoke and vanished. This is Chen Tao, our freshman competition's second-place winner. His class is Shadow Assassin. He moves like a ghost and is extremely difficult to deal with. Your classmate won't be able to catch his physical body and will suffer. Wang Shuer covered her mouth and chuckled. Shadow assassins indeed move in an extremely bizarre way, excelling in decapitation tactics. In a previous freshman competition, even Tang Hao almost took a serious fall, but he managed to force Chen Tao out by having his companion Divine Dragon cover the entire arena with dragon breath. And then defeat him. I'll give you one more chance. Serve Big Sister well, and I can have them spare your classmate. Wang Shuer winked at Xiao. Did you sleep with all of them, or why would they listen to you so much? At this moment, Ruayu leaned over and asked. You. Wang Shuer glared at the little girl, because what Ruayu said was true. She had not only slept with each of them, but even all three together. You. So dirty, so dirty. You wouldn't have caught any diseases, would you? I need to stay far away from you. I'm an untouched maiden, afraid of catching something. Ruayu waved her small hand, putting distance between herself and Wang Shuer. Xiao also took the opportunity to move further away from her again, making Wang Shuer so angry she almost flipped the table. Her mouth was practically twisted with rage. At this moment, Chen Tao's figure had completely vanished from the scene. Instructor Zhao raised his cup contentedly and took a sip. How about it, Student Jiang? If I had stopped this earlier, perhaps Student Yi wouldn't have been harmed. There's nothing I can do, I'm an instructor, and I must keep my word. If I said I wouldn't intervene, I can't. What a pity, a student from Aegis University is about to get hurt. Instructor Zhao's face was full of smiles. He couldn't wait to see Zhang's crestfallen expression. How dare he try to trick him? He's simply courting death. Now let's see how you can remain calm. But Zhang still took a calm sip of his drink. Oh. Oh. That oh was truly profound. Instructor Zhao felt like he had punched a cotton ball. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. He snorted coldly, took a sip of his wine, and prepared to thoroughly enjoy the scene of Yi being brutalized. But then, Yi reached out without a moment's hesitation, extending his hand towards a certain space. Then, smack! A figure was pulled out by him. Slap slap. He immediately delivered 2 crisp slaps, stunning Chen Tao. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? He immediately posed the 3 existential questions. It was truly strange he had been hiding so well. How could Yi have pulled him out so easily? What the hell? He must be seeing ghosts. Good at hiding, huh? Huh? Playing hide and seek here? Sorry, it's my favorite. Bang! Yi directly grabbed his collar and, with a swift backhand, snatched the dagger from his hand. Then he stabbed it into his hand. Ah! Eewa! Chen Tao let out a piercing howl of rage. Which hand chopped me? This one. Chen Tao raised his uninjured left hand and said. Bullshit. It was clearly your right hand. He pulled it out and stabbed his left hand again. Ah! Chen Tao screamed like a pig once more from the pain. I'll ask you again, which hand? Our right hand. Right hand, ha! Whoosh! Yi stabbed his wound again.
The agony was so intense that Chen Tao felt like he was spiraling to heaven.
Ah! 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 It hurts so much. Ah! I was wrong. Spare me!
He cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. Yi expressionlessly grabbed him by the collar and flung him towards Gao Jie.
Boom!
The walls of this Jieyun tower were unusually thick. The two of them were embedded in the wall like a human stack.
Clap, clap, clap. Yi clapped his hands.
A perfect work of art.
Wait. Wait. I'm taking a photo. Posting it on my moments. The artistic atmosphere is so rich. I've never seen anything like it.
Ruayu jumped out, pulled out her phone, and snapped photos from every angle. This scene almost made the two still conscious Gao Jie pass out from holding their breath.
Enough. Clap.
At this moment, Tang Hao slammed the table hard and stood up.
Kid. You're not drunk at all. You're playing us. Yi spread his hands. Who was the first to drug me? Tang Hao's face was grim. You saw through it from the beginning? Then why did you drink it? Are you stupid? If I didn't drink more, what reason would I have to act drunk and beat these two idiots up?
Yi looked at Tang Hao as if he were an idiot.
Tang Hao trembled with anger. Good, good, good. This is the first time I, Tang Hao, have met someone as arrogant as you. You're looking for death.
His eyebrows bristled, and in his eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire that wanted to completely consume Yi.
Chapter 57, Oculus vs. Dragon Warrior. Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who provoked me? Tang Hao stared at Yi with a sinister gaze.
His limbs were broken by me, and he was thrown into the bottom of the river.
His entire family was sent by my Tang family to reclaim wasteland in the wilderness. Now, he's probably already become the excrement of some fiend, rotting somewhere in the wilderness. You don't want to be the second one, do you? I've investigated you, kid. He took 2 steps closer, leaning in and whispering into Ye's ear.
A kid with no power and no influence, just watch how I play you to death.
When you're dead, your little girlfriend will be mine.
I'll pamper her well, and not only that, I'll find 10 strong men to pamper her with me.
I just wonder if her small body can handle it.
Ye's expression remained unchanged. Only a glint flashed in his eyes. Tang Hao was definitely the most purely evil, most despicable scoundrel he had ever met since his rebirth. And yet, this guy was also a prodigy, a member of a powerful family in the Xia Federation.
Swish! Without another word, Yi raised his hand and, quick as lightning, directly grabbed his neck.
The Xia Federation having you is the Xia Federation's shame. Magic City Vocational University will also be forever nailed to the pillar of shame of the Xia Federation because of you. Golden flames flickered in Ye's eyes, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed.
Completely different from his previous flippant demeanor. Just you. Kid. I dare you to make a move against me. Tang Hao, whose neck was gripped by Yi, showed no panic at all.
His face was filled with intense arrogance. I have the Tang family backing me, immense power, and formidable strength.
What can you do to me? Even if I beat you to death today, no one will stand up for you. Boom!
A tyrannical aura erupted from Tang Hao's body, forcefully breaking free from Ye's grasp. He took 2 steps back, putting distance between himself and Yi, then spoke in a cold voice.
Azure War Dragon. Whoosh!
Behind him, a deep blue mist diffused, transforming into a massive beast-like figure nearly 10 meters tall, almost touching the ceiling of the hall.
Tang Hao, you really can endure. I can't wait to tear this kid's flesh apart.
In the blue mist, a bloody red light flickered. It was a ferocious beast eye, and waves of tyrannical aura spread outwards. That's Tang Hao's companion divine dragon, the Azure War Dragon.
It's a demonic existence. Wang Shuer's gaze towards the Azure War Dragon flickered with deep fear.
The first time she saw the Azure War Dragon was during the quarterfinals of the freshman tournament.
Tang Hao's Azure War Dragon appeared and instantly shocked the entire arena. The scene, so tyrannical and ferocious, remained vivid in Wang Shuer's memory. His opponent, a local prodigy from Modu, was almost bitten to death alive by the Azure War Dragon. All the freshmen watching were terrified by the Azure War Dragon's furious battle roars, the spurting blood, the chilling fangs, the sound of flesh being torn. Many students even had nightmares because of it. If the mentors hadn't intervened, perhaps that opponent would have been devoured skin and bone by the Azure War Dragon.
Tang Hao was really serious this time, Student Zhang. Your classmate is doomed. However, you can rest assured, I will step in to save his life. After all, Modo Vocational University and Aegis University are one family. But, I can't guarantee anything else, as he was the one who provoked Tang Hao first.
Wasn't Tang Hao the one who drugged him first?
Zhang retorted.
Heh, drugged?
Do you have proof?
Yes.
At this moment, Xiao, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. He swiftly and quickly drew his long sword, placing it across Wang Shuer's neck. Then he snatched the handbag from her hand and searched it, pulling out a packet of drugs. Next, Ruayu quickly reached for the wine glasses at Gao Jie and Tang Hao's positions.
Damn it!
Suya!
Stop them quickly. The instructor truly hadn't expected these students to possess such keen reaction speed and initiative.
The first thing they thought of when encountering a situation was to preserve evidence, without panicking.
This is a bit troublesome.
However, Suya just sat quietly in her seat, motionless. She shook her head at the instructor.
Instructor Sun, I don't want to aid and abet evil.
You!
Instructor Sun's face was extremely grim with anger. Hand over the items.
He roared.
His Dominator-level aura pressed down on the students, clearly intending to snatch the items. Instructor Sun, I've already informed Instructor Bai and Principal Ning. They are on their way. Are you sure you want to escalate this matter?
Zhang Liang showed his phone's chat history. Upon hearing Ning Zhao's name, he immediately calmed down. Aegis University's principal, Ning Zhao, is a formidable character. Even in front of the ancient top families in the imperial capital, he shows no deference. Moreover, Ning Zhao has many friends, holding significant power in various fields across the Xia Federation. The Xia Federation Sword God is also his close friend, and even the Grand Marshal holds him in high regard. He pushed up his glasses, his expression flickering with uncertainty. With Ning Zhao coming, he absolutely dared not continue to be arrogant. Now, he could only hope that Tang Hao would incapacitate Yi. If Tang Hao won, everything would be easily settled.
Roar! A battle roar attracted everyone's attention.
Deep blue smoke gradually materialized into a physical form, a dragon-shaped monster with skin covered in chilling dragon scales and clad in sturdy armor. Its appearance was domineering and mighty, its eyes crimson, as if it had stepped out of a shonen manga reference. Noble phantasm from Akame Ga Kill, the feeling is similar.
Tang Hao, to what extent is appropriate? Crippled? Or killed? The battle dragon's booming voice rang out. As long as he's not dead, you can do whatever you want. Tang Hao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Then I won't be polite. I'm digging in. I'm starving. I'll start with his two hands. Boom!
The Azure Battle Dragon shot towards Yi like a brilliant meteor.
Swish! He raised a claw and swiped at Yi. Tang Hao's tier is Transcendent Ninth Order. But the Azure Battle Dragon's overbearing output, even a first-order transformation would struggle to withstand it.
Just watch, if he tries to go head-to-head with the Azure Battle Dragon, he'll have his bones broken within 3 moves. The instructor sat with his legs crossed, a look of confidence on his face. Indeed powerful, the pressure it gives me is considerably stronger than Lung Hong from the 100 Battles Hunter team. You watched the Azure Battle Dragon, which was charging like a meteor, his eyes slightly narrowed. Under normal circumstances, his transcendent 6th order combat power wouldn't even be enough to kill him, even if he ran to the heavens.
Unfortunately, he wasn't an ordinary transcendent 6th order, his tier was merely his surface.
Strength was the core. In an instant, he activated all his ocular arts, and terrifying pupil power flowed through his limbs and bones. With the war god's eye activated, his physical strength surged tenfold, and the shadow blade he held felt like an extension of his arm, moving with his will. With the Eye of Delusion breaking activated, even the airflow became clearly visible, and the extremely fast Azure Battle Dragon, under his ocular art, revealed countless flaws. With the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye activated, 9 golden flame lotuses encircled his body, a golden flame robe covered his tall figure, and his double pupils shone with divine light, like a god. Apart from his strongest trump card, the war god Phantom, Yi was practically at full combat power. This move will end your class career. Yi's aura became extremely terrifying, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, dispelling all the gloom. At this moment, Yi took control of the battlefield. The initiative was already in his hands. Chapter 58, Ending Your Class Career. Blade, spear, sword, halberd, staff, axe, seal, ring, shield. The golden lotuses transformed into 9 great weapons, blocking Yi's path. Just then, the Azure Battle Dragon crashed in front of Yi like a meteor. But the 9 great weapons firmly blocked it. Like a wall of fire, the Azure Battle Dragon roared, trying to tear through this shield, but to no avail. Yi watched him rage with cold eyes, his battle roars echoing through the massive private box. Why does this awesome battle roar start to feel powerless after hearing it for a while? Ruayu asked, tilting her head obediently. You're not the only one who feels that way. Xiao replied expressionlessly. You watched him pound away frantically and let out a cold laugh. Stop yelling, it's annoying. Boom! He directly raised his hand and conjured a long flame saber, the flames spreading from his arm to his entire body. Even the shadow blade ignited. Phantom blade flash. Swish! Yi vanished from his spot, and the next second, a pungent smell of burning filled the air. Bang! The Azure Battle Dragon let out a shriek, slashed away by Yi's blade. Aren't you so awesome? Aren't you going to kill me? You want to eat me, then I'll eat you first. Yi relaxed one hand, and the 9 battle soldiers disappeared from in front of him. He activated Replicator Eye. He saw through the Azure Battle Dragon's body structure completely. Immediately after, flames in front of him transformed into a 10-meter tall monster. Its form was identical to the Azure Battle Dragon. Only, its entire body was burning with golden flames, its face obscured, a mere conglomeration of fire. Roar! This flame monster let out a battle roar identical to that of the Azure Battle Dragon. Yi gently patted it, smiling, and said, let's call him the Golden Flame Battle Dragon, how about it? Much more impressive than yours, right? Tang Hao's face twitched with anger. My Azure Battle Dragon truly possesses the bloodline of a dragon. What is yours but a fake? It's vulnerable. Whether it's vulnerable or not, we'll find out by trying. Boom! The Golden Flame Battle Dragon directly pounced on the Azure Battle Dragon, then pinned it firmly to the ground, pounding it madly. The inextinguishable flames actually climbed and spread onto the Azure Battle Dragon's body. A hint of fear flashed in his bell-like eyes, startling him. No way! Your dragon is not as good as mine. Too weak. And you're not as good as me either. Yi gave a cold laugh. You dragon warrior, are you just for show? I see no difference between you and a beast tamer. He charged at Tang Hao with his saber. Arrogant. I admit, you have some strength. Being able to defeat Gao Jie and Chen Tao still catches my eye. Therefore, I permit you to witness my true power. Azure Battle Dragon. Come back. Dragon armor. Swish. The Azure Battle Dragon quickly pushed Yi's Golden Flame Battle Dragon away and retreated. Tang Hao. Kill him. I must kill him. It hurts too much. It's killing me. Aya. It roared in fury, golden flames still burning on its body. Large areas of the Azure Battle Dragon's body were severely burned, and even many dragon scales had been ripped off. Don't worry, I'll make him pay. Tang Hao said coldly. Come on, Aegis University, tremble under your dominion. Azure armor. Roar. The Azure Battle Dragon stood behind Tang Hao, letting out a deafening roar. A massive blue pillar of light enveloped the two of them. A moment later, as the pillar of light dispersed, Tang Hao appeared clad in deep blue battle armor, holding a greatsword in his hand, with a dark, flowing cloak dancing behind him in the wind. Interesting, somewhat similar to the yin-yang attire of a sailor suit. Yi rubbed his chin. Die! Tang Hao had moved, swinging his greatsword down at Yi. In this state, Tang Hao's combat power is already comparable to a Stage 2 transformation. Instructor Sun's face lit up with joy. I didn't expect him to still be hiding his strength. My Magic City Vocational University has truly found a treasure. As Tang Hao and Yi fought, Instructor Sun's face was full of pleasant surprise. This kid probably has no more tricks up his sleeve. This battle is secured. But Ye's eyes flickered. He seemed to have a new understanding. This golden flame robe is definitely more than just decoration. What if I could use flame to shapeshift? No sooner said than done. Yi began to mobilize the golden flames between heaven and earth. As he stepped forward, golden lotus flowers bloomed in his wake. Gather! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle! All the flames directly enveloped Yi, and a set of domineering golden battle armor instantly formed around him. Yi himself looked like a burning fire god, his aura terrifying to the extreme. Your ability is good, let me borrow it. Yi flicked his hand. He felt a thrill, like transforming into an armored hero. Bang! He directly raised his blade and engaged Tang Hao in battle. Tutor Sun watched, dumbfounded. Yi fought with increasing intensity. His final strike directly knocked Tang Hao's sword flying. He also seized the opportunity to throw away his shadow blade, rushing forward with just his fists. Boom! He punched Tang Hao in the head, then followed up with a kick. Bang! 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 Every part of his body seemed to have transformed into a weapon. He hit people as if hanging a painting, and Tang Hao was like a sandbag, completely drawn into Ye's rhythm. Mess with my girlfriend? You think you're so capable? Kill me? What makes you think you can? The Tang family is awesome? You, Tang Hao, are very strong? Sorry, to me, you're nothing. By the end, Yi seemed truly driven mad with rage. He even stripped the battle armor from Tang Hao's body, piece by piece. I told you, your class career will end here, and I never lie. I keep my word, and I always do what I say. Clang clang clang. The battle armor pieces were smashed onto the ground one by one. Tang Hao was held down by Yi, punched repeatedly until he was covered in blood and gore. You like playing with women? Too bad, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi directly stomped on his crotch. Bang bang bang. From the moment Yi dropped his weapon, Tang Hao had already lost all control. A combo attack turned him into an idiot. The unequipped armor transformed on the ground into the severely wounded Azure Battle Dragon. Tang Hao. Seeing his master beaten into such a state, the Azure Battle Dragon was both shocked and enraged. Don't shout, it's your turn next. Hearing the cry, Yi threw Tang Hao onto the ground like trash. He swayed with flames, charging towards the Azure Battle Dragon. Who taught you to eat people? Those who eat people are all fiends, you can die too. Boom! Yi beckoned with one hand, and a sky full of flames surged, a 3-meter-long saber appearing in his hand. Then he leaped up, descending from the sky with a downward slash. Under the Azure Battle Dragon's fearful gaze, the saber came closer and closer. Just then, several figures burst into the private room. All they saw was the back of a giant azure beast, cleaved in half by a youth engulfed in flames, descending from the sky with a single saber strike. As Tang Hao let out a piteous howl, the Azure Battle Dragon was completely devoured by golden flames. Chapter 59, No One Dares to Step Forward? I, Ning Zhao, will step forward. This. By rewatching arrived late, and seeing this scene, her red lips parted slightly, her face full of astonishment. Didn't I tell you to take it easy? You've just directly crippled him. Boom! Yi gripped the 3-meter saber burning with golden flames in his hand. With one strike, a huge gully emanated from where he stood, heading towards Tang Ruwaching and her companion's position. Swish! The figure beside Bai Ruwaching stepped forward, lightly pointing with one hand, and all the flames vanished. Teacher Bai? Seeing Bai Ruwaching arrive, a hint of surprise flashed across Ye's face. He dispelled the flaming long saber in his hand, and the embers burning in his eyes slowly extinguished. As the golden flame robe receded, his bare upper body was revealed. 8-pack abs, a strong and well-proportioned physique, completely unlike the slender appearance he projected. Teacher Bai, why are you here? If we didn't come, wouldn't you have killed this kid? Bai Ruwaching shot Yi a chiding glance. At this moment, Tang Hao was on the ground, clutching his groin with both hands, rolling around frantically. Ah! Ah! I'm ruined. Ah! It hurts so much. His face was contorted in pain, snot and tears streaming together. Tang Hao's little brother had been stomped to smithereens by Yi. And his accompanying divine dragon had also been slain by Yi. This means that, physiologically, he was already a cripple. And his class career was also already ruined. A dragon warrior who has lost his companion divine dragon is even worse than an ordinary warrior. One can only imagine the despair in Tang Hao's heart. Your methods, they're really... Bai Ruwaching sighed, she didn't know what to say about Yi. Teacher Bai, didn't you say I could defend myself? This kid had bad intentions, he tried to drug me. Yi looked aggrieved. You don't know how potent that drug was. If I had really been affected, you might never have seen me again. Bai Ruwaching shot him a glance. Others might not know Yi, but she knew Yi very well. Anyone who wanted to take advantage of him, that was simply 2 words. Dream on. Student Yi is right, Tang Hao administered the drug first, and then threatened him. What Yi did can indeed be called self-defense. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been silent beside Bai Ruwaching spoke up. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi. Young man, your methods are very seasoned, and your strength is not bad. Excellent, excellent. Principal, you flatter me. It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Yi waved his hand. He had always been a relatively humble person. Heh, you are very interesting. You can come to my office for tea sometime. Ning Zhao smiled. Ye's face fell. I might, perhaps, prefer to drink alcohol. There's alcohol too. Actually, cola tastes better. Whatever you want to drink, I have it. Yi. What do you mean, you're not giving me a way out? Okay. He agreed with a bitter expression. Alright, let's go over and take a look. Yi led the 2 towards Jiang and their table. Principal Ning. Seeing Ning Zhao approaching, Supervisor Sun immediately came forward with a subservient look, extending both hands to shake Ning Zhao's hand. But Ning Zhao didn't even glance at him, walking past him directly. Supervisor Sun wasn't angry, he just wiped his hands on his trousers, maintaining that obsequious smile. Are you sure this whole incident was initiated by Tang Hao's provocation? Ning Zhao got straight to the point, asking Jiang and the others. Yes. This is the cup Tang Hao and the others gave Yi to drink from. The drug inside is a powerful knockout drug, identical to the one Hongchen found in Wang Shuer's bag. Jiang handed the drug to Ning Zhao. Millennium Sorrow? This is a potent aphrodisiac humans use to confuse fiends. Too high a dose can be fatal. Ning Zhao's expression turned cold. Then, Jiang handed the recording to Ning Zhao. In addition, Bai Ruayu and Xiao also called the staff of Jieyun Tower to retrieve the surveillance footage hidden in the corner. Seeing this scene, Supervisor Sun's face was uglier than if he had eaten shit. A deathly pale fear appeared on his face. He didn't expect these students to be so meticulous. From the beginning, they had fallen into Ye's trap, one link after another, clearly intending to completely ruin them. Recalling Ye's honest and simple smile when he first met him, Supervisor Sun felt a chill in his heart. That smile was too deceptive. It lowered their guard. How could a young person's mind be so mature?
This is terrifying. Footage? Let me see. Ning Zhao opened the video.
In the picture, Tang Hao's arrogant expression was visible.
Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who crossed me?
A kid with no power or influence, you'll see how I'll torture you to death.
Once you're dead, your little girlfriend will be mine.
I'll take good care of her, and not just me, I'll find 10 big men to pleasure her too.
I just wonder if her small body can handle it.
I'm backed by the Tang family, with immense power and strength.
What can you do to me? Even if I beat you to death today, no one will stand up for you.
That camera was the latest model developed by the Xia Federation Academy of Technology, capable of recording even the sound of a fly flapping its wings. Tang Hao's and tutor's son's words were naturally recorded without a single omission.
Alright. What a Tang Hao! What a Tang family! Immense power, ha! No one dares to stand up, ha! Then today, I, Ning Zhao, will stand up. Call the Tang family for me.
I want them to come and pick him up themselves. Ning Zhao's eyes were incredibly cold. The Xia Federation's current predicament, with fiend deities eyeing them from outside, and these aristocratic families bullying men and women within.
Covering the sky with one hand. It was truly outrageous. He, Ning Zhao, and the powerhouses of the Xia Federation fought in the wilderness, protecting these aristocratic families who were like pests? They deserved to die.
If it weren't for the aristocratic family's long-standing heritage, ancient traditions, and formidable strength, the Xia Federation couldn't afford any turmoil right now.
He, Ning Zhao, would have definitely proposed to the Grand Marshal to deal with these aristocratic families.
A moment later, there was a commotion outside the private room.
2 figures rushed in.
One of them bore some resemblance to Tang Hao, handsome and extraordinary. Unlike Tang Hao, the arrogance in his eyes was deeply hidden, instead revealing a sense of calm. The other was a middle-aged man, with an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger, presumably also a person of high status.
Hao.
When the two arrived, they saw Tang Hao's miserable state. Principal Ning, Hao is?
Tang Qinlu's face was extremely grim as he looked at Tang Hao's tragic appearance.
Father, younger brother's companion Divine Dragon was cut down, and his thing was also crushed. Tang Xian examined Tang Hao's injuries and said solemnly.
What? Tang Qinlu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Who did it? Who on earth did this? He immediately spotted Jiang standing coldly in the crowd. Jiang, tell me, who did it?
He asked with reddened eyes.
Don't worry about who did it first. Look at this instead. Your son's character.
Seeing Tang Qinlu, furious like a roaring lion, Ning Zhao directly threw the audio over. Chapter 60, Tang Xian's decision, yes. Bottom line. This. After watching the video, Tang Qinlu calmed down somewhat, retreating 2 steps with an ugly expression. This was indeed Tang Hao's style of speaking.
But could they admit it?
If they admitted it, Tang Hao would surely end up in a Xia Federation prison for New Year's Eve dinner. Even the Xia Federation's official investigation department would launch an investigation into his Tang family.
His Tang family couldn't withstand close scrutiny.
Principal Ning, I believe the authenticity of this video is questionable.
After all, any hacker with a little computer knowledge can easily alter video content these days.
At this moment, Tang Xian spoke calmly.
Yes. Shenner is right.
Hao is inherently kind, he wouldn't do such a thing.
I think this video is fabricated. Someone wants to frame Hao. Tang Qinlu also hastily agreed.
Are you taking me for a fool or yourselves for fools?
You're all class holders, can't you tell if it's been altered? And, with so many people present, do you think they're all blind? Ning Zhao said angrily.
These powerful families, their first reaction when something happens is to distance themselves.
If something happened to the Xia Federation, would they act this way too? No responsibility at all. I can prove that the video is real. Me too. And me too.
By Ruayu and others all raised their hands.
Jiang, you.
Even Jiang had expressed her stance, which made Tang Qianlu's face even uglier.
This was his Tang family's daughter-in-law. How could she stand with outsiders?
Even if the video is real, all of this was merely Hao's verbal statement and shouldn't be taken seriously. Perhaps Hao was just trying to scare him. Yet, he crippled Hao. Not only is his class career ruined, but even his chance to carry on the family line has been stripped. Compared to that, this Yi is more culpable, isn't he?
Tang Xuanyi said righteously. What crime do I have? At most, I'm involved in a fight, with excessive self-defense.
But your brother. Drugging someone, and if I'm not mistaken, this 10,000-year doom should fall under the category of poison. He was attempting to murder a genius of the Xia Federation. Which is equivalent to murdering the future of the Xia Federation. Impeding the development of the Xia Federation.
This is treason. Your brother committed treason.
Yi slapped a hat on him without a second thought.
You! What a glib young man! Tang Xian was thoroughly angered by him.
Poisoning someone got him labeled as treason. Truly, conviction depends entirely on one's mouth.
However, what Yi said was indeed correct.
If both Ye's and Tang Hao's offenses were fully prosecuted, you would at most be detained for half a month, and with Ning Zhao involved, he might not even need half a month. But Tang Hao, attempting to murder a Xia Federation genius, coupled with Ning Zhao's interference, might directly lead to Tang Hao's execution.
His Tang family would suffer along with him. What exactly do you want? Tang Xian asked, squinting at Yi. Why are you asking me?
Ask the laws of the Xia Federation, ask Principal Ning.
I'm just a student, insignificant, and can only protect myself when things happen. What can I do?
Yi kept his eyes down, maintaining a calm demeanor.
Good, good, good. Tang Xian nodded repeatedly. This kid is impervious to persuasion, isn't he? Yi, isn't it? You're quite something, I'll remember you.
With that, he turned directly around.
Father, let's go. But, Xianer, your brother, he. Tang Qianlu asked with a grim expression.
The Xia Federation has the Xia Federation's laws. If my brother made a mistake, he should bear the consequences. Noble families committing crimes are treated the same as commoners.
No one can be special.
From today onwards, Tang Hao is no longer a member of my Tang family. By order of the Tang family's young master, I declare Tang Hao expelled from the Tang family.
With that, he pulled Tang Qianlu and left the private room without looking back.
Hearing his brother's decisive words, 2 clear tears streamed from Tang Hao's eyes. His face was ashen. He knew that between the family and himself, his brother chose the family. After Tang Qianlu left, Ning Zhao's expression grew serious. What a Tang Xian, cutting off his own arm to save the body, truly a hero among men.
Tang Xian's decisive attitude impressed even Ning Zhao.
This Tang family truly has a dragon among them.
It's just. He looked at Yi.
You need to be careful of Tang Xian. The Tang family holds grudges, and I don't think this matter will just end here.
Yi nodded. I was mentally prepared before choosing to do this.
When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it with earth.
At the same time, a sense of urgency grew within Yi. Tang Xian is by no means simple. His own strength is quite outstanding. He is definitely the biggest opponent Yi has encountered since his transmigration.
After this incident, it's time to significantly improve his own strength.
Alright, call the police to handle this.
Those who need to go to the hospital should be sent. Ning Zhao looked at the 2 paintings on the wall, his face twitching. This kid really has a rich artistic sensibility. You too, if you plan to stay in the imperial capital for a while longer, I'll arrange a place for you.
If you want to go back, I'll also send people to take you. Ning Zhao then said to Wang Shuer and Suya. I want to go back.
Wang Shuer's face was paler than a corpse's. Now even Tang Hao was ruined. If she dared to stay here any longer, her fate would certainly not be much better.
That Yi is simply a monster. It's better to go back to Modu and play with those younger boys. I want to stay here. Suya said softly. After this incident, she was probably completely at odds with Wang Shuer and their group. Wang Shuer also played around a lot with the seniors in her second year. If she went back, it might be very dangerous. Suya even thought of directly transferring to Aegis University. Alright, let's go. Ning Zhao nodded, striding out of the private room. Yi and the others followed suit. Whoosh! After everyone had left, Instructor Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ning Zhao had forgotten about him. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble too. But just then, Instructor Sun's phone rang. You're fired. From now on, you have no connection to Vocational University. All consequences are your responsibility. Instructor Sun clearly recognized the voice on the other end of the phone as that of the Vocational University principal. He immediately collapsed. A moment later, police officers arrived and took Tang Hao and the ashen-faced Instructor Sun away together. Since Xia Yunlu left, Ning Zhao departed due to pressing official duties. Bai Ruwaching also left the time for Yi and the others to arrange themselves. Yi, you were a bit impulsive this time. If Tang Xian had decided to take you down with him, you wouldn't have gained anything either. Jiang said with concern. I'm betting that the Tang family's foundation isn't clean, and he wouldn't dare to fight me to the death. Yi said nonchalantly. Anyway, he had no attachments, just a worthless life. Anyone who wanted to mess with him would have to lose a piece of flesh first. No matter if you're a deity or a powerful aristocratic family. Yi, don't take such risks again in the future. You don't know how nervous I was then. A hint of tenderness flashed in Zhang's eyes as she looked at Yi. If he dared to hold Zhang's hand right now, he would find that her hand was completely damp, drenched in nervous sweat. Jiang, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Looking at Zhang's solemn eyes, Yi put away his nonchalant demeanor. He said seriously. However, if anyone dares to lay a hand on the people around me, I will stop at nothing to make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Even if it's a god, I'll kill them for you to see. This is my bottom line. Chapter 61, Strength Enhancement, New Ocular Art. Back in the school dormitory, Yi saw Lin Ru still reading diligently. Yi, you're famous again. Lin Ru put down his book and said to Yi with a smile. Ha! Lin Ru took out his phone and brought up the school's forum. TSK. The top freshman of Vocational University was sent in by you. Now everyone is saying you're one of the candidates for the freshman tournament champion. Congratulations, Yi. Yi pouted indifferently. What's there to congratulate? It's not a championship, and even if it were, what's so great about it? There's a freshman tournament champion every year, right? Ha. Lin Ru looked at Yi curiously. I think you're very different, Yi. What kind of honor would it take to make you happy? If it were an ordinary person from a humble background achieving what you have, they would probably have jumped for joy long ago, wouldn't they? Yi paused in the act of taking off his jacket. Ah! So happy. A champion candidate. Never had such an honor in my life. I'm so excited I can't control myself. My whole body is trembling. Yi said, sounding weak. One could tell from his tone that he was being perfunctory. What are you doing? At this moment, watching Yi finish taking off his jacket and start taking off his pants. Lin Ru's smile froze instantly. Taking a shower. It's still September, you know, quite hot. I'm taking a cold shower, wanna join? Yi formally invited Lin Ru. He had taken off almost all his clothes, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. His muscular upper body was exposed, looking very well defined. I'm not sweating, I don't need a shower. Lin Ru turned around and continued reading. You're right, you're always studying in the dorm, so you really don't sweat much. But, bro. Yi had appeared behind Lin Ru at some point. His palm rested on his shoulder. It's not good to stay cooped up in the dorm all day. You should go out and move around. Maybe you'll meet a junior and start exploring the most primitive human wisdom directly in the small woods or the pavilion. After all, you're quite handsome and your skin is quite fair. How do you maintain it, bro? As he spoke, Yi reached out and poked Lin Ru's face. TSK. It feels even better than by Ruayu's skin. She'd probably be furious if she saw it. Yi said, shaking his head. Yi, why don't you go take a shower first? I'm reading. Oh, right. Yi turned around, scratching his hair as he walked towards the bathroom. Lin Ru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, 4 distinct sweat stains had appeared where his 4 long fingers pressed against the book. 10 minutes later, by the time Yi walked out of the bathroom, Lin Ru was already asleep. This guy doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't stay up late, doesn't go to bars, just reads books. He's such a good guy. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to meet such a treasure boy in the future. If I were a girl, I might just fall for him. Yi dried his hair and smoked a cigarette in the hallway. Ding! Congratulations, host. Daily check-in, myopia. Coming back to his senses, Yi remembered that it was past midnight. It was now the next day. It seems I've collected another round of ocular arts. Hey! How can you call this myopia an ocular art? You're clearly just filling my eyes with diseases. Yi couldn't help but complain. These past few days, Yi had successively collected quite a few ocular arts. Things like cataracts, hyperopia, red eye. They all sounded like eye diseases, yet the ocular system insisted on calling them ocular arts. And this myopia, how the hell can you call it an ocular art? If this is an ocular art, then aren't hundreds of millions of people worldwide oculists? Host, please do not doubt the professionalism of the ocular system. This is indeed an ocular art. Alright, then tell me, what's the use of this ocular art? Drip. The ocular system actually popped up a status screen. Myopia, besides myopia, you will not suffer from any other eye diseases. Paired with hyperopia, you will possess a pair of very healthy eyes. Yi. Alright, so this is how you want to play, huh? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Ocular art. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ocular art fusion complete. Acquired, Wood Spirit Pupil Purple. Wood Spirit Pupil Purple, powerful healing and recovery effects. When the Wood Spirit Pupil is activated during combat, all non-fatal damage sustained by the host will be immune, and pupil power will be inexhaustible. Evolution Path, Wood Spirit Pupil Purple Divine Wood Pupil Red Eye of Life Black Everlasting Verdant Pupil Gold. Feels like another class-level ultimate path. Yi rubbed his chin. His currently known ever-burning Monarch Flame Pupil had already reached its peak. And the ultimate mode of the Martial God's Eye, the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, is the ultimate level of the Martial Dao class. The Eternal Evergreen Eye is very likely the ultimate level of the Healer class, and perhaps even beyond just the Healer class. After all, the name Eternal Evergreen offers too much room for imagination. This is an auxiliary divine skill, very good, very good. Leaving aside the healing effect, just the endless supply of ocular power is already terrifying. Yi has always used the martial god projection, but often couldn't unleash its full combat power due to insufficient ocular power. But with this Wood Spirit Eye, Yi declares that from now on, the martial god projection will be his basic attack. If I don't win the championship in this freshman competition, it'll be against all reason. Early the next morning, Lin Ru went to class very early. Yi slept until late morning before getting up. He asked by watching for a leave of absence. Then he opened Aegis University's official website, the Treasure Vault module. Don't forget, he still has over 10,000 points lying unused in his account. Moreover, his current tier of Transcendent 6 rank is really a bit insufficient. It's been almost a month since school started, and students' tiers have all gone up. I heard Jiang and Xiao are almost at Transcendent 9 rank. Yi has fallen too far behind. Energy crystals are good stuff, let's get 500 first. One energy crystal costs 10 points. This move by Yi directly depleted 5,000 points. Still 8,200 points left, let's see what else to exchange for. Ye scroll through the treasure vault. This is the Eye of a Void Sea Beast? 8,000 points? So cheap. I remember this is a domain level fiend. Its combat power is stronger than many deities. It exists in the deep sea, extremely difficult to hunt. Wait, oh, juvenile, so it's a juvenile. No wonder it's so cheap. I'll take one. Half an hour later, all the resources ye bought arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Eye of Demise Purple meets the advancement conditions. Next stage, Eye of Nothingness Red. As expected. A smile curled at Ye's lips. The advancement conditions were met. Chapter 62, Strange Roommates, Freshman Tournament begins. Ye absorbed a little less than half of the 500 energy crystals, directly piling his tier to Transcendent Rank 9. The next stage was the Metamorphic class. The remaining 300, I'll use them once I reach the Metamorphic class. As a class holder progresses to the later stages, the energy crystals required for tier advancement will increase exponentially. If he relied on absorbing the peculiar energy from the air to advance, who knows how long he'd have to wait. Therefore, leveraging various external forces was necessary. However, his 300 energy crystals might only be enough to increase his tier by 1 in the Metamorphic class. Next, the Eye of Nihility, I'm coming for you. Ye took out the eyes of the Nihility Sea Beast. They were a pair of pure, transparent pupils, like gems, revealing a strange sensation. Merge! Ye silently chanted, and in an instant, the Nihility Sea Beast's pupils exploded into a sky full of starlight, pouring into Ye's pupils. Beep! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Eye of Nihility Red. Eye of Nihility, sees through all illusions and enemy weaknesses. Host can fight using spatial power, spatial coordinates, spatial rupture, spatial blade, and void translocation. Nice, very powerful. Anything related to space is powerful. Awesome. Ye nodded with satisfaction. Especially the spatial coordinates, that was quite a cheat. If he set a coordinate at Aegis University, he could instantly teleport back from anywhere else. This was practically a life-saving divine skill. A real-life recall. A human teleportation array. Especially when performing missions in the wilderness, it was equivalent to having an extra life. At 12 noon, the principal is gathering all freshmen on the sports field. The freshman tournament is about to begin. Ye had wasted a lot of time with his various endeavors, and by the time he snapped out of it, it was already noon. Linru returned to the dorm after class. Ah! I forgot the time. Ye checked the time, it was 11:30. He rubbed his head, his expression complicated. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. It was too late to go eat now. Restaurants, Aegis University everywhere was full of students like hungry wolves. He couldn't possibly use a martial god phantom to send them all flying, could he? He couldn't snatch food, so go hungry? At this moment, Linru silently sat back down at his desk, opened his bento box, and began to eat, bite by bite. Gulp! He turned his head and saw Yi with a look of longing on his face. Ah! How about, we eat together? He said hesitantly. That wouldn't be good, oh dear, how could I possibly? As he spoke, Yi took out chopsticks from the bento box. It's not really appropriate, I think this kind of thing. It's fine, I can't eat this much. I'll give you half. The portions at Aegis University's cafeteria were quite large after all, they were all class users, eating a lot and expending a lot of energy. The auntie serving the food didn't hesitate at all, the rice was piled high like a small mountain. Each time, Bai Ruayu and Jiang could only finish one meal between the two of them. How much is it? I'll pay you. No need, we're roommates. Linru smiled. Silently eating his boxed meal. Then I won't be polite. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink. Yi took the meal and started shoveling it down. In no time, he finished eating. Meanwhile, Linru had only eaten a little over half of his. He hadn't even barely touched the rice. Yi, could you please not watch me eat? Lin Ru said, feeling embarrassed. Yi had been staring at him while he ate, which made him feel strange. Oh. Sorry. Yi realized what he was doing and went to the balcony to light a cigarette. But when he thought back, the more he pondered, the stranger it seemed. He had originally thought Lin Ru was just a bit introverted. However, his behavior today and last night was very peculiar. He wasn't stupid, he had read many novels in his previous life. A sudden thought popped into his mind. He walked indoors, where Lin Ru was still eating her meal in small bites. Hey, Lin Ru. He looked up. You wouldn't happen to be a girl, would you? Huh? Lin Ru froze on the spot, then started coughing violently. He placed his lunchbox on the table, patting his chest. How is that possible? Yi, your imagination is too vivid. Look, I have an Adam's apple, how could I be a woman? Lin Ru said with a laugh. My voice doesn't sound like one either, does it? Don't misunderstand, my skin is good because I don't go out much, I spend most of my time at home reading, and I'm not used to being too close to the same sex. I have my own pace of life, so you don't need to specifically try to guess about me. Lin Ru said. Oh, alright then. Yi lay on the bed, his hands resting under his head on the pillow. The more he looked at Lin Ru, the stranger she seemed. Curiosity clawed at him like a cat's paw. Just as he was wondering if he should activate his ocular art to investigate, Lin Ru's faint voice drifted over. Yi, you mustn't use your ocular art on me. This instantly dispelled Ye's idea. Don't worry, I won't. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for midnight. Clang! As a loud bell rang, striking Aegis University's school clock. Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He knew the freshman competition had begun. Yi! Let's go! To the sports field, quick! We're forming groups today. Yi, if we're in the same group, I'm definitely going to give you a good beating. To avenge last time. Yi, we'll wait for you at the sports field. Opening his phone, Yi saw the screen filled with messages from Ruayu and the others. Let's go, Yi. Lin Ru put down the tidied lunchbox, quietly looking at Yi. Let's go. The two walked out of the dorm room. From beginning to end, Lin Ru held an ancient book in his hand. Is that? Just a habit. Lin Ru explained. The two walked side by side towards the sports field. Look! Here they come! It's Yi! And Lin Ru! I've never seen Lin Ru at school before, so this is what he looks like. He's so handsome. Unbelievably handsome. Is that Yi next to Lin Ru? He doesn't look like the rumors. What were the rumors about Yi? I heard it from a classmate. They said Yi is 3 meters tall. With a broad back and strong shoulders, 6 arms. Green face and fangs, voice like thunder, Pluto tattooed on his back, and even the 10 halls of Yama on his chest. A demon god walking among humans. How come he looks so ordinary now? Even a little handsome. The person who asked the question was speechless. Bro, Aegis University doesn't allow to enroll, thank you. In another direction, gasps of admiration also erupted. A young man, dressed in a white robe with 3,000 black hairs scattered behind him, exuding an otherworldly, ethereal aura, walked towards Yi and Lin Ru. A faint smile played on his face, making people feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. We meet again, Yi. I look forward to a battle with you, and of course, with you too, Lin Ru. Chapter 63 John's Resolve, Yi enters the fray. Wu Tongxian, is this an order from your old man? Yi asked back. No, it's my own will. Fighting strong opponents yields endless benefits. My grandpa always taught me that people should look up to the strong and then surpass them. Heh, the old man certainly has some wisdom. Yi and Wu Tongxian chuckled twice and then left. Lin Ru was even simpler, being a person of few words, he just nodded and walked past. Linru, let us all go home and find our moms. Yi patted his shoulder. Okay, see you in the finals. See you in the finals.
Arriving at the agreed spot, Ruayu and the others were already waiting for him.
Yi. You're finally here.
Yi scratched his hair and walked over.
What's wrong? I'm not late, am I? The draw has been done.
The preliminary round is divided into 10 groups, with about 100 people per group. The first round will determine the top 100, and we've all drawn our lots.
Ruayu held up the lot in her hand. I'm in Group A. This definitely looks like a good omen. I'm also in Group A.
Jiang said with a laugh.
Humph. Jiang and I will team up and crush everyone in the entire group. Ha 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 ha. Ruayu laughed exaggeratedly. I'm in Group C.
Xiao held up his lot.
I'm in Group E.
His roommate, Zhou Jianfeng, also spoke up.
Go draw yours quickly, Yi. It's just a random draw anyway. I think with your strength, it won't be a problem no matter which group you're in. Look at how many eyes are staring at you around here.
Ruayu pointed around them.
Why do I feel like they want to kill me?
Yi rubbed his head, as a group of male compatriots glared at him with murderous intent.
It must be because of us two beauties. They're envious, jealous, and hateful. Ha 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 ha.
Ruayu put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly.
You don't know, I'm one of the 4 most beautiful new students now. By the way, one of the other 3 is Jiang, another is that saucy Xingda chick, and the last one you don't know.
Ruayu gave a thumbs up, revealing a set of pearly white teeth.
Yi, your shirt is wrinkled.
Just then, Jiang suddenly stepped forward 2 paces and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Yi's t-shirt. Jiang's hand was very cold even through the clothing. Yi could feel the chill, despite it being summer with the sun shining brightly.
Are you nervous? Yi asked. No, just a little excited.
Jiang withdrew her hand. For all these years, my father has been looked down upon by the Chu family. They always believed that my father's genes defiled their noble Chu family bloodline, and in their eyes, I was merely a good-looking tool for an arranged marriage. But now, I can finally give them a resounding slap in the face. The blood flowing in me, Jiang, my father Jiang Mian's blood, is not lowly. I am more outstanding than any disciple of their Chu family.
Jiang declared with conviction.
A girl who was usually quiet had just spoken such a string of heartfelt words.
Very good. Seeing you in high spirits, I feel relieved. Yi smiled.
Go on, let those frogs at the bottom of the well from the Chu family see your excellence, Jiang.
Go all out and seize a spot in the top 10. And I will ultimately cheer for you. Yi, you're wrong.
All of us will cheer for Jiang.
Xiao said. Exactly. This is clearly everyone's business. How did it become just your and Jiang's? No team spirit at all.
Ruayu playfully admonished, moving closer.
Then let's set a small goal, everyone in the top 10. How about that? Yi asked.
Of course.
I have no objection. Isn't that obvious? Xiao Jianfeng, you come too. Me? All right. No problem, but my biggest goal is to fight you, Xiao. As for the ranking, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, by the way, Yi, you can't just be satisfied with the top 10, you have to get first place, got it? Jiang said suddenly.
Exactly.
Don't you dare bring shame to our southern province.
You absolutely must take first. Especially that Wu Tongxian. Give him a good thrashing. His arrogant face just pisses me off.
Ruayu waved her fists, looking indignant.
Don't worry, I'll beat him so hard even his grandpa won't recognize him. With that, Yi walked towards the draw station. Oh. Husband, we meet again.
A figure beside him greeted him with a smile. It was none other than Jingu Naniko, dressed in a sailor uniform and black tights.
Husband, you go first, hee hee.
Jingu Naniko clasped her hands behind her back and laughed.
I'll go first, then. Yi walked towards the lottery ocular system. Name, Yi, student ID.
After reporting his name, the person in charge of the lottery ocular system indifferently recorded Ye's name in the ledger.
Then, the ocular system activated. Yi drew Group G. Finished drawing, husband. Let me see. Group G. Okay, it's my turn. Jingu Naniko stepped forward with a beaming smile, peeked at Ye's lot, and then began her own draw. Ah! I won the lottery. I'm also in Group G. Ha 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 ha. Husband, we're so destined, would you mind having one more certificate?
Yi blinked, asking reflexively.
What certificate? A marriage certificate. And a big, chubby baby. Do you want one? Jingu Naniko had a look of pleasant surprise.
I don't have a habit of being a cuckold, thanks. Then, he turned and walked away.
Hey, hey, hey! Don't go. I didn't say I'm pregnant now. I meant after we get married. Hey! Yi! Don't go. I have something to tell you. At this, Ye's footsteps finally halted. Spit it out, get to the point. What's with that cold attitude? Good thing I'm your wife, anyone else would have gotten angry long ago. Jingu Ninninko pouted.
Just as Yi was growing impatient, her tone suddenly shifted.
Did you know, Yi, that the person in charge of the lottery ocular system was bribed? Bribed? By whom? The Tang family. How do you know? Because I was bribed too. Ha? What's with the ah? The Tang family gave me 3 million to eliminate you in the elimination round. Not only that, all the students in Group G, except for you, were bribed by the Tang family. Yi. What does that mean? It means exactly that. The Tang family wants me and the remaining 98 students to work together to stop you in the elimination round. Jingu Ninninko shrugged indifferently. No, I'm asking why you're telling me this. Because you're my husband, and I betrayed them. Didn't you take their 3 million? And you're still betraying them? Taking the money is one thing, doing the work is another. At worst, I'll run back to Dongying overnight. Does the Tang family dare to come to Dongying to catch me? Yi. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Well, you have today. So, how about it? Am I beautiful?
Jingu Niningzi blinked her large eyes, looking utterly enchanting.
Chapter 64, I'll only make one move. After that move, whoever can still stand will pass the elimination round. Yi. I'm going to the venue.
Yi said nothing more, turned and left.
This woman is too flirtatious. Are all women from Dongying so flirtatious, or is it just Jingu Niningzi who's so good at it? Every single move is a direct hit, I can't take it. I really can't. Yi, I can help you. What do you say? 98 students. And they're all top students from Aegis University. You must be feeling a lot of pressure. How about I help you? As long as you come with me to a hotel outside campus tonight. No need, I can handle it myself. Oh, come on, man, don't try to be strong. What's the point of forcing yourself? Yi simply pretended not to hear. Jingu, you slut. You're flirting again. Don't you have any sense of propriety or shame? Just then, Ruayu jumped out and blocked Jingu Niningzi's path. Oh. It's Miss Bai. I thought it was a wall in front of me. Almost bumped into it. My apologies. With that, Jingu Niningzi smoothed her black hair, slightly puffed out her chest, and her assets bounced up and down, drawing all eyes. You. Jingu, you slut. I challenge you. I'll challenge you in the freshman tournament. Alright. Bring it on, Miss Bai. Saying that, she twisted her waist and left. Jingu Niningzi and Yi were in the same group, so they naturally had to be together. Aegis University specially set up formations, isolating all 10 group stages. Students would engage in a free-for-all within the same area, and the last 10 remaining would qualify for the top 100. After everyone had arrived, the referee for Group G activated the formation. Yi, although I have no proof, it's very likely this referee has also been bought by the Tang family. Is the Tang family that ruthless? They can even buy off teachers from Aegis University? Money makes the world go round, what do you think? True, you're probably the only one who takes the money and doesn't do the job. Yi glared at Jingu Niningzi. PSSH, that was all for you, my dear husband. Saying this, she went to hug Yi, but he dodged her in a flash. Alright, everyone is here, so I will activate the formation now. The formation will not close until the top 10 are decided. Remember, no killing. No causing irreversible injuries. No. After the referee finished announcing the rules, the crystal in his hand flickered slightly. Swish. The elimination round began. The scene before Yi and the others changed, and they appeared on a gigantic rock. The rock floated in the void, tens of thousands of feet high, with swirling white clouds below and howling winds. It was the kind of sight that would scare a person with acrophobia to death. It's just the virtual mode of the formation, adding a bit of atmosphere. Basically, all freshman competitions at Class University do this. Jingu Ning Ning Z explained. Just then, an impolite voice came from afar. Yi. Are you going to withdraw yourself, or should we beat you until you can't get up? A group of students surrounded Yi and Jingu Ning Ning Z. The leader surprisingly bore some resemblance to Tang Hao. Who are you? What's your relation to Tang Hao? Yi asked, glancing at him disdainfully. Humph. My name is Tang Quan. Tang Hao's cousin. I never change my name nor my surname. Class Saber Master. Tang Quan looked at Yi proudly, as if victory was already in his grasp. He was confident of victory. After all, with more than 90 students attacking Yi together, even if he was strong, he definitely couldn't win. These more than 90 people were not the same 90+ people Lin Ru defeated during the special enrollment exam. Those who could get into Aegis University were all elites among elites, and not a single one among this group was below Transcendent 5th Order. Among them, Tang Quan even possessed Transcendent 8th Order strength, making him capable of being in the top 30. Jingu Ning Ning Z. Get moving. Come over here quickly. Tang Quan shouted at Jingu Ning Ning Z, who was standing beside Yi. His gaze at Jingu Ning Ningko was filled with fervent desire. Such an exquisite beauty, and Japanese at that, if he could spend one night of passion with her, what a wonderful thing that would be. After all, she was willing to deal with Yi for money, so maybe she'd also be willing to let him, he. The more Tang Quan thought about it, the more excited he got, wishing he could legally execute Jingu Ning Ningko on the spot. But to his surprise, she merely glanced at him indifferently. Then, she immediately linked arms with Yi. A sweet, delicate voice emerged from her red lips. What are you all talking about? How could I possibly help you against my husband? You. Upon hearing this, Tang Quan's brain buzzed. It was like his sincere feelings had been fed to a dog. This Jingu Ning Ningko had already been involved with Yi. Then how dare you accept 3 million from my Tang family? Humph. So what if I took it? What can you do? If I didn't take it, where would I get the money to support my husband? Diapers, formula, clothes for the baby, aren't those all money? You actually have a child with her. Tang Quan's face twisted instantly. The thought that the woman he coveted was already with Yi, and might even have a child, made him want to kill someone. Get them. Kill both of them. Eliminate them all. Aha. Bitch. You deceived my feelings. Tang Quan roared furiously. Nonsensical. This is the first time I've met you, how could I have deceived your feelings? Besides, you're ugly and untalented, why would I fancy you? How are you in any way comparable to my husband? As she spoke, she pressed even closer to Yi. This intimate gesture directly dealt Tang Quan a 900% critical hit. Get them. he roared, grabbing a knife and lunging at Yi.
The other 90-odd people also swarmed towards Yi. Taking money to do business, they were still very professional. Yi looked at the group of people charging towards him and scoffed with disdain. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants, easily crushed with one stump. Husband, why don't we have a competition to see who defeats more people?
The loser gets a punishment, they have to kiss the winner. Jingu Nenazi blinked playfully. For you, it'll all be a reward, won't it? Hee hee. She blinked her eyes, deliberately acting cute. But, no need, I'm enough on my own. He gently pushed away Jingu Nenazi's arm and stepped forward. The school regulations state that 10 people must be chosen from each group. I suppose I can't eliminate all of you. What a pity. So, I'll only use one move. After that move, the first 8 people to stand up will pass the elimination round. The rest of you, get lost. With that, Yi slowly raised his hand. Chapter 65, End of the Preliminaries. Heaven Burning Seal, appear. With Ye's current strength, he could instantly activate ocular art, transforming it in 1 second.
As soon as he finished speaking,
boom!
Countless golden flames gathered in Ye's hand. Before long, a large seal burning with golden flames appeared in his grasp.
Bang!
Yi then threw out the Heaven Burning Seal.
You think a mere seal can suppress all of us, Yi?
You think too highly of yourself.
Tang Quan was furious.
He gripped his saber and roared.
Ninefold Nether Saber.
Swish, swish, swish.
Instantly, several dark saber glints whistled and shot out. Attack with me. The other students also unleashed their full power one by one.
Taking people's money to solve their problems, college students were still quite honest. After all, those who took money and did nothing were the exception. Everyone else was exerting their full effort.
My goodness! So many people, even if I were wearing a yin-yang robe, they'd beat me to death. Shingu Neninko sighed, covering her red lips.
Her pair of violet-colored beautiful eyes gazed at Yi, full of curiosity.
She also wanted to know how Yi could suppress all of them with a single move. Go!
Yi was seen holding the Heaven Burning Seal, expressionlessly tossing it forward.
Whoosh!
The Heaven Burning Seal became incredibly massive, encompassing everyone, like a rolling meteor burning with flames.
Crack, crack, crack!
Assaults of various colors seemed vulnerable before the Heaven Burning Seal, shattering instantly upon impact.
How is this possible? Tang Quan let out a roar of shock and anger. How could this Yi be so strong? This was the combined attack of 98 people. Even a transformation-level expert would be reduced to dust.
Yet, the moment they touched the golden flames, they were all devoured, unable to even stir a ripple.
Ah!
A scorching aura rushed towards him.
Tang Quan let out a scream. Yi!
You just wait.
The Tang family won't let you off. Boom!
The seal thoroughly suppressed everyone.
Won't let me off?
Heh, tell Tang Xian to wait for me. One day I'll twist off his head and use it as a chamber pot. Yi flicked his hand, and the Heaven Burning Seal dissipated. The students present tumbled to the ground in a daze, many even having their clothes burned through. The boys were fine, but the girls shrieked in fright.
Hee hee hee. Yi, was it a good show? Shingu Neninko asked, with her hands behind her back. It was all right. Hee hee, I'm prettier than them, you know. Do you want to see, Yi? Not interested.
His gaze was fixed on the students lying on the ground. Gradually, a figure stood up. Immediately after, several more figures rose one after another.
At this point, 7 people had already gotten up.
The rest were either unconscious or still struggling. At this moment, two figures slowly rose. One of them was Tang Quan, who was propping himself up with a broken saber, already halfway upright. The other student, however, was a bit slower than him. Yi frowned and flashed in front of him. Who allowed you to use a saber to prop yourself up? You cheated, you're not qualified, get out.
With that, slap. He backhanded Tang Quan, sending him flying. Yi.
You're taking revenge for personal reasons.
Damn it.
Someone was propping themselves up with a spear just now and you let him pass.
You're making it hard for me.
Yi scoffed, pouting his lips.
So what if I'm making it hard for you? Who told you your surname is Tang? All those surnamed Tang, get out, thank you.
I'm not killing you out of respect for the school. If you were out in the wilderness, I'd cremate you on the spot and scatter your ashes. Yi had a look of disdain. He was the one jumping around the most, who else would he pick on? As for the remaining few students who had struggled to their feet and entered the top 100, Yi didn't care. That move just now was enough to put them in bed for a few days. After entering the top 100, they would stop there and wouldn't be eligible to participate in the subsequent competitions.
Referee, Group G assessment complete.
He raised his hand, his ID card shining towards the sky. As soon as 10 students raise their ID cards and are detected, the formation will automatically disappear, signifying the completion of the assessment. The mentors still waiting at this moment saw the glowing formation, their expression slightly surprised.
Hiss. That was fast. It's only been a few minutes, and 10 people have already been decided? Looks like Yi was instantly defeated at the start. That million was easily earned. Just a little help and it's in the bag.
The Tang family is truly generous. If there's such a good opportunity again, I'll go. The referee's face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy.
I wonder who will come out first. I guess it will be Jingdong Ningninko, and also Tang Quan. I wonder who will come out first. I guess it will be Jingdong Ningninko, and also Tang Quan.
These two are quite outstanding among the students.
The referee rubbed his hands, waiting silently.
As a foot stepped out from the formation.
A man's shoe? Is it Tang Quan? Amazing.
Worthy of being a disciple of the Tang family, truly impressive.
Gold shines wherever it goes. The referee nodded in approval. The next second, his expression froze on his face. Because the figure that appeared before him was Yi, all smiles. Yo! Old-timer, aren't you disappointed to see it's me?
Yi asked with a half-smile.
You've confessed it all, haven't you? As a mentor at Aegis University, you took $1 million from the Tang family, right?
You're quite something. You're practically begging Principal Ning to invite you for tea.
What kind of tea do you like? Death tea, soul-severing tea, peace in the grave tea, pick one yourself. The referee shivered, startled by Yi. Yi, it's a misunderstanding, listen to me, actually, it's... No, actually, Principal Ning will invite you for tea.
Yi waved his hand, too lazy to waste words with him, and walked away directly. Any slower and Shingo Ning Ninko's fastball would come flying over again. A moment later, the referee, looking utterly distraught, and the person in charge of the ocular system lottery earlier, were both invited for tea by the campus security. Later, you seemed to hear that Ning Zhao had made a special trip to the Tang family, and after that, the Tang family patriarch nearly broke his son Tang Qinlu's leg. In the other groups, the situation was also excellent.
Zhang and Bai Ruayu cooperated, invincible throughout the land, and smoothly qualified.
Xiao, with his remnant cloud sword technique, prevented anyone from getting within 10 meters of him. Xiao Jianfeng was the most outrageous. It was said he challenged anyone he saw with a blade, and almost got beaten to death by dozens of people in the end, but he still passed the assessment. As for Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, there's no need to mention them. People actively reduced the number of spots to 9 upon seeing them. After a whole afternoon, the top 100 participants of the freshman competition were determined. In the evening, Yi and the others were eating in the dining hall. Yi, why did you buy 2 servings of food? Bai Ruayu curiously looked at the tray in his hand. It's for Lin Ru. I ate his lunch, so I'm returning the favor tonight.
Where's Lin Ru?
I heard someone called him to the back of the teaching building, I don't know either. Bai Ruayu said indistinctly, her mouth full of food. Since coming to Aegis University, Bai Ruayu seemed to have become less picky about food, except for peanuts, she stuffed everything else into her mouth. Her appetite had grown enormous, even more than Ye's.
Oh, thanks. By the way, you. Yi glanced at her with a hint of disdain. Eat less, don't get too fat. With that, he turned and left. Humph. Yi, you wouldn't understand this. I want to get fat. Saying that, Ruayu pulled out her phone.
If girls eat more, their chests will get bigger because nutrients accumulate.
Little white book wouldn't lie to me.
Chapter 66, Exposed, Awkward. Yi carried his meal and went behind the teaching building.
He heard a trembling female voice. Linru, actually, I liked you the moment I saw you. Will you be my boyfriend?
Ye's foot, which was about to step out, suddenly stopped.
Wow. This guy is really popular.
It hasn't been long, and a girl is already confessing to him.
Yi sighed with emotion.
Mainly, Linru, with his white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and always carrying a book, looked like an elegant young gentleman, which was incredibly attractive to women.
I'm sorry, I cannot be your boyfriend.
Linru's calm voice rang out. This guy, he rejects so decisively. But what he didn't expect was that the girl actually burst into tears.
Crying, she said. I knew this would happen. This is actually my first time confessing to someone. My roommate always said I was too timid and never confessed when I liked someone.
I finally mustered up the courage, but I was rejected so thoroughly.
As expected, someone like me should just die. How could I ever be worthy of you? After all, you're talented and handsome. It's such a waste to be with an ordinary girl like me. It's my fault, I shouldn't have confessed to you. Maybe I should just kill myself.
The girl's weeping voice rang out.
Whoa! This girl's personality is a bit dangerous. Yi twitched his lips, silently mourning for Linru for a second.
Seeing the girl's sorrowful appearance, a flicker of struggle crossed Linru's face. Then he gritted his teeth and squatted down. I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise me you'll never tell anyone. The girl lifted her red, tear-filled eyes and asked weakly.
What secret? Actually.
Linru touched his neck, looking a bit embarrassed.
Actually, I've been disguising myself as a man all along. I'm a woman. So I can't accept your confession. How is that possible? But you have an Adam's apple. And your voice too. It's just a simple spirit word spell. The next second, Yi heard a pleasant girl's voice.
Like this, I can freely switch my voice.
So, the reason I can't accept your confession is my own issue, not because you're not good enough. Holy crap!
Ye's eyes widened. He had accidentally stumbled upon Linru's secret.
She's actually a woman. This is a big deal now. I'll just pretend I don't know.
If he's cross-dressing, he must have a good reason. I can't expose him, that would be a terrible roommate. Yi carried his tray and quietly slipped away from the spot. Standing at the dorm room door, Yi seemed a bit flustered. He didn't know what the first thing he should say after opening the door was.
Ha! Yi, why are you standing here? Why don't you go in?
A familiar voice came, and Linru walked over from a distance, carrying a bento box and a book.
Oh, I forgot to bring my keys. Yi said, scratching his head. Then what's that in your hand? Ha!
Yi reflexively raised his hand, revealing a key in his grasp.
Made a mistake. Sorry about that. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I'd been too tired lately.
Saying that, he opened the door and went in. Linru followed behind him, took her seat, and opened her bento box, ready to eat.
I'm cohabiting with a girl so quickly? And I even acted like a hooligan in front of her.
What kind of Island Nation anime plot is this?
Do transmigrators all play it this fancy?
In Ye's mind, various harem anime from his previous life flashed by.
Such a dramatic event actually happened to him.
Chapter 67, The 10 Elites Competition.
The next day,
Yi, with a pair of panda eyes, arrived at the assessment site.
Hey! Yi! What's wrong with you? You've turned into a giant panda.
Ruayu came up to him and gently patted his shoulder.
Didn't sleep well yesterday.
Yi looked distressed. He hadn't slept well all night yesterday, listening to Lin Ru's steady breathing, which made him even less able to sleep.
One night, half a pack of cigarettes. Even though he knew she was a girl, he still had to interact normally with her, eating and living in the same dorm.
It felt incredibly strange.
Ha 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 ha. Are you exhausted from jerking off? Don't get eliminated easily today.
Ruayu laughed, clutching her stomach.
Boom.
Yi decisively raised a finger and tapped her on the head. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll post the recording of you calling me master on the campus forum. I'd like to see what they think of you, the campus belle.
Yi threatened.
Yikes. Ruayu's face went pale, and she quickly hugged Ye's arm, acting spoiled.
I'm sorry. I was just kidding. You're a big man, you should forgive a little woman like me. Only villains and women are difficult to deal with.
You. While the two were bickering, the assessment square filled with more and more people.
What's that?
At this moment, a student pointed at the distant high platform and shouted.
That's.
Ye's gaze narrowed slightly. In front of him, 10 tall stone pillars slowly rose. They shot straight into the sky. At the top of those stone pillars were 10 luxurious seats.
Golden seats.
They were incredibly magnificent.
Exuding sharpness and dominance. The 10 prodigies' thrones.
Those are the 10 prodigies' thrones. A student pointed at the golden seats and shouted.
The 10 prodigies' thrones?
Yi tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The top 10 in the freshman competition become the 10 prodigies for the entire first-year class. This ranking will remain for a year, unless something happens within that year, it absolutely won't change.
Moreover,
the 10 prodigies will also have more resources tilted towards them compared to other students, so if you can sit on one of the 10 prodigies' thrones, you'll likely still be one of the 10 prodigies when you graduate. I heard that the senior who was ranked first among the seniors this year was also the first of the 10 prodigies in the freshman competition 4 years ago. He stood far ahead of everyone, and has remained there for 4 years. Some students looked at the thrones on the stone pillars, their eyes filled with longing. If I could become one of the 10 greats, that would truly bring glory to my ancestors.
Yes.
Once the 10 greats graduate, they become the top talents in the Xia Federation. Whether they join the official government, major aristocratic families, organizations, or god-slaying teams, they will receive excellent treatment. If they are from an aristocratic family, they even have the hope of directly establishing themselves as the next successor. The 10 greats' thrones hung in the air, the golden seats reflecting the sky, like 10 great suns. One could imagine how valiant and commanding the young prodigies sitting on those thrones must be, looking down on the world. At this moment, a figure approached from afar.
It was none other than Ning Zhao, the principal of Aegis University.
Beside him was a figure in white clothes with white hair, carrying a long sword on their back.
The principal is here. That's, my god. It's an idol. The sword god of Xia Federation. It's sword god Su. My idol. Holy crap. The real deal. The sword god of Xia Federation. This is the real person. I've seen the sword god in person.
If my high school classmates knew this, I could brag about it for 100 years.
So handsome. The sword god is so manly. I want to marry the sword god.
Su Changhan had a calm expression, his gaze even a little vacant, muttering to himself, clearly immersed in his own world.
Attention, students.
Ning Zhao brought Su Changhan to the stone pillars and called out to all the students.
Today's competition will be simple.
For the 10 Greats Throne Contest, those of you who believe you are qualified to enter the top 10 should go sit on a chair on the stone pillar. Whoever can firmly occupy a throne until sunset will be one of the 10 greats. All 10 greats will receive rewards. You will be taken as apprentices by a gold-level mentor. If any swordmaster can enter the top 10, they can directly become an apprentice of the sword god. Secondly, the top 3 will be allowed to enter the place of guidance once, for a duration of 12 hours. The first place winner will receive the honorary title of chief student. Their authority at school will be comparable to a silver-level mentor. Plus, a reward of 30,000 points. And an internship qualification with the Chishao God Slaying Team. Boom! As these words were uttered, the students erupted in excitement. Just for being in the top 10, they would be qualified to choose a gold-level mentor. It should be known that gold-level mentors are all powerful class users at Tier 6, domain level. They are top figures even in an entire province. And becoming an apprentice of the Xia Federation Sword God is a lifelong dream for all swordmasters in the Xia Federation. Not to mention entering the place of guidance. The place of guidance is a special space within Aegis University, where the concentration of peculiar energy is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Spending 12 hours in the place of guidance. One's tier could even directly jump to the evolved level or even higher. The authority of a silver mentor is recorded in the Xia Federation archives. Normally, you don't even have to attend classes. And if you ever suffer a grievance outside, Aegis University is your strongest backing. The Scarlet Sky Godhunter team is one of the 4 top-tier Godhunter teams in the Xia Federation. The captain of the Scarlet Sky Godhunter team is an 8th-level rule class individual, known as the Son of the Mortal Realm. His strength is no less than that of the Xia Federation Sword God. Becoming a member of the Scarlet Sky Godhunter team is a lifelong dream for many class individuals. All the students were buzzing with excitement. Their enthusiasm was greatly stimulated. Alright. I declare, now, let the competition begin. With Ning Zhao's command, he and the Xia Federation Sword God stepped aside. The students swarmed towards the stone pillars, their eyes intently fixed on the 10 golden seats above. As if they were the rarest treasures in the world. Swish! A figure in flowing white robes moved with the crowd towards the stone pillar in front. His expression was calm, as if even the collapse of heaven and earth would fail to stir the slightest ripple in him. Strangely enough, none of the surrounding students could get within 3 feet of him. Wu Tongxian formed a hand seal with one hand. Sword control. Swish! A silver light appeared before him. It was a sword, lacking a hilt, only the blade. It seemed as if this sword was not meant to be held in hand by nature. Wu Tongxian stepped onto the silver longsword. Swish! The longsword carried him soaring into the sky. Wu Tongxian flicked his robe and leisurely sat down in his golden seat. As he took his seat, all the students on his stone pillar, with dark expressions, one by one, jumped down from the pillar and rushed towards the other 9 stone pillars. What a joke, that's Wu Tongxian. Who would dare to fight him for it? Asking for death. Meanwhile, Lin Ru also held a scroll of books, and he spoke faintly. Teleport. Swish! His figure instantly appeared on another stone pillar adjacent to Wu Tongxian's, and he slowly sat down. Thus, his stone pillar also lost its contender. However, the competition for the other 8 stone pillars became even more intense. Chapter 68, Heating Up. The competition for these spots is quite brutal. Yi had already seen students going berserk on several stone pillars. One guy finally climbed up, but before his butt even got warm, he was jointly blasted down by 6 or 7 people. And those 6 or 7 people were then knocked away by even stronger individuals. This battle for supremacy seems simple, but in reality, it's anything but. Students need extremely powerful strength to hold off these covetous competitors, and there are even instances of groups ganging up on someone. Yi saw Ning Ningzi from the Divine Palace draped in an yin-yang robe, sitting majestically on her seat like a princess of fire. A pair of slender black stocking long legs were crossed, and on her yin-yang robe, a scorching sea of fire enveloped the entire stone pillar, with no competitor daring to approach. He also saw Jiang standing alone before her seat, doing his utmost to fight off wave after wave of charging competitors. And Xiao, with one man and one sword, seemed to hold back an army of thousands. Bai Ruayu summoned a 9-tailed spirit cat and a dragon man, guarding her side, with the flaming dragon's breath spell ready to be unleashed. It could be said that in this battle, all students were doing their best to vie for the seats of the 10 elites.
It's about time, it's my turn.
Ye's gaze flickered, finally settling on the fifth stone pillar.
That one will do.
As he took a step, the golden flame robe covered his body, and a staircase made of golden flames materialized in the void.
It extended from Ye's feet all the way to the golden throne at the top.
He thus walked up the stairs burning with golden flames, one step at a time, unhurriedly. As expected of my husband, to come up with such a cool way to reach the top. Jingu Ningningsi gently stroked her red lips, a delicate smile on her face. Wotanxian, standing nearby, watched Yi ascend step by step, an inexplicable glint in his eyes. Lin Ru, however, seemed to be immersed in her own world, still quietly reading. For her, no one disturbing her meant a great opportunity to read. Yi walked on the flaming staircase, his fingers swiping left and right. 18 kinds of weapons floated around him. With a light tap of his finger, batch after batch of students were easily swept off the stone pillars by Yi, like swatting flies. Until Yi reached the summit and finally sat down on the golden chair.
Eye of nothingness, void-slaying blade.
Yi spoke softly, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, with invisible blades circling around him.
Sure enough, an anomaly did exist.
Swish! In the surrounding air, a dagger suddenly lunged towards Yi.
Yi! Get down there!
Blame yourself for being too careless.
Capsizing in a ditch. Ha 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 ha.
A sinister voice rang in his ears.
Yi was expressionless, he didn't even need to command them, and the surrounding invisible blades flew towards the attacker. Aha!
As a scream was heard, a figure fell from the stone pillar.
With a final glance in mid-air, Yi remembered this guy.
He seemed to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam from a certain province. His class was assassin.
He might have been concealing his presence just now, hiding behind the chair, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, for Yi, it was still too ridiculous.
It's not hard for me to enter the top 10, the difficult part is, them. Ye's gaze shifted, looking towards the other pillars. Zhang's ice element ability had been pushed to its limit, but she not only had to face the siege of a crowd of students. Among them, there was even a pair of stunning sisters.
You remembered them, the 9th and 10th placers in the Imperial Capital College entrance exam. Chu Ro, Chu Xin. From the Chu family.
Perhaps they were Zhang's biggest obstacle to reaching the top.
Both women were elementalists, one wielding fire elements, the other water elements. Zhang was in a perilous situation under their combined attack. Sorry, Zhang. Grandpa gave the order. You absolutely cannot enter the top 10. That's right, Zhang. You're too ungrateful.
Grandpa is willing to marry you to a prodigy like Tang Xian, and you're still being picky.
What qualifications do you have? A person with lowly bloodline. The two looked at Zhang with envy.
Tang Xian was excellent, the leader of the younger generation of the Tang family. Such a young man was naturally very popular, and the sisters were no exception. Therefore, they were jealous of Zhang from the bottom of their hearts.
Zhang! You're too weak. You don't deserve the top 10.
The two teamed up, their water and fire powers combining, striking towards Jian like a hurricane.
Watch us sisters take you down. Boom!
A pillar of flame, entwined with a current of water, pushed through the crowd and surged towards Jiang. Jiang bit her red lip tightly. At this moment, her peripheral vision caught Ye's gaze from the side.
Yi mouthed something to her. It was as if to say, "You can do it. You can do it, you've got this. Jiang.
Believe in yourself, you're not alone anymore." Facing the incoming attack, Jiang slowly closed her eyes.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Purple electric arcs pulsed around her body, and Jiang's aura underwent a massive transformation. Sister!
Jiang is acting so strange.
Chu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Something's not right. She's hiding a second elemental power. This element is lightning. Chu Ro's eyes widened. Sure enough.
Buzz. As Jiang opened her eyes, Brilliant purple lightning tore through the sky.
Violet thunder illumination. Boom!
The purple lightning struck the water fire hurricane like a long whip. The elements reacted with each other. Water element infused into the lightning element, which then collided with the fire element.
Boom!
A massive explosion erupted, sending a towering plume of smoke, and the shockwave knocked everyone on the stone pillars flying. In the final moments, a purple lightning whip extended from Zhang's hand, wrapping around the golden throne. She walked towards the position of the 10 prodigies and then took her seat. Purple lightning encircled her body, making her appear like a queen of lightning.
I'm taking this spot. Any objections?
Zhang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of dominance.
Yi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Zhang's side was all set.
On the other side, on Zhao's stone pillar. Now, there was no one left on the entire pillar.
Except for 2 figures clashing wildly like lightning and flint.
One in white, holding a sword, and one in black, wielding a saber. Their blades flashed and clashed, already fighting with mad frenzy.
These 2 guys.
Yi patted his forehead.
Was this an internal dispute?
His roommates had actually started a fierce battle.
Shao.
Today, I must defeat you.
Triple dark light blades.
Xiao Jianfeng roared, raising his long blade high.
Black aura surged around him. Boom, boom, boom.
3 black, 10-foot-long blade energies swept out.
Sweeping clouds.
Xiao brandished his long sword, striking several times to block one of the blade energies. But the remaining 2 had already reached him. Just when everyone was holding their breath for him, Zhao's demeanor suddenly changed.
No self, no other. Only the sword.
Sword slash.
Chapter 69, Next Round, Championship Battle.
His mastery of the sword heart state is quite good.
Su Changhan watched Zhao's single-minded sword-wielding posture, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. What, Changhan, have you taken a liking to this boy? Thinking of taking on a disciple?
Ning Zhao asked with a smile. Su Changhan remained silent, merely shaking his head with a smile. Ning Zhao didn't know that the year Su Changhan disappeared, he was teaching Xiao swordsmanship.
He was already Su Changhan's disciple. Isn't he good enough?
I've looked around, and only this child's sword is the purest. If even he can't catch your eye, then the sword god of the Xia Federation will have no successor.
Ning Zhao sighed.
Su Changhan couldn't be bothered to respond to Ning Zhao. This guy spent all day thinking of ways to introduce him to disciples.
Or introducing him to potential partners. Purely meddling in things that don't concern him.
He himself was separated from his wife, barely seeing his daughter a few times a year. Yet here he was, worrying about Su Changhan's affairs. At this moment, Xiao, who had entered the sword heart state, saw his sword skills power soar, and he was now pressuring Xiao Jianfeng.
Sigh, the more I look, the more familiar this kid's sword moves seem to me.
Ning Zhao stroked his chin. How is it so similar to your sword path when you were in college? He couldn't possibly be a disciple you secretly took, could he?
No, you're mistaken. Su Changhan said calmly.
Really? Ning Zhao remained suspicious. At this moment, Xiao Jianfeng's sword style changed.
Heaven slaying. Sword drawing technique. Boom! A brilliant sword light illuminated, even the blazing sun paled before it.
This one sword seemed to split the sky in 2. A stunning sword strike.
Holy crap! Isn't that your heaven-severing draw sword art?
You're still saying he's not your disciple.
When did you take him in? You rascal!
You're hiding your disciples from me, aren't you?
Ning Zhao directly burst out with an expletive. Honchen's talent in swordsmanship is excellent, better than mine.
Su Changhan merely spoke calmly. With the heaven-severing draw sword art unleashed, the outcome of this battle was already decided.
Xiao Jianfeng was directly sent flying by this sword strike. Blade Demon State. Activate.
Black smoke billowed from Xiao Jianfeng's body, his pupils turned jet black, and a terrifying aura surged.
Aha!
He let out a beast-like roar, wildly swinging the Tang Dao in his hand, and powerful blade energies swept towards the heaven-severing sword intent. Ah! But even so, he was still no match for the heaven-severing draw sword art, being sent flying by a single sword strike. Yet, even so, he still roared and unleashed an unyielding blade intent. Just as the sword light and blade energy collided again. Swish! A figure appeared between the two. Ning Zhao waved his large sleeve, and the sword light and blade energy vanished into the void. That's enough. With Ning Zhao's intervention, Xiao slowly withdrew from his sword heart state. And the demonic energy on Xiao Jianfeng's body dissipated as well. Blade Demon Physique. This is a genius of the blade. Ning Zhao looked at Xiao Jianfeng, thinking to himself. Perhaps, handing him over to that guy would be very fitting. With this battle, Xiao also firmly secured his place among the 10 prodigies. By now, the spots for the 10 prodigies were almost finalized. Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru, Yi, Bai Ruayu, Xiao, Jiang, and Xinguning Ninko. There were also 3 other young people, a brawny man named Shi Jiao, whose class was Guardian. Pure defense, he deployed a shield on his throne that a group of students tried to break for a long time but couldn't. Another was from the Chu family. Named Xu Yan, his class was Demonic Sorcerer. After demonization, his lethality was extremely strong. Ordinary students who faced him were almost always severely injured, and gradually, no one dared to fight him anymore. The last one was a delicate young girl whose class was Curse Wielder. She cast a group curse on all the students, who kept falling off the stone pillars for various reasons while climbing. Alright, so far, the 10 prodigies have been decided. The remaining individuals will participate in more detailed ranking battles in another venue. Next up is what you've been most looking forward to. The championship battle. The rules are as follows. Ning Zhao's figure floated in the void. The 10 prodigies' thrones are arranged from left to right, with the leftmost being first and the rightmost 10th. You can challenge opponents ahead of you. We will proceed in turns starting from the 10th place. Until the end, when no one wishes to fight anymore. Yi is currently seated in the 5th chair, meaning his provisional rank is 5th. And the person seated on the far left is Wu Tongxian, making him the provisional 1st. Those behind can challenge those in front. The 10th place is Shi Jiao, class Guardian. He stood up and shook his head. My class is Guardian. Defense is fine, but if you ask me to attack, then I can only give up the challenge. 9th place was the Curse Warlock, a girl named Xu Weifeng. I abstain. Her curses were effective against ordinary students, but had minimal effect against opponents of similar strength. It could be said that both the Curse Master and Guardian classes are not suitable for solo combat. They are more suited for team battles. 8th place was the demonized sorcerer named Xu Yan. His tier was also very high, transcendent rank 9. I want to challenge. A strange smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. 7th place, Zheng. His gaze turned to Zheng, and a strong bloodthirsty intent flashed in his eyes. Come on, Zhang, I'll make sure to hurt you properly. Zhang stood up expressionlessly. The two came to the center of the arena. Zhang, I admit you're very good. Perhaps the family truly underestimated you, but you should never have shamed the family. Therefore, I will completely cripple you here. Women, just obey the family's arrangements and get married. Being competitive is a man's domain. After speaking, whoosh. Xu Yan let out a strange cry and shot towards Zhang like an arrow from a bowstring. Nether Ghost Claw. Boom! His 10 fingers, like long blades, cut through the void and tore towards Zhang. Freeze! Zhang waved one hand, and 5 pillars of ice behind him crashed towards him. Too slow. Too slow. Xu Yan cackled menacingly, easily dodging Zhang's ice pillars. Stop wasting time. Show me your lightning attribute. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Zhang stepped back, speaking slowly. As you wish. Purple lightning shines on heaven. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Purple lightning ripped through the sky, swirling around her body.
Now that's more like it. This is how a fight should feel. Awesome.
Chu Yan lightly licked her nail, sharp as a sword. The characteristic of a fiend is to transform oneself into a fiend through fiend blood. For example, the current Chu Yan gained her abilities through the blood of a fiend called the Night Demon Wolf. Elusive movements, ruthless attacks, utterly bloodthirsty. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Purple lightning swept out, dense and vast, like a massive net, shrouding the arena. An ordinary person would find it utterly terrifying. However, Chu Yan charged straight through the purple lightning, rushing towards Jiang. Why isn't the lightning affecting him? Ruayu frowned. Jiang, the power of these lightning bolts is definitely not weak. Even a transcendent Ninth Order should not dare to take them head-on. Why does Chu Yan act as if nothing is happening? Chapter 70, If I don't cripple you, my name isn't Chu. Look at the surface of his body, that's the ability of a petrified beast. The characteristic of this fiend is strong defense and high immunity to lightning. Yi said, frowning. This Chu Yan isn't limited to using just one fiend's ability. He came prepared. Jiang is in danger. Whoosh! The lightning interwoven defense line was breached by Chu Yan in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Die! He raised his claw and swiped at Jiang. Boom! In front of Jiang, an ice wall rapidly rose, blocking the attack. But the next moment, Chu Yan's figure reappeared behind her. Too slow. Can the speed at which you create ice keep up with me? He grinned, his sharp claws already reaching Jiang's hair. No, the truly slow one is you. Jiang's lips parted slightly. Frozen domain. Swish. Centered around Jiang's body, countless ice crystals spread out like falling snow. What? Crack, crack. Chu Yan's body was actually frozen. No. It should be said that more than half of the arena was frozen by Jiang's ice. Chu Yan's body also stiffened in mid-air. It's over. Jiang turned around, her long hair gently, scattering flakes of ice. She extended her hand, and an ice sword appeared within it. He then thrust his sword towards the frozen Chu Yan. We won. That's great. Sister Jiang is amazing. Ruayu cheered happily. No. We haven't won yet. This guy. Yi opened his ocular art, and he could see a burning power rising within Chu Yan's body. That's right. He knew how to use the petrified beast's ability to counter Jiang's lightning attribute power. So how could he not have a way to counter her ice attribute? Indeed, Jiang's reaction speed was quick. After realizing that the lightning attribute was ineffective against Chu Yan, she used herself as bait and prepared this deadly move. However, she still underestimated the Chu family's intelligence network. Chu Yan had long since specifically prepared a counter-killing move for Jiang. Ha 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 ha. You're celebrating too early. Chu Yan, whose expression had originally been frozen, revealed a sinister smile. Explode. Boom. He opened his mouth, and a violent burst of fire surged out, then exploded in mid-air. The huge impact sent Jiang flying. Ha 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 ha. Jiang! You underestimate me too much. And you underestimate the Chu family too much. Whoosh! Claws sliced through the thick fog, reaching for Jiang. Jiang's face turned pale. The previous explosion had caused her vital energy to churn, and she no longer had any means to resist Chu Yan's attack. She surrendered. Yi suddenly stood up and said, Ha 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 ha. Surrender? She didn't say it herself, so what kind of surrender is that? I don't acknowledge it. Chu Yan laughed heartily, tearing mercilessly at Jiang with a claw. You're asking for death. Yi took a step forward, his figure appearing in front of Jiang. Boom! He waved his large hand, and a golden flame erupted, blasting Chu Yan away. Principal Ning. He interfered with the competition without authorization. Please disqualify him. Chu Yan, who was sent flying, shouted loudly at Ning Zhao. Ning Zhao frowned. Ye's actions indeed seemed to violate the rules of the competition.
Yi, do you have anything to explain?
Ye's brows furrowed deeply.
Ha 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 ha. Yi, you broke the rules of the competition. According to the regulations, you will be directly removed from the 10 prodigies. Go back to your hometown obediently. This is not something a poor guy like you can meddle with. Chu Yan licked his fingernails, grinning strangely.
Yi squinted at Chu Yan. Those who knew him understood that Yi was now on the verge of an outburst.
Principal Ning, Yi was also concerned about his companion's safety. I think this is excusable. Xiao spoke out. Exactly, Principal Ning. Chu Yan was too ruthless. He was aiming to seriously injure Jiang.
Bai Ruayu also said anxiously.
I also think Yi is excusable. Jingu Ning Ningzi spoke.
Principal Ning, please give him another chance. Even Lin Ru spoke up like this.
Alright, then I'll give you another chance, but there's a condition. Ning Zhao looked at Yi with a solemn brow.
If you fail to win the championship, I will remove you from the 10 prodigies. And, I will punish you for disrupting the freshman competition.
Can you meet this condition? Yi nodded. Yes.
Good. Then, the competition continues. Chu Yan wins this battle.
Chu Yan moves up to 7th place. Jiang is 8th.
Next up, 6th place, Jingu Ningningzi. Jingu Ningningzi spread her hands. I forfeit this round.
Good. Then, next up, 5th place, Yi. Who do you want to challenge?
Yi slowly raised his head. Golden flames danced in his eyes.
I want to challenge Chu Yan.
Yi spoke each word distinctly.
Chu Yan's face turned pale. He cried out in alarm. Yi, you're 5th. How can you challenge me when I'm ranked lower? He pointed at Yi and shouted. It's just a provisional ranking. There's nothing saying I can't challenge someone ranked lower, is there?
Yi retorted coldly. There is indeed no such rule. Ning Zhao spoke calmly.
However, in this battle, even if you win, Yi, you gain nothing.
If you lose, your spot goes to Chu Yan.
Are you sure you want to challenge him?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. Ning Zhao waved his hand. Second battle, Yi versus Chu Yan. Begin.
At Ning Zhao's command, flames filled the sky, transforming into a blazing set of armor in the void, covering his body.
Boom!
Yi took a step forward, and golden flames spread through the void, as if igniting the entire world. He clenched his fist and threw a punch.
A terrifying aura immediately swept out. Principal. I surrender. Chu Yan's face turned white with fear. He shouted out in a hurry.
But before he could finish the word surrender, Ye's fist had already arrived.
Boom!
He was sent flying by Ye's punch. Next, Yi surged forward again. He grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard onto the arena.
The arena instantly caved in. Grin and bear it. Boom, boom, boom.
Yi knelt with one knee on Chu Yan's neck, golden flames burning fiercely, like an ancient golden god reborn from fire.
Under Ye's terrifying aura, Chu Yan couldn't move an inch. Bang! Bang!
He raised his fist and relentlessly pounded Chu Yan's body, punch after punch.
Chu Yan couldn't utter a word, he couldn't even voice his surrender. He was being beaten like a punching bag by Yi. If I don't cripple you today, I, Yi, will take your surname. Chapter 71, Declaration of War, Two Women Compete. Crack!
Yi squeezed with one hand, crushing Chu Yan's hand bones section by section into powder. His arm dangled on the ground, like two pieces of rotten flesh.
You want to cripple her? I'll cripple you first.
Yi said viciously. Flames blazed around his body, and with each punch that landed, Chu Yan's body was almost completely scorched. There wasn't a single spot of good flesh left on him. He tried to speak, but Ye's slap burned his mouth beyond recognition.
Yi! You vented your anger. It's time to let him go. Wu Tongxian finally stood up. No matter what, Xu Yan was a direct descendant of his Chu family.
As Chu Shanha's adopted grandson, Wu Tongxian naturally had to prioritize the interests of the Chu family.
You say let go, and I let go? Why didn't he stop when I told him to stop just now? Now you tell me to let go? Too late. Boom.
He stomped his foot down, fiercely stepping on Chu Yan's leg.
Boom. The arena instantly caved into a large pit. Chu Yan's leg had been trampled into pulp by Yi.
Only a layer of skin tenuously connected it, barely preventing it from breaking off immediately.
Ah! Ah! It hurts so much. My hand. My leg. Wu Tongxian. Save me. Save me, ah!
Xu Yan wanted to hug his leg, but his hand had already been crushed by Yi. He could only tilt his head back, look at the clear blue sky, and let out heart-wrenching screams.
This scene sent shivers down the spines of the students watching the battle. Too ruthless.
Yi was truly merciless.
Even if Chu Yan's injuries healed, today's experience would be a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. Perhaps just the mention of Yi Shou's name would make him frantic with fear. Principal Ning. Ye's actions are suspected of abusing his opponent.
I demand that he stop immediately.
Wu Tongxian said with a cold face. If I stop, will you come down and fight me?
He spoke before Ning Zhao, glancing sideways at Wu Tongxian.
I'll come if I come. It wasn't my turn originally, but now you're challenging me. So I can't refuse. With that, Wu Tongxian slowly stood up. Alright, you can fight Yi later. Now it's by Ruayu's turn.
Ning Zhao raised a hand to stop them.
Aegis University will cover Chu Yan's medical expenses. As for Yi, if he doesn't win first place, a severe disciplinary action is unavoidable. Ning Zhao raised his eyelids slightly. Young people shouldn't be so aggressive, be a bit more peaceful.
Saying that, he took a sip of the goji berry tea from his thermos.
Crack! Yi then broke Xu Yan's other leg with another kick.
Then, as if nothing had happened, he spread his hands. Principal Ning is right, I, Yi, have always convinced people through strength.
Yi! How is that convincing people through reason? Wu Tongxian was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath.
He was truly talking nonsense with his eyes wide open.
Even with his good temper, he couldn't take it anymore.
Yi ignored him, returning to his seat with an expressionless face. He extended his hand and made a gun gesture at Wu Tongxian.
Baiyu. Knockout.
Wu Tongxian's face was as black as a charcoal pot. At this moment, Ruayu slowly rose. She stood on the stage, hands on her hips. Her gaze glared coldly at Jingu Ningningzi.
Get down here. Do I have to call your name? You Jingu slut. Giggle giggle.
Jingu Ningningzi chuckled, stood up, brushed her skirt, and jumped into the ring.
I'm here, little Ruayu friend.
Her gaze fell on Ruayu's flat chest, and she deliberately emphasized the word little.
The surrounding audience burst into laughter. All old drivers, the kind that roll their wheels right over people's faces.
How could he not understand the hidden meaning in Jingu Nene Ko's words?
You're finished, Jingu Nene Ko. I'll definitely make you regret this. Flame Dragon Breath. Boom!
Ruayu waved her small hand, and a fiery red dragon soared into the air.
Yin Yang Garment. Crimson Lotus. Jingu Nene Ko stepped forward, her body enveloped flawlessly by the Crimson Lotus garment.
Since we both have fire attributes, let's have a showdown of firepower, Ruayu little one.
Whoosh! A Tang snake, entirely composed of flames, rose into the sky. Swoosh!
The Tang snake and the flame dragon intertwined in mid-air.
Ali! Dahe! Go!
Ruayu waved her hand, and two magic circles appeared behind her. The nine-tailed spirit cat and the dragonkin charged out.
Hua hua! Go! And so, the third summoned beast appeared. A fierce, three-headed hellhound. Yet Bai Ruayu had given it such an adorable name. Swoosh! The three summoned beasts pounced on Jingu Nene Ko'o from different directions. By my blood, I command the gods. May all warriors in battle be arrayed before me. 3 talismans appeared in Jingu Nene Ko'o's hand. As the talismans burned, 3 different magic circles also emerged behind her. Shu Ten, Tenko, Gokun, Hide, Swoosh. 3 Shikigami stepped out from behind Jingu Nene Ko. The Empress was a white-haired woman in a green dress. Gochen was a man in purple clothes. Shuten Doji was a handsome man with red hair, carrying Itachi. Shikigami can transform into human form? He stroked his chin, a look of curiosity flashing across his face. Yes, the form of a Shikigami is at the whim of the Onmyoji. They can be beasts, or they can be humans. Likewise, they can also be Onmyo garb. Jiang nodded. Boom! On the current arena, there was an extremely chaotic battle. Above, a fire dragon clashed with a fire snake. Below, 3 summoned beasts battled 3 Shikigami. The Empress and Gochen were both Shikigami of the Onmyoji ancestor Abe no Saimai of Dongying. I heard that in this lifetime, all 12 Shikigami of the Onmyoji ancestor Abe no Saimai have appeared in the current world. Half are with Jingu Neninko of the East Jingu Shrine. The other half are with a young man from the West Tsuchimikado family. Zhang explained to Yi. There's always been a rumor in Dongying that if Saimai's 12 Shikigami are gathered, it might allow the Onmyoji ancestor Abe no Saimai to revive. He was a limit-reaching realm expert. A limit-reaching realm expert reviving in this era could very likely directly change the fate of humanity. As Zhang and Yi were talking, Bai Ruayu and Jingu Neninko had already fought to a frenzy. If they keep fighting like this, they won't decide a winner even by night. Yi rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. Bai Ruayu conjured various spells effortlessly. And Jingu Neninko's Onmyo garb also had many powerful fire-based attacks, making them evenly matched in a short time. Alright. Stop fighting. I declare this round a draw. At this moment, Ning Zhao suddenly spoke. Principal. I haven't used my full power yet. Bai Ruayu said sweetly. He, little one, do you think I've used my full power? I still have 5 Shikigami who haven't appeared yet. Jingu Ningzi covered her red lips. Continuing to fight will not end well for you. Know when to quit, little one. You. Jingu Ningzi. One day I'll cut off those 2 lumps of fat hanging on your chest. Bai Ruayu looked at Jingu Ningzi's swaying ample figure and cursed angrily. Chapter 72 Sword Against Sword, Yi vs Watangxian. The battle ultimately ended in a draw. Next, it was Zhao's turn. I want to challenge. Watangxian. Xiao stood up, his long sword suddenly leaving its scabbard and pointing directly at Watangxian. You want to challenge me? We have no grievances, do we? Watangxian narrowed his eyes, looking at Xiao. No grievances, only a desire for battle. Xiao held his sword, as if there was nothing else in his eyes but the sword. Ha, what an interesting and warlike swordsman. I accept your challenge. Swish. Watangxian formed a sword seal and descended onto the arena, riding his flying sword. This is getting interesting. Watangxian's flying sword and Zhao's swordsmanship. Old Su, what do you think your disciple's chances are? Ning Zhao asked Su Changhen. Honchen cannot win. Watangxian has already broken through to the transcendent tier. Su Changhen said indifferently. However, if the tier were the same, I would have confidence in Honchen. Rarely, Su Changhen expressed his opinion. Deep down, he still believed in his disciple. After all, he was his only disciple, and likely the only one ever. Whoosh! The breeze lifted the hair between Zhao's brows. Facing Watangxian, he dared not be careless. So, he activated his sword heart state from the beginning and began to gather his heaven-slaying sword intent. Slay the heavens. Drawing sword art. Swish. The long sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed,
and a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, surging towards Wu Tongxian like a galloping Milky Way.
Sword control. Wu Tongxian formed a hand seal. Swish, swish, swish. 5 more flying swords whistled forth. Crack, crack, crack.
The 6 flying swords collided with the river of sword energy.
Again, sword control. 8 swords unite, 8 divisions pagoda sword.
Wu Tongxian casually waved his sword finger. 2 more flying swords shot out from left and right, and the 8 flying swords merged into one in the void.
A colossal flying sword, entirely black with golden patterns, appeared. Faintly, it seemed as if demons were murmuring and celestial beings were chanting scriptures. Boom!
The 8 divisions pagoda sword clashed with the sky-shattering sword intent. As expected, after resisting for a moment, the sky-shattering sword intent was broken. Xiao was sent flying. The pagoda sword slashed towards Xiao. Yet, he never uttered the words of surrender. Because, a swordsman would rather die than yield. The word lose would never escape his lips. He surrenders. At this moment, a voice sounded, and with its appearance, the 8 divisions pagoda sword stopped at Zhao's glabella. The speaker was surprisingly the sword god, Su Changhen, who had been absent-minded all along.
A good sword. Once my mortal realm tier improves, I can fight you again. Su Changhan looked at the 8 divisions pagoda sword before him and praised it.
Then he flicked his finger. The pagoda sword flew back, transforming into 8 flying swords that circled around Wu Tongxian.
I've taken the person, you all continue the competition. With that, he grasped Zhao's shoulder and transformed into a swordlight, swiftly retreating into the void. The entire audience erupted in an uproar. Even Wu Tongxian looked surprised. This Xiao was actually a disciple of the sword god. Sigh. This fellow has no regard for rules at all. Ning Zhao helplessly took a sip of tea. He had specifically said no disrupting the competition. Truly, not at all like an elder. And he even told him that rules are meant to be broken. Does he really think he can just hack at anything with a sword, huh?
Percent this round, Wu Tongxian wins.
Next up, Lin Ru. Who do you want to challenge?
I want to challenge Wu Tongxian.
Lin Ru held his scroll and stood up, saying, What? The entire audience was in an uproar. Wu Tongxian had just finished a match. Now Lin Ru wanted to challenge him immediately after. And then Yi would probably challenge him later too. Did they really think Wu Tongxian was a robot? Wouldn't a continuous battle exhaust him to death? Lin Ru, how about you skip this round first? At this moment, Yi suddenly spoke up. After Wu Tongxian and I determine a winner, the victor will fight you, how about that?
Lin Ru thought for a moment, then nodded.
Slowly sat down. I abstain. Because Lin Ru abstained, the second round began.
9 and 10 both abstained.
8th ranked Jiang also abstained. 7th ranked Xu Yan. Oh, that one should still be in the ICU right now. 6th ranked Jingu Ningninko also abstained.
So, it naturally extended to 5th ranked Yi. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xiao slowly rose. A pair of eyes glowed with golden fire.
I challenge Wu Tongxian. Swish. From beneath Ye's feet, golden fiery steps emerged.
He stepped down the stairs, one step at a time. At this moment, Wu Tongxian was still in the arena, not yet departed. 8 flying swords encircled his body, his white robe ethereal, his black hair gently swaying. Like a celestial being, like a god.
Yi, I accept your challenge.
Wu Tongxian smiled faintly.
I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Besides family reasons, there are also my own reasons.
Swish. He flicked his finger. 8 flying swords shot towards Yi. Yi stood still, his expression unchanged. He watched as the flying swords rushed towards him. Yi, be careful.
Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Yi! Are you an idiot? Why are you just standing there?
Ruayu also cried out in a panic.
Even Shingong Ningningzi couldn't understand Ye's move. Just standing there, neither attacking nor resisting. Is he here to give away kills? Supporters of Wu Tongxian and the spectators stands outside the arena burst into laughter when they saw this. This he must have been scared silly by Wu Tongxian. No way. Yi is such a coward? He was so full of swagger when he appeared, I thought he was a king. Turns out he's just a bronze. Oh no. Yi is done for. A pure showman, a complete clown. No need to watch. Everyone started discussing. Whoosh! Amidst various voices, a flying sword actually pierced through Ye's shoulder. A gush of blood sprayed out. A large bloody hole appeared on Ye's shoulder. Yi! Why, Yi! By Ruayu and the others were all bewildered. But then, Yi finally reacted. He looked at the wound on his shoulder, and a green light flashed in his eyes. An incredible thing happened. The bloody hole on Ye's shoulder began to shrink at a visible speed. It completely recovered as if new. Only his torn clothes still indicated that Yi had indeed been hit by Wu Tongxian's flying sword. How is this possible? Everyone looked shocked. Such a large bloody hole, and it just healed? Could it be that they were seeing a ghost? Meanwhile, Yi twisted his neck and slightly rotated his arm. Not bad, the recovery effect of these wood spirit eyes is quite good. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. That's right, Ye's move was to test the recovery effect of the wood spirit pupils. That's all. He clenched his fists and looked at Wu Tongxian, who also had a puzzled expression. Alright, Wu Tongxian, the competition has officially begun. Chapter 73 Wu Tongxian's Trump Card. Look! What's that? Holy crap! I must have seen things. What the hell? How did Ye's wounds heal completely? Foul! Is there some healer secretly helping him? This is cheating. Principle. Yi brought a healer to the match. Foul. I suggest disqualifying him. Those noble disciples who supported Wu Tongxian and originally wanted to see Yi make a fool of himself, stomped their feet in anger and were utterly shattered after witnessing such a jaw-dropping scene. Do you think I, an 8-level class user, am blind? Can't I tell if there's a healer helping from behind the scenes? Or perhaps you'd like to be the referee? So capable, aren't you? Ning Zhao looked at the broken students and said in a calm voice. Were you raised too well at home and have lost the ability for independent thought? You're spewing all sorts of idiotic nonsense, aren't you? It seems my Aegis University needs to re-evaluate the standards of incoming students. Especially regarding IQ, a strict check. Under Ning Zhao's stern words, all the students obediently shut their mouths. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed foolish. Trying any small tricks in front of an 8-level class user like Ning Zhao was simply asking for trouble. Their slandering of Yi was also tantamount to doubting Ning Zhao himself. I'm telling you, no one is secretly helping Yi. Yi didn't take any recovery potions either. This is all his own means. Do you understand? Everyone nodded obediently. Humph. The match continues. I don't want to hear such intelligence-degrading remarks again. The young people of my Xia Federation won't be this stupid. He waved his hand, and the match resumed. Wu Tongxian gazed at Yi, his eyes slightly narrowed. This is a healer's trick, Yi. Is this also a capability of your ocular art? If Yi could use this ability consistently, it would be truly terrifying. Yi could completely wear down Wu Tongxian in a war of attrition. Unless he could strike Yi with a single blow that left him utterly unable to retaliate. Just a minor trick, nothing impressive. Yi casually pouted and said. Wu Tongxian. You're the only one I'd admit to being a show-off. Yi, I admit your strength is formidable. I underestimated you a bit. Next, I will fight you with 120% of my strength. Wu Tongxian became completely serious. 8-step pagoda sword. Whoosh.
With a flick of his wrist, a gigantic black sword with golden came towards Yi. Ye's body tensed, and the martial god's eye activated in 1 second. Then, his body shot out like an arrow. Exhale! With a wave of his hand, golden flames transformed into a large saber and landed in his grip. After learning the shape-shifting technique, he no longer needed to carry a saber when going out. His back was free. I knew you would attack me at close range. Your strategy has been seen through by me. Seeing his figure flash, cleaving out a golden flame saber aura to parry the 8-step pagoda sword and approach him, Wu Tongxian's lips curved into a smile. Glazed treasure body. Buzz. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and the shape of a glazed pagoda enveloped his body. On his skin, which resembled white jade, a layer of colorful shimmering light spread. Boom! Ye's single strike landed on Wu Tongxian's body, but was blocked. As expected of a cultivator class. Excellent in both melee and ranged combat. Wu Tongxian is practically flawless. Yi is doomed to lose. Exactly. An auxiliary class. A commoner. Why should he lord over us and treat us like dirt? Wu Tongxian, smash Yi. Smash his dog head. The shouts outside grew louder and louder. Yi, did you hear that? They're all telling me to defeat you. Wu Tongxian held up his glazed pagoda, giving Yi a soft smile. How can I let them down? With that, boom. He raised a fist and struck towards Yi. Space concealed, the ability of the Eye of Nothingness activated, and Yi vanished from his spot with a step backward. I'm sorry, you will indeed disappoint them. Boom! A calm voice came from the other side, and Yi appeared elsewhere. A cultivator's spells are powerful, but your weakness is too obvious. A white light flashed in Ye's eyes. A void blade shot towards a specific spot. Crack, crack, crack. More than 10 consecutive strikes landed on the same location. Under the effect of Ye's breaking illusion's pupils, a tiny, subtle crack was already visible. Your glazed treasure body won't protect you forever. Boom! Yi stepped forward with one hand, flames swirling to form gauntlets on his hands. Then Yi punched towards that direction. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, and wisps of golden flames stained Wu Tongxian's body, burning fiercely. And so... Crack! The glazed treasure body was completely shattered by Yi. And at the moment the treasure body broke, Yi struck instantly. He waved his hand. 9 flaming greatswords appeared in the void, surrounding Wu Tongxian. Then, the 9 swords swung together. Boom! 9 blazing saber auras, burning with golden flames, howled and shot towards Wu Tongxian. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Wu Tongxian. The cultivator's advantages were nullified. Both close combat and long-range combat assists had been stripped away by Yi. Wu Tongxian was in great danger. Yi! You are truly strong. Very strong. In both close combat and long-range attacks, you possess astonishing attainments, so much so that I might not even compare to you. But... you have underestimated my cultivator class. My name is Wu Tongxian, and though I cultivate immortality, I shall achieve it through martial arts. Divine talent skill. Martial immortal body. Boom! A giant rune appeared in the void. And then it was branded upon Wu Tongxian's body. Whoosh! His white robes fluttered, and Wu Tongxian's jet black hair turned snowy white and flowing. He stood proudly there, with a dense aura swirling around him, yet he appeared as ethereal as an exiled immortal. The bearing of a martial immortal. Martial fist. Immortal technique. Boom! He raised his hand and punched through the air towards Yi. A white fist energy rolled and slammed towards Yi. This punch. Everyone's eyes widened. The power was too immense. It had already far exceeded the scope of the transcendent level. Yi, to tell you, I've entered the metamorphosis rank. The martial immortal physique is just one of my trump cards. I have a second one. Array, rise. 5 heavenly thunder arrays.
As Wu Tongxian spread his hands, runes intertwined on the arena stage. A grand array completely enveloped Yi. The array shimmered with lightning, like a long whip tearing through the void. Metamorphosis rank cultivators can acquire elective classes. Alchemist, Blacksmith, Talisman Master, and Array Master. They can choose one out of 4. It looks like Wu Tongxian chose the Array Master class. The martial immortal physique's combat power surges, and the art of arrays is mysterious and unpredictable. Yi is in danger. Everyone watched the battle intently. At this point, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Even Jiang and Bai Ruayu couldn't help but worry for Yi. Chapter 74, Martial God Phantom suppresses all. The rolling punch force. And the lightning circling his body. Yi was in a predicament. But even so, no panic could be seen on his face. He remained as calm as ever. As if everything was under his control. Wu Tongxian, the power of this trump card of yours is truly not weak. Even a class user at Metamorphosis 3rd tier could suffer a great loss if careless. Yi said with a smile. No, what is this Yi doing? Does he know he can't beat Wu Tongxian and is just giving up? The attacks are right in his face. He still has the mood to chat here? Whether Yi is strong or not is another matter, but his heart is truly big. The students watching discussed animatedly. Yi, you see it very clearly, but unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. Game over. Wu Tongxian nodded in approval. Because at this moment, with just a thought from him, the 2 major offensives would fall upon Yi. No matter how powerful his strange flames were. Even if his bizarre regeneration methods are outlandish. He's confident he can defeat Yi in this one move. Defeat him completely. Is that so? Yi shrugged. There was something he hadn't said. He had reached the level of a 3rd stage metamorphosis before even enrolling. Fall. With a command from Wu Tongxian, a powerful punch slammed towards Yi. Thunder rumbled, covering Yi's retreat and striking at him. Wu Tongxian, you're right about one thing, the game is over. As Yi revealed a characteristic smile. Everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. Especially Wu Tongxian, who felt an inexplicable surge of dread. Is Yi going to use that? Jiang gently covered her red lips. That was a move she had never before displayed in front of others. Yi once, at Transcendent rank 6, used this move to send a descended god, comparable to a Metamorphosis rank 3 being, back to its origins. Martial God. Manifest. Boom. The arena suddenly vibrated. Dazzling dark golden light rose, shooting up into the sky. What is that? Someone let out a terrified scream. That's. The students' voices trembled. They pointed behind Yi, their faces filled with disbelief. Behind Yi, a colossal dark golden figure emerged, its feet on the earth, its head touching the sky, exuding unparalleled dominance and majesty. It was as if a deity from the 9th heaven was looking down upon them, mere mortals. It instilled a deep, primal fear in everyone. What exactly is that? Wu Tongxian looked up at the illusory figure of the martial god, feeling his heart tremble in waves. This entity was simply too astonishing. Suppress. Yi uttered a single word faintly. Boom. All the pupil power in his body was instantly drained. The martial god swung its fist, punching forward. Instantly, Wu Tongxian's fist power was torn apart. Immediately after, the heavenly thunder array shattered into dust. This unstoppable punch slammed towards Wu Tongxian. Just how strong is your martial immortal body? I really want to know how many punches it can withstand. As his words fell, the punch arrived. Put. Wu Tongxian's face turned pale, and his body was directly sent flying backward. His martial immortal body was broken in an instant. He felt as if his internal organs had been squeezed into a ball by a large hand. His entire body felt as if it had been run over by a truck. Even a slideshow of his life flashed before his eyes. Boom! A figure, like a meteor, streaked towards the distance. Heading straight for the dormitory building several kilometers away. Stop!
Just as Wu Tongxian's body was about to crash into the teaching building, Ning Zhao appeared behind him, using a palm to dissipate the impact. Even he, with all his experience, changed his expression. The power of that punch is comparable to a level 5 metamorphosis. This little monster. Wu Tongxian was the most miserable after taking that punch. His consciousness was hazy. When Ning Zhao returned with the practically comatose Wu Tongxian, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Moments later, however, earth-shattering exclamations erupted. This he is a monster, isn't he? What on earth was that golden shadow? It scared me so much I almost peed myself. Too terrifying. I just looked at it and felt like I was going to die of fright. Wu Tongxian even took a punch from him. Wu Tongxian was knocked out by one punch. This is simply defying heaven. The students' faces were filled with uncontrollable awe. Especially the students from humble backgrounds, who cheered excitedly. After all, Yi and Wu Tongxian, in a sense, also represented the confrontation between the commoners and the nobles. God Yi. Damn. This is my dad Yi. Holy crap. Truly amazing. He's brought so much honor to us commoners. A young man gazed with fervent admiration at Yi, who stood tall in the arena. Hey, classmate, would you mind having an extra mom? A rather pretty girl with heavy makeup came up to him and winked. Go bother someone else, my god Yi is not someone you common hussies can covet. He looked disdainful. Suddenly, he then said. I could allow you a chance to be my Yi daddy's daughter-in-law, you should seize it well. He looked the girl up and down. She was truly not bad. Although her makeup was a bit heavy, she knew how to dress. Most importantly, she was sexy enough. A black camisole with black stockings, small leather shoes, and a mini skirt absolutely captivating, reeling in the type of fish, here implying men. The woman was slightly stunned when she heard him say that. But the next second, she reacted. Get lost. Don't you even look in the mirror to see what you are. She tossed her long hair with a look of disdain, then turned and left. Alright, I declare that in this battle, Yi wins. At this moment, Ning Zhao announced loudly. Yi walked off the stage expressionlessly. As he passed Wu Tongxian, his footsteps paused slightly. I'm sorry, I, Yi, have never lost among my peers, and I don't know the taste of defeat. I originally thought you could make me experience it, but unfortunately, you disappointed me too. I apologize for hitting too hard next time. I'll go easy and try not to turn you into a free-falling object. With that, he left without looking back. Wu Tongxian, however, was so enraged that he nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. How vicious! Killing and attacking the heart. Even after winning, he had to rub it in. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Medical personnel quickly transported Wu Tongxian away. The dignified, gentle, and elegant young master lay on a stretcher, being transported to the ICU, the same room as Chu Yan. Alright, the next battle should be between us, Lin Ru. Yi returned to his seat and questioned Lin Ru from a distance. Who knew Lin Ru would shake her head? There's no need, Yi, I am not your opponent, I concede. Indeed, even if Lin Ru's spirit masterclass was powerful, she was actually about the same level as Wu Tongxian. The difference wouldn't be too great. Ye's martial god Phantom instantly killed Wu Tongxian, so fighting him probably wouldn't be much different. Moreover, the most important thing is that he was afraid of revealing his true gender during the fight. This is paramount. Chapter 75, Champion, Achieving a Transformative Level. Lin Ru conceded without a fight, Yi won by default, and the final rankings were out, Yi first, Lin Ru second, Wu Tongxian third. Kamami and Ningningsi and Bai Ruayu tied for fourth, Xiao in sixth, Chu Yin in seventh, Zhang in eighth, the Curse Master in ninth, and the Guardian in 10th. Yi, Lin Ru, get ready. Tomorrow, I'll send you to the land of reception. Ning Zhao said. You can each go find a mentor you like. Then he spoke to the others. Yi, you really made it to first place, not bad. Bai Ruayu strolled in front of him with her hands behind her back. Congratulations, Yi. Zhang said with a smile.
Congratulations to you too.
Entering the top 10 means you no longer need to obey the Chu family.
Yi replied. Do you have any thoughts on mentors? Yes, I already have someone in mind. Jiang nodded. That's right, that's right. I also have someone in mind. My mentor is a top beauty. Bai Ruayu laughed heartily.
Besides learning classes from her, I also want to ask her how to enhance my feminine charm.
I absolutely cannot let that slut Kamamiya surpass me again.
Bai Ruayu said proudly.
Ugh. Yi rubbed his chin.
I think some fundamental flaws are quite difficult to change.
Fundamental flaws? What fundamental flaws? Bai Ruayu blinked her innocent big eyes.
A moment later, she finally reacted, shifting her gaze to follow Yez. Suddenly clutched her chest.
Pai. You pervert. Who's being a pervert to you? What about you is worth me being a pervert to? Yi scoffed dismissively. Humph. Well, you wouldn't know, would you?
There's a saying that goes, Lolas have 3 virtues: soft voice, delicate body, and easily toppled. She stood with her hands on her hips, a proud look on her face. Her expression seemed to say, praise me, praise me. But after a long while, Ye's praise still didn't come. Coming back to her senses, she saw Yi and Jiang already walking away together.
Let's go out for dinner tonight, with Hong Chan and the others. Of course. Ah, this weather calls for some ice-cold beer.
Yi had a relaxed smile on his face.
Damn it. Yi, don't ignore me.
Bai Ruayu chased after them, flailing her arms and legs.
The next day, Yi and Lin Ru arrived at Ning Zhao's office together. Principal, we're here. Oh. You're here. Here, this is the cola you wanted. Ning Zhao placed a cup of cola in front of Yi. Ah ha 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 ha. Principal, you still remember.
Yi scratched his head awkwardly, reaching out to take the cola.
Ha 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 ha, I'm not teasing you anymore.
Here, this is your title as chief student. From now on, at Aegis University, you'll enjoy the same benefits as a silver-ranked mentor, a private, detached villa, a monthly salary of 80,000 Xia Federation currency, and regular cultivation resources.
You'll have all these.
The authority over the treasure vault has also increased, and there's an additional 5,000 points each month. Ning Zhao clearly laid out all the benefits, big and small, of being a chief student for Yi.
Alright, next, I'll take you to the reception land. You only have 12 hours, which is very precious. You must seize the time to absorb the energy present in the reception land. I hope that when we meet again, you will have all entered the metamorphosis stage.
Ning Zhao said with a smile. He picked up a quill and drew in the air, seemingly from nothing. It was then that Yi remembered Ning Zhao's class was also a very rare one.
Divine Painter. Splashing ink to depict landscapes, wielding a brush to command mountains and rivers.
As he put pen to paper, a magic circle gradually formed in the air.
Go on in, I'm rooting for you. He smiled at Lin Ru and Yi. Yi stepped into the array.
When he came to his senses, he was already in a space of nothingness. The air was filled with visible particles, and with his gentle breath, those particles entered Ye's body. Immediately, he felt the power within him boil.
His eyes even became warm.
These particles are the same as energy crystals.
Ye's eyes glowed.
Quickly raise your class tier.
Like a bull, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled forcefully. Whoosh!
Countless particles surged into his mouth and nose, and the power within Ye's body became increasingly abundant.
Ding! Detecting that the host is about to break through to class tier 2. Transformation tier. Promotion reward issued.
The host can choose to advance already mastered ocular arts.
Golden ocular arts are not included. Currently available ocular art advancement routes.
Golden Flame Art, Purple Ever-Burning Monarch, Flame Eye Red, already advanced. Martial Spirit Eye, Purple Martial God Eye, Orange Martial Dao, Celestial Eye Gold, cannot advance beyond the ultimate tier.
Replicator Eye. Truth-shattering eye purple eye of nothingness red eye of retribution black illusion demon eye gold, can advance.
Wood spirit eye purple divine wood eye red eye of life black eternal verdant eye gold, can advance.
Yi pondered for a moment.
If so, only the wood spirit eye and eye of nothingness could currently be advanced.
Soon, Yi made his choice. I choose to advance the eye of nothingness.
Compared to advancing the wood spirit eye from stage 1 to 2, advancing the eye of nothingness from stage 2 to 3 was clearly more cost-effective.
Ding! Selection successful.
Eye of nothingness advanced. Congratulations, host, Eye of nothingness has advanced to Eye of retribution.
Eye of retribution, eyes like divine punishment, retaliating against evil.
Everything within sight can be punished. At this stage, you have achieved the superb realm of killing with a glance, able to summon the sword of Damocles that punishes evil, a lock-on skill, instantly fatal within the same tier.
Cooldown is 3 days.
Hiss!
Yi gasped sharply. What does it mean to instantly kill someone of the same tier?
He is only at the first stage of the metamorphosis tier, which means he can already slaughter powerhouses at the 9th stage of the metamorphosis tier.
My goodness! Another monstrous ocular art. Yi tried to activate the Eye of Retribution. His gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. With a slight flash, countless blade and sword gleams howled and appeared in that space. Countless particle grains were shredded into nothingness. Yi gasped. If it were to strike a physical entity, how terrifying would that be? How many class holders could withstand it? Good, good, good. After experiencing the power of ocular art, Yi was finally satisfied. He began to increase his tier. 12 hours flashed by, and Yi transformed into a workhorse. He forcibly pushed his tier to the 3rd stage of metamorphosis. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in Ning Zhao's office. Judging by your looks, I can tell you've gained a lot. Let me see. Ning Zhao looked at the two of them. Lin Ru, you're excellent, you've indeed broken through to the metamorphosis tier. Very good, very good. Next, Yi. Let me see. If you haven't broken through to the metamorphosis tier, I'll invite you to my office for cola every day. Ning Zhao had a mischievous smile on his face as his gaze fell on Yi. Upon seeing it, his expression froze instantly. Chapter 76, Heading to the Scarlet Firmament God Hunting Squad. Ha! Metamorphosis Tier 3? Did I see it wrong? No, let me look again. Still Metamorphosis Tier 3, I wasn't wrong? Holy crap! It really is Metamorphosis Tier 3. I really wasn't wrong. You brat! Ning Zhao looked Yi up and down with a surprised expression. Finally, he managed to blurt out a sentence. What did you eat to grow so big, kid? Yi replied with an honest look on his face. Rice grown by the farmers. Ning Zhao ran a hand over his face. 12 hours. Among all the students who have gone to the land of reception over the years, the highest record was only breaking through to the peak of Metamorphosis Stage 1. Your Metamorphosis Stage 3 is truly unheard of. Ning Zhao shook his head, his eyes still shimmering with astonishment. How exactly did you absorb it? Yi thought for a moment. He had used the power of the void, opening his mouth and swallowing, clearing the energy of an entire space. Moreover, he had even wasted several hours because of his ocular art advancing. Otherwise, he would have already rushed to Metamorphosis Stage 4. Ha! Isn't this normal absorption? Normal. Ning Zhao's face darkened with exasperation. Here. This is your token, an intern token for the Crimson Cloud God Hunting Squad. They happen to have a new mission recently, so you go ahead, I'm a bit tired. Ning Zhao waved his hand, issuing a dismissal. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Back when he was in the land of reception, he absorbed energy racing against time, only managing to break through to the metamorphosis stage, and then time ran out. With Yi, it was normal absorption, and then metamorphosis stage 3. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. He was tired.
Crimson Cloud God Hunting Squad. Looking at the blazing sun token in his hand, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Ye's eyes. One of the 4 top god hunting squads in the Xia Federation. He decided to go directly to the Crimson Cloud God Hunting Squad to check it out. The Red Firmament God Hunting Squad's base in the Xia Federation is known as Sun Manor. Security at Sun Manor is exceptionally tight. Ordinary people cannot approach it. As soon as Yi entered the vicinity of Sun Manor, he was stopped. Who goes there? Ahead is the vital Sun Manor. I am Yi, the top scorer in this year's Aegis University Freshman Assessment. I'm here to intern with the Red Firmament God Hunting Squad. This is my token. Yi handed the token to the guard. It's real. Go on in. Someone will guide you once you're inside. The guard smiled. Youngster, are you mentally prepared? Yi paused slightly. Mentally prepared for what? He asked back. The guard merely smiled faintly and didn't say much more. He just had a mysterious air about him. You'll know when you get there. Yi, with his token, entered Sun Manor. Sun Manor was vast, like a massive silver labyrinth, filled with various busy staff members walking around. Although the Red Firmament God Hunting Squad is called a squad, it comprises over 3,000 people. It is divided into the Logistics Department, Investigation Department, Guard Department, God Hunting Department, and Reserve Department. Each department performs its duties, much like a giant robot composed of countless parts. Interns like Yi go to the Reserve Department. Many in the Reserve Department are young people, perhaps recent university graduates, or those who chose not to pursue further education after high school and joined the God Hunting Squad. Such individuals are not few, and many are around Ye's age. In any case, the Reserve Department is where the Red Firmament God Hunting Squad cultivates new blood. They generally rarely undertake missions, but this time, with the intention of assessing the youngsters, an internal mission to annihilate a deity was issued. To be completed by the young members of the Reserve Department. Hello, may I ask where the registration point for the Reserve Department is? Yi approached the front desk and asked. Hello, please show your ID token. A soft voice responded. Yi looked up, slightly stunned. It's you? Aren't you? I did. Suya also seemed a bit surprised. Didn't you go back to Modu? Yi frowned and asked. I dropped out of school. Suya brushed back the long hair from her forehead, a wry smile appearing on her face. Some things are not pleasant to talk about, but because of that incident, Suya had completely offended Tang Hao. The Tang family had even extended their anger to her Su family because of it. After Wang Shui returned, their small group united to ostracize Suya. And her family was also forcing Suya to return and apologize to the Tang family, even planning to marry Suya off to a young man from the Tang family as an atonement. So, she simply didn't go back and dropped out of school directly. I'm volunteering at the Qishao God Hunter Squad now. Suya smiled gently. Are you going to the Reserve Department? I'll take you there. Alright, thank you. Yi nodded. But for you to be here, it means you must have already won first place in the freshman tournament, right? Just lucky. Heh, you weren't so modest when you crippled Tang Hao. Suya smiled slightly. Yi didn't say much. He always adhered to the principle of I won't offend unless offended. The atmosphere in the Reserve Department, well, you need to be careful. They're not like Tang Hao, those hothouse flowers. Suya warned. Atmosphere? Is the atmosphere bad? It's the top God Hunter team in the Xia Federation, it shouldn't be that bad. Yi frowned. No, it's not that the atmosphere is bad, but rather that the competitive atmosphere is very strong. Simply put, it's full of tension. You'll know once you go, and it's exactly their training time now. Suya led Yi to a stop in front of a metal wall. Drip! She swiped her identification token, and the metal wall opened. What greeted them was a restless aura, like a volcano. Suya clearly felt uncomfortable. She furrowed her brow slightly, even covering her nose. The smell of men's sweat, heat, mixed with hormones, was like being in a volcano. As the gate opened, the young people exercising on various training equipment all turned their gaze. Yo! Little Ya is here! A red-haired man with a full beard walked over from a distance, a smile on his face. He was still clutching a military metal flask in his hand, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him. Suya took 2 steps back and couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. Minister Motion, this is Yi, the first place in this year's freshman assessment at Aegis University. Minister Motion, I'm Yi. Yi said with a smile. Yo, first place among Aegis University freshmen, huh? Not bad, not bad. You, kid, can you drink? Of course. Have a little? Motion shook the flask in his hand. Of course. Yi took it and, without hesitation, took a big gulp directly. The young people around him watched with interest, as if waiting to see Yi make a fool of himself. The moment the liquor slid down his throat, Yi frowned. 96 proof water of life. This guy's giving it to him straight, no mixing, definitely has ulterior motives. He wanted to use the power within him to neutralize the alcohol. But Motion slapped Yi on the shoulder. My liquor tastes good, doesn't it? As that slap landed, the power within Yi felt like it was blocked by a sluice gate. Difficult to mobilize. With the water of life in his stomach, a burning sensation, fiery and hot, rose up. The liquor's good. Yi took a second sip from the pot, his expression still calm. Motion's face finally changed. He released his hand from Ye's shoulder. Young man, you're very interesting. I like you. Chapter 77 Teammates 2 and 1. This kid is not simple, quite interesting. You don't need to tell me. The minister has sealed off his internal power, but he still drank the water of life expressionlessly, as if nothing happened. Horan, when you drank this liquor back then, if the minister hadn't unsealed it in time, you would have had a perforated stomach and been lying in the ICU. Next to the 2 weight machines, 2 young men in black vests were vigorously performing pushes and pulls. He's the 5th member of our team this time, Horan. I think he's quite reliable. Not necessarily. Maybe he's just physically strong. The combat power of a class user can't be measured by physique alone. The young man named Horan shook his head. Alright. I know you, Horan, want to fight everyone you see. Go easy on him, he's a newcomer after all, and we'll be doing missions together. If you send him to the ICU again this time, the minister definitely won't be able to protect you. I know, Han Ci, you don't need to say more. Horan responded coldly, looking at Yi with a hint of fervent anticipation. As if sensing the gaze from the side, Yi turned his head, meeting Horan's sparkling eyes. Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he grinned. Interesting. Oh. At this moment, Minister Motion finally reacted. Come, let me introduce you. Motion waved to Horan and the other person in the distance. This is Horan and Han Ci. Your internship this time will be doing missions with them. Hello. My name is Horan, class, Lancer. Horan smiled slightly and extended his hand to Yi. Yi class oculist. Ye's palm clasped with Horan's. Swish. Horan secretly exerted force. His class was Lancer, accustomed to wielding long spears and halberds year-round, giving him astonishing wrist strength. It was no less than the wrist strength of an ordinary warrior. However, when his hand clasped with Ye's, Horan felt as if he had gripped a piece of steel. So hard, so heavy. He used all his might, but Ye's hand remained unchanged, still fair, without even a hint of redness appearing. Had enough squeezing? Yi smiled slightly, then exerted force with his hand. Horan was about to respond, but the next second, he heard a crunching sound from his hand. His hand bones were crushed by Yi. The pain, piercing to the bone, caused Horan's face to change drastically, twisting and becoming contorted. Nice to meet you, brother Horan. Yi released Horan's arm with a smile. Horan subtly placed his arm behind his back. His entire palm had been deformed by Ye's squeeze.
It was bent at an extremely strange angle. Huoran, you.
Han Ci noticed Huoran's injury, turned pale with shock, and was about to speak. But he waved his hand, stopping her. Brother Yi, your strength is impressive, I admire it greatly. He said through gritted teeth. I still have training tasks, so I'll take my leave now. Then he turned around, subtly placing his arm in front of him. And walked quickly into the distance with Han Ci. Strange. Why is Huoran so docile today? A peculiar look appeared on Suya's face. Usually, when he brought new recruits here, Huoran would brutalize them to death. Today he just shook hands and left? Nothing strange about it. If he didn't leave, he'd need an amputation. Yi said with a faint smile. Mo Tian gave him a deep look. Yi, I'll take you to meet your other two teammates. All right. Yi nodded, then handed the flask back to Mo Tian. Mo Tian reflexively tried to pour wine into his mouth but was surprised to find that Yi had already finished it. One must know that the capacity of this flask was about 500 milliliters even for him. It would usually last 2 days. Minister Mo, this wine is strong, but it still lacks some flavor, tastes like water. Yi smacked his lips, saying this without a blush or racing heart. Mo Tian's gaze slightly froze. Yi, you have a good capacity for alcohol. Unbeknownst to Yi, a storm was brewing in Mo Tian's heart. Yi actually drank 500 milliliters of strong liquor in one gulp. And his power had been sealed until just now. Under such circumstances, Yi remained completely unfazed, not even a flush on his face. How terrifying was his physical strength. In the confrontation with Huoran just now, Yi also achieved a complete victory. His physical strength was already ridiculously powerful. But he clearly said he was an oculist. Mo Tian's gaze towards Yi grew serious. This year's top freshman at Aegis University is not simple. Extremely not simple. Minister Mo, I'll be taking my leave now. Suya bowed to Mo Tian and said. No rush, let's go together. Ah Feng hasn't seen you in a long time, he wants to see you too. Alright. Suya bit her lip and agreed. They left the training room and walked in another direction. After passing through several corridors, they stopped in front of a door. This is the battle room. At this time, they should be having a match here. Saying that, Mo Tian opened the door with his ID card. In the middle of the spacious battle room, two figures were locked in intense combat. One of them, a young man in a black jacket and combat boots, stood still with his hands in his pockets, a smile on his face, surrounded by countless blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The overwhelming array of blades and swords tore through the void like flying dragons. They shot towards the other figure. One punch shakes mountains and rivers. A tall, buzz-cut young man on the opposite side roared. He swung his fist, smashing it towards the blades and swords in the air. Clang! 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 The swords transformed into various shapes, striking the inch-haired young man with tricky angles, attack after attack. But the opponent was not weak either. Through repeated defenses and collisions, his body gradually drew closer. One punch to quell mountains and rivers. One punch to shatter the firmament. He punched away the swords and then shot towards the jacketed young man. Ah Feng, this round, you've admitted it. Boom! He punched towards the jacketed man's face. Shuahan, you lost. The jacketed man smiled slightly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Only to see a round shield unfurl before him. It blocked the punch, and then from the round shield, a flying shuttle transformed into a streak of light, flashing out and grazing Shuahan's face. Okay. Mo Tian clapped his hands and led Yi forward. Zhang Feng, Shuaihan, let me introduce you. This is the fifth member for your mission, Aegis University's top freshman, Yi. Mo Tian said with a smile. University student? A freshman? Shuaihan's gaze fell on Yi, slightly surprised. And Zhang Feng didn't even glance at Yi. Xiaoya, I got a first-class merit for this mission. I personally killed that shadow cultist. Look, this is my reward, the Sky Arc Shield. Zhang Feng said with a smile, dragging around shield.
Congratulations, brother Zhang Feng. It's nothing, Xiaya. I happen to have some free time. Would you like to go to dinner tonight?
Zhang Feng extended the invitation with a smile.
Ugh. Suya was silent for a moment. Brother Zhang Feng, I have plans tonight, so I probably can't make it. A man or a woman? A man. Impossible. Do you know anyone in the Imperial City?
Zhang Feng frowned. He knew that Suya had dropped out of school and was working as a volunteer for the Scarlet Cloud God Hunter team alone in the Imperial City.
He also knew that she didn't know anyone in the Imperial City. Is it him?
Zhang Feng pointed at Yi.
Ha? How could it be? It's not him.
Suya shook her head. In fact, she had no date at all. She just didn't want to go to dinner with Zhang Feng, so she casually found an excuse. She didn't expect Zhang Feng to misunderstand.
It must be him. How could I not know if you have any male friends in the Imperial City?
Zhang Feng questioned in a cold voice.
Suya's face immediately turned unpleasant. Do I need to report to you about who I make friends with? No, Xiaya, I didn't mean that,
Zhang Feng looked somewhat flustered. Zhang Feng, yes, I admit, when I first joined the Scarlet Cloud God Hunter team and was bullied, you helped me.
I'm very grateful to you, but that's just gratitude. I can't say that because I'm grateful to you, I have to give myself to you. That's impossible. To be honest, I don't like you, at least I don't like you right now. Suya said firmly.
Zhang Feng frowned.
Then what will it take for you to like me? I don't know, that's up to time. Maybe I'll like you in the future, or maybe I'll never like you.
Suya shook her head.
I'm very tired right now.
I just want to be an ordinary volunteer in the God Hunter squad and live a comfortable life. I don't want to bother with these complicated matters between men and women. A flicker of dejection crossed Zhang Feng's face. A moment later, he looked up and said firmly,
I will work hard to make you like me. Why bother?
You're a young master from a prominent family. You really don't need to waste your time on me. No, Suya, to be frank with you, although I was born into the Zhang family and have been surrounded by many women since childhood, I have never had an inappropriate relationship with any woman, nor have I ever had a girlfriend. I have dedicated the first half of my life to the class path. What I truly yearn for is true love. In this city full of desires, I want to find genuine affection with a genuine heart, regardless of status, position, or anything else. After speaking, Zhang Feng turned and left.
Sigh, difficult, a simp teammate.
Yi rubbed his nose. He had been left waiting for half a day, only to witness such a melodramatic scene.
But who knew that Zhang Feng, halfway out, would turn back? He looked at Yi and said, Kid, are you our fifth teammate? Yi nodded.
Brother, you finally remembered the important stuff.
Very good, I'm in a very bad mood right now. Fight me. If you make me feel better, I'll acknowledge you as a teammate. Yi. After fighting me, your mood might get even worse. How is that possible?
I don't believe that Aegis University as top freshman would be so weak as to be instantly killed by me.
Right now, I need a hearty battle and a release.
Zhang Feng waved his hand.
Scion Zhang Feng, please enlighten me. With that, he and Yi created some distance between them.
Swish, swish, swish.
Countless swords and blades hovered in the void.
Zhang Feng held the Sky Arc shield in one hand and manipulated the weapons in the air with the other.
Come on, kid, don't lose so quickly. Try to entertain me. Zhang Feng looked at Yi with an arrogant demeanor. Go!
With a command from him, various weapon swords, spears, halberds whistled as they flew towards Yi.
Transformation grade tier 5, quite a high tier. Ye's eyes flickered.
Zhang Feng was actually only a year older than him. He had studied at university for a year, found it uninteresting, dropped out, and then joined the God Slayer team.
Zhang Feng, be careful, he's a student from Aegis University. Shui Han roared. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Zhang Feng gave him an okay gesture. Kid, if you really can't hold on, yell, and I'll save you. The minister is here too. Shui Han reminded Yi. Ugh. Actually. Yi scratched his head. You might have misunderstood something. At this moment, the weapons had already reached him. Yi stood motionless in place. Ugh. This hothouse flower. The attack is right in his face. And he's still just standing there. Shui Han grumbled helplessly. His body tensed, ready to intervene and save Yi at any moment. But the next second, a golden flash of fire erupted from Yi's eyes. The jet-black pupils were immediately covered by golden flames. Explode! As he softly spoke. Boom! A fierce golden flame shot out like a long dragon, swallowing all the swords whole. Yi walked forward step by step, passing through the fire dragon formed by the golden flames. It's just. I think you need to listen to me carefully first. What I mean is, you will be defeated very quickly. Boom! The golden fire dragon exploded with a roar, and sparks rained down onto the ground. Zhang Feng's swords had already melted into magma in the flames. See, it's over. Are you able to vent your frustration this way? A cold glint flashed in Yi's eyes. Swish! The void rippled, and Zhang Feng, who was standing far away, holding the Sky Arc shield and just about to make a move, felt a chill down his spine. It felt as if something extremely sharp in the surrounding air had enveloped him. If he dared to move, it would stab him into a hornet's nest. This is... Scion? No, what exactly are you? But before he could finish his sentence, Yi took a step and vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Feng, playing with a button on his jacket. Allow me to introduce myself, Aegis University's top freshman, Yi, class, oculist. Boom! Just then, the indoor door opened. Two figures strode in. Zhang Feng, I'm telling you, there's a freak here this time. He must have grown up eating pesticides. His strength is absurd. He suddenly looked up and happened to see Yi and the others looking at him. And Yi's gaze was still on his bandaged hand. Swish! Huoran quickly put his hands behind his back. Yo! Yo! Everyone's here, ha 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 ha. What are you all playing? Shui Han twitched the corner of his mouth and exchanged a glance with Han Ci, who was next to Huoran. A look of helplessness flashed in both their eyes. Yo, brother Hua, finished your training mission? Yi asked with a smiling tease. I'm freaking. Huoran's expression changed several times. You just had to bring that up. You know not to expose it, understand? Chapter 78, Calamity Ridge, Deity codename, Phantom. Huoran, is your hand hit by a car? Shui Han asked, looking at Huoran's bandaged hand. This hand, cosplay, ha ha ha. You know. The new trend for young people, cosplay. Alright. Stop pretending, you insisted on testing others and ended up like this yourself. How embarrassing. Mo Tian saw this and taunted him. Ha 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 ha. Minister, you don't have to insult me like that. Huoran scratched his cheek awkwardly. At this moment, Yi flicked the button in his hand. Here, for you. Saying that, he handed the button back to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng awkwardly took the button. Your strength is formidable, I am truly convinced. You are the strongest college student I've ever seen. Zhang Feng scratched his head. Thank you for going easy on me. Then aren't you going to vent? Not venting anymore? Yi asked again. There's always someone better, always a higher mountain. There's nothing to vent about. My strength doesn't allow me to do reckless things. Zhang Feng said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. You're one of the few decent noble scions I've met. Oh, what were the noble scions you met before like?
You go out from here, then turn right, walk 1,000 meters, then turn left, and walk straight for 2,000 meters. You'll arrive at the Imperial City's first central hospital. You can go check them out there. Ah? Why go there? Do they work there? They're all lying in the ICU. I put them there. Zhang Feng. I'm so glad I didn't get involved. He wiped a bead of cold sweat. This caused everyone around to burst into laughter. All right. This is considered your team's first meeting. Motion coughed lightly twice. Next, I'm going to explain this mission. You must listen carefully. According to the latest news from the investigation department, we have discovered a dangerous level deity outside the Imperial City in a mountain range called Misfortune Ridge, codenamed Phantom. This deity has already been injured by a strong individual from the God Hunter department, and its strength has now dropped to the manipulation level first tier. This time, your mission is to slay this deity. Of course, it's not just your team. We will send out 3 teams. We don't care about the process, only the result. Whichever team can kill Phantom will qualify for permanent employment. The same goes for you. Joining the God Hunter team doesn't conflict with you attending university. Understood? Motion questioned sternly. However, even if the deity's combat power has greatly decreased, it is still a deity. There is still danger. So this mission carries a risk of casualties. According to the logistics department's estimation, there will be a death rate of about 25%. If you're afraid, you can withdraw now. However, the faces of the 5 people were all extremely calm. I don't have a habit of backing down midway. Zhang Feng said indifferently. I yearn for battle. Can deity satisfy my desire to fight? Huo Ran shrugged. The other 2 were the same, their expressions unmoving. Before casualties appear on our side, I'll slay the deity first. Yi grinned, a smile that surprisingly sent a chill down Motion's spine. Good. You've got guts. This is what a member of my Scarlet Sky God hunting squad should be like. Prepare for a day. We depart tomorrow. Motion declared, waving his hand. Leaving the Sun Mansion, Yi returned to school. Yi, I heard you're going to Doom Ridge to hunt deities? Back in his dorm, Linru asked curiously, holding a book. How do you know? Yi was taken aback, asking curiously. He had only just heard the news from Motion, so why did Linru already know? It's a secret. Linru smiled, then continued quietly reading her book. Ha! Yi was utterly bewildered. At this moment, the group chat was also frantically at ing Yi. Yi! Are you back? Is it awesome? Joining the God hunting squad. You're so cool. I want to go too. Slay those deities who commit evil against the Xia Federation. I want to be a heroine. A variety of emoji packs from by Ruayu popped out one after another. That's right. We're going to kill the deity. Wow. Killing the deity already. So cool, so cool. I want to go too. Yi, can I go? You can. But I heard that deity specifically targets girls with small chests. Are you sure you want to go? Yikes. Forget it, forget it. Yi, I suddenly remembered that my tutor scheduled me for breast augmentation exercises. I have to go. Bai Ruayu was so scared she immediately went offline. Humph. Little girl. Yi scoffed. Yi, be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. When you come back, there are some things I want to say to you. Yi also saw Zhang's message, but it was inconspicuous, drowned out by Ruayu's colorful emoji packs. Okay, don't worry, I'll be careful. You keep up the good work too, aren't you still burdened by destiny? Yi replied. Yes, let's both strive. Meanwhile, Yi also received messages from Xiao and Hao. Yi, you must not know where I am right now. I'm currently undergoing special training with my master in the wilderness. You'll be greatly surprised when we meet again. Yi,
I look forward to fighting you someday. Yes, I look forward to it too.
The message from Hao was much more ordinary.
And it looked like his recent life was going pretty well. Yee. I've fallen for a girl. He. How should I pursue her? Do you have any experience? Perhaps you can impress her with the power of money. But she seems richer than me. Then what's her attitude towards you?
She said I'm a warm guy.
Oh. How, send over a selfie now. What's up?
Soon after, a selfie of Hao was sent over. It was a scorching hot day, and he was spacing out on the sports field, tan like a darky.
How, girls all like handsome guys.
Good-looking ones are called warm men, and ugly ones are called fiery goblins.
Then do you think I'm handsome? I don't want to be a goblin. How tall are you? 1.88 meters.
Work hard, grow to 1.90 meters, and you won't be a fiery goblin anymore.
What will I become then? How sent an expectant emoji.
A fiery troll.
How? Yi turned off his phone.
He smiled slightly. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling and slowly drifted off to sleep.
My journey has only just begun.
Early the next morning, Yi awoke from his dream, only to find that Lin Ru was no longer in the dorm room. Yi packed his gear, slung the shadow blade onto his back, left the dorm, and headed straight for Sun Manor. Outside Sun Manor, 5 off-road vehicles bearing the emblem of the Qishao God hunting team were lined up neatly.
Yi! Over here!
Huoran waved his hand, wrapped in white bandages, at Yi.
Morning, everyone!
Yi walked over.
Look at this, Yi! And this is the opponent team's composition, and this. This is the information on Deity Phantom. This deity is an illusion-type deity. Its abilities are charm and delusion. Han Ci handed a stack of documents to Yi. Yi! Look at the opponent team's composition.
They have an illusionist here, and a disenchanter here.
But our team doesn't have such targeted classes. Our classes are all strong offense types.
I'm an artilleryman, Huoran is a spearman, Shuehan is a warrior, and Zhang Feng is a psion.
The situation is not in our favor. Chapter 79, The Strange Calamity Ridge. So, my class, you think? Yi, we need to quickly formulate a countermeasure. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage from the start.
We don't have any class members with illusion-breaking abilities.
That's why I said, I'm Yi. I think we can follow behind other teams.
The minister said not to ask about the process, only to look at the results.
So, why not just pick up the scraps? Wouldn't that be easier? Actually, it's... When the time comes, we'll do this, blah blah blah. Han Ci kept talking, but she didn't hear a word.
There was one thing he really wanted to say.
His class was an oculist. He had illusion-breaking ocular art.
Speaking of which, an oculist was clearly a support combat class. Why did these idiots classify him as an offensive type? Years later, recalling what happened today, you would still feel very helpless. I often feel helpless when others mistake the oculist, a support combat class, for an offensive class. Ye could only flip through the member information of the first and second teams. Team 1, Illusionist, Healer, Swordmaster, Guardian Knight, Archer.
It's a relatively balanced team, but relatively speaking, it doesn't have any outstanding points. Team 2, Disenchanter, Mage, Summoner, Mechanist, Spirit Whisperer? Spirit Whisperer? Lin Ru? What a joke!
Ye's cheek twitched as he looked at the list.
Why could Lin Ru join as well? Hi! Yi!
He looked up and saw Lin Ru standing in front of him, holding a book.
This girl is a flat chest too.
A fleeting thought flashed through his mind.
Surprised, aren't you, Yi?
Actually, I was an external member of the Crimson Sky God hunting team a long time ago.
Lin Ru held up her identification token.
It clearly stated, Lin Ru, external member of the Crimson Sky God hunting team, Date of joining, October 15, 2018.
October 15th? 5 years ago?
She was only 13 back then, damn it.
Wait a minute, the Red Sky Hunter Squad was founded 5 years ago, wasn't it? And wait. The captain of the Red Sky Hunter Squad seems to be named Lin Qishao? Lin Qishao? Damn it!
Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So this sister has connections after all.
So, this time we'll be competitors, Yi. Please guide me.
Lin Ru smiled faintly, held her book, and leisurely walked away.
Yi. Do you know this pretty boy? His class is a spirit talker, which is a very dangerous class. Although his tier isn't high.
The combat power of such a rare class can't be measured by normal combat power.
And he's the second-ranked freshman at Aegis University this time.
You fought him, tell us, what's his strength like?
Horan walked up to Yi, narrowing his eyes and asking. He's my roommate. Actually, I haven't fought him.
Yi shook his head.
Roommate. One without a fight. Yi, you didn't get this first place fair and square. Do you think he's one for you and wants you to be zero?
No, that's not right. Looking at his delicate skin and pretty boy appearance, he'd be more suitable as zero. Zhang Feng rubbed his chin, pondering in confusion.
Yi. Half an hour later, they got into an off-road vehicle heading for the wilderness.
From the moment they drove out of the imperial capital, the 5 of them maintained a high level of vigilance.
It's at least a 2-hour drive from here to Calamity Ridge. There will definitely be many wild fiends on the way.
We'll take turns clearing the area.
Han Ci suggested. I'm a gunner.
I'll go first.
Swish. He flipped out of the car window and climbed onto the roof. 9 thunder fire. Transform.
A handgun appeared in his hand, and with a slight touch, click-clack. The handgun transformed into a machine gun over a meter long.
Daka daka daka. Countless energy bullets poured out from the muzzle.
Hansi's 9 Thunderfire is a weapon he obtained after awakening his class, capable of 9 transformations, freely switching between sniper rifle, pistol, cannon, machine gun, or rifle.
The gunner is a class extremely reliant on weapons.
This characteristic will not change before the master tier. And the 9 Thunderfire is precisely an exceptionally excellent weapon, even Minister Motian speaks highly of it.
Horan explained. Yi nodded in agreement.
It was indeed powerful. With the deluge of bullets pouring out, Hansi's firepower alone was comparable to a reinforced armed company.
Look! What's that? That's right. Holy crap!
At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly pointed into the distance and roared. Yi and Horan's gazes shifted accordingly. They saw a black SUV speeding along within a few hundred meters to their side. On its roof stood a pale-skinned, slender young man, holding a volume of ancient texts, with a calm and gentle smile on his face. As his lips vibrated, the fiends blocking the car's path would explode into pieces. Yi watched Lin Ru's lips. He seemed to be saying, "I speak, explode, blood spills, fallen." Just a few keywords were like casting a curse. Whether transcendent Tier 1 or evolved Tier 1 fiends, all exploded into bloody foam in the sky. The power of this spirit-tongued master is truly abnormal. The power of language. Killing with just a flick of the tongue. Truly impressive. I always thought that a single word deciding life or death was fake. I never expected it to be real. Horan and the others exclaimed in awe. At this moment, Shuaihan suddenly turned the steering wheel, making an emergency turn. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The car's tires screeched against the wilderness. Holy crap! What are you doing? Shuaihan! Are you driving with your feet? The sudden turn sent everyone spinning, scolding angrily. Something's wrong. We've already entered the vicinity of Doom Ridge. At this moment, Horan suddenly cried out in surprise. What? How is this possible? It's only been half an hour. Zhang Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically.
Spatial fluctuations. Only Yi, his eyes flickered slightly. Shui Han's emergency braking just now made him feel very subtle spatial fluctuations. Although it wasn't obvious, he wielded spatial power with the eye of nothingness. He could definitely feel it. The surrounding environment, black rocks, this is indeed Doom Ridge. And it's deep within Doom Ridge. Zhang Feng pushed open the car door and got out. He wiped some dirt from the ground with his hand. The land of the wilderness is crimson like blood, the land of Doom Ridge is as black as ink. What exactly happened? Just then, a shadow quickly flashed from a distance. Careful! Something's there! Shui Han roared. He stepped forward, shielding Zhang Feng. One punch shatters mountains and rivers. Ha! Boom! His whole body surged with vital energy, and he smashed a punch towards the shadow like a god of war. Shui Han! Don't attack! That's Han Ci. Oran's face changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm. Chapter 80, A Conspiracy Revealed. What? Han Ci. Shui Han's expression changed. He loosened his clenched fist, turned it into a palm, and caught the shadow. It was indeed Han Ci. However, Han Ci was already dead. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. His entire heart had been dug out. Clang! The 9 lightning fire dropped from his pocket. The exquisitely crafted weapon was now battered and broken, with flashes of electricity flickering from the chipped areas. Han Ci. Hey! Horan let out a hysterical roar. You brat! Speak up! Wake up! He desperately shook Han Ci's body. Why did it turn out like this? Shui Han clenched his fists, unable to comprehend. Everything had been going smoothly, their plans were all laid out, but a sudden change disrupted all their arrangements. Right from the start, they had lost an important teammate. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Yi opened his ocular art. In his vision, the entire mount of misfortune was enveloped in a layer of purple mist. Eerie. Everything has become eerie since we left the imperial capital. He wanted to penetrate the mist, to see through the essence of all things. But his eyes throbbed faintly, as if a powerful force was preventing his prying. Caw! A startled cry echoed. The few immediately became like startled birds. Zhang Feng deployed his sky arc shield, with blades, spears, swords, and halberds circling him. Horan waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his grasp. Shui Han's expression was also stern. His muscles tensed, and his blood surged, ready to strike at any moment. It's a crow. A large black bird flew out from the jungle. The few immediately let out a sigh of relief. Since arriving at this strangely atmospheric mount of misfortune and Han Ci's bizarre death, they had all become a little panicked. After all, they were a group of young people, and their practical combat experience was not very abundant. Something's wrong. That crow! Shoot it down! Suddenly, you saw the crow's blood-red eyes look back at them, a human-like smile flashing in its gaze. What? At this place, the only ranged attack came from Zhang Feng's psychic power. He commanded his flying knife to strike down the crow. But the crow's speed suddenly surged. You won't get away. Swish! Yi took a step, spatial power activated, and his figure vanished from its original spot. The next second, he appeared high in the sky. His gaze sharpened, and the power of punishment materialized. He killed the crow with a single strike. Someone is peeking. Is it that phantom deity? Yi pondered. But when he turned his head, he was startled to find a large mountain behind him. That's right, a large mountain had appeared out of thin air where his teammates had been standing. How is this possible? Is this a formation? Or a barrier? Yi opened his ocular art, but he couldn't see through it. One must know that with his current ocular art, he could even see through a barrier set up by a dangerous level deity to some extent. But he couldn't see through this barrier at all. A bad premonition welled up in Ye's heart. Could it be, this mission is a conspiracy? Aegis University. Ning Zhao took a sip of tea.
Oh. That guy Lin Shishao really knows how to arrange things. To have these little guys hunt down a severely wounded deity, it's a good training opportunity. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Shishao.
Old Lin. Long time no see. Where have you been active recently? Spit it out if you have something to say. I'm busy. Currently in eastern Japan. Hunting a deity codenamed Amaterasu. Amaterasu? You dare to go after that? That's a top-tier deity from Donying. A peak destruction grade monster. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, in Little Reezy, just go all out. This time, I've brought in 4 of the 5 division heads from the God Hunter squad. And the entire God Hunter department is deployed. I've really invested heavily to hunt this Amaterasu. Lin Shishao said anxiously. The elite combat power of the Qishao God Hunter squad is in the God Hunter department, and the captain of the God Hunter department is even a class user of the 7th grade Calamity grade. So now your main base is empty? No. There's the reserve department. The main base is temporarily handed over to Motion. To hunt this Amaterasu, I transferred the elites and the 4 division heads of the God Hunter department 2 months ago. So that's how it is. Ning Zhao nodded, then he was startled. Wait a minute. If all your God Hunter department elites were transferred, then who injured that dangerous great deity codenamed Phantom in Anling, Calamity Ridge? What in Anling? What are you talking about? Lin Shishao asked, confused. Old Ning, how long has it been since you looked at the deity files? Who told you that the deity codenamed Phantom is dangerous grade? That's a terror grade. And it's considered difficult even among terror grades. The full name of this deity is Myriad Phantom's Shadow, or Phantom for short. It possesses dual abilities of illusion and space, and its combat power is comparable to a control grade class user. What did you say? Lin Shishao. Are you serious? Ning Zhao stood up abruptly. Am I joking with you? Damn it! You goddamn Sun Mansion has a traitor. F. Ning Zhao cursed loudly. He directly summoned his domain, his phone fell to the ground, and a ray of light enveloped him, disappearing from the office. Hello? What did you say? My Sun Mansion has a traitor? Ning Zhao, explain in more detail. Lin Shishao's confused voice came from the other end of the phone. Boom! The next second, Ning Zhao's figure appeared above the Sun Mansion. Motion, where are you? Get out here! Ning Zhao roared, his voice deep. His pressure aura almost suppressed half of the imperial capital. Principal Ning! A middle-aged man emerged from the Sun Mansion, looking fearful, and respectfully bowed to Ning Zhao. Principal Ning, what brings you here? Cut the nonsense! Where's Motion? Tell him to come out and see me. This. Principal Ning, Minister Mo left early this morning. Where did he go? The minister said there's a nightmare-level deity causing trouble in the wilderness, which has already affected Xia Federation cities, and he specifically went to slay it. The man answered honestly. Slay my ass. We're screwed. Ning Zhao's expression changed. Swish. His figure vanished directly into the void, rushing towards the wilderness at an extremely fast speed. A figure, like a meteor, streaked across the sky above the wilderness. Ning Zhao's face was filled with urgency. It was all his fault. For not investigating thoroughly. However, it's a common occurrence for Aegis University freshmen to join the Scarlet Cloud God Hunting Squad for training each year. He and Lin Shishao have been old friends for many years and have a tacit understanding about this, so he didn't say much. Who would have thought that someone would take advantage of the situation today? Motion. A minister of the God Hunting Squad is actually a traitor to the Xia Federation. How many traitors are hidden within the Xia Federation? Ning Zhao's face showed intense killing intent. At this moment, he saw 2 off-road vehicles below. Is that Lin Ru? Boom! Ning Zhao descended rapidly. Lin Ru! Where's Yi? Chapter 81, I will save the person, and I will kill the god. Principal Ning! What are you doing here? Lin Ru was slightly startled when she saw Ning Zhao's figure. Where did Yi go? Yi? Their team has already gone back. Someone in the car said with confusion. Ning Zhao frowned. A black and white brush appeared in his hand. Reveal! The brush tapped lightly, and sure enough, purple mist enveloped the heads of everyone in these two cars. They had all been enchanted by that deity. That deity's strength was comparable to a class user at the control level. Enchanting a group of transformation level children was simply too easy. You all go back first. Ning Zhao waved his large hand. There was no time for idle talk. Every second delayed meant more danger for Yi and the others. Principal Ning, has something happened? No, I'll tell you when we get back. Boom! Ning Zhao ascended into the air, about to dart into the distance. But just then, a golden punch descended from the sky. Mountains and rivers like dragons. Ning Zhao painted with ink, wielding his brush across the sky. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers stretched out like the Great Wall, yet also like a divine dragon. It blocked the sudden punch. Principal Ning! Where are you going? A six-armed figure in golden armor floated in the void. Azura, ancient god. You're not dead. Looking at the familiar figure, Ning Zhao enunciated each word. Heh, since you and Su Changhan aren't dead, how could I bear to die? The Azura ancient god, clad in golden armor, walked through the air, emitting clanking sounds of collision. It was like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Ning Zhao, I am the Six Paths Azura ancient god. My life is like the Six Paths. Su Changhan cut off one of my life sources, and today, I will get it back from you. Boom! The Azura ancient god waved his six arms. Instantly, divine energy filled the sky. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for Lin Ru and the others to breathe. The terror of a destruction-level deity. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one glimpse a fraction of its earth-shattering power. But that was already an immense abyss of disaster. Moreover, I know you want to save that boy. But that boy, he must die. A prodigy who has mastered paths and level power, once he grows up. That will be a nightmare for deities like us. Boom! The Azura ancient god swung his fists, and golden fist energies dropped from the air. Splendid landscape. Ning Zhao wielded his brush, and a beautiful landscape painting emerged, enveloping Lin Ru and the others. Those are my students. I must save them. If gods stand in my way, they will die. Dragon and tiger contention. Ning Zhao swung his hand again, and a crimson fiery dragon and a white fierce tiger emerged in the void. Azura ancient god. If you dare to block me again, I will sever your remaining 5 life origins. Ning Zhao let out a long roar skyward. Meanwhile, after Yi got separated from his teammates, the immediate priority is to regroup with them. Since this place is so bizarre, I might as well break through it with force. With this thought, Yi stomped his foot. God of War's phantom. Appear! Boom! 100-meter phantom materialized behind him. Terrifying divine power stood tall, reaching the heavens. Open for me! Boom! The dark golden god of war clenched its fist and punched towards the void. Boom! The void rippled. He felt all his pupil power being drained. He activated his wood spirit pupils to restore his pupil power, while the god of war's phantom continuously punched towards a certain point in space. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled. Yes, every punch was enough to suppress a transformed class user. But he still couldn't break through this void. His face grew increasingly grim. All right. Stop fighting. Human, if you want to find your companions, just come here. An ethereal voice came from all directions. The next instant, a surge of spatial power enveloped Yi. He instinctively tried to struggle. If you move around, your companions might suffer. Yi stopped moving.